Chapter 1. Perspective. Unable to control one's gaze. Quite large. Your item is too big, it simply cannot fit. Is it? This is my first time engaging in such an endeavor, it shouldn't be considered too large. Put in some effort, don't let me do all the work, or I shall tire easily. Within the warehouse of the Jinlong auction house, a man and a woman exchanged breathless dialogues. The woman was strikingly beautiful, tall with long legs, adorned in a vibrant red gown that exuded a fiery sensuality. However, her current demeanor was anything but graceful. Seated on a stool, she spread her legs wide and forcefully pushed against the ground, gripping a peculiar leather pouch in her hands, gritting her teeth as she strained to stretch the opening to its maximum. Opposite her sat a young man in his 20s, standing at 6 feet tall, possessing an air of youthful naivety, resembling a rather innocent university student. At that moment, the young man held a cylindrical wooden rod, vigorously thrusting it into the pouch. Yet, the rod was slightly too thick, and the opening of the pouch rather small after several attempts. They were unable to insert the rod. If it can come out, it must be able to go in, Wang Yang asserted stubbornly, commencing a forceful push. With his exertion, the rod suddenly shattered with a crack. In Wang Yang's vision, a flash of golden light seemed to emanate from within the broken rod, akin to a swirling bagua, directly colliding with his brow. In an instant, Wang Yang found himself momentarily dazed. As he realized his perspective had shifted, it was as though a third eye had manifested at his forehead, invisible to others yet undeniably present. Moreover, this eye perceived things differently from the other two, astonishingly. The vision revealed that Xiao Exan, seated before him, was unclothed. Though Xiao Exan was indeed wearing a red gown, with a low neckline allowing glimpses of her fair skin, it was far from the complete exposure that now lay before his astonished gaze. Have I gained the ability to see through? Wang Yang exclaimed in shock, struggling to believe his own eyes that moment. A flood of information began to bombard Wang Yang's mind, swiftly elucidating the reason behind his newfound sight. The wooden rod was no ordinary staff. On the surface, it appeared to be a relic from the Tang dynasty, however. It was in fact a treasured artifact of the Tianyin sect. The golden light within represented a unique legacy power of the Tianyin sect, which upon acceptance would awaken the third eye and grant access to the sect's esoteric techniques. According to the legacy's lore, the Tianyin sect traced its origins to the legendary figure, Erlang Shunyang Jian. The IT encompassed practices in medicine, ancient martial arts, and geomancy. If cultivated to perfection, one could attain immortality. Upon absorbing the legacy's information, Wang Yang's eyes brimmed with elation. Once he fully assimilated the knowledge, his gaze instinctively began to appraise Xiao Exan from head to toe. After all, he had seen her clothed countless times. This, however, was his first encounter with an unclothed Xiao Exan. Dressed, she appears slim undressed. She reveals her curves that I never expected Xiao Exan to be so remarkable, it truly is beyond my grasp. Wang Yang exclaimed, his face filled with emotion, even feeling an urge to personally assess the situation. Across from him, Xiao Exan watched as Wang Yang inadvertently damaged the cane, her expression suddenly turning blank, leading her to believe that he was taken aback. Observing Wang Yang's distress, she hurriedly reassured him. Wang Yang, we both contributed to this mishap. I will share the responsibility with you and will not allow you to bear the burden alone. Upon hearing Xiao Exan's willingness to shoulder the loss, Wang Yang was immediately overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt. The cane was not inexpensive, although it was merely made of wood. It was an antique passed down from the Tang dynasty. The auction starting bid was a staggering 188,800 yuan. Wang Yang, being an intern, earned a mere 8,000 yuan monthly, while Xiao Exan, despite being a full-time employee, made only 20,000 yuan. Splitting the cost would mean she would have to part with half a year's salary. Indeed, she embodies the spirit of camaraderie that is unparalleled, Wang Yang reflected, feeling even more guilty for having peered at her through the mystical eye. I cannot continue to spy. Reluctantly, he cast one last glance and began contemplating how to restore his normal vision. As this thought took root in his mind, he suddenly felt the invisible eye at his forehead slowly closing. Instantly, Xiao Exan, adorned in her vibrant red dress, reappeared in his sight. It truly is simple as a thought to toggle, Wang Yang thought with excitement. eager to validate his hypothesis by attempting to open the eye once more. In an instant, the image of Qiao Xin's attire vanished again, revealing her alluring figure, igniting a fire of desire within him. Unable to resist, Wang Yang stole several more glances before finally closing the perspective once again. Turning to Qiao Xin, he smiled and declared, "There's no need for that since it was my fault. I shall bear the cost myself." Having received the monumental benefits of the mystical eye's inheritance, Wang Yang would not shamelessly impose the burden of loss upon Qiao Xin. Upon hearing Wang Yang refuse her offer to share the compensation, Qiao Xin's eyes widened in surprise. She was well aware of Wang Yang's background, a small-town boy with parents who farmed, leading an exceptionally ordinary life. Recently graduated, she doubted his capacity to produce such a significant sum. Gazing at him cautiously, she said, "Wang Yang, this is not the time to put on a brave face. You are merely an intern, not a scion of wealth. Can you genuinely afford to pay this amount on your own?" Wang Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment at Qiao Xin's words, for he indeed could not muster such a considerable sum to compensate the company. Nevertheless, his heart remained untroubled. The inheritance of the mystical eye encompassed a myriad of possibilities for wealth generation, and among them, the ability to appraise antiques was his favorite. Under the gaze of the mystical eye, authentic antiques radiated a unique historical aura, with the depth of this glow increasing with age. With this ability, Wang Yang found it as effortless to profit from antiques as it is to eat and drink. The Golden Dragon Auction House is located on a renowned street dedicated to antiques, which even features a square reminiscent of Panjiayuan. Although Wang Yang possessed limited funds, he firmly believed that a simple stroll would suffice for him to earn 200,000, thereby recouping his losses. With this thought in mind, he turned to Qiao Xin and smiled, "I am certain I can secure that amount. You continue your work here, I'll step out to find the money and will definitely return before the end of the day." Chapter 2. The 3 million Qing Dynasty Enamel Vase. Wang Yang dashed away. He swiftly exited the warehouse, setting his sights on the imitation Panjiayuan in the Magic City. As Qiao Xin watched him disappear in haste, doubts crept in her mind, questioning whether Wang Yang might be fleeing. However, considering his character, she quickly dismissed the notion. Though Wang Yang comes from a humble background, he has always been resolute. He is not the type to shirk responsibility. He must be out gathering funds. There is no way he would abandon me. Qiao Xin reassured herself, though concern lingered in her eyes. After all, she only had a little over 100,000 in savings. She could manage to share half of the losses with Wang Yang. But if he were to run away, the entire burden would fall upon her shoulders, and she could hardly afford such a sum. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, as he left the warehouse, Qiao Xin was consumed with worry. After departing from the company, he soon arrived at the end of the antique street. Here lay a vast square, referred to as the Magic City Panjiayuan, where stalls lined the area, all selling various antiques. Despite the fact that 99% of these items were replicas, genuine pieces occasionally surfaced. Just a month prior, an antique appraisal expert from Wang Yang's auction house had discovered a genuine antique vase worth 300,000 for merely 3,000. Wang Yang headed here with the hope of unearthing a hidden gem to fill his 200,000 gap. Upon entering, he discreetly activated his discerning vision, scanning the stalls in search of any treasures amidst the sea of fakes. One stall, then another before he knew it. He had visited a dozen stalls, his heart heavy with disappointment. Not a single antique emitted the luminous glow under his scrutinizing gaze. This indicated that all of them were replicas. Not one genuine piece could be found. While he had heard tales of the abundance of fakes at Panjiayuan, the reality of encountering a dozen stalls without a single authentic item was quite unexpected. Just as Wang Yang began to worry about whether he could indeed earn 200,000 at Panjiayuan, his eyes suddenly brightened. Before him appeared a stall exclusively selling a variety of porcelain. Yet, under Wang Yang's keen eye, only one piece among the porcelain exhibited a faint azure glow. It was a vividly colored vase. The porcelain vase stands at no more than 20 centimeters tall, representing a quintessential piece of Qing Dynasty Cloyson porcelain. Its surface is adorned with vibrant floral patterns, radiating a rich yellow hue. A pair of beast-shaped ears are fitted with copper rings, exuding an exquisite charm. Wang Yang had previously encountered a similar item in auction, fetching a price of 3.5 million. However, This particular vase is exceptionally well preserved, its colors so vivid that it appears more like a work of art than a mere artifact. Had it not been for Wang Yang's discerning vision, he would have passed by the stall without a second glance. Yet, circumstances have changed. Having confirmed its authenticity, Wang Yang refrained from immediately inquiring about a purchase. The vendors at Panjiayuan are astute. Any indication of intent would alert them, making it considerably more challenging to acquire the Qing dynasty cloison vase at a reasonable price. With a calm demeanor, he adjusted his breathing to avoid revealing any signs of eagerness before approaching the stall, casually surveying the porcelain vases displayed. Upon noticing a potential customer, the stall owner promptly rose, eager to please. Esteemed guest, which era of antiques are you interested in? From the Qin and Han to the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. If I don't have it, I can procure it for you instantly. Wang Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the stall owner's grandiose claims. My good man, I am well acquainted with this field. I am fully aware of the situation at Panjiayuan. I am merely seeking a beautiful piece of porcelain to adorn my home. These Qing dynasty cloison vases are quite appealing. I intend to acquire a pair. Offer me a fair price, and I shall purchase them. If it doesn't suit my budget, I will explore other vendors. With a casual smile, Wang Yang maintained a nonchalant air. Seeing his demeanor, the stall owner, anxious about losing the sale, quickly responded with a grin. Since you are an expert, I shall not play games. For a pair of cloison vases, I will only charge you 300 at cost. Hearing such a price, a satisfied smile spread across Wang Yang's face. After a seemingly casual selection, he chose a pair from the array of Qing dynasty cloison vases. One was indeed a historically significant piece, while the other was a genuine counterfeit. He swiftly retrieved his phone to scan the payment, casually carrying one vase as he strolled towards the exit of Panjiayuan. His demeanor was so unassuming that anyone observing him would never suspect he held an antique worth 3 million up before long. Wang Yang returned to the warehouse, carrying the vases. Xiao Exine, witnessing his return with the pair, was instantly filled with curiosity. Wasn't he supposed to be gathering funds? She wondered. Could it be that he didn't raise enough money and intends to use the vases as collateral? Her eyes scrutinized the pair of vases in Wang Yang's hands. At that moment, he casually set the counterfeit aside and lifted the genuine piece before Xiao Exine. I took a stroll around Panjian earlier and stumbled upon an authentic Qing dynasty cloison vase, so I decided to purchase it. That we once auctioned a similar Qing dynasty enamel porcelain vase here, which fetched 3.5 million. I won't auction this one, I'll sell it directly to the auction house, and it should easily yield 3 million. I can spare several hundred thousand to compensate the company. Wang Yang explained casually, leaving Xiao Exine utterly astonished, unable to believe her ears. From the moment Wang Yang left until he returned, barely half an hour had elapsed. In such a brief span, Wang Yang had procured an authentic Qing dynasty enamel porcelain vase valued at 3 million, a feat that seemed almost fantastical to Xiao Exine, leaving her in disbelief. After a long pause, Xiao Exine, with a face full of skepticism, asked, Wang Yang, are you certain that the Qing dynasty enamel porcelain vase in your possession is genuine? Whether it is genuine or not, you will find out when we visit the acquisition department of the company, he replied with a faint smile, his eyes brimming with an indescribable confidence. Seeing Wang Yang's demeanor, Xiao Exine could not help but rise to her feet, deciding to accompany him to the acquisition department for a closer investigation. The Jilong Auction House not only conducts auctions for antiques, but also directly acquires them. Those in urgent need of funds may opt to sell directly to the auction house on days when no auctions are held. The acquisition department is specifically tasked with procuring antiques for the Jilong Auction House. When Wang Yang and Xiao Exine arrived, the attention of several colleagues in the acquisition department immediately gravitated towards the Qing dynasty enamel porcelain vase in Wang Yang's hands. Chapter 3. The second Qing dynasty enamel porcelain vase. My colleague has just acquired a porcelain vase at Panjiayuan for 300 yuan, claiming it to be a Qing dynasty enamel vase and wishes to sell it to the company. Could you assist in examining it? Upon entering the acquisition department, Xiao Exine immediately greeted several colleagues. Her beauty and figure surpassed those of many popular actresses, making her the object of desire for countless men within the company. Upon hearing Xiao Exine's remarks, the others promptly set aside their phones and approached Wang Yang. They placed the vase on the table for inspection. However, Items from Panjiayuan are predominantly replicas. It is unlikely to find a genuine piece among 10,000 antiques, so do not harbor excessive hopes. As they casually discussed while examining the vase, it was evident that they were skeptical that Wang Yang could procure a genuine Qing dynasty enamel vase for merely 300 yuan. Wang Yang, observing their skepticism, merely smiled faintly and allowed them to appraise the vase at their leisure. As time passed, the initially nonchalant expressions of the group gradually transformed into serious contemplation. The blue and white Kangxi imperial mark on the bottom was authentic. There were no discrepancies. The yellow glaze of the vase was also legitimate. The beast ears were standard cloud ears, presenting no issues. This Qing dynasty Qianlong enamel vase should indeed be a genuine artifact, though the copper ring atop was likely affixed later to mislead observers regarding its authenticity. Exclamations of astonishment began to resonate among the members of the acquisition department. Hearing their discourse, Xiao Xian could not restrain herself and whispered to Wang Yang, "Wang Yang, your vase is indeed genuine. You are about to strike it rich." Wang Yang's conviction regarding the vase's authenticity surpassed that of his colleagues in the acquisition department. Thus, he merely smiled at Xiao Xian's astonished expression. At that moment, he was more curious about the amount the department would offer him. After a discussion, the director of the acquisition department turned to Wang Yang to present an offer. Previously, we had a similar genuine Qing dynasty enamel vase auctioned for 3,500,000 yuan. As an employee of the company, you must be aware of this matter. However, auctions require time and involve commission fees. If you need funds urgently, the company can only offer you 3,200,000 yuan for the acquisition, as the company also requires a profit margin. Upon hearing the offer, a satisfied smile spread across Wang Yang's face. "All right, I will sell it to the company at that price." Upon Wang Yang's agreement, someone immediately began preparing the contract. Once the contract was signed, the company's finance department promptly initiated the transfer to Wang Yang. Within less than half an hour, he received a notification of 3,200,000 yuan credited to his account. Putting away his phone, Wang Yang glanced at the still-dazed Xiao Xian beside him and cheerfully suggested, "Let us return before the end of work. We should quickly seek our boss to reimburse the cost of the cane." "Oh." Xiao Xian, appearing bewildered, followed Wang Yang out as if in a daze. Upon exiting the acquisition department, Xiao Xian could not resist glancing at Wang Yang and inquired, "Wang Yang, the Qing dynasty enamel vase, did you truly purchase it outside, rather than inheriting it from your family?" The astonishing price of 3,200,000 for the vase had profoundly shocked Xiao Xian. Wang Yang, noticing her astonishment, replied with a gentle smile, "I assure you, the Qing dynasty enamel vase was indeed bought from Panjiayuan. After work, I intend to visit Panjiayuan again to see if I can uncover more treasures. If you doubt me, you are welcome to join." Xiao Xian's interest was piqued upon hearing Wang Yang's words. She eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grains. "All right. I will accompany you after work to see if you can find more. However," she added, "you've already earned so much. Why continue searching for more? Is 3 million not enough for you? In this bustling metropolis, that amount barely covers the cost of a single apartment." Wang Yang replied with a look of contemplation. "Before I can afford a house or a car, I must work diligently to accumulate wealth." His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. The prospect of earning 3 million from a single find fueled his belief that a daily visit to Panjiayuan would soon lead him to tens of millions, allowing him to purchase a spacious home of his own in this vibrant city. With unwavering determination, Wang Yang soon arrived at the office of the logistics director to report the damage to his cane. Without encountering any obstacles, he learned that the director was understanding of his willingness to compensate, only requiring a transfer of 188,000 to the company account. After completing the transfer, Wang Yang turned to the director. "Director, I feel this job is not suitable for me. I wish to resign." Having confirmed the inheritance, he had already resolved to resign after his initial profitable venture. Upon hearing of Wang Yang's intention to resign, the director nodded with a smile. "The acquisition department mentioned your 3 million find. I suspected you would wish to resign and have even prepared your resignation letter." Wang Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment upon realizing that the director had anticipated his decision. Nevertheless, he promptly signed the resignation letter when presented with it. Nightfall arrived unnoticed. After enjoying his final meal at the company, Wang Yang returned to Panjiayuan, this time accompanied by Xiao Xian. The tall and elegant Xiao Xian donned a striking red gown, exuding an aura of fiery allure that captivated the gaze of many men as they entered the market. However, she had long grown accustomed to such attention and nonchalantly followed Wang Yang. curiously asking, Wang Yang, at which stall did you purchase the Qing Dynasty enamel vase this afternoon? Upon hearing her question, Wang Yang pointed toward the stall where he had made his purchase earlier. Let us head there first. Perhaps we might uncover another treasure, he suggested. Xiao Xian, beaming with excitement, eagerly grasped Wang Yang's hand and led him toward the stall. Wang Yang observed Xiao Xian's demeanor, and an involuntary smile crept upon his face. In the realm of antiques at Panjiayuan, among a myriad of 10,000 items, one might not even encounter a single genuine artifact. The challenge of acquiring 2 authentic antiques from the same stall was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Yang did not believe that merely a fleeting afternoon would yield another genuine item from that stall. However, being tugged along by Xiao Xian, the spirited girl from the northeast, he soon found himself standing before the stall, quietly activating his discerning eye. Wang Yang cast a casual glance and was immediately captivated by a Qing Dynasty cloison vase. It was identical to the one he had seen earlier that afternoon, radiating a unique azure glow, clearly marking it as another authentic piece. Could it be that he was destined to uncover a second treasure here? Excitement surged within him as he subtly shifted his gaze away from the Qing Dynasty cloison vase. Chapter 4. Qi Baishi's 100 Shrimp Painting. Upon witnessing Wang Yang's arrival at his stall accompanied by a beautiful woman, the vendor's face instantly radiated with a warm smile. Sir, would you like to purchase a few more vases for decoration? The vendor enthusiastically beckoned Wang Yang, eager to close another deal. Wang Yang, observing the vendor's seal, chuckled softly. Yes, I could use 2 more vases, and let us select 2 enamel vases as well, at the usual price of 300. As he spoke, he casually picked up 2 enamel vases. Once Wang Yang made his selections, the vendor promptly presented the payment code for him to scan. In no time, Wang Yang completed the transaction by scanning 300. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian looked on in astonishment as Wang Yang procured yet another pair of enamel vases. So soon again. Could there truly be a genuine piece among them? She pondered, her expression one of disbelief. After departing the stall, she could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered into Wang Yang's ear, Wang Yang, is it possible that one of these enamel vases contains a real artifact? Upon hearing her inquiry, Wang Yang subtly nodded, maintaining his composure. With his affirmation, Xiao Xian's excitement surged, instinctively drawing closer to him. Their bodies nearly pressed against each other, and with her heightened enthusiasm, the space between them vanished entirely. In an instant, Wang Yang's elbow brushed against Xiao Xian's chest, prompting a flurry of adjectives to race through his mind. Instinctively, his elbow shifted to gauge the shape. Realizing the intimacy of their proximity, Xiao Xian felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly released her grip on his arm. She looked at Wang Yang. Her eyes filled with playful reproach. Wang Yang, I never imagined you, usually so upright, could be so cheeky. Wang Yang, caught off guard by Xiao Xian's attention to his unintentional gesture, felt a rush of embarrassment. Fortunately, Xiao Xian, with her bold and generous spirit, merely chided him lightly without holding a grudge. With a beaming smile, she remarked, Wang Yang, tonight you've earned 3 million again, adding the 3 million from this afternoon. That makes 6 million. You simply must treat me to dinner and let me indulge in a feast for this nouveau riche. Wang Yang, relieved that Xiao Xian was unbothered by his earlier awkwardness, smiled back. All right, I shall treat you to a late-night meal, but it's still early. Let us continue to explore and see if there are more treasures to uncover. Surprised that Wang Yang intended to keep searching for bargains, Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In her mind, she believed that Wang Yang's good fortune in striking deals twice was already remarkable. The odds of finding 3 lucky bargains in a single day seemed almost impossible. Yet, despite her reservations, under Wang Yang's encouraging gaze, she nodded and continued to wander alongside him. A stall, 2 stalls. Wang Yang casually held an enamel vase in one hand, while leading Xiao Xian through the myriad of stalls, observing the wares on display. His demeanor exuded a relaxed charm, akin to that of a carefree tourist perusing artisanal crafts. Little did anyone suspect that the pair of Qing Dynasty enamel vases he carried included a genuine artifact, valued at a staggering 3 million. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Yang and Xiao Xian had meandered through Panjiayuan for an entire hour, nearly covering the entire market. Yet, disappointment clouded Wang Yang's gaze. Although he had long heard tales of the market's abundance of forgeries and the scarcity of authentic antiques, the fact that he had failed to unearth even a single genuine piece within an hour, despite his extraordinary vision, left him feeling profoundly disheartened. Even with his extraordinary ability, Having stumbled upon two authentic Qing Dynasty enamel vases would have been deemed a stroke of luck. One must learn to be content. There would be ample opportunities to uncover treasures and earn profits in the future, no need to rush. With this thought as his solace, Wang Yang resolved to lead Shao Xin out of Panjiayuan. However, just as they were about to depart, his attention was suddenly captured by another stall at a different exit of the market. This stall specialized in the sale of calligraphy and paintings, showcasing an array of works. Paintings by Tang Bohu, calligraphy by Wang Shiji, and artworks by Zhang Daqian and Qi Baishe adorned the tables. If all were authentic, their combined worth could easily reach 100 billion. Yet, under Wang Yang's discerning gaze, only one piece radiated authenticity amidst the collection. It was an ink wash painting featuring numerous shrimp, nearly 100 in total. However, as Wang Yang scrutinized the artwork, a sense of confusion washed over him. The shrimp depicted were rendered in a hasty manner, entirely inconsistent with Qi Baishe's renowned style. Qi Baishe's shrimp paintings were the most valuable, and Wang Yang's auction house had previously sold a piece titled 100 Shrimp for 15 million. With the appreciation of Qi Baishe's works, even the acquisition price at the auction house would now be around 15 million. Yet, under Wang Yang's extraordinary vision, this painting was undeniably authentic. Still, the execution of the shrimp was exceedingly careless, indicating a forgery. On an ordinary day, Wang Yang would not have spared a second glance at such a piece. But today was different. This painting, under his extraordinary scrutiny, emanated a palpable historical aura, suggesting it possessed a sense of antiquity. Gazing at this seemingly counterfeit artwork, Wang Yang recalled a technique he had once heard about for collecting ancient paintings. During times of war, collectors would often cover their prized paintings with a layer of paper, meticulously tracing the genuine piece upon it to safeguard it from theft. Nowadays, some unscrupulous individuals resorted to similar methods to obscure their illegally obtained authentic works. Could it be that this painting was a double-layered piece, concealing a genuine artwork beneath? Excitement surged within Wang Yang as he discreetly led Shao Xin to the stall, appearing to casually browse through the selections. Observing Wang Yang's demeanor, Shao Xin felt an inexplicable thrill bubbling within her. Throughout their journey, Wang Yang had never paused at any stall with her. Now, such a purposeful halt instantly made her aware that there might be authentic works by a renowned master among these paintings. Immediately, she gazed curiously at the calligraphy and paintings displayed, attempting to discern the genuine article. However, with her discerning eye, she could only perceive that everything at the stall appeared counterfeit, devoid of any true masterpieces. Just as confusion clouded her expression, Wang Yang took action. He selected 3 paintings attributed to Qi Baishe and handed them to the stall owner, inquiring about their price, as he needed a few decorative pieces for his home. The stall owner, sensing a potential sale, cheerfully declared, "Sir, these 3 paintings are all authentic works by Qi Baishe." Wang Yang, realizing the owner's attempt to deceive him, responded with exasperation, "I am merely looking to purchase a few pieces to adorn my new home. Please provide a reasonable price. If you continue to inflate the price with outrageous claims, I shall seek my purchases elsewhere." Chapter 5. 3 months post-graduation. With savings of 20 million, the stall owner regarded Wang Yang with an expression of recognition, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. To prevent a potential customer from slipping away, he promptly smiled and said, "Since you are an expert, I shall dispense with pleasantries. These paintings were acquired from the descendants of a painter. While he may not be renowned, they are undoubtedly superior to mere crafts. For a single piece, I can let it go for 200 yuan. What do you think?" 200 yuan. Upon hearing the stall owner's offer, Wang Yang was momentarily speechless. The works of these obscure artists typically hover around 50 yuan, and the price could be even lower for bulk purchases. At 200, the stall owner's profit margin remained substantial. To conceal his eagerness, Wang Yang expertly countered, 3 pieces for 500, you still retain a decent profit. If we can agree, I can pay immediately. 500 it is, then. Consider it the beginning of a friendship, the stall owner replied, quickly producing a QR code for Wang Yang to scan. With no further ado, Wang Yang completed the transaction, rolled up the 3 paintings, and, alongside Shao Xin, made his way outside. Once they exited Panjiayuan, Shao Xin could no longer contain her curiosity and leaned in to whisper, "Wang Yang, do you think any of these 3 paintings are authentic works by Qi Baishe? I'm not certain. However, one of them seems peculiar and requires further examination," Wang Yang replied with a subtle smile, quickening his pace towards the company. Although he had resigned, he still intended to sell the authentic Qing Dynasty enamel vase to the firm. He needed to utilize some tools from the company to peel back a layer on the painting surface, thereby validating his suspicions. Before long, they arrived at the company's acquisition department once more. Setting the counterfeit aside, Wang Yang placed the genuine Qing Dynasty enamel vase on the table. Please take a look. I was fortunate enough to find another authentic piece at Panjiayuan. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the staff in the acquisition department stood up, their faces a mix of surprise. Another Qing Dynasty enamel vase? Do you think such antiques are as plentiful as cabbages? Finding two genuine pieces in a single day is nearly inconceivable. It might take months to uncover just one authentic item among the countless crafts at Panjiayuan. The astonished murmurs echoed among the staff as they hastily retrieved various inspection tools to carefully assess the Qing Dynasty enamel vase. After a thorough examination, a palpable silence enveloped the room. Eventually, the duty supervisor turned to Wang Yang, stating, "It is indeed genuine. The company is prepared to acquire it for 3,200,000. Wang Yang nodded in satisfaction at the deputy supervisor's words. However, just as the supervisor was about to make the call for financial disbursement, Wang Yang intervened, saying, "There's no rush on the funds, Director. Please find an art expert to assist me in peeling away the surface layer of this painting. I suspect that beneath it lies an authentic work by Qi Baishe." Wang Yang smiled faintly and placed Qi Baishe's 100 shrimp painting back on the table. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the duty supervisor's face instantly lit up with intrigue. He promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare the necessary tools. The tools were quite simple: a small bottle of specialized solvent and a unique ruler. After approximately half an hour, they successfully removed the surface layer of the painting. Once the layer was peeled away, a pristine rendition of the 100 shrimp appeared before everyone's eyes. The 100 shrimp depicted in the artwork were remarkably lifelike, each exhibiting various postures, creating the illusion that they were truly swimming. It was indeed the 100 shrimp. A masterpiece by Qi Baishe. Many artists have painted shrimp, but only Qi Baishe could achieve such a level of artistry. If this painting were to be auctioned, it would start at no less than 15 million. Wang Yang, if you sell it to the company, I will personally offer you 15 million. Excited voices echoed in the acquisition department. The duty supervisor decisively offered Wang Yang a purchase price of 15 million. All right, this Qi Baishe's 100 shrimp will be sold to the company. Wang Yang beamed, signaling the supervisor to proceed with the payment. Without hesitation, the duty supervisor prepared the contract and dispatched someone to notify the finance department to transfer the funds. Within approximately half an hour, Wang Yang's bank account reflected an additional 18,200,000. Adding the 3 million from the afternoon, his savings surged to an impressive 21 million. Having graduated from university less than 3 months ago, while his peers have yet to secure permanent positions, Wang Yang's bank balance has skyrocketed to 21 million. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone. Even without external validation, Wang Yang himself gazed at the numbers in disbelief, momentarily feeling as if he were in a dream. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and left the company with Xiao Xian. "Tonight, I shall treat you. You may choose any restaurant in the bustling metropolis." Wang Yang glanced at the robust Xiao Xian beside him, his tone brimming with an unspoken grandeur. Having earned a fortune in a single day, he was eager to indulge in lavish expenditures. Upon hearing Wang Yang's declaration, Xiao Xian sharpened her resolve, stating, "Since you insist, I shall not hold back." Faced with Xiao Xian's determination, Wang Yang nodded affirmatively, encouraging her to proceed. However, despite her fierce words, Xiao Xian ultimately led Wang Yang to a renowned seafood eatery in the metropolis. Even though they were dining on seafood, it wouldn't cost them much. 1 king crab and 1 Australian lobster. Wang Yang took the menu, aiming to select the most expensive items. Today, he was solely focused on the price rather than the taste. Observing Wang Yang's extravagant choices, Xiao Xian decisively snatched the menu from him, saying, "That's enough. We won't be able to finish all this." Once the waiter had departed, Xiao Xian turned to Wang Yang, saying, "You may have earned a considerable sum today, but such fortunate discoveries are entirely reliant on luck. In the future, one must plan expenditures wisely. After all, 20 million may sound substantial, yet in the bustling metropolis, it scarcely suffices to acquire a spacious apartment." Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, Wang Yang recognized his own lapse in composure. As Xiao Xian articulated, while 20 million appears considerable, a large flat in this city demands 4 to 5 million, and a villa ascends to over 100 million. He must persist in his endeavors to earn more. In order to firmly establish himself in this vibrant city, Ah, do you see that table? Is that Wang Yang? It seems to be him. And the beautiful woman by his side is truly stunning. How could a man of his modest means ever be deemed worthy of such beauty? Perhaps we should devise a plan to charm her away. Nearby, a group of men whispered among themselves, their eyes glinting with avarice as they gazed at Xiao Xin beside Wang Yang. Chapter 6. The fiery northeastern girl Wang Yang was oblivious to the fact that Xiao Xin, seated beside him, had attracted the attention of others. As he patiently awaited his meal, contemplating where to earn money starting the next day, a few individuals who had their sights set on Xiao Xin approached from a distance. Old classmates. What a coincidence to meet here. One of them exclaimed. Wang Yang, you haven't uttered a word in our class group since graduation. I thought you had left Shanghai, but I see you've stayed. Since we encountered each other so fortuitously today, let us share a table. Without waiting for Wang Yang's consent, the three of them made themselves comfortable. Wang Yang observed the trio, his brow furrowing deeply. They were all his university classmates, Zhao Hu, Lu Dong, and Yang Hui. However, Wang Yang had scarcely exchanged more than a few words with them during his university days, as they were fundamentally different people. The three were native Shanghainese, exuding an air of superiority, looking down upon Wang Yang, who hailed from a smaller town. In fact, there had been a conflict between them, and Wang Yang had once fought with Zhao Hu. Now, witnessing their overly enthusiastic approach, Wang Yang's expression hardened. He addressed them coldly. We are not on the same wavelength. There's no need to share a table. Zhao Hu and the others frowned at Wang Yang's outright refusal of their invitation. They were well aware of Wang Yang's stubborn temperament. After all, it took considerable audacity for an outsider to confront a local like Zhao Hu. Yet, captivated by the alluring sight of Xiao Xin in her striking red dress, they hesitated to leave. After a brief exchange of glances, they spoke again. Wang Yang, you had a conflict with Zhao Hu in college, but we all graduated now. Why hold on to grudges? Today, Zhao Hu has placed a substantial order, even requesting a 5-pound Australian lobster. You, an outsider, are saving up for a house and wouldn't typically indulge in such luxuries. Wang Yang, let us enjoy a meal together and bury the past. Their audacity in trying to persuade Wang Yang was palpable, their tone brimming with arrogance as they mentioned the Boston lobster. Wang Yang chuckled, bemused by their attempts to flaunt their superiority with such a delicacy. When he was short on funds, he would never have considered sharing a table with Zhao Hu for the sake of a lobster. Now that he was financially stable, he was even less inclined to do so. As the trio continued to parade their sense of superiority, Wang Yang's expression grew colder. The lobster? I can order it myself. Kindly take your leave. The three of them were taken aback by Wang Yang's request for them to leave, their faces darkening with displeasure. Zhao Hu, unable to mask his contempt any longer, retorted, Wang Yang, you're just a country bumpkin from a small county. You think you can buy a lobster? After paying rent. Can you even save $3,000 a month? Can you really afford a 5-pound Australian lobster? As Zhao Hu's voice faded, several waitstaff approached Wang Yang's table, each carrying an assortment of seafood. Utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation, they began to introduce the delicacies to Wang Yang. Good day, sir. This is the king crab you ordered, selected according to your specifications, the largest in our establishment, weighing a remarkable 8 pounds and 8 ounces. Good day, sir. This is the Australian lobster you requested, also chosen as the largest, weighing 7 pounds and 6 ounces. Good day, sir. This is the abalone, all of the finest double-headed variety from our kitchen. The respectful tones of the waitstaff echoed repeatedly. To further assure Wang Yang, they even weighed the seafood in his presence. It was a blatant slap in the face, with each seafood item introduced and weighed. Zhao Hu and his companions felt as though an invisible hand had struck them squarely across the cheek. By the time the waitstaff departed with the seafood, the trio's faces had turned a ghastly shade reminiscent of liver. Observing their distress, Xiao Xin, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain her laughter. Ha ha. I apologize. I usually do not mock others to their faces unless I simply cannot help it. A 5-pound Australian lobster, how rare indeed. Her laughter rang out, sharp and piercing, as she, a girl from northeast China, excelled in her sardonic wit. With just a few simple words, she transformed the already mortified faces of the trio into a sight akin to that of a charred pot bottom. Yet, despite Xiao Xion's ridicule, they did not choose to leave, nor did they confront her. Zhao Hu, unable to suppress his discontent, remarked, Beauty, I am well aware of Wang Yang's family background. Even if he is willing to splurge on this feast, it is merely an attempt to save face and impress you. At this, Lu Dong and Yang Hui nodded vigorously in agreement, their expressions filled with a shared sense of approval. instinctively joining in the disparagement of Wang Yang. Wang Yang regarded their behavior with a disdainful smirk. If he were indeed vying for Qiao Xian's affection, her doubts about his character might have been influenced by their words. However, they were colleagues, and Qiao Xian had witnessed Wang Yang earn 20 million in a single day. Their attempts at defamation served only to deepen their own embarrassment, yielding no other purpose. Indeed, the truth was as clear as day. As Qiao Xian observed their relentless disparagement of Wang Yang, she could no longer contain her outrage. Enough. You three have gone too far. Your slander against Wang Yang is merely a reflection of your desire to pursue me, given my looks. Please take a moment to look in the mirror. Even if Wang Yang and I had no connection, I could never find any appeal in the likes of you. I know well of Wang Yang's capabilities. This meal is but a drop in the ocean of his income. In our northeastern region, the utmost disdain is reserved for those who covet their brother's women. Should you dare utter another word, I swear I shall shatter a bottle over your heads. The furious tirade erupted incessantly from Qiao Xian's lips. The indomitable spirit of the northeastern people, who preferred to confront rather than back down, compelled her to seize the bottle in her hand, poised to unleash its wrath upon the three if they dared to speak again. The gallantry of this northeastern girl, who boldly stands her ground and is unafraid to engage in a brawl, is renowned across the nation. At this moment, as Qiao Xian brandished the bottle toward the trio, the patrons of the roadside eatery were instantly captivated by the unfolding drama. Chapter 7. Both were quite intoxicated. The female companion of classmate Xiao was subjected to the scorn of those three fellows, whose character left much to be desired. Their lack of merit was evident. Otherwise, they would not have been reprimanded so sternly by that formidable girl from the northeast, renowned for her formidable prowess. She had clearly caught these three off guard. Excited murmurs filled the air, and everyone's gaze towards Zhao Hu and his companions resembled that of onlookers observing fools. Amidst the chatter, Wang Yang cast a cold glance at the trio and warned, "Leave at once, or I shall be compelled to take action before my meal. I refuse to dirty my hands because of your worthless presence." Initially stunned by Qiao Xian's sudden rebuke, the three regained their senses upon Wang Yang's admonition. Yet, their eyes were rife with apprehension. They epitomized the typical small-town citizens of Magic City, brave in words but cowardly in action. In school, Wang Yang had been bold enough to confront their provocations. With the addition of a fierce girl from the northeast who appeared ready to unleash her fury, their cowardice intensified. Fearing that Wang Yang and Qiao Xian might indeed resort to violence, the three hastily decided to retreat. After all, a true gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. They had merely intended to share a meal with an old classmate. If she was unwilling, so be it. Wang Yang watched as Zhao Hu and his companions attempted to leave with some semblance of dignity. Yet lost, he interjected, his expression growing colder. Mimicking Qiao Xian, he grasped a bottle, poised to unleash it upon them. With or without money, he would not tolerate their insolence. Now that he possessed both wealth and strength, he had no intention of indulging them. To maintain a facade of polite pretense in the face of such provocation would be a disgrace to the profound teachings of his lineage. Seeing Wang Yang brandish the bottle, the three became utterly silent, hastily making their exit. Once they had departed, Wang Yang turned to Qiao Xian with a relaxed smile and said, "Next time we dine together, we must choose a private room. With your beauty, I can only imagine the trouble it might attract." To his surprise, Qiao Xian, rather than being offended by his remark, burst into a bold laugh. "Are you saying I'm beautiful?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed intently at him. Despite having received a remarkable inheritance, Wang Yang's mindset still resembled that of a freshly graduated student, a novice, perhaps. Faced with Qiao Xian's daring gaze, he found himself unable to maintain eye contact. Fortunately, a server arrived with the cold dishes at that moment. To avoid the awkwardness, Wang Yang quickly buried his head in the food, feigning hunger. Qiao Xian, observing his reaction, couldn't help but laugh even more joyfully. I never imagined you had such an endearing side, Wang Yang. Watching you earn 20 million today, I momentarily felt as if you had become a person of great stature, one I dared not approach. It has only just dawned on me that you are unlike those affluent individuals. For them, women are mere playthings, devoid of the respect you afford us. With a radiant smile illuminating her face, Qiao Xian gazed at Wang Yang with an increasing fondness. In her work at the auction house, she had encountered countless wealthy individuals, many of whom possessed fortunes exceeding 1 billion. These individuals typically exhibited one of two attitudes towards women, either treating them as mere objects or completely disregarding them. Wang Yang's bashful demeanor was something she had never witnessed among such people. It was precisely this attitude of the wealthy towards women that had led Xiao Xin to dismiss the notion of marrying into affluence. However, as she observed Wang Yang, she suddenly realized her perspective had been overly simplistic. Not all wealthy individuals scorned women. Indeed, Wang Yang regarded her as an equal. Should he pursue her, she would grant him a chance. Conversely, if he did not, it would merely signify that he was unworthy of her beauty, and her long legs would ultimately belong to another man. Xiao Xin pondered thus, remaining uninclined to entertain the idea of being with Wang Yang simply because of his newfound wealth. After all, she was Xiao Xin, a proud and beautiful woman from the Northeast. The affluent individuals she had encountered at the auction house had never pried her open with their riches. She would not suddenly strip down for Wang Yang just because he had become wealthy. She held her pride dearly. Wang Yang, oblivious to Xiao Xin's internal transformation, became entirely engrossed in the feast laid before him, disregarding her gaze as a multitude of seafood dishes arrived. These were delicacies he had long yearned to savor, but had only been able to witness through food streams on Douyin due to his previous poverty. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, he was determined to indulge. Watching Wang Yang relish his meal, Xiao Xin felt a surge of admiration. She had dined with wealthy individuals before, yet they often exhibited an air of pretentiousness, adhering to rigid dining etiquette. As a spirited woman from the Northeast, Xiao Xin preferred to eat heartily and drink generously, finding it stifling to dine with the affluent. Wang Yang's unabashed enjoyment of his food made her feel at ease. Soon, she joined him, indulging in meat and drink, casting aside any concern for propriety. What might have seemed somewhat uncouth in others was imbued with an indescribable exuberance when expressed by her, a distinct vigor characteristic of women from the Northeast. Wang Yang, today we must truly feast, she exclaimed. Do you know, deep down, I hold those wealthy attendees of the auction in disdain? They are excessively finicky, as if their wealth grants them superiority. We are all human, with but two hands. What right do they have to elevate themselves above others? Those who dare to flaunt their wealth in the Northeast will find themselves put in their place. Wang Yang, now that you have wealth, do not emulate those pretentious individuals. If you try to act superior in front of me, I shall no longer recognize you as a friend and will put you down. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Xin had consumed far too much. As for Wang Yang, he was rather tipsy, having succumbed to intoxication ahead of the others. Under the influence of alcohol, the two of them, in a dazed state, settled the bill and, resembling a couple, embraced each other while hailing a taxi. Chapter 8. Inebriated Confusion Master to Fuyuan Community. Xiao Xin, her expression dazed, muttered the name of her rented apartment complex before leaning heavily against Wang Yang, who had already taken a seat in the car. The two nestled closely together, resembling a genuine couple. The driver, observing their intimacy, thought little of it and promptly headed towards the address provided by Xiao Xin. Approximately half an hour later, the driver arrived at the entrance of Fuyuan Community. You've arrived, beautiful, he announced. At the sound of the driver's voice, Xiao Xin groggily opened her eyes and immediately grasped Wang Yang's hand to exit the vehicle. Let us drink. Let us keep drinking. I have some loose liquor from the Northeast at home. We shall continue, she declared, her face still clouded with inebriation as she led Wang Yang into the community. Wang Yang, even more intoxicated than Xiao Xin, struggled to maintain his balance after being pulled out of the car, leaning heavily against her. Fortunately, Xiao Xin, a robust girl from the Northeast, was able to support him. Had she been a petite girl from the South, he might have easily overwhelmed her. Despite her drunken state, Xiao Xin allowed him to wrap his arms around her waist, guiding him step by step into the community. So heavy, you're so heavy, she exclaimed. Wang Yang, you need to practice your drinking. You can't even keep up with a woman. With a look of intoxicated determination, she led him to her room. Her accommodations were quite modest, a standard apartment consisting of a single room. Upon entering, one would find the bathroom to the left, the kitchen on the balcony, and a large bed dominating the center. The room was extremely simple. Supporting Wang Yang as they entered, Xiao Xin felt her breath grow heavy with exertion. After securing the door, she instinctively placed Wang Yang on the bed. Thud. Almost as soon as he sat down, Wang Yang instinctively collapsed onto the bed. In the process, his arms, still encircling Xiao Xin's waist, inadvertently pulled her down into his embrace. So fragrant, Wang Yang suddenly detected a delicate aroma wafting through the air. The scent was subtle yet incredibly enticing, momentarily transporting him back to his high school days, where he had harbored a secret crush on the class beauty who sat in front of him. Her long ponytail would sway gently during breaks, occasionally brushing past Wang Yang's nose, leaving behind a faint but unforgettable fragrance that seeped into his very soul. At this moment, inhaling that familiar scent, a look of intoxicated delight crossed Wang Yang's face. His instincts urged him to seek more. He began sniffing the air, searching for the source of the alluring fragrance. Soon, his face was pressed closely against Qiao Xian's, their breaths mingling in the proximity. This scent, how delightful! Wang Yang murmured, lost in a haze of intoxication. Instinctively licking his lips. In his embrace, Qiao Xian was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yang's sudden advance. Had she been sober, she would have surely pushed him away at once. However, she too was intoxicated, not much better off than Wang Yang, despite being treated so frivolously by him. She surprisingly smiled dreamily. Wang Yang, are you thinking about women? She teased. Since we are friends, if you desire a woman, I shall accompany you just this once. Today, fortune favors you, as I am in a good mood and have had a delightful drink. Otherwise, with these long legs of mine, you would never have the chance to touch them. After arriving in the magical city, it had been a long time since she had enjoyed herself. Today, as you have indulged me, I shall grant you joy as well. Wang Yang, I am so happy today. In a state of confusion, Qiao Xian suddenly took the initiative and began to kiss Wang Yang. As she kissed him, she tore at his clothing. However, both of them were profoundly intoxicated. By the time she struggled to remove Wang Yang's shirt, the effects of the alcohol took hold, and he fell asleep once again. As for Qiao Xian, she was no better off than Wang Yang. Under the influence of alcohol, she simply collapsed onto him and drifted into a hazy slumber. The night passed silently, unnoticed. Due to the curtains being left undrawn, the rising sun filled the room with bright light. Under the glaring sunlight, Wang Yang gradually awoke. Before opening his eyes, his mind felt a bit disoriented. The power he had inherited had enhanced his bodily senses far beyond that of an ordinary person. At that moment, he distinctly felt a woman lying on him, her body pressing down heavily. What left him speechless was the realization that he was without clothing. Had he been taken advantage of after drinking too much last night? He had only ever heard of women being taken advantage of, never men. He silently prayed that she was not unattractive, nor afflicted by any contagion. With cautious anticipation, he opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he was taken aback to find that it was indeed Qiao Xian lying atop him. Her figure was stunningly beautiful, perfectly proportioned in all the right places, simply exquisite. Had they truly engaged in such activities while intoxicated the previous night? Wang Yang pondered with a tumultuous heart. He held a certain admiration for Qiao Xian. Her straightforwardness, her loyalty, and her striking beauty aligned well with his ideals of a partner. Yet, he had his principles, even if they had shared an intimate moment. He wished it to be in a state of clarity, allowing him to savor every part of the experience, rather than as oblivious as Zhu Beiji after consuming a ginseng fruit. After all, a man eagerly anticipates his first time. However, confusion soon crept in. Qiao Xian had only removed her upper garments, while the black safety shorts remained fully intact. If they had truly engaged in intimacy, it was impossible that she would still be wearing them. The fact that she was still clad in her safety shorts could only suggest one thing. Nothing had transpired between them, at least not to the final extent. They remained unaware of each other's depths and lengths. It seems I have misunderstood. Perhaps we merely spent the night in slumber without engaging in any profound exchange. Just as this thought blossomed in Wang Yang's mind, Qiao Xian, who lay beside her, opened her eyes. Groggily catching sight of Wang Yang, she instinctively exclaimed a cheerful greeting. However, upon uttering those words, Qiao Xian suddenly became aware of her situation, instinctively sitting up to survey her own body. This observation instantly revealed her condition. Even as a bold and spirited girl from the northeast, she couldn't help but let out a shriek in that moment. Her hands swiftly moved to shield herself, completely obscuring Wang Yang's view. Chapter 9. The enigmatic master of the 8th and 9th realms. How unfortunate. Wang Yang gazed at the breathtaking scenery, only to have it obscured by Qiao Xian's arms, and he felt a pang of regret. Observing her demeanor, it was clear she had no intention of engaging in intimacy after their revelry. After all, she was the forthright northeastern lass he knew. Had she been one of those avaricious women, she would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to consummate their encounter. He lamented to himself that he should have taken a longer glance. With a heavy heart, he turned to Qiao Xian and quickly reassured her. Your safety shorts are still on. We certainly did not engage in anything yesterday. Upon hearing his words, Qiao Xian ceased her shrieks and looked down at her thighs. Seeing that she indeed wore her safety shorts, relief washed over her. Memories of the previous night surged into her mind like a tidal wave. Unlike Wang Yang, who had been heavily intoxicated, she swiftly recalled everything. Realization dawned upon her that it was she who had brought Wang Yang home, even to the extent of removing his clothing and initiating the kiss. Embarrassment flooded her being. Turning to Wang Yang, she immediately stated, "We were both quite inebriated last night, and I have no idea how I ended up bringing you home. Everything that transpired was merely a coincidence. We did nothing but share a bed." She urged him, "You should get dressed and leave at once, as if nothing had occurred. Let us return to being mere friends." Wang Yang, observing Xiao Xian's insistence on dismissing him, felt an immense sense of relief. He was uncertain how to face her in such circumstances, especially given her forthright nature, which surely did not extend to candidness in bed with a male colleague. He regretted not having taken a longer look. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to behold her perfect figure again. With a heavy heart, he hastily donned his clothes under Xiao Xian's watchful gaze, quickly enveloping himself in his attire. As he finished dressing, Xiao Xian exhaled deeply and gestured toward the door, saying, "You may leave now. I need some time to collect myself." Understood, Wang Yang nodded, and as he stepped through the door, he felt the weight of her anxious gaze upon him. As he departed, Xiao Xian finally found solace. She was acutely aware of the allure her body held for men, especially in her current state of undress. It was exceedingly difficult for a man to exercise restraint under such circumstances. Yet Wang Yang had managed to conduct himself with honor, though she suspected his thoughts had wandered, his eyes betraying a restless curiosity. She pondered how much he might have taken advantage of her during the night. Countless thoughts echoed in Xiao Xian's mind. Lowering her gaze to inspect her body, she was taken aback. To her astonishment, her skin bore numerous handprints, large and scattered across her form, a clear indication that Wang Yang had not been entirely composed in his slumber, having explored her body without restraint. Where has this audacious hand wandered? Daring to touch me again? This is too much, Wang Yang. You have truly gone too far. Countless thoughts echoed in Xiao Xian's mind. Yet, recalling how she had brought Wang Yang home yesterday, even stripping him of his clothes, she found it impossible to harbor any resentment. Ultimately, she could only manage a wry smile, hastily retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. However, even during her shower, her mind incessantly wandered, unable to dismiss the image of Wang Yang from her thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yang was oblivious to the change in Xiao Xian after he left. Upon departing her home, he returned immediately to his own room. Yet, this small space, which he had inhabited for over 2 months, now seemed utterly unsatisfactory. He resided in a shared apartment in an urban village where the original 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout had been awkwardly transformed into 7 rooms and 3 bathrooms. And his own room lacked an en-suite. The thought that 2 million now lay cold and motionless in his bank account made Wang Yang feel that such a shared accommodation was no longer befitting of him. However, in this metropolis, 2 million could only procure a modest property, not even a spacious flat, let alone a villa. He resolved to continue striving for wealth, at least aiming to achieve a small goal that would enable him to upgrade to a larger flat or perhaps a villa. Wang Yang surveyed the cramped confines of his room and made a firm decision. Yet, despite his resolve, he did not rush out to earn money immediately. His experiences from the previous day had taught him that places like Panjiayuan truly thrived at night. If he wished to seize an opportunity, nighttime would be the most convenient. Furthermore, activating his spiritual sight was taxing on the body. His inability to control himself while drinking the previous night stemmed from a need to replenish his bodily nutrients due to excessive consumption. Had he cultivated the profound techniques of the Tianyin sect, he could significantly reduce the physical toll of using his spiritual sight. Since acquiring the inheritance, Wang Yang had yet to formally practice the advanced techniques. He decided to utilize the daylight hours to cultivate these skills and enhance his physical prowess. With his mind set, Wang Yang sat cross-legged on his bed and began his practice. To his astonishment, he discovered a surging reservoir of spiritual energy within him. Clearly, the Tianyin sect's legacy had not only opened his spiritual sight, but had also left a wealth of residual energy in his body. As he channeled this energy through the advanced techniques, it swiftly transformed into pure true energy, integrating into his dantian, propelling his cultivation to new heights. From a third-rate martial artist to a second-rate, then to a first-rate. In no time, Wang Yang found himself reaching the pinnacle of first-rate martial artists. Yet, even then, his true energy continued to expand until his dantian was nearly brimming with this newfound energy, fully absorbing the abundant spiritual essence within him. Dumbfounded by his sudden breakthrough to the peak of first-rate status, Wang Yang was astounded. according to the inheritance he had received. The spiritual energy of the world had nearly depleted since the Tang dynasty. In this era, known as the Age of Decline, true energy could only be cultivated through the aid of medicinal supplements. Every step of cultivation necessitates a considerable amount of elixirs. Under normal circumstances, to ascend to the rank of a first-rate martial artist, one would require 3 decades of rigorous training, even with a continuous supply of minor elixirs from a young age. The amount of cultivation he has achieved in this brief period is equivalent to the arduous training of an ordinary martial artist over 30 years. This merely reflects a transformation in his realm. In reality, his combat prowess is even more formidable than his realm would suggest. The classification of martial artist realms includes third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, half-step master, and master. Although Wang Yang is merely a first-rate martial artist, his practical combat ability rivals that of any master. This is because he practices the 8-9 profound art, a celestial martial technique, renowned as the most powerful method that harmonizes both internal and external training. He is truly a paragon of dual excellence. Not only does his true chi strength reach the level of a first-rate martial artist, but his physical conditioning also matches that of a first-rate warrior. Under the enhancement of true chi, his physical strength can momentarily elevate to the level of a master. In this age of dwindling martial arts, a master represents the pinnacle of martial prowess. With each cultivation session, the operation of his true chi is akin to that of a master-level martial artist, leaving him in a state of astonishment. Chapter 10. The luxurious flower of humanity, the immense spiritual energy within me must have been infused during the inheritance I received yesterday. It undoubtedly pertains to the legendary legacy of Erlangchen, far surpassing any ordinary martial arts heritage. Alas, in this world where spiritual energy has dissipated, my potential for further breakthrough seems limited. Wang Yang sighed inwardly, only to soon furrow his brow. He became acutely aware of the intense sour odor emanating from his own body, a scent mingled with the unmistakable aroma of alcohol. Unbeknownst to him, a thick layer of black grime had settled upon him. Was this the result of cultivating the 8-9 mystical arts, purging the impurities from his body? Filled with a sense of reflection, Wang Yang promptly rose and made his way to the bathroom. Before long, he washed away the filth clinging to him. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he set off for Panjiayuan, eager to continue his treasure hunting. Typically, the afternoon at Panjiayuan sees a sparse crowd, with some stall owners even opting to remain closed. However, today was an anomaly. The market was bustling with an unprecedented number of visitors, even more than during the evening. Have you heard? Someone unearthed a pair of Qing dynasty cloison vases at Panjiayuan yesterday, which sold for 6 million at Jinlong auction house. Your information is incomplete. It wasn't just the vases. Someone also discovered a painting of 100 shrimp by Qi Baisher, fetching 15 million. I've heard that too. And both discoveries were made by the same individual. Various discussions echoed throughout Panjiayuan. Every patron gazed at the antiques on display with fervent eyes, as though convinced that they, too, would be the next to uncover a hidden gem. Upon overhearing these conversations, Wang Yang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It appeared that news from Jinlong auction house had leaked. He sighed inwardly and discreetly activated his celestial vision, intently scrutinizing the antiques at the stalls. He feared that with the influx of treasure hunters, genuine artifacts that rightfully belonged to him might be snatched away by others. Yet, just as he was about to pass a few stalls, an excited voice called out to him. Wang Yang, are you here to hunt for treasures as well? Upon hearing the voice, Wang Yang instinctively turned in its direction, and soon, several familiar figures emerged into view. The one who joyfully called out his name was Tian Tian, the class monitor, affectionately nicknamed the Flower of Humanity. Upon seeing her, a smile spread across Wang Yang's face, and he hurried over to greet her. As he approached, Tian Tian playfully delivered a light punch to his arm. With a pout of feigned grievance, she exclaimed, Wang Yang, have you decided to ignore our friendship? I've tried to reach you numerous times, but either you don't respond, or you claim to be busy. Yu Haven T made an effort to meet me even once. Wang Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment at her complaints. Tian Tian was one of the few friends he cherished from university. Yet her family's wealth had always cast a shadow over their friendship. The Tian family possesses a chain of over a dozen hotels in the bustling metropolis, along with various other enterprises, boasting fixed assets exceeding 10 billion. Tian Tian, the sole daughter of the family, is destined to inherit all of this wealth. Thus, she has earned the moniker of a flower of affluence in the mortal realm. Logically, one would think that a super-rich second-generation heir like her would exist on a completely different plane from Wang Yang, as if they were two parallel lines that would never intersect. Even being classmates, their interactions would be minimal. However, fate sometimes orchestrates peculiar encounters. One day, upon returning from a part-time job, Wang Yang fortuitously stumbled upon Tian being cornered by two drunken men on a narrow path leading to their school. Enchanted by her beauty, the two men attempted to assault her. Just as they were tearing at her clothing, Wang Yang rushed in to confront them, engaging in a fierce struggle. Although he was outnumbered and sustained some injuries, his strength, honed through frequent labor, enabled him to successfully rescue Tian. That heroic act forged a bond of friendship between them. Yet, as time passed, Wang Yang sensed a shift in the nature of their friendship, particularly in Tian's affections, which began to transcend the boundaries of mere camaraderie. Despite her indifference to his financial status, he was acutely aware of it, feeling inferior in her presence due to his lack of wealth. This sense of inadequacy became even more pronounced after a social outing with her, where he faced veiled disdain from her affluent friends. Consequently, after graduating from university, he deliberately distanced himself from Tian, wishing to delineate a clearer boundary between them. However, that was in the past. Now, having acquired his own legacy, he no longer felt inferior to her and no longer sought to avoid her. As he caught sight of Tian glaring at him with a hint of resentment, Wang Yang awkwardly smiled and remarked, "I've been exceedingly busy lately. But now that I've wrapped up my obligations, I'll have time. If you invite me again, I promise to come." Hearing his words, the tension in Tian's expression gradually eased. "Nonetheless," she retorted, "I'll remember your words. If you dare not show up when I invite you again, I shall have to give you a good thrashing." All right, you can hit me then." Wang Yang laughed in response, his gaze toward her brimming with affection. After a moment of silence, he inquired, Tian, what brings you to Panjiayuan?" Instantly, her face brightened as she replied, "Today is my grandfather's 70th birthday. He has a passion for collecting antiques, and I wish to buy him a piece as a gift. I heard that someone found a rare antique here, and I wanted to try my luck. After all, an antique I discover myself would hold greater sentimental value." Wang Yang's face lit up with a smile at her words. "I'll join you. It's perfect to have me as your advisor." Great, Tian exclaimed, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons with joy. In that moment, she momentarily overlooked her classmates from Shinbing and eagerly sought Wang Yang's assistance in selecting a Bai-shi painting entitled Three Roosters Celebrating Longevity from a nearby stall. If it were an authentic piece, its market value would approach 20 million, making it even more valuable than the shrimp painting that Wang Yang acquired yesterday. Upon noticing that Tian had set her sights on a particular piece, Wang Yang discreetly activated his discerning vision to assist her in verifying its authenticity. However, a wave of disappointment washed over him as he discovered that the painting in question was an unequivocal forgery, just as he was about to deactivate his vision in disheartenment. Another painting at the stall caught his attention. This one was also a Three Roosters and Longevity painting by Bai-shi, albeit executed in a rather hasty manner, appearing to be a blatant imitation. Yet, under Wang Yang's discerning gaze, it radiated a unique historical aura, affirming its status as a genuine work. Remarkably, not only the Three Roosters and Longevity painting, but several other seemingly counterfeit pieces attributed to Bai-shi also emanated this distinctive historical glow, validating their authenticity. Chapter 11. 7 Paintings by Bai-shi. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Yang could distinctly feel his heart racing, uncontrollably accelerating. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Before him lay an entire collection of 7 genuine works by Bai-shi. The least expensive of Bai-shi's paintings fetched several million, while the most coveted could reach upwards of 100 million. Although these particular pieces did not command such astronomical sums, Wang Yang calculated conservatively in his mind that the combined worth of the 7 paintings could easily surpass 100 million. Calm. Wang Yang repeatedly reminded himself to maintain his composure, ensuring that the stall owner did not perceive any hint of his inner turmoil. Only when his heart beat steady did he turn to Tian with a light-hearted smile, saying, "This painting must be a replica by a fan of Bai-shi. Although it is remarkably lifelike, some subtle details reveal the distinction." Upon hearing Wang Yang's assessment, Tian promptly set down the painting, clearly placing her unwavering trust in him. As he observed her action, his gaze shifted back to the stall, and he casually addressed the owner. "I am in the process of moving and require some artwork to adorn my new home. Please refrain from presenting such high-quality replicas. Assist me in selecting pieces that appear as though I have personally created them. When guests arrive, I shall claim I casually painted a few decorations for my residence." Initially displeased by Wang Yang's earlier comments, which had cost him a potential sale. The stall owner's demeanor brightened at the prospect of Wang Yang's intent to purchase several paintings. He eagerly retrieved the very pieces that had captured Wang Yang's attention moments prior. These paintings are recent acquisitions of mine, all created by a deceased professor of traditional Chinese painting. They're likely early works. While they may not rival the quality of those replicas, they unmistakably convey the essence of being hand-painted, which perfectly aligns with your requirements. For all 7, I will charge you just 1,000. The stall owner beamed with enthusiasm, determined to sell all 7 paintings to Wang Yang. Upon hearing this offer, Wang Yang quickly realized that these works were intentionally crafted to appear rather ordinary, serving to obscure the true masterpieces beneath. Clearly, the late professor's family was unaware of the painting's true nature, leading them to sell them together. Understanding this, he refrained from further dialogue and promptly scanned his phone to transfer 1,000 yuan, instructing the owner to wrap up the paintings. Once the transaction was complete and all the artworks were in his possession, he casually remarked to the owner, "These paintings seem a bit few. Does the late professor's family possess any more of this early style?" The stall owner immediately shook his head. "No. All the paintings from that professor's estate have been collected by my brother and me. I sell at the entrance of Panjiayuan, while he sells at the exit. If you find this selection insufficient, you may visit my brother's stall for further options as you leave." Upon hearing this, Wang Yang realized that the brother's stall was the very place where he had stumbled upon an exquisite find the day before. The painting he had acquired then was far more refined than the hasty pieces he saw today. It appears that the elderly professor found the imitation too lifelike, believing it unsafe to keep the original on display, thus opting for a more hasty rendition instead. Wang Yang, feeling a sense of nostalgia, turned to his employer with a smile and remarked, "All right, once we step out, let us visit your brother's stall." After confirming that the stall owner had nothing of his interest, Wang Yang swiftly directed his gaze towards Tian and continued, "Let us explore other stalls to see if there is anything you might desire." "Yes, let us wander through the other stalls," replied Tian, her face aglow with joy as she followed Wang Yang further ahead. Meanwhile, the group of classmates behind them observed Tian's singular focus on Wang Yang, completely disregarding their presence, leaving them momentarily speechless. It was a mystery how Wang Yang possessed such charisma. Whenever he appeared, Tian's heart seemed to belong solely to him. Yet, Tian was a rare flower of society, the heiress to a vast chain of hotels, and the disparity between them loomed large. Was it possible for them to unite? It seemed unlikely. Wang Yang's inherent pride set him apart from the local populace of Shanghai, who easily gained admission to prestigious universities. He hailed from a rural background, having scored over 200 points more than them. Indeed, Wang Yang bore a deep-seated pride, though his lineage may not match theirs. He had always displayed a tenacity to bridge the gap through sheer effort, and with his pride, he would never stoop to living off another's fortune. The classmates behind him whispered amongst themselves, their gazes towards Wang Yang and Tian rife with skepticism. However, the current Wang Yang was a master of self-control, his hearing exceptionally acute. Despite their hushed tones, every word reached his ears clearly. In the past, such discussions would have pricked his pride, compelling him to distance himself from Tian. Yet this time, he chose to remain by her side, engaging in light-hearted banter. Even though he yearned to hasten to the exit of Panjiayuan to acquire the remaining authentic Qi Baishe pieces, he did not urge Tian to quicken her pace. The vendors here were astute. Should they rush merely to procure a few ordinary paintings, the stall owners would surely sense their urgency. "Wang Yang, when will you invite me to visit your new home?" "Wang Yang, it has been 2 months since we last met. Have you missed me?" "Wang Yang." Along the way, Tian chirped like a cheerful lark, her delight unmistakably shining through her eyes. It was evident to any observer just how much she cherished Wang Yang. Before they knew it, the group arrived at the exit of Panjiayuan. "I suppose I must head to the antique shop to select a gift for my grandfather's 70th birthday," Tian said, her expression tinged with disappointment as she contemplated which antique store to visit. Observing her dismay, Wang Yang smiled mysteriously and replied, "Do not fret. I have the perfect birthday gift for the old gentleman right here with me. Later this evening, I will accompany you to celebrate, ensuring he receives a delightful surprise." Upon hearing this, Tian's spirits lifted, and she nodded eagerly, oblivious to the nature of the gifts Wang Yang could afford. Soon, the two of them arrived at the stall, their faces beaming with joy. As Wang Yang meticulously scrutinized the stall, a subtle furrow formed upon his brow. This was due to the absence of the beginner's paintings he so desperately sought. Had they been purchased by someone else in advance? A tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart as he turned to the stall owner and inquired. I overheard the vendor at the entrance mention that you possess some early works by a renowned professor of traditional Chinese painting. Yet, I see none displayed here. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the stall owner promptly opened a box beneath the table, retrieving paintings while casting a smile in Wang Yang's direction. All the artworks are here. Those pieces are rather rudimentary and not worthy of display, he explained. There are a total of 7 paintings. If you wish to acquire them, I can offer you the same price as my brothers, for a total of 1,000 yuan. Chapter 12. Come, let us showcase, all right. I will take them all. Wang Yang forcefully suppressed the excitement bubbling within him and discreetly activated his clairvoyance. Upon confirming that the 7 paintings were indeed authentic, he promptly completed the payment via scan. After receiving the 7 artworks from the proprietor, he immediately led Tian and her companions out of Panjiayuan. Carefully securing the paintings, Wang Yang turned to Tian and said, "Please take me to your grandfather's birthday celebration." Of course, Tian replied joyfully, nodding vigorously. She then waved goodbye to her classmates behind her. Our bargain hunting was unsuccessful. You all continue shopping. I must return. As they watched Tian and Wang Yang depart, the group could not restrain their hushed discussions. Wang Yang is actually attending the elder Tian's birthday? Could it be that he has finally come to terms with his situation and is prepared to rely on Tian? They speculated. What if he has indeed accepted it? But the Tian family does not regard him highly? With so many suitors vying for Tian's affection, and numerous guests bringing extravagant gifts for the elder's celebration that evening, how could Wang Yang's modest paintings possibly measure up? The classmates continued their murmurs, casting worried glances at Wang Yang's retreating figure. Unaware of the gossip that followed him, Wang Yang, guided by Tian, soon arrived at the entrance of a 5-star hotel. Although it was barely past 5 o'clock, the hotel was already bustling with an array of luxury vehicles. Upon entering the grand lobby, they were greeted by the sight of elegantly dressed men and women engaged in lively conversation. Clad in high-end designer attire, they exuded an air of opulence that was simply beyond compare. In stark contrast, Wang Yang's ensemble, sourced from budget retailers, rendered him painfully out of place. Yet, despite this, as he stepped into the lobby, a number of eyes instinctively fell upon him. Who is the man beside Tian? Has anyone seen him before? Murmured the crowd. Isn't it said that Tian is single? Why do they appear so intimate? The whispers continued, underscoring the perception that someone of Wang Yang's humble appearance could never gain the approval of the Tian family. Tian's partner must be a capable individual, capable of shouldering the immense weight of the Tian family's billion-dollar assets. Without such credentials, even winning Tian's affection would not suffice for marriage. As the discussions swirled around him, the disdain in the eyes of the onlookers was palpable, particularly among those who had been courting Tian. They quickly gathered together, conspiring in hushed tones. Before long, they had devised a plan and formed a line, approaching the elder Tian. Dear elder Tian, today marks your 70th birthday, and I have specially crafted a longevity peach for you at the goldsmith's. Elder Tian, I present to you an ancient painting from the Republic era. While it may not be by a master, it holds significant collectible value. Elder Tian, this is a Ming Dynasty painting of the 8 immortals. Wishing you fortune as vast as the East Sea and longevity surpassing the South Mountain. One by one, these suitors of Tian presented their carefully selected gifts to the elder Tian. As the gifts were finally delivered, they gathered around Wang Yang and Tian, casting sidelong glances at Wang Yang with a sarcastic tone. Tian, who is the man beside you? What gifts has he prepared for old Master Tian's birthday? It is indeed a grand occasion. I trust you haven't come empty-handed. With his pitiful appearance, what could he possibly offer? Perhaps a trinket worth only a few dozen yuan. If it's merely a trinket, it would be best not to present it at all, for such an item would only serve to embarrass us in this setting. Tian's anger flared as she observed the incessant jibes directed at Wang Yang. She pointed at them vehemently. Be quiet. All of you, just be quiet. Wang Yang is my classmate. Whatever he gifts will surely be appreciated by my grandfather. Her voice was laced with fury as she scolded them, yet she cautiously glanced at Wang Yang, fearful that their words might dishearten him. After finally reuniting with him, she was not willing to let their taunts drive him away again. Wang Yang, noticing Tian's anxious demeanor, affectionately ruffled her hair. Come, let us go present our gift to your grandfather. With a gentle smile, he took her hand and headed toward old Master Tian. The surrounding crowd, taken aback by Wang Yang's disregard for their mockery, exchanged glances their expressions darkening. He certainly has composure, someone muttered, but we shall see how long he can maintain it. Once he unveils that cheap gift, the laughter will be on him. Just earlier, I noticed something protruding from his pocket. It appeared to be a poorly rolled painting, clearly a counterfeit. Presenting such a piece as a gift will surely render him the subject of ridicule today. The onlookers whispered among themselves, their gazes fixed on Wang Yang, eager to witness his imminent embarrassment. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Wang Yang and Tian soon approached Old Master Tian. "Grandfather, this is my classmate Wang Yang. The one I mentioned who once saved me," Tian said joyfully, introducing him to her grandfather. Upon hearing the introduction, Old Master Tian's face lit up with joy. Come, sit beside me. Today, we must share a few drinks together. Old Master, let us not rush to drink just yet. First, allow me to present the gift I have prepared for you," Wang Yang replied. Tian mentioned your fondness for the paintings of Qi Baishe, and fortuitously, I possess a selection of his works. I would be delighted if you could choose one that resonates with you as a token of my respect. With a calm smile, Wang Yang began to unfurl the Qi Baishe paintings he had casually packed in a bag, laying them out on the table one by one. 2. As he revealed a dozen or more of Qi Baishe's paintings, the crowd, who had been anticipating his folly, could no longer contain their laughter. Did you hear that? Those paintings are indeed by Qi Baishe. When did his works become so inexpensive that one could produce a dozen at once? Although I am not an esteemed connoisseur of antiques, it is abundantly clear that those paintings are utterly counterfeit, so obvious that even a child could discern their inauthenticity. Could he possibly believe them to be genuine? It is likely that Wang Yang lacks any knowledge of antiques and has been deceived by the vendors at Panjiayuan, mistaking those commonplace items for authentic treasures. Mocking voices incessantly echoed throughout the hotel. Yet, Wang Yang appeared oblivious to the ridicule, continuing to unfurl each painting in his possession. In his determination to display every piece, he even brought over 2 additional tables, merging them with the one in front of Elder Tian. Chapter 13. Tian's affluent friend one by one. Wang Yang disregarded the murmurs surrounding him and unfurled all 14 paintings. Only after the last piece was laid flat did he turn to Old Master Tian and say, "Esteemed sir, these 14 artworks are all authentic pieces by the esteemed Qi Baishe. I am unaware of your preferences, so I kindly request that you select a painting that resonates with you." Old Master Tian, observing Wang Yang's unwavering confidence, fixed his curious gaze upon the 14 Qi Baishe paintings sprawled on the table. Although the paintings initially appeared counterfeit, he examined them with utmost seriousness. He understood that, like Tian, Wang Yang was a distinguished scholar of history. A scholar of such caliber would not be easily deceived by a plethora of obvious fakes. These artworks must possess some extraordinary quality. With this thought in mind, Old Master Tian scrutinized the paintings intently. As a seasoned antique collector, having initially dismissed the notion that these artworks were as simple as they appeared, he quickly discerned that the paper used for the paintings was unusual. His expression transformed into one of palpable excitement as he looked at Wang Yang, exclaiming, "The paper of these paintings is peculiar. Could it be that these are layered works, with the surface paintings appearing crude, while the true masterpieces lie beneath?" Wang Yang, taken aback by Old Master Tian's swift insight into the painting's intricacies, expressed his admiration, saying, "You are absolutely correct, esteemed sir. These are indeed layered works. However, I cannot guarantee that the underlying paintings are authentic, which is why I require your expertise to unveil the surface layer and verify their authenticity." Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, a spark of enthusiasm ignited in Old Master Tian's eyes. He promptly instructed the Tian family to prepare the necessary tools. Within a short span of 10 minutes, a complete set of preservation tools and special solutions were delivered to him. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, he approached the painting of 3 roosters celebrating longevity with great care, delicately applying the solution to the surface layer and gradually revealing what lay beneath. As the layers were meticulously peeled away, those who had previously mocked Wang Yang were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. To their disbelief, beneath the surface of the painting of 3 roosters celebrating longevity lay another artwork of the same theme, exuding a vibrant aura far surpassing that of the top layer. Could it be that this hidden painting was indeed an authentic piece by Qi Baishe? The value of Qi Baishe's 3 roosters celebrating longevity approached 20 million. With 14 such pieces, the potential worth was staggering. The worth of Qi Baishe's paintings varied significantly, with some fetching over 100 million while others could reach the million mark. Although these 14 paintings might not include the highest valued masterpieces, if they were all genuine, Their combined worth would likely be around 200 million. Gasps of shock reverberated through the hotel as whispers of disbelief spread. Those who had disparaged Wang Yang fell silent, fully aware that if these paintings were indeed authentic, each piece would far surpass the value of any gifts they had presented. As they were engulfed in a profound melancholy, Old Master Tian unexpectedly turned his gaze towards Wang Yang, exclaiming, "This painting is indeed an authentic work by Qi Bai Shi, with a market value starting at 15 million. Are you certain you wish to present such a precious piece as a gift to me?" Upon hearing Old Master Tian's words, Wang Yang chuckled. "Though I am not a person of great stature, I understand that a gentleman's word is as good as a promise. Since I have declared it a gift for you, it shall indeed be yours." Hearing this, Old Master Tian no longer felt the need for politeness and promptly accepted the painting. His eyes frequently darted towards Wang Yang and Tian, brimming with an indescribable satisfaction. "Very well, I shall accept this gift. When you and Tian eventually marry, I will prepare a substantial gift for you." Old Master Tian beamed with joy, clearly having recognized Wang Yang's worth. However, Wang Yang could not help but feel a hint of embarrassment as Old Master Tian had evidently misunderstood the nature of his relationship with Tian. Yet, before he could clarify, Tian grasped his hand joyfully, saying, "Wang Yang, my friend over there is calling for me. Let us join them for dinner. It would be rather dull to remain here with my grandfather's business associates." Upon hearing her words, Wang Yang nodded and began to tidy up the remaining paintings. Soon, the 13 remaining pieces were carelessly rolled and placed into a large bag provided by the stall owner. Observing Wang Yang's casual demeanor, Old Master Tian's gaze towards him grew even more approving. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, Old Master Tian regarded him with the same admiration a mother might hold for a prospective son-in-law. Accompanying Tian, he soon arrived at the table of her friends, specifically her circle of acquaintances. The table was populated by 8 individuals, 3 men and 5 women, all adorned in luxurious attire. As Wang Yang settled down beside Tian and casually placed the bag containing the paintings at his feet, admiration flashed across their faces. Tian, you haven't introduced us to your boyfriend yet," teased Yang, one of Tian's friends. Blushing at the playful remark, Tian replied, "This is Wang Yang, my university classmate. We are currently just friends." "Just friends?" Yang quipped. "Do ordinary friends bestow such extravagant gifts upon one another? From what I've witnessed tonight, it appears you two are poised to transform your friendship into something more romantic." Her words caused Tian's cheeks to flush an even deeper shade. Yet she refrained from denying the insinuation, instead casting a silent glance towards Wang Yang. Any observer, not lacking in perception, could discern her feelings through the way she gazed at him. In the past, Wang Yang would typically feign ignorance and shy away when he noticed her tender glances. However, this time, he resolved not to evade the situation. Just as he was about to speak, Yang, who had been jesting, suddenly clutched her chest, her expression transforming into one of alarm as she pointed towards her bag. Observing her in such a distressing state, Tian hurriedly rushed to Yangmi's side and adeptly retrieved a bottle of fast-acting heart medication from her bag. In one swift motion, she poured out more than 20 pills and directly administered them into Yangmi's mouth. Yet, despite the overwhelming dosage, Yangmi's complexion showed little improvement. Instead, her breathing became increasingly labored. The once radiant and beautiful Yangmi now exuded an aura of impending doom. Witnessing Yangmi in such a condition, tears streamed down Tian's face uncontrollably. Amidst her sobs, she turned to the onlookers, urging the second-generation crowd, "What are you waiting for? Quickly call for an ambulance." It was only upon hearing Tian's desperate plea that someone finally reacted, hastily dialing for help. Chapter 14. A hand to save cough, cough, cough. Yangmi weakly coughed, extending her hand to caress Tian's face. With a faint smile, she gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Tian's eyes, saying, "Do not weep. The fact that I have lived this long is already a blessing. Many specialists from renowned hospitals have predicted I would not see my 20th year. Yet here I am at 24, having defied their expectations by 4 whole years. After I am gone, remember to visit my grave each year, bringing with you 99 red roses. Do refrain from bringing those mournful flowers. I have always had a fondness for red roses. It is regrettable, however, that my heart has always been weak, preventing me from experiencing the thrill of love or the company of a man. I had hoped you would share your experiences with men with me, yet here we are, and you have yet to win over Wang Yang." Tian, witnessing her dear friend speak so candidly about such matters as death drew near, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Just as she was about to offer some words of comfort to Yang Mi, a large hand reached out from beside her and enveloped Yang Mi in an embrace. "Stop crying. She is not going to die just yet. Hand her over to me," a calm voice interjected. It was at this moment that Tian Tian realized Wang Yang had arrived. Trusting him without hesitation, she released her grasp on Yang Mi, fully entrusting her to Wang Yang. Taking Yang Mi into his arms, Wang Yang carefully laid her down. Looking into her eyes, he spoke with a steady tone. "I possess ancestral medical knowledge that can provide you with temporary relief, though the procedure will require my hands to touch beneath your clothing. You may feel a bit uncomfortable. Bear with me." Wang Yang was not jesting. He indeed had a lineage of medical expertise. His grandfather, a venerable old physician in their village, had imparted much knowledge to him in his youth. However, his grandfather had no methods to treat Yang Mi's condition. The techniques he could employ to aid her came from the inheritance of the Tianyin sect. He felt emboldened to act because of his grandfather's legacy, ensuring that any scrutiny would deflect onto the deceased elder. Unaware of Wang Yang's internal deliberations, Yang Mi felt a surge of hope upon hearing he could save her. She eagerly nodded in agreement. "I welcome all assistance. As long as you can heal me, do what you must." Recognizing that Yang Mi was not one to indulge in theatrics, Wang Yang wasted no time. He swiftly lifted the hem of her short sleeve and placed his hands directly over her heart. What a remarkable moment! Wang Yang silently marveled as he began to apply pressure to specific acupoints around Yang Mi's heart, channeling his vital energy into her. As his energy flowed into the acupoints, Yang Mi's previously pallid complexion visibly transformed, gaining a healthy hue. Witnessing this transformation, those familiar with Yang Mi's ailment could not contain their astonishment. Her condition was indeed improving. It seemed that Wang Yang possessed genuine skill. Yang Mi's congenital heart disease had led her to consult not only renowned doctors within the country, but also prestigious hospitals abroad. Yet no one had been able to cure her. With a seemingly effortless gesture, he had pulled Yang Mi back from the brink of death. Though it remained uncertain whether he possessed the means to completely heal her. If he did, he would undoubtedly achieve great success. For the Yang family's jewelry empire was a true titan worth hundreds of billions. Gaining the favor of the Yang family would yield unimaginable benefits. Whispers of speculation filled the air, and the gazes directed at Wang Yang were infused with curiosity and goodwill. Even among the wealthy heirs, who had previously glared at him with disdain, there was now a noticeable absence of malice. The medical profession is forever held in high esteem, and a healer with evident extraordinary skills would never be slighted. Yang Mi's affliction was notorious within their circle. Thus even Wang Yang's modest intervention rendered him a quasi-divine healer in their eyes. Should he succeed in curing Yang Mi entirely, he would solidify his reputation as a true miracle worker. It was known that Elder Tian possessed extensive connections in the metropolis today. The upper echelons of the city's elite were present, with the exception of the newly ascendant tech moguls. Establishing himself as a miracle worker would essentially grant him a permanent place in the hearts of all the affluent in the city, leading to unquantifiable future advantages. However, Wang Yang was oblivious to this. His sole intention was to heal, driven by the desire to prevent a stunning and alluring woman from perishing before him. At that moment, observing the color return to Yang Mi's face, he gradually ceased channeling his energy and withdrew his hands from her embrace. As his hands left, Yang Mi instinctively emitted a soft sigh, her gaze lingering on his hands with a sense of longing. Throughout her life, she had never felt such comfort. Wang Yang's hands felt like two warm furnaces, enveloping her body in a soothing warmth. Even her heart began to beat vigorously. The sensation of her heart beating strongly was an unparalleled delight for her. Since she could remember, she had never experienced such a feeling. It was utterly intoxicating. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment and the presence of so many onlookers, she would have longed to reclaim Wang Yang's hands. Wishing to continue feeling her heart race, unaware of Yang Mi's innermost feelings, Wang Yang withdrew his hands and addressed her. "Your condition is stable for now. It will not relapse within a week, and you can engage in normal activities. However, my methods can only ensure your heart remains stable for 1 week. To fully cure your heart disease, some herbal remedies will be necessary." Upon hearing that Wang Yang possessed the means to potentially cure her, Yang Mi was overwhelmed with excitement and sprang up from the ground. Looking at him with fervent anticipation, she exclaimed, "If you can heal me, I will certainly reward you handsomely. Whether it be money or gifts, I will provide. If you desire companionship, I could offer myself in gratitude." Yang Mi was utterly exhilarated. Ignoring entirely the relationship between Tian Tian and Wang Yang, she longed to express all the advantages she could offer him in a single breath. Her desire to survive was overwhelming. although she often presented a carefree demeanor, proclaiming that each extra day of life was a gain. Deep within her, she harbored a profound fear of death. More accurately, it was not death itself that terrified her, but rather the sense of injustice. She resented the myriad of experiences she had been deprived of due to her heart condition, experiences she could have savored before passing away. Culinary delights, for instance, were never partaken in due to her health issues. Matters of love and intimacy remained foreign to her, also because of her heart condition. If only she could have tasted all that life had to offer, she would face death without fear, for her spirit was indomitable. Chapter 15. Stay at my home for a few days. Wang Yang gazed at Yang Mi, whose excitement was palpable, and felt a tinge of embarrassment at her bold declaration of devotion. After a lengthy pause, he turned to her and said, Yang Mi, there is no need for such sentiments. You are Tian's close friend, and thus, you are also my friend. I will certainly do my utmost to help you. However, your condition is rather unique and requires medicinal ingredients that are centuries, if not millennia, old. Until I can gather these materials, I can only employ the method I used earlier to sustain you for the time being. Upon hearing that Wang Yang not only had the capability to cure her, but could also keep her alive until then, joy illuminated Yang Mi's face. She looked at him with a beaming smile and said, Yes, what materials do you need? I will ensure my family acquires them. But until all the ingredients are gathered, may I remain by your side? This way, if I suddenly fall ill, you can assist me immediately. Wang Yang, considering her words, showed a contemplative expression. Although his medical skills could sustain Yang Mi for a week without issue, this was contingent upon the absence of unforeseen circumstances. Intense emotions and the consumption of heart-stimulating foods could potentially shorten this duration, even precipitating a crisis that could endanger her life. Therefore, Yang Mi's concerns were not unfounded. After contemplating these factors, Wang Yang ultimately nodded in agreement. You may stay with me from now on. Yang Mi's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile upon receiving his consent. She promptly rose from the floor and happily stood beside him. Once he sat down, she took a seat right next to him, claiming the spot that originally belonged to Tian. Tian observed Yang Mi's actions with an inexplicable discomfort. Although she understood that Yang Mi's proximity to Wang Yang was merely a natural response to her dire situation, she still felt an unsettling sensation in her heart, as if something precious of hers was being taken away. I am overthinking this, she reassured herself. Yang Mi and Wang Yang share a simple relationship of doctor and patient. She is my best friend, and she knows I have always liked Wang Yang. She cannot possibly harbor any feelings for him. With these thoughts, Tian soon settled on Wang Yang's other side. As they sat, one on each side of him, the others finally began to take their seats. However, once settled, the eyes of the group could not help but gravitate towards Wang Yang. Wang Yang, many renowned doctors have been at a loss with Yang Mi's illness. Yet you have so effortlessly managed to bring her back. Which esteemed physician did you study under? Wang Yang, let us exchange WeChat contacts. If my family encounters any medical issues that the hospital cannot resolve, we will need your assistance. Wang Yang, I would also like to connect with you on WeChat. My family is in the car business, and should you ever need a vehicle, I can certainly help you find any luxury car you desire. Wang Yang, my family is engaged in real estate. Although we are not as renowned as those prominent national developers, we possess a considerable portfolio of luxury properties in the bustling metropolis. Should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to inform me. Wang Yang. The affluent offspring gazed at him with eager anticipation, continually adding him as a friend on their mobile devices. Those who had previously regarded him with disdain now looked upon him with nothing but respect. The wealthier individuals become, the more they value life, and consequently, the greater their reverence for doctors. Clearly, these young elites were no exception. Seeing their enthusiasm, Wang Yang could only helplessly retrieve his phone and reciprocate their friendship requests. After all, they were friends of Tian or guests of the Tian family. And at the elder Tian's birthday banquet, it was rather impolite to refuse. Yet, despite adding them as friends, he had no intention of engaging with them excessively in the future. They were not kindred spirits, destined to remain apart. At other tables, affluent individuals of considerable standing in the metropolis began subtly inquiring about Wang Yang, eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Even the elder Tian's old acquaintances were fervently discussing Wang Yang. Old Tian, your granddaughter has found an excellent son-in-law. Old Tian, if we encounter any health issues in the future, we must rely on your son-in-law to treat us. He managed to heal that young lady from the Yang family. He must be a true miracle worker. And he is so young. Your Tian family is indeed fortunate." The excitement and the conversations of the elder Tian's friends echoed around the room. The older they became, the more they understood the formidable future that a skilled doctor could possess. Hearing the discussions around him, the elder Tian could not help but wear a pleased smile, increasingly affirming his appreciation for Wang Yang. Initially, Wang Yang was unaware of the extraordinary nature of his actions in saving Yangmi. However, as time passed, he began to comprehend the considerable influence of his medical skills in a public setting. As the banquet commenced, an overwhelming number of people approached him to toast. These individuals ranged from affluent third-generation heirs like Tian and Yangmi to second-generation successors of family businesses, and even some successful first-generation entrepreneurs. Regardless of their status, they all adopted a remarkably humble demeanor when addressing Wang Yang. It seemed he had underestimated the impact of medical expertise. After countless toasts with the wealthy individuals who approached him, Wang Yang finally recognized the uniqueness of his inherited medical skills in this era. Ultimately, after adding over 100 new friends on his phone, the stream of toasts began to dwindle, allowing Wang Yang to breathe a sigh of relief. For he was on the verge of inebriation. Despite having cultivated his physique through rigorous practice, enhancing both his strength and tolerance, the sheer volume of toast was overwhelming. Even with an increased tolerance for alcohol, he was on the verge of inebriation. Exhaling deeply, Wang Yang felt a slight dizziness enveloping his mind and promptly turned to Tian and Yangmi beside him. "I've had quite enough to drink," he declared. "I wish to find a place to rest for a while. Let us depart." Before Tian could respond to Wang Yang's intent to leave, Yangmi stood up decisively. Looking at Wang Yang, she stated plainly, "Let us return to my home. You shall stay with us for the next few days, as it will be more convenient for me to look after you." Chapter 16. It's time for a change of clothes. Wang Yang appeared to be lucid. Yet he had undoubtedly indulged a bit too much in drink. His logical reasoning had faltered. Had he been in a clear state of mind, he would never have chosen to stay at Yangmi's residence, particularly since it was essentially Tian's hotel. With a mere word to Tian, he could have secured a long-term suite without hesitation. However, in his current state, his thoughts were muddled, and all he could focus on was the urgency to escape this place and avoid public embarrassment. Thus, upon hearing that Yangmi could take him away, he instinctively nodded, stowed away his painting, and followed her outside. Having consumed more than he should, he instinctively wrapped his arm around Yangmi's waist after she helped him up, relying on her for support as they made their way out. Tian, witnessing their intimate departure, felt an acute pang of possessiveness, as if her precious gem was being whisked away by Yangmi. She reassured herself that Yangmi was merely acting as a caregiver, that their relationship was strictly that of doctor and patient. She was merely overthinking the situation. Deep down, she yearned to chase after them, to join Wang Yang and Yangmi in their departure. Yet, today was her grandfather's grand birthday celebration, and she had to stay until the end. With a resigned smile, she continued to console herself that nothing untoward could develop between Wang Yang and Yangmi unbeknownst to Yangmi, as she assisted Wang Yang out of the hotel lobby. Tian's concerns lingered. Feeling Wang Yang's hand firmly gripping her waist, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. This was the first time in her life that a man had embraced her in such a manner. She realized that men and women were fundamentally different. A man's hand, significantly larger than a woman's, radiated an indescribable warmth, a warmth that seemed to possess an enchanting power. Though his arm encircled her waist, she felt an uncontrollable heat spreading throughout her body, her heart racing beyond her control. Was this the power of male hormones? A simple embrace was enough to quicken her pulse. She wondered how her heart might react to a kiss or something more intimate. Thankfully, she had always heeded her parents' advice and had never engaged with any man romantically. Otherwise, she feared she might have already succumbed to overwhelming emotions. Yangmi found herself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, her legs growing weak beneath her. Fortunately, her car was parked just outside, with the driver waiting patiently. As she emerged, supporting Wang Yang, the driver promptly approached them, lest she struggled to help him into the vehicle. "Jiangshu, let us head home," she instructed as they settled into the car, glancing over at Wang Yang, who had succumbed to the effects of alcohol and drifted into a semi-sleep state, oblivious to her gaze. Noticing Wang Yang had fallen asleep, a wave of impulse surged within Yangmi. She adjusted her position, leaning into Wang Yang's embrace, seeking solace in his warmth. Bang, bang, bang. As Yangmi felt the powerful rhythm of Wang Yang's heartbeat, her eyes sparkled with joy. She reassured herself that she was merely experiencing the sensation of a man's heart beating, with no ulterior motives. Yet, The vivid memory of Wang Yang rescuing her reverberated in her mind. Just before his intervention, she felt as though she had encountered the legendary figures of yin and yang, standing on either side of her, poised to claim her soul. At that moment, when Wang Yang reached out to pull her back, she perceived him as if illuminated by an ethereal glow, evoking the sensation of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming impulse to offer herself to him. Having never felt such emotions for any man before, she experienced a flutter in her heart for the first time. However, due to Tian's connection with Wang Yang, she had consistently suppressed her feelings during the banquet. Now, devoid of Tian's presence, Yang found herself less inclined to restrain her emotions. Once I am fully recovered, I shall maintain my distance and will not compete with you, she reassured herself. For these few days, let me draw closer to him. Just these few days, I promise. Thus, she repeatedly comforted herself until she eventually dozed off in Wang Yang's embrace. They appeared as a couple deeply in love, everything harmoniously aligned. It was not until the vehicle halted in front of a villa, accompanied by the driver's call, that Yang awakened. Wang Yang, however, was in a different state. Those familiar with the effects of alcohol know that one can feel somewhat lucid right after drinking. But once the festivities conclude and one steps outside for a breath of fresh air, the intoxication intensifies, leading to a complete loss of consciousness. At that moment, Wang Yang was in such a state. Even when the driver roused Yang, he remained oblivious, showing no signs of awakening. Ultimately, she grasped one of Wang Yang's arms while the driver supported him on the other side, successfully extracting him from the vehicle. Take him directly to my room, Yang instructed hesitantly, glancing at the driver. The driver, taken aback by her request to bring Wang Yang into her room, hesitated momentarily. However, under Yang's watchful gaze, he soon fell silent and accompanied her in carrying Wang Yang into the villa. Once they placed Wang Yang gently on the bed, the driver promptly departed, leaving only Yang and Wang Yang in the room. Despite their lack of intimate actions, an undeniable atmosphere of intimacy gradually filled every corner of the space. Water, water, water. It was only when Wang Yang, parched, instinctively called for water that Yang stirred from the charged ambience. Swiftly, she set the painting aside, filled a cup from the water dispenser, and cautiously sat by the bed. Then, she surprisingly pulled Wang Yang's head onto her lap and leaned down to slowly feed him water. While doing so, she tenderly wiped his mouth, her tone imbued with an indescribable softness. Yet, she underestimated the effects of Wang Yang's intoxication. At present, Wang Yang finds himself in a state of confusion, vaguely perceiving the presence of a woman beside him. In a moment of impulsive clarity, he unexpectedly yanked Yang towards him. Caught off guard, she tumbled onto the bed. Consequently, the water from the kettle in her hand splashed over both of them, drenching their clothes thoroughly. Realizing that their garments were soaked, Yang's brow furrowed slightly. The damp fabric clinging to her skin was undoubtedly uncomfortable. It would be prudent to change into something drier. With a frown, she swiftly retrieved a nightgown from her wardrobe and changed into it. After donning her new attire, her gaze inevitably drifted back to Wang Yang. Chapter 17. Cornered by Yang's parents, Wang Yang's clothing was thoroughly drenched, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. It was imperative that I assist him in washing his clothes, ensuring he would have something dry to wear the following day. My intentions were solely to provide him with comfort. There were no ulterior motives. Yang continuously reassured herself of this as she hesitantly extended her hand to help Wang Yang loosen his garments. Before long, his short-sleeved shirt was completely removed. In that moment, Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, for beneath his clothing lay an impressive physique. Though he appeared somewhat slender in attire, his body was adorned with an abundance of muscle, not the rigid, unyielding kind often associated with gym-goers. Instead, his form resembled the sleek musculature of Bruce Lee, exuding power and a sense of security without any ostentation. In truth, Wang Yang's musculature surpassed even that of Bruce Lee. His mastery of the 8-9 profound arts rendered him a true martial artist, with the ultimate aim of sculpting his body into the most exquisite weapon of humanity. Each muscle was honed to unleash its maximum potential, capable of instantaneous force, forming a cohesive whole. Thus, Wang Yang's physique presented a seamless, flowing silhouette, reminiscent of gentle waves undulating. This type of muscle appeared entirely distinct from the bulk typically cultivated in a gym. Yang, filled with curiosity, could not resist the urge to reach out, her hand slowly grazing his form as she sought to comprehend the nature of his musculature. Upon truly feeling the contours of his muscles, her expression morphed into one of indescribable astonishment and intrigue. She suddenly realized that Wang Yang's muscles seemed to pulse gently, akin to the rhythm of real ocean waves. This subtle movement was so faint that it could only be perceived through direct contact. Such was the remarkable essence of the 8-9 profound arts. At the moment of its mastery, every muscle in the body would engage in a passive flow, perpetually strengthening. Presently, Wang Yang needed to channel his qi to elevate his muscle density to that of a master practitioner. Even if he were to cease his training within a year, his passive cultivation would likely propel his muscular strength into the realm of a master. At that point, augmented by his qi and armed with various inherited techniques, Wang Yang could potentially become invincible in this era. Yet, Yang Mi remained blissfully unaware of these intricacies. As she sensed the rhythm of Wang Yang's muscle movements, she gradually discerned that this flow synchronized with the beat of his heart. Due to her congenital heart condition, Yang Mi harbored a secret fascination. She adored listening to the sound of a heartbeat. The rhythm brought her immense joy. Typically, she would cuddle her pet cat or dog to indulge in this peculiar pleasure, ensuring that no one discovered her unique affinity. Now, perceiving that Wang Yang's heartbeat could evoke a response in his musculature, Yang Mi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, she found herself resting on Wang Yang, her ear pressed against his chest, intently listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Yang's heart pulsed steadily and powerfully, as if someone were drumming softly in her ear. Each beat resonated not only in her ears, but also deep within her soul, rendering her limbs weak and feeble. Initially, she merely intended to lie on Wang Yang to hear his heartbeat. However, her legs weakened to the point of total exhaustion, and she remained quietly sprawled across him, drifting into a deep slumber. Both were clad minimally, she in a delicate, breezy nightgown, while he wore only a pair of shorts. They appeared akin to a newlywed couple, enveloped in an indescribable intimacy. As night slipped away unnoticed, dawn broke, and Wang Yang stirred from his slumber, albeit sluggishly. To be precise, he felt as if he had been beset by a nocturnal specter, pressed down throughout the night. He had struggled several times to shake off this phantom, only to be pinned down again. Fortunately, this ghost posed no real threat beyond its weight. In a state of drowsy resignation, he ceased his resistance upon realizing he could not dislodge it. As he opened his eyes and beheld the cause of his overnight confinement, he was startled to discover that it was not a ghost, but Yang Mi. However, upon recognizing her, his breath quickened suddenly. Yang Mi's nightgown was exceedingly alluring, designed solely for comfort within the confines of her chamber, with a generously low neckline and a notably short hem. Her restless slumber left her exposed in both upper and lower regions. Given Wang Yang's vigorous youth and the physical prowess honed through years of rigorous training, he found himself significantly stronger than his peers. Witnessing Yang Mi so provocatively draped across him sent his adrenaline soaring. The immediate consequence was a surge in his heart rate, pounding fiercely like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heart echoed powerfully, audible even without proximity to Wang Yang. This was before he had fully transcended to the realm of martial arts mastery. Once he did, the intensity of his heartbeat would resonate like a battle drum. Yet, even at this stage, it was sufficient to rouse Yang Mi from her slumber. Groggily opening her eyes, she realized she was lying atop a bare-chested man. Instinctively, she emitted a piercing scream, a sound so sharp and penetrating that it immediately reverberated into the living room, where her parents were preparing breakfast. Upon hearing the shrill cry from her room, they instinctively rushed towards her door. Upon pushing open the door to Yang Mi's room, they were utterly taken aback by the sight of Yang Mi and Wang Yang lying together. Yang Mi, how dare you secretly date a boyfriend behind our backs and even bring him home? They exclaimed. Do you not realize that you have a heart condition? Engaging in such activities with a man, let alone the possibility of pregnancy, could endanger your life. Yang Mi's parents shouted anxiously, their gazes piercing through Wang Yang like daggers. If looks could kill, Wang Yang would have met his demise at least 100 times over in that brief moment under the lethal scrutiny of Yang Mi's parents. Chapter 18. Even while pregnant, one must endure. Upon hearing her parents' reprimands, Yang Mi finally realized that they had misconstrued her relationship with Wang Yang. In an awkward haste, she explained to her parents, Mom, Dad, you misunderstand. Wang Yang and I do not share the kind of relationship you are imagining. Please wait in the living room for a moment. I will clarify everything shortly. Despite her assurances, doubt lingered in her parents' eyes, casting a shadow over their belief in the purity of Yang Mi and Wang Yang's relationship. However, regardless of the ambiguity, it was too late to discuss it further. Coming to this realization, they maintained stern expressions as they made their way to the living room on the first floor. You have just 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, both of you should be dressed and in the living room, her parents each stated before shutting the door, leaving the space once again to the two of them. As her parents departed, Yang Mi exhaled a long sigh of relief. She then turned to Wang Yang, succinctly recounting the events of the previous night. Upon learning that he had been brought home by Yang Mi after a night of excessive drinking, a look of dawning comprehension crossed Wang Yang's face. Yet, despite understanding how he had ended up there, he remained puzzled as to why he had found himself in Yang Mi's room. After all, with such a spacious villa, there was ample room to accommodate him in a guest room. There was no reason for him to share her quarters. Moreover, even if it was for safety's sake due to his health condition, there was no necessity for him to be dressed in such a manner, let alone to have had his shirt removed. However, with time pressing and her parents awaiting in the living room, he had no opportunity to delve into the details. Hastily, he gathered his clothes from beside the bed and began to dress. Noticing the distinct wet and dry stains on his garments, Wang Yang was left with even more questions, gradually realizing the implications of his disheveled attire. Meanwhile, Yang Mi rummaged through her wardrobe to find another outfit. She adorned herself in a seemingly simple black dress, likely from a prestigious brand. Her fair skin contrasted beautifully with the long black gown, and paired with her fiery red lips, she exuded an air of sophistication. Yet, her voice retained a hint of girlishness. As she called for Wang Yang to join her, the aura of elegance she had briefly embodied dissipated entirely. "Let us go and clarify things with your parents to alleviate their concerns," she urged. Upon hearing Yang Mi's call from the bathroom, Wang Yang promptly rose and followed her outside. In the living room, Yang Mi's parents sat expectantly on the sofa. Upon seeing Wang Yang and Yang Mi descend, they gestured for the two to take their seats. Once seated, Yang Mi's mother immediately turned her gaze towards Yang Mi, demanding, "What transpired last night? How did this man end up in your room? You must explain this to us properly." Although Yang Mi's father remained silent, his eyes were filled with resentment as they fixed intently on Wang Yang, his grip tightening around the teacup. Wang Yang had no doubt that if Yang Mi's explanation failed to satisfy them, the consequences would be dire. As a father, he would undoubtedly be the first to act, even at the risk of harming himself. Yang Mi, however, remained oblivious to her father's tense anger. After a moment of contemplation, she recounted the events of the previous night in detail, from her sudden illness that nearly cost her life, to her rescue by Wang Yang, and how she had brought him back after he had indulged in too much drink. Learning that Yang Mi had nearly perished and that Wang Yang was her savior, coupled with the knowledge that he possessed the means to fully heal her, filled both parents with profound gratitude towards him. Although these revelations did not clarify why the two had shared a bed, they refrained from further inquiries. They understood that Wang Yang was indeed the one who saved their daughter's life and had the ability to restore her health completely. They were willing to overlook everything else as long as Yang Mi could live like a normal person again. The mere fact that they had shared a bed seemed trivial in comparison. Even if it were revealed that Wang Yang had caused Yang Mi to become pregnant, they would still accept it. Everything could be addressed later, once Yang Mi was fully healed. They were prepared to set aside their pride to plead with Wang Yang, just as they were doing now. Once Yang Mi finished her account, her parents, who held dominion over a billion-dollar jewelry empire, approached Wang Yang directly and knelt before him. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude for saving their daughter's life the previous night. They promised Wang Yang a substantial fee of 100 million as long as he could restore Yang Mi's health. Yang Mi's parents gazed at Wang Yang with fervent appreciation, continuously making solemn promises. Seeing their devotion, Wang Yang quickly extended his hands to assist them in rising. "Uncle, Auntie, I have already assured Yang Mi that I would heal her completely. There is no need for you to kneel. The reason I have not yet restored her health is merely due to a shortage of certain aged medicinal materials. However, I will remain by Yang Mi's side during this period. Should she experience another sudden episode, I will be the first to rescue her. So you need not worry about her safety." Upon hearing Wang Yang's assurances, Yang Mi's parents, now standing, were visibly elated. Yang's father, beaming with happiness, remarked, "Dr. Wang, our family is in the jewelry business, with partners scattered across the globe. Just name the medicinal materials you require, and I promise to procure them in the shortest time possible." He continued, "In our country, many areas are undergoing extensive development, leading to a significant scarcity of medicinal resources and suitable habitats for them. Wang Yang, you might even find it challenging to gather these herbs domestically, which is why I will keep Yang Mi close to me." Hearing Yang's father's promises, Wang Yang realized he had underestimated the vastness of his connections. The resources of the wealthy extend far beyond the limitations of the ordinary, much like Yang's father, whose partnerships spanned across numerous countries, including some particularly remote locations. Certain nations are distinctly characterized by their abundant production of various gemstones, yet they remain technologically backward, with minimal development in their wilderness areas. It is precisely in these underdeveloped regions that one can easily find aged medicinal herbs. In contrast, in areas of higher development, these herbs are often harvested before they have the opportunity to mature. Hence, in his mind, the elusive medicinal herbs, which may soon be gathered by the Yang family, would not remain beyond reach for long. Upon realizing this, he promptly added Yang's father on WeChat and shared the list of required herbs with him. Observing Wang Yang send over the list, Yang's father became increasingly elated. Without delay, he set off with Yang Mi's mother to collect the herbs. Entirely unconcerned about leaving Wang Yang and Yang Mi alone in the villa. Chapter 19. Yang Mi also wishes to seize an opportunity. As Yang Mi watched her parents hastily depart, neglecting even their breakfast, her face was instantly suffused with emotion. After a considerable pause, she turned to Wang Yang and suggested, "Let us go out for breakfast. Afterward, I shall take you to an enjoyable place. I promise to keep you company every day until we have gathered all the medicinal herbs." Though Wang Yang understood that Yang Mi's words bore no special implication, his eyes instinctively roamed over her figure. Observing her exaggerated physique, which seemed on the verge of bursting through her short sleeves, a mischievous smile crept into his gaze. In response, Yang Mi blushed deeply and shot him an indignant look. "What I meant by keeping you company is to take you out for some fun." Wang Yang chuckled, bemused by her insistence, as she instinctively straightened her posture, accentuating her already striking figure. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether Yang Mi was attempting to reject him or if she was merely playing along with his misunderstanding, perhaps even offering herself in jest. Confused, he decided to refrain from further speculation, for he had no intention of demanding anything from Yang Mi in return for his assistance. With a gentle smile, he assured her, "Rest assured, I am not that eager. Today, I simply wish to explore Panjiayuan with you. As for the entertainment, we can discuss that at a later time." Upon hearing Wang Yang's desire to visit Panjiayuan, Yang Mi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do you wish to hunt for treasures there like yesterday? You managed to uncover so many Qi Baishe paintings that you nearly left everyone astounded. Many people mentioned they would also go to Panjiayuan today to seek their own treasures. We must hurry and have breakfast, otherwise, the good finds may be snatched up by others." Yang Mi appeared more anxious than Wang Yang, as if countless precious treasures awaited them at Panjiayuan, and one moment's delay could result in their loss. Observing her fervor, Wang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Many newcomers to the world of antique collecting often believe that treasures are plentiful and merely waiting to be discovered. They think that with a little effort, they can amass a fortune. However, the probability of stumbling upon a valuable antique is only marginally better than winning the lottery. Moreover, even when one successfully finds a treasure, it often amounts to only a few tens of thousands. In contrast, uncovering antiques worth over $1 million is exceedingly rare, akin to winning a $5 million lottery. After all, there are several individuals who win top prizes every week, while finding antiques worth over $1 million occurs, on average, less than 3 times a year. Wang Yang was well aware that prior to his own successful finds, Panjiayuan often went an entire year without a single significant discovery. Even after his recent successes at Panjiayuan, which yielded approximately 200 million in treasures, he felt no assurance of success this time. The market was predominantly filled with counterfeit goods and craft items, and the sources of inventory were largely composed of mere replicas. Another aspect comprises various high-end replicas. The paintings and calligraphy are primarily imitations crafted by contemporary artists. Likewise, the antiques are predominantly forgeries. The likelihood of acquiring genuine articles at Panjiayuan is exceedingly low. Unbeknownst to Yang Mi, she erroneously believes that discovering hidden treasures at Panjiayuan is a simple task. Suffering from congenital heart disease, she has been overly sheltered by her family, leading to a rather simplistic worldview. She remains oblivious to the fact that the notion of easily unearthing hidden gems at Panjiayuan is merely a ruse to deceive the Navi. Without experiencing a few setbacks, her maturation will be a difficult journey. Observing Yang Mi's cheerful demeanor, he refrained from dampening her enthusiasm. Soon, the two finished their breakfast and proceeded to Panjiayuan. Along the way, the attentive Yang Mi even accompanied Wang Yang in purchasing new attire. In fact, she acquired more than one outfit, arranging for the others to be delivered to the Yang family villa. According to Yang Mi, Wang Yang would be residing at her home for a while and needed an ample supply of clothing. However, perhaps due to a hint of selfishness, Today she wore a black short skirt and selected a matching black short-sleeved shirt and shorts for Wang Yang, creating an impression of them being clad in couple outfits. Yet, upon their arrival at Panjiayuan, Wang Yang was quite taken aback by the bustling atmosphere. Typically, Panjiayuan is rather quiet in the mornings, only gaining traction in the afternoons, with peak attendance occurring in the evenings. However, at just past 9 in the morning, the place was already teeming with people, surpassing even the usual evening crowds. There appeared to be significantly more stalls than usual as well. It seemed the news of my fortunate acquisition of 14 Qi Baisher paintings had spread, drawing a crowd eager to find their own treasures. Beside Wang Yang, Yang Mi noticed the throngs of visitors at Panjiayuan and became increasingly anxious. Wang Yang, let us hurry and start hunting for treasures. With so many people here, if we don't act quickly, all the good items will be picked over, Yang Mi exclaimed, her urgency prompting her to grasp Wang Yang's hand as they hurried towards a stall. It was only upon reaching the stall that she realized she was still holding his hand, causing her to feel flustered and quickly release her grip. Her delicate face flushed a deep crimson in that instant. Avoiding Wang Yang's gaze, she instinctively shifted her focus to the stall, eager to scout for hidden gems. However, as her eyes fell upon the items displayed, she was momentarily taken aback. Though she possessed some knowledge of antiques, her understanding was limited. As she scrutinized the antiques at the stall with her discerning eye, she was instantly captivated, her gaze fixating on several pieces. With her keen perception, she quickly discerned that these particular antiques stood apart from the obvious fakes, suggesting they were likely authentic. What she remained unaware of, however, was that due to the influx of treasure hunters at Panjiayuan, the vendors had deliberately stocked a collection of replicas that were deceptively convincing. These antique replicas are designed to deceive those who possess a modicum of knowledge in antique appreciation but lack the requisite expertise to discern authenticity, hoping to unearth valuable finds. At this moment, believing she has discovered a genuine article, she eagerly grasps a Tang Dynasty porcelain piece depicting the famed galloping horse. Her face alight with anticipation as she inquires of the stall owner, how much for this item? The stall owner, recognizing the significance of the Tang Sankai porcelain, particularly the classic galloping horse, responds with a knowing smile, you truly have an eye for quality. However, I acquired this piece at a considerable cost of 200,000. If you wish to take it home, I must insist on at least 500,000. He gazes at Yang Mi, calmly unveiling his exorbitant price. In truth, a genuine Tang Sankai galloping horse would command a starting price of no less than 5 million. Thus, 500,000 would indeed be an extraordinary bargain. Upon hearing the stall owner's words, Yang Mi promptly pulls out her phone, ready to scan and purchase the item. Observing her eagerness, Wang Yang offers a resigned smile and swiftly places his hand over hers, preventing her from completing the transaction. Chapter 20. Preparing for the gemstone gamble. Take your time and don't rush into purchases, Wang Yang advised Yang Mi with a subtle smile, his demeanor calm and collected. Yang Mi held unwavering faith in Wang Yang's expertise in antique appraisal. While fortune might occasionally lead to a serendipitous find, it was certainly implausible to strike gold repeatedly. Wang Yang had repeatedly uncovered hidden treasures at Panjiayuan, thereby validating his prowess. Thus, upon hearing his words, Yang Mi immediately discerned that something was amiss with the antiques before her. She promptly set her phone aside. I'll take another look, she said to the vendor with a gentle smile, resuming her scrutiny of the antiques. However, despite her keen eye, she could not detect any signs of forgery among the items. Unable to contain her curiosity, she leaned closer to Wang Yang, whispering, Wang Yang, what's wrong with this horse treading on a flying swallow? I can't seem to see it. Yang Mi was so eager to uncover the flaw that she failed to notice the intimacy of their proximity, her body almost touching his. Yet, Wang Yang, a young man in the prime of his life, felt a surge of warmth as her presence enveloped him, her breath brushing against his ear. Such a temptress, he mused silently, discreetly creating distance between them before quietly elucidating the issues to Yang Mi. As a history major with a profound understanding of antique appraisal, he had long since identified the piece as a forgery, enabling him to discern subtle clues. As he shared his findings, Yang Mi's eyes widened in realization. She understood her earlier oversight. Thank you. Otherwise, I would have been swindled out of 500,000 today. Although it's not a colossal amount, the embarrassment of it spreading would be unbearable. Yang Mi beamed, no longer interested in the antiques at that stall, and led Wang Yang to explore other vendors. An hour passed, then too unbeknownst to them, the duo meandered from morning until noon, ultimately exiting Panjiayuan. They had thoroughly explored the market, but Wang Yang felt disheartened. Although the antiques appeared more abundant than ever, they were predominantly forgeries. To his dismay, he had not managed to unearth even a single genuine treasure. As for Yang, had it not been for Wang Yang's timely interventions, she would have nearly fallen victim to deception numerous times. His repeated advisories extinguished her hopes of making a fortunate find. I swear I'm not inept, it's just that antiques are not my forte. Which is why I nearly got tricked multiple times, she confessed. After lunch, I'll take you to the jade exhibition. There are many uncut jade stones. My true expertise lies in selecting raw jade for gambling. While you profit from antique finds, I can also earn from gemstone speculation. I've realized that serendipitous finds are not a daily occurrence. Even with skill, bad luck can render one's talents futile. However, the realm of gemstone betting is distinctly different. Opportunities to engage in this pursuit are plentiful each day. If I were to participate in gemstone betting daily, my rate of profit would undoubtedly rival your luck in scavenging at Panjiayuan. Upon exiting Panjiayuan, Yang cast a discontented glance at Wang Yang. The repeated instances of misjudging antiques in his presence left her feeling quite irked. For reasons unknown, she was reluctant to display any semblance of inadequacy before him, yearning instead to showcase her more admirable qualities. Her continuous errors in identifying antiques instinctively drove her to seek a field in which she could excel and impress Wang Yang. However, her unintentional quest to regain her dignity instantly caught Wang Yang's attention. After an unfruitful morning at Panjiayuan, Wang Yang became acutely aware that even with his extraordinary ability to discern the authenticity of antiques, relying solely on this talent for long-term profit would prove exceedingly challenging. It was highly probable that in the forthcoming days, or even months, he would struggle to uncover anything of substantial value at Panjiayuan, as, under normal circumstances, the market rarely offered genuinely valuable antiques. Without such treasures, Wang Yang found himself at a loss. Thus, even before departing Panjiayuan, he began contemplating alternative avenues for financial gain. Despite the extensive knowledge imparted by the Heavenly Eye sect, his mastery had yet to elevate significantly due to this inheritance. In his mind, the pursuit of wealth remained paramount. Having not been exposed to many facets of the world, he placed immense significance on money. Particularly this morning, upon awakening in Yang Mi's luxurious villa, his desire for financial success intensified. After all, despite having amassed a considerable sum, in this opulent city, it would merely suffice to purchase a spacious apartment. Yang Mi's villa was beyond his means. Even with 200 million, he could scarcely acquire it. He aspired to own a grand villa and to bring his parents from their hometown to reside with him in this lavish abode. Yet, constrained by his limited perspective, he struggled to conceive of a swift path to wealth. Consequently, Yang Mi's words sparked a new idea for Wang Yang. The Heavenly Eye possesses the ability to see through objects. This capability extends beyond merely seeing through clothing. It can also penetrate the depths of jade roughs. Wang Yang had previously observed gemstone betting on television and understood that, until a jade rough is cut open, no one can ascertain with absolute certainty whether it contains jade. Thus, purchasing jade roughs is often referred to as gemstone betting. While such betting can lead others to financial ruin, for Wang Yang, this risk hardly existed. He could determine, at a glance, whether a jade rough contained jade. For him, the act of gemstone betting was akin to picking up money, even swifter than robbing a bank. In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. Wang Yang turned to Yang Mi with a smile, saying, "Gemstone betting. I've watched numerous videos and absorbed much knowledge on the subject. Yet I have yet to engage in practical application. In the afternoon, I accompanied you to the Jade exhibition, where I seized the opportunity to validate the stone gambling techniques I had learned from videos." Upon hearing that Wang Yang intended to personally engage in stone gambling due to her remarks, Yang Mi was filled with concern. She had witnessed too many individuals whose lives were utterly devastated by their foray into this perilous venture. Even a former business partner of their family had lost a staggering fortune of billions due to stone gambling. Thus, those who are truly involved in the jewelry industry tend to focus on acquiring cut jade rather than chasing after the elusive and often meager profits of gambling. Even when indulging in stone gambling, it is merely for light-hearted amusement, and the loss is inconsequential. At that moment, observing Wang Yang's keen interest, Yang Mi anxiously pondered how to dissuade him from the perilous allure of stone gambling. Chapter 21. The Gamble of Stone. Exceptional red jade at the dining table. Yang Mi pondered for a moment before commencing her subtle persuasion. "Wang Yang, allow me to share a few anecdotes from the world of gemstones." Wang Yang, taken aback by the prospect of Yang Mi narrating stories, exhibited a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. However, he did not dwell on it and, after taking a seat, gestured for her to proceed. "Yang Mi, Seeing that Wang Yang acquiesced to her request, immediately ceased her preamble and began the performance she had meticulously prepared. Once, we had a business partner with a net worth in the billions, specializing in providing jade gemstones for our family. However, this partner, after striking it rich with a billion-dollar jade stone in a gamble, became ensnared by the allure of gambling. Ultimately, he lost not only the fortune he had won but also squandered his entire wealth. I have also encountered a newlywed couple who, during their honeymoon, stumbled upon a jade raw stone exhibition and casually purchased a piece, netting $8 million. Yet, they failed to cash in while they were ahead. And after losing the entire sum, their financial ruin led to divorce. Yang Mi hardly touched her meal as she recounted one tale after another of those who faced ruin through gambling on stones, aiming to convey to Wang Yang the formidable dangers of such pursuits. After sharing 5 or 6 stories, she earnestly turned her gaze towards him. Wang Yang, my earlier words were, in truth, an exaggeration. Earning from stone gambling is not as effortless as it may seem. Many esteemed masters of stone appraisal have faced financial devastation due to this vice. Thus, gambling on stones should only be indulged in sparingly, primarily for entertainment. One must never fall into obsession. Wang Yang, observing Yang Mi's concern for his potential entanglement in stone gambling, could not help but chuckle in bemusement. After a prolonged silence, under her anxious gaze, he replied lightly, "Rest assured, I understand that moderate gambling can be enjoyable, and I will never lose myself in it. I merely wish to validate the techniques I have learned. Should I find myself on a losing streak, I will immediately cease. However, should I discover I possess a talent for stone gambling, I am aware that each year, Tugchong hosts a stone gambling convention, where those crowned as Jade Kings seldom face losses. Perhaps I am destined to be the next Jade King." Yang Mi, noticing the clarity in Wang Yang's eyes, sensed that he had already made up his mind and would not succumb to the vice of gambling. Her heart eased, and she could not suppress a playful smile. "If you indeed become the next Jade King, you must look after my Yang family's jewelry. All the jade you procure should be sold to us." "Very well," Wang Yang replied confidently, "as long as your family can handle it, I will not sell my jade to anyone else." He was indifferent to whom he sold, provided he could exchange it for money. His only concern was that if he gambled too frequently and amassed jade too quickly, the Yang family might struggle to accommodate such an abundance. He would not express these thoughts to Yang Mi. When the time comes that the Yang family is unable to accept all his jadeite, he can simply sell it to others. After all, he understood perfectly well from Yang Mi's earlier remarks that the market for jadeite is consistently on the rise. As long as the jadeite is of good quality, many jewelers would eagerly purchase it at high prices, leaving no shortage of buyers. Unaware of Wang Yang's intentions, Yang Mi felt elated to hear that he was willing to sell all his jadeite to the Yang family, and she happily served him food. By the time they finished their meal, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. The two of them headed straight to the jadeite rough stone exhibition. Initially, Wang Yang had been concerned that the scale of the exhibition would be inadequate for his gambling endeavors. However, upon arriving with Yang Mi, his worries dissipated. The exhibition was located at the Aegean Sea Square in the west of the city, occupying nearly half of the plaza. There were only 7 or 8 stalls directly selling various finished jadeite products, whereas the stalls selling rough jadeite numbered in the hundreds. These stalls featured 1 or 2 types of rough jadeite. One was the semi-gambling jadeite with a window opened, and the other was the fully gambling jadeite without any openings. The semi-gambling jadeite is one whose surface has been polished or cut, revealing some jadeite within. However, since only one side is exposed, the size and purity of the jadeite remain uncertain. Nevertheless, even so, this semi-gambling jadeite is significantly more expensive than the fully gambling variety. There was even a type of fist-sized waste stone, which could accurately be classified as rough jadeite. Typically, unless such a fist-sized rough jadeite exhibits particularly promising external features, it is highly unlikely to yield any jadeite when cut, resulting in its relatively low price, ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand, primarily appealing to curious tourists. Under Yang Mi's guidance, Wang Yang arrived at a stall dedicated to selling rough jadeite to tourists. The stones displayed were of palm-sized dimensions, and none were valuable jadeite. The so-called gambling stones, as mentioned by Yang Mi, referred to these rough jadeite pieces. With a proud expression, she turned to Wang Yang and said, "Let's each select 3 pieces of rough jadeite, and see who uncovers the most valuable jadeite." "All right," Wang Yang replied with a faint smile, acquiescing to Yang Mi's request. Although he held a certain disdain for these rough jadeite pieces, he decided to test the waters at the stall, curious to see how much his clairvoyant ability would assist him in this gamble. As Yang Mi began to select the rough jadeite, he discreetly activated his third eye, observing the stones at the stall. Instantly, the true nature of each rough jadeite appeared vividly before his eyes. The internal condition of the rough jadeite, whether it was merely waste stone or genuine jadeite, was entirely clear. However, once he discerned the condition of the rough jadeite at the stall, an expression of astonishment filled Wang Yang's eyes. Originally, Wang Yang believed that the stall only offered the most inexpensive jadeite rough stones, catering solely to ordinary tourists, and that it was improbable for any exceptionally valuable jade to be present. However, reality struck Wang Yang with a harsh lesson. Indeed, the majority of the jadeite rough stones at the stall turned out to be worthless waste rocks. Even those that contained jadeite were of such mediocre quality that they held little monetary value. Yet, there was one unexpected gem. It was a fist-sized jadeite rough stone, remarkably rounded in appearance. Under Wang Yang's discerning gaze, the jadeite rough stone revealed itself to possess merely a thin layer of stone skin. Beneath this layer lay a completely red jadeite. Chapter 22. 50 million chicken crown red jadeite, translucent and flawless. It bore no imperfections. According to Wang Yang's online studies, this entirely blood-red jadeite, devoid of any blemish, is referred to as chicken crown red, a true gem among jadeites. A premium chicken crown red jade bracelet commands a price starting from at least 10 million. The size of this particular jadeite allows for the crafting of 3 sets of bracelets in various sizes, with the remainder suitable for pendants or ring faces. Collectively, Wang Yang conservatively estimated the value to begin at 50 million. Moreover, the value of high-end jadeite has been soaring, and he speculated that the final selling price might far exceed 50 million. However, despite its exceptional quality, the jadeite raw stone encasing it was rather ordinary. Priced at merely 300. Even at the stall before him, it was the least valuable batch. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yang promptly selected the stone and also chose 2 more raw stones, both containing jadeite but of average quality. "I'll take these 3, he stated. Pointing to his selections, he immediately scanned the payment code. The 3 raw stones were priced at 300, 400, and 500 respectively, totaling 1,200. Once he completed the payment, Yang Mi had also selected 3 raw jade stones. Looking towards Wang Yang, she smugly proclaimed, "Let us have the vendor unveil our stones and see whose selections are worth more." "All right," Wang Yang replied with a faint smile. Curious to witness Yang Mi's astonishment upon seeing her exquisite chicken crown red jadeite. Unbeknownst to Yang Mi, Wang Yang was amused by her confidence. Upon agreeing to her proposal, she swiftly called the vendor to assist them in unveiling the stones. The purchase of jade raw stones typically includes complimentary unveiling services, albeit limited to smaller stones requiring only edge polishing. Larger raw stones necessitate cutting at a designated plaza, making it impossible to unveil them at the stall. Upon Yang Mi's request, the vendor promptly arranged for assistants to commence the unveiling process. Discreetly, Wang Yang utilized his enhanced vision to examine the 3 raw jade stones selected by Yang Mi. To his amusement, he nearly erupted in laughter. Earlier on the journey, Yang Mi had emphasized her expertise in stone gambling, boasting about her consistent profits. However, Wang Yang clearly observed that all 3 of her chosen raw jade stones were completely devoid of value, lacking even a piece large enough for a ring face. Indeed, jade gambling proved to be a pitfall for money. Even someone like Yang Mi, who frequently engaged in the jade industry, could lose on 3 consecutive stones, let alone an ordinary person. Fortunately, his enhanced vision provided insight into the true nature of each jade raw stone. Otherwise, based solely on the jade gambling techniques he had gleaned online, he might have faced significant losses. Wang Yang reflected quietly, his gaze steady upon the worker engaged in the unveiling process. Under his scrutiny, the seemingly casual worker suddenly exclaimed with surprise, "We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich," as he poured water over the polished surface. Suddenly, the translucent and resplendent chicken crown red jadeite emerged in the sight of all present. Witnessing this spectacle, some onlookers could not restrain their exclamations. This exquisite chicken crown red, with its entire surface radiating brilliance, could easily fetch tens of millions based solely on this revealed face. The next step would be to assess the thickness of the jadeite and determine whether it could be fashioned into bracelets and how many could be produced. "How about you let me have this jadeite rough? I will offer 20 million, and I will assume the remaining risks. I'll offer 30 million for this jadeite rough. Unless its thickness allows for 2 bracelets, it's certainly 1 T-cell for that amount." Excited shouts echoed in the vicinity. Some high-stakes gamblers even rushed to Wang Yang, eager to purchase the already revealed jadeite rough as a semi-gambling piece. if one were unaware of the jadeite's internal condition. A rough valued at 300 could potentially yield 30 million, and Wang Yang might have been tempted to accept. After all, if the jadeite's thickness was insufficient for bracelets, it would be worth at most 10 million. However, Wang Yang was acutely aware of the jadeite's internal qualities. The exquisite chicken crown red jadeite was valued at a minimum of 50 million, and he could never sell it for 30 million. I'm sorry, but I wish to continue extracting the stone, Wang Yang replied with a calm smile, directly rejecting those who sought to purchase the jadeite rough. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, he immediately signaled to the stall assistant to quickly polish the other surfaces. Perhaps due to the emergence of the exquisite chicken crown red jadeite, the assistant's movements became notably cautious. Each polish was followed by a swift wipe, lest they damage the jadeite within. Soon, another voice of astonishment rang out. It's been revealed. This face has also been revealed, and it boasts a large expanse of red. Quick, let us wash it and see the quality. Exquisite chicken crown red again, both surfaces gleaming with the finest red. If nothing unexpected occurred in between, this piece of jadeite could potentially sell for around 50 million. Unforeseen circumstances in gambling stones are ubiquitous. I have witnessed instances where both sides revealed, only for the center to be waste stone. Excited voices resonated from the growing throng of visitors. Unbeknownst to them, more than half had gathered around. Everyone urged the assistant to continue extracting the stone, as if the exquisite jadeite were somehow connected to them. Only Yangmi, beside Wang Yang, displayed no excitement, her gaze filled solely with profound concern. The Yang family had long been entrenched in this trade, having heard countless stories of gambling stones. She had not only heard of trash jade rough-yielding exquisite jade, but had also witnessed it firsthand on 2 occasions. However, none of those who gambled for substantial profits with small stakes ended well, as she knew. The fortunes won by sheer luck were ultimately lost through diligence, with many even losing their family wealth entirely. Some were left deeply in debt, experiencing the collapse of their marriages and families. The despair drove some to the brink, leading to tragic outcomes such as suicide. She had long been concerned about Wang Yang's obsession with gambling on jade stones and had previously recounted numerous tales of individuals who had lost their fortunes due to this vice. Now, witnessing Wang Yang's fortune on his inaugural gamble, as he unexpectedly acquired a magnificent rooster red jadeite, her anxiety deepened. If Wang Yang failed to recognize when to withdraw and persisted in this perilous pursuit, even considering the purchase of jadeite roughs worth millions, she resolved to dissuade him. He was her savior, and she could not allow him to stray down the treacherous path of gambling because of her influence. As she gazed at Wang Yang beside her, Yangmi silently made her decision in her heart. Chapter 23, Imperial Green. 50 million in jade. Wang Yang was oblivious to Yangmi's concerns regarding his recent acquisition of an exquisite chicken crown red jadeite. She feared he might become so engrossed in gambling that he would squander his entire fortune. Following the cutting of the chicken crown red jadeite, the other 2 jade stones were soon revealed. Just as Wang Yang had envisioned, while these 2 jadeite raw stones contained jade, they were of a rather mundane quality. The combined value of the 2 was a mere 5,000 yuan, utterly insignificant compared to the worth of the chicken crown red jadeite. Nonetheless, even this modest value surpassed that of Yangmi's jade stones, which had yielded only 1 piece worth a mere 2,000 yuan. Casting a glance at Yangmi, Wang Yang smiled lightly, saying, "This round is mine. It seems the knowledge I've gleaned from videos has proven quite beneficial." Observing Wang Yang's confident demeanor, Yangmi felt an even greater sense of unease. In the world of gambling stones, those who exude confidence often fall prey to grave miscalculations. Confidence can lead to reckless betting without boundaries. With careful deliberation, she ventured, "Wang Yang, the gambling stone business is fraught with peril. Many seasoned veterans in the jade industry have struggled to navigate its depths. You may have won this time, but I sincerely hope you exercise caution in your future endeavors and refrain from impulsive wagers." Yangmi was not adept at concealing her feelings. Wang Yang could see her apprehension with a mere glance. Yet, despite understanding her worries, he maintained his calm demeanor, responding with a gentle smile, "Rest assured. As a high-achieving history major, I adhere to a principle of meticulousness in my endeavors. If I choose to act, I shall do so with absolute certainty." He decided to sell the 2 ordinary jadeites to a stall for recycling, while instructing Yangmi to keep the valuable chicken crown red jadeite for now, promising to sell all the exquisite jadeites at the end of the day's gambling session. Upon learning that Wang Yang was determined to continue gambling, Yangmi's anxiety intensified. However, recognizing the resolute glimmer in his eyes, she understood that persuading him would be futile. After a moment's hesitation, She ceased her attempts at cautioning him and accepted the chicken crown red jadeite, nervously trailing behind Wang Yang. This time, Wang Yang merely glanced at the stalls on either side, deliberately ignoring those that specifically catered to tourists. The stalls were filled with small jade raw stones, the most expensive barely worth 1 or 2,000 yuan. Under Wang Yang's discerning gaze, it was evident that none of these stones held the potential to yield a jadeite valued at over 10,000 yuan, while his ability rendered him immune to financial loss. He also realized that spending an entire day at these stalls would yield minimal profits. Thus, he resolved to seek out the high-end gambling stone districts instead, where the raw jade stones were true masterpieces. The smallest of these stones were comparable in size to a cantaloupe, while some larger specimens rivaled the size of a watermelon, and a few even required a person to embrace them fully. However, the prices of these jade stones were exponentially higher than those found at the stalls aimed at tourists. The most affordable jade raw stones commence at a price of 100,000. Meanwhile, some more expensive jade stones can soar to a staggering 10 million. This realm transcends mere entertainment. It is undoubtedly a domain of risk and chance. A single cut can elevate one to paradise, while another may plunge one into despair. Here, some individuals can amass fortunes of tens of millions within moments, while others may swiftly find themselves in ruin. Although fewer in number than the tourist areas, the vibrancy of this place rivals that of any bustling market. Whenever someone engages in the gamble of jade, a throng quickly gathers, brimming with excitement and fervor. Should someone uncover a precious jade gem of significant value, a swarm of jewelry buyers will rush forward, ensuring immediate liquidity for their find. Wang Yang, after a thorough observation, soon arrived at a stall. The jade raw stones displayed were of two varieties: semi-gambling jade stones, which had been partially opened, and fully gambling jade stones, which remained uncut. Wang Yang's gaze was primarily fixated on the fully gambling stones, as the prices of the semi-gambling stones were exorbitantly high. It was not a matter of Wang Yang's reluctance to spend. Rather, he could instantly discern the true value of the stones within. Most of the semi-gambling jade stones could indeed yield valuable jade, yet their worth fell just short of the stall's asking price. Furthermore, some jade stones, upon revealing even a glimpse of jade on one side, turned out to be predominantly worthless rock, reducing their value from millions to mere thousands. Thus, after a cursory glance at the jade raw stones on display, Wang Yang resolutely decided to focus solely on the fully gambling stones. However, upon a meticulous examination of these stones, he quickly concluded that the stall owner must have an expert behind him, for the majority of the fully gambling jade materials contained mostly worthless rock. Even those that harbored jade were often of little value, leading Wang Yang to surmise that the superior jade stones had been selectively extracted. Coupled with the observation that the cut and polished sides of the semi-gambling jade stones conveniently showcased the jade, he was nearly certain that the stall owner had a skilled jade gambler backing him, capable of such discernment. Yet, no matter how adept the expert's skills may be, they could not rival Wang Yang's extraordinary perception. For when he applied his discerning eye to the fully gambling jade stones, he discerned two stones worthy of acquisition. The first was priced at 300,000, roughly the size of a large cantaloupe. Its jade exhibited a vibrant green hue. Though it did not reach the pinnacle of imperial green, it was nonetheless of excellent quality. Wang Yang estimated that such a stone could fetch around 10 million. Betting 300,000 for a potential return of 10 million certainly constituted a lucrative investment. The second jade raw stone was as large as a watermelon. However, due to its considerable size, it was priced significantly higher, at a staggering 10 million, though its dimensions were merely a few times larger than the 300,000 stone. Its price had multiplied by dozens. Despite the exorbitant asking price, Wang Yang resolved to acquire this stone as well. The jadeite within is remarkably substantial. A jadeite raw stone, comparable to the size of a watermelon, reveals that half of it is composed of jade. The outer layer exhibits a medium green hue, while the color deepens to a more vibrant green as one approaches the inner region. The central area, according to the knowledge acquired by Wang Yang online, is likely to belong to the coveted imperial green, which is the most precious form of jadeite. An imperial green jadeite bracelet commands a price in the tens of millions. The jadeite from the core region alone could yield at least 3 imperial green bracelets, when factoring in the jadeite from the outer layers. The overall value of this piece is estimated to be around 50 million. Even with its selling price reaching 10 million, there remains a potential profit of 40 million. Chapter 24. The genius comparable to the Emerald King, another emerald worth 50 million? Did those so-called experts on the internet not assert that the odds of gambling on stones to uncover emeralds worth millions are exceedingly low? The high value of premium emeralds stems from their rarity. How is it that I have encountered two so swiftly? Is it merely a stroke of fortune? Or has the Lin family established a connection with a supplier of exceptional emerald rough? As Wang Yang gazed upon the two emerald roughs, uncertainty enveloped his mind. Yet, he did not linger on this quandary. Instead, he promptly pointed to the two emeralds he fancied and proceeded to make the payment via scan. Beside him, Yang observed with growing concern as Wang Yang made an immediate payment of over 10 million for the two emerald roughs. Several times, she contemplated advising him to exercise caution and refrain from purchasing such expensive stones outright. However, after much hesitation, she ultimately remained silent. It is better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Only by allowing Wang Yang to experience a significant setback in his gambling endeavors would he grasp the complexity of the endeavor, which was not as simplistic as he presumed. Once he recognized that his prior fortune in gambling was merely serendipitous, she would then counsel him, and it is likely he would refrain from gambling in the future. After all, losing 10 million would still leave him with a profit of 40 million. Yang continually reminded herself of this, suppressing the impulse to advise Wang Yang. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, he remained oblivious to Yang inner turmoil. After completing the payment, he instructed the stall owner to arrange for assistance to transport the two emerald roughs to the cutting machine outside. Such sizable emeralds necessitated a large-scale cutting machine, which was not available at the stall. Upon hearing Wang Yang's request, the owner promptly dispatched someone to fetch a cart, facilitating the transportation of the emerald roughs to the cutting area. As the two emerald roughs were brought forth, a few onlookers, drawn by curiosity, instinctively gathered around. Someone was about to unveil the stones in the high-end gambling zone. I just inquired, and I learned that both emerald roughs were pure gambling stones, with one valued at a staggering 10 million. To dare purchase a 10 million emerald, truly, I find the world of the affluent incomprehensible. The crowd buzzed with various discussions, and some merchants specializing in emerald procurement edged closer to Wang Yang. Should the stones yield emeralds, they would be the first to present their offers. In the realm of serpents, there are snake dens. In the realm of mice, there are their paths. These emerald traders profit from the initial price differences. Upon encountering fine emeralds, they would swiftly acquire them and subsequently resell to smaller jewelry companies. After all, these smaller firms lack the stable supply channels of Yang's jewelry. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Yang took up a pen, meticulously marking the surfaces of the two emerald roughs with numerous lines. Typically, the process of revealing emeralds requires a gradual and careful approach. For these two roughs alone, the endeavor would demand over an hour of time, even when encountering exquisite jade. To avoid any inadvertent damage to the jade within, the polishing is executed with utmost caution and precision. The processing of two jade rough stones may consume an entire afternoon. Wang Yang, who came today with intentions of making a substantial profit, found himself constrained by time. Thus, he opted to draw lines on the exterior based on the shapes of the jade inside, planning to instruct the cutter to proceed accordingly. Once the cutting was complete, the jade would be revealed without inflicting harm, necessitating only a gentle polish. Cut precisely along the lines I have marked, and do not breach them, Wang Yang earnestly communicated to the cutter. The cutter, taken aback by Wang Yang's instructions, was filled with astonishment. Typically, when dealing with such high-value jade rough stones, most clients urge cutters to exercise extreme caution, often wishing for an entire process of polishing without any cutting at all. Only the renowned masters of stone gambling possess the audacity to mark the jade rough directly, allowing cutters to proceed swiftly to save time. Yet, even these esteemed masters meticulously outline several lines before making cautious cuts. Wang Yang's few swift strokes to delineate the overall form, without even a tentative cutting line, were unprecedented in the cutter's career. Could he possibly be an expert, surpassing even the skill of those famed masters? The cutter, though astonished, complied with Wang Yang's gaze and activated the cutting machine to follow his directives. Onlookers, initially gathered to witness the spectacle, were stunned to see Wang Yang forego any polishing and immediately instruct the cutter to commence cutting. "This is reckless," they exclaimed. "Such a direct cut, with even a slight error, could easily damage the jade within. If the jade were inadvertently severed to the point of being unfit for bracelet crafting, its value would be severely diminished. Even the most elite masters of stone gambling would hesitate to unveil the stone in such a manner. The last time I witnessed such confidence in a stone unveiling was a decade ago with the Jade King, Sima Tuesday. Did he truly consider himself akin to the Jade King?" The murmurs of doubt echoed among the spectators, all expressing concern that Wang Yang's approach might ruin the jade within. However, as time progressed, These voices of skepticism transformed into awe and astonishment. Both jade rough stones, simultaneously revealed, astonishingly yielded green hues. The two cutters, witnessing the emergence of green in the jade they had just cut, instinctively halted their work, carefully cleaning the surface of the jade. The crowd, regaining their composure, could no longer contain their astonishment. It has turned green. Both jade rough stones have revealed green. Remarkably, the cuts had perfectly aligned with the jade's presence, causing no harm whatsoever to the precious jade within. Such a phenomenon was truly extraordinary. This remarkable individual is undoubtedly a master in the art of gemstone gambling. Otherwise, how could he possess such precise techniques? The jadeite rough hewn by such an expert is guaranteed to yield exquisite jade, and one cannot help but wonder about the worth of the two jade pieces concealed within. Excited murmurs resonated from all around. Those well-versed in the depths of this gambling domain gazed at Wang Yang with a burgeoning admiration that was impossible to contain. Only Yang Mi, beside Wang Yang, regarded him with a gaze filled with complexity. Could it be that geniuses truly exist in this world? He is the kind of prodigy who, having merely acquired some gemstone gambling knowledge online, can rival the legendary Jade Kings of yore. Yang Mi's emotions were profoundly intricate. She no longer hoped for Wang Yang to incur losses, seeking instead to dissuade him from the perils of gemstone gambling. Chapter 25. The 280 million villa. Wang Yang was unaware of Yang Mi's internal transformation as he observed the jadeite nearing the cutting stage. He turned to Yang Mi and said, "Please notify your company's personnel to come here. They should supervise the jadeite for us, otherwise carrying it around will hinder our ability to continue betting on stones." Upon hearing Wang Yang's request, Yang Mi promptly nodded and made a call to her company. Within approximately 3 minutes, the company representatives appeared before the two. This jadeite rough stone exhibition was spearheaded by Yang's jewelry, hence they had consistently stationed personnel to maintain order. In fact, the security staff were all affiliated with Yang's jewelry. However, Yang Mi did not involve herself in the company's specific affairs. She was only aware that it was her family's initiative, but was oblivious to the continuous presence of company staff. It was only when these individuals introduced themselves that Yang Mi realized there were so many people from the family business present. When the jadeite is cut, please keep an eye on it for us. We still need to go back to betting on stones, Yang Mi instructed the company employees. Her gaze fixated anxiously on the jadeite on the cutting table. At that moment, 2 pieces of jadeite had been entirely cut and were undergoing the final rinsing process. As the jadeite was revealed, onlookers could not contain their astonishment. Exceptional jadeite. Both pieces are of the highest quality. The smaller piece was valued at around 10 million, while the larger piece, with its core region exhibiting the coveted imperial green hue, was likely worth over 50 million. I recognized that individual. Earlier, he cut a piece valued at 50 million, and now he has another one. His luck is extraordinary. Winning once or twice may be attributed to luck, but achieving consecutive victories thrice transcends mere fortune. Excited murmurs erupted around them. Some believed that Wang Yang's continuous success in cutting exceptional jadeite was purely due to good luck, while others, more discerning, were convinced that he possessed unique methods to discern the jadeite's inner conditions. Yet, the thought that even X-rays could not penetrate the jadeite rough stone led many to dismiss such notions, attributing Wang Yang's prowess to his exceptional betting skills. After all, the realm of stone betting was rife with various legends, the most renowned being those who bore the title of Jade King. These individuals were typically the most formidable stone bettors each year. During the annual Jade Festival in Tingchong, the stakes could yield billions. Though Wang Yang had made 100 million this time, it paled in comparison to their earnings. All right, let us continue betting on stones. I have an exceptional feeling today. I believe I can uncover more exceptional jadeite and make a substantial profit, Wang Yang declared with a beaming smile, promptly leading Yang Mi back to the betting area. 1 piece, 2 pieces. Subsequently, Wang Yang appeared to be possessed by the spirit of a betting deity, selecting 9 more pieces of jadeite in succession, each valued at over 10 million. However, just as Wang Yang had observed online, exceptional jadeite was indeed a rarity. Even though Wang Yang possessed an extraordinary perception, capable of discerning the nuances of every jadeite, he still could not identify a single raw jadeite stone valued over 50 million. The most expensive piece barely reached 35 million. Nevertheless, despite this, all the jadeites were sold to Yang Mi's family-run Yangshi jewelry, yielding Wang Yang a staggering 380 million. After deducting costs, he still profited 330 million. Ultimately, Wang Yang's savings had amassed to 350 million, considering the artworks yet to be sold. His total assets approached 600 million. This was achieved while he exercised restraint over his own greed, opting not to purchase every lucrative jadeite stone he encountered, but rather selecting only those with substantial profit margins. Even when opportunities arose to acquire stones that could yield immediate profits of several $100,000, he refrained from making those purchases. He believed in leaving a margin of goodwill for future encounters. If he were to exhaust all the profitable jadeite stones, it would inevitably lead to a situation where no one else could profit, thereby jeopardizing the jadeite exhibition organized by Yang Mi's parents and their business partners, a scenario he could not condone. Money could be earned gradually. There was no need for haste. With this thought in mind, Wang Yang ultimately departed the venue with Yang Mi as darkness enveloped the sky. In the restaurant, Wang Yang turned to Yang Mi and inquired, "How much does a villa like yours cost?" "Around 200 million, Yang Mi pondered before replying with a smile. "Why, Wang Yang, are you considering purchasing a villa? If so, I can recommend one that's even better than mine, newly renovated and ready for immediate occupancy, priced at only 280 million. Yang Mi's response took Wang Yang by surprise. Having heard that luxury apartments in the metropolis cost around 40 to 50 million, he had unconsciously assumed that villas would be valued at 4 to 500 million, or even exceeding $1 billion. It was only upon hearing Yang Mi's jest that he realized he had greatly overestimated the value of those villas. The prices were not as exorbitant as he had imagined. With this newfound understanding, his interest was piqued. "Excellent. Please help me contact the seller. If all goes well, we could finalize the deal tonight." Observing Wang Yang's eagerness, Yang Mi promptly took out her phone to assist him in contacting the seller. After the arrangements were made, Wang Yang said, "We've scheduled a time. After dinner, we can head directly to view the property." The villa comprised 3 floors above ground and 1 basement level, featuring a 200 square meter yard. It had been renovated just 6 months prior, intended as a wedding gift for a wealthy second-generation heir in their circle. However, due to business troubles, the company went bankrupt, leaving only this villa, which was in the heir's name, unliquidated. Their family was in such dire straits that even the property fees for the villa were burdensome, prompting them to sell it as a means to stage a comeback. Priced 2 million below market value, Wang Yang was indeed acquiring quite a bargain. Hearing Yang Mi's remarks only deepened his interest in the villa. After all, Yang Mi was not a second-hand property agent. Her assurance indicated that the villa was genuinely newly renovated. With a price below market value and luxurious new renovations, he truly felt he had stumbled upon a remarkable deal. After dining, Yang Mi led Wang Yang directly to the villa he intended to purchase. The villa is situated within the prestigious Tongtian Garden, a name that evokes a sense of grandeur. It is an exclusive enclave comprising solely of villas. The community is modest in size, featuring a total of 40 individual villas, each with its own private courtyard. Each villa is equipped with 3 parking spaces, adequately catering to familial needs. According to Yang Mi, such villas are considered to be in the upper echelon within the metropolis. The only more esteemed alternatives are those nationally renowned villa districts. However, in those areas, the price of a single villa begins at an astounding 1 billion, accessible only to the affluent elite with fortunes in the hundreds of billions, leaving ordinary merchants like them unable to penetrate the circle of high society. Chapter 26. You are fanning the flames. It turns out that the affluent individuals we are familiar with are merely ordinary merchants. The Xi'an nation also possesses its own elite aristocracy, whose status remains akin to the ancient noble families. However, they conceal themselves so deeply that, as an ordinary person, I have never encountered anyone from that echelon. Wang Yang was filled with emotion. His heart, once swollen with pride from earning a modest fortune, was swiftly returned to its normal state. Upon arriving at the villa with Yang Mi, Wang Yang began to scrutinize the property with great care. The villa boasted 3 stories above ground and 1 below, encompassing over 1,100 square meters. The courtyard spanned over 200 square meters, featuring a small swimming pool sufficient for hosting intimate gatherings. The interior decor was entirely modern, equipped with the latest intelligent home appliances and technology. Most importantly, the beds were devoid of any bedding, affirming Yang Mi's assertion that the villa had never been inhabited. "I'll take the villa," Wang Yang declared. "Tonight, we shall sign the contract. I will initially pay 30 million as a deposit, and upon the transfer of ownership tomorrow, I will settle the remaining balance." Wang Yang turned his gaze towards the villa's owners, a middle-aged couple who appeared somewhat weary. Realizing that Wang Yang was not attempting to take advantage of them, the husband promptly nodded in agreement to Wang Yang's terms. Subsequently, both parties signed the contract under the guidance of the lawyers summoned by Yang Mi. Once everything was finalized, the middle-aged man placed the villa keys before Wang Yang, stating, After the transfer tomorrow, this villa will belong to you, Mr. Wang. I will hand over the keys now. Should you wish to move in, you can simply purchase some bedding tonight and settle in immediately. Wang Yang's eyes lit up at the owner's words. Although Yang Mi's residence was quite spacious, he, in his lucid state, preferred not to stay there. However, the place he had rented was too dilapidated to accommodate Yang Mi. If he could spend the night in this villa, all his concerns would be effortlessly resolved. He promptly accepted the keys, intending to visit the mall to procure bedding. Once the couple departed, Wang Yang wasted no time in taking Yang Mi to a nearby shopping center to purchase bedding. Initially, he had planned to buy supplies for 2 separate rooms, hoping to sleep apart from Yang Mi that night. However, upon returning with the bedding, he quickly realized he had underestimated Yang Mi's desire for self-preservation. Upon hearing Wang Yang's suggestion of sleeping separately, Yang Mi immediately shook her head in refusal. No, I cannot be apart from you. What if I suddenly fall ill tonight? You've mentioned that my condition could relapse at any moment. And if that happens while you are not by my side, I surely wouldn't survive. I had almost resigned myself to my fate. But you have given me a glimmer of hope for life. I do not wish to succumb so easily. As a girl, I care little for issues of modesty. Why should you, as a man, be concerned? With a resolute expression, Yang Mi disregarded Wang Yang's consent and swiftly entered the bathroom with her nightgown. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from within. Although the bathroom glass was frosted, obscuring the view of its interior, the atmosphere was filled with anticipation. However, through the frosted glass of the bathroom, one could still discern the presence of someone bathing within. Wang Yang observed Yang Mi, who seemed entirely unperturbed by his presence, and a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Well, if she, a woman, exhibited no fear, what was there for a man like him to dread? He consoled himself, swiftly retrieving his phone to engage in a trivial game to pass the time. Yet, the usually captivating game suddenly felt mundane to Wang Yang. Out of the corner of his eye, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the direction of the bathroom, captivated by the indistinct silhouette within. Just a glance, just one glance. He repeatedly admonished himself in his mind, ultimately unable to resist the temptation to surreptitiously peer into the bathroom's interior. 1 glance, 2 glances. Despite firmly instructing himself to limit his gaze, Wang Yang unwittingly succumbed to a state of obsession. Clearly, he had overestimated his own boundaries. It dawned on him that he, too, was a person of rather wavering principles. It was not until Yang Mi had finished her bath and donned her nightgown that Wang Yang internally criticized himself, silently shutting his third eye. Inside the bathroom, Yang Mi remained oblivious to the fact that the frosted door, intended to provide privacy, was rendered ineffective under the influence of Wang Yang's gaze. As she dried her hair, she turned to Wang Yang and said, "You should take a shower too. You've been busy all day and must smell of sweat." "All right," Wang Yang nodded, taking the bathing supplies Yang Mi had prepared for him, and quickly entered the bathroom. 5 minutes later, feeling his hair pleasantly dry, he emerged from the bathroom. On the bed, Yang Mi had already nestled under the covers, appearing like a bride awaiting her husband's return. Upon seeing Wang Yang, she naturally patted the space beside her, beckoning him to lie down. There was truly no sense of modesty here. Wang Yang felt a wave of emotion, abandoning his plans for practice that evening as he laid down beside Yang Mi. Soon, after a long day, Yang Mi fell asleep first. However, her slumber was not particularly tranquil. She entwined herself around Wang Yang like an octopus. Her figure was undoubtedly alluring, and the way she clung to him evoked a sense of transgression akin to a foul in a game. Although the previous night, Wang Yang had also been held closely by Yang Mi. He had been inebriated then and had felt no strong sensations. Today was different. He was entirely sober, and being so tightly embraced by Yang Mi ignited a genuine impulse within him. To be precise, it was from the moment he had seen her bathing that he had begun to feel stirred. Now, with her arms wrapped around him so closely, it was akin to adding fuel to the fire, intensifying his inner turmoil. No, if this continues, mistakes will surely be made. Wang Yang repeatedly cautioned himself against error and exerted effort to gently pry Yang Mi's arms from around him. However, his strength was perhaps excessive. Yang Mi had only just fallen asleep and was not in a deep slumber. Consequently, his actions jolted her awake from her peaceful repose. Gazing at Wang Yang, she expressed her displeasure, saying, "Why are you pushing me so forcefully?" He retorted, "If I don't push you, you'll just burrow into my embrace. I am a grown man, a man whose mind and body are entirely normal. Should you continue to nestle into my arms, I cannot guarantee what actions I may take." Wang Yang suppressed the flames of his ire, earnestly warning Yang Mi. He had believed that such a stern admonition would intimidate her. However, Her mere response ignited the barely contained fire within him, causing it to erupt uncontrollably. In a flash, he lunged at Yang Mi like a leopard pouncing on its prey. Chapter 27. The herbs are gathered. Do as you wish. I am quite curious about such matters and have always yearned to try them. Wang Yang. If you truly desire to engage in such activities with me, I would willingly oblige. Wang Yang. I am uncertain of the essence of love, however. If I were compelled to choose a man to share my bed with, it would undoubtedly be. Yang Mi gazed at Wang Yang with dreamy eyes, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck, drawing his head closer to her. Although she was aware that Wang Yang was the object of affection for her dear friend Tian, she found herself unable to restrain her impulses in this moment. Ever since he had rescued her from the brink of death, she had been captivated by his radiant presence, which felt almost divine. In that instant, she had longed to dedicate herself to him. Yet, in the presence of Tian, she had never found the courage to voice such sentiments. However, after spending the day with Wang Yang, witnessing his remarkable prowess at the stone gambling venue, her admiration for him deepened significantly. I will not compete with you. I merely wish to avoid leaving regrets in my life. I am only temporarily with him, and once he has wholly healed me, I shall maintain my distance and will not vie for him. Yang Mi reassured herself internally, yet she ultimately succumbed to her desires and kissed Wang Yang. Wang Yang, already on the brink of losing control, fully erupted in response to Yang Mi's kiss. Thus began a primal dance of passion between them. Wang Yang, my heart races fiercely. I feel as though it may leap from my throat. Wang Yang, if I were to perish, do not forget me. You are my first man, my only man. Husband. Husband. The passionate encounter unknowingly persisted for 2 hours. Had it not been for Wang Yang infusing his vital energy into Yang Mi, stabilizing her heart, the intensity of emotions might have led to her demise from cardiac distress. Thus, as her family feared, Yang Mi's health was not suited for such engagements with men. Only Wang Yang could allow her to experience such bliss between the sexes. Blissful. Wang Yang reclined on the bed, a look of satisfaction upon his face. This was his inaugural experience as a man, and he now comprehended why many men are so fervently drawn to such escapades. Indeed, numerous high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen find themselves ensnared by complications arising from their entanglements with women. Beside him, Yang Mi lay softly in his embrace, resembling a delicate kitten. Her eyes filled with submission. After a considerable time, she cautiously looked up at Wang Yang and said, "Husband, I want more." More. Wang Yang, observing Yang Mi's evident eagerness, lowered his head and commenced a new round of exploration. Night fell, and unbeknownst to them, the hours slipped away. Due to their exertions, the two of them slept soundly until 10 in the morning. Their slumber was not of a natural awakening, but rather interrupted by the ringing of a phone. The phone call was made by Yang Mi's mother, conveying a single piece of news. All the medicinal materials that Wang Yang needed had been gathered. A century-old ginseng, a century-old ishowu, a century-old lingxi. In Wang Yang's eyes, these materials seemed nearly impossible to assemble in a year or two. Yet Yang Mi's parents managed to collect them in just a day. I had underestimated the capabilities of the Yang family, as well as the conveniences of modern society. The Yang family's business partners are scattered across the globe, making the collection of medicinal herbs even more accessible than it was for ancient nobility. In the future, I could also utilize the Yang family's channels to gather herbs, concoct some special elixirs, and aid my cultivation, hastening my breakthrough to the Master Realm. Perhaps not only the Master Realm. With sufficient medicinal materials, I might even achieve foundational success and become a true practitioner. Countless thoughts surged within Wang Yang's mind. Having initially obtained the inheritance, he found himself aspiring not merely to become a wealthy gentleman, but also nurturing a burgeoning ambition for cultivation. Not seeking to become a transcendent being like a true immortal, but at the very least, he yearned to strive for an extended lifespan of 500 years. Aspiring to be the modern-day Pengzu, deeply contemplative, he promptly began to dress. Meanwhile, Yang Mi remained cocooned in her blankets, waiting for Wang Yang to finish dressing and freshening up before she could do the same, feeling shy about changing in front of him. Having seen and done what needed to be done, why was she shy now? Women truly are peculiar creatures, Wang Yang mused, but under Yang Mi's gentle urging, he retreated to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. It was only after he had fully entered the bathroom that Yang Mi began to dress. By the time both had completed their morning routines and returned to Yang Mi's home, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Upon arriving at the Yang residence, Wang Yang was immediately led by Yang's father to inspect the herbs. Only after confirming that the herbs were all in order did Yang Mi's parents finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking towards Wang Yang, Yang Mi's mother cautiously inquired. Divine Dr. Wang, now that we have gathered the herbs, how long do you think it will take to completely cure Yang Mi's illness? Prepare the furnace for decocting the medicine. I shall personally brew it this afternoon. Once the medicine is ready, please prepare a set of silver needles for me. I will assist Yang Mi in consuming the medicinal broth with the needles, and she will be entirely well, Wang Yang promised, casting a reassuring glance at the anxious Yang Mi's parents. Upon hearing that Yang Mi would fully recover by the end of the afternoon, their faces instantly lit up with excitement. They promptly began instructing the chef to prepare lunch. However, due to the impending task of decocting medicine in the afternoon, no alcoholic beverages were served. During the meal, Wang Yang noticed that Yang Mi seemed somewhat discontented, despite the imminent resolution of her heart condition, which would restore her to a normal state. Her brow was slightly furrowed. It was puzzling. Had she not always wished to return to normalcy? Observing Yang Mi, Wang Yang felt a tinge of confusion, unaware that she had not noticed his discreet gaze upon her. At this moment, her heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. After years of grappling with a stubborn heart ailment, she should have been overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of recovery. Yet, the mere thought of the vow she had made deep within her, a promise to distance herself from Wang Yang should he succeed in healing her, cast a shadow over her elation. Never did she anticipate that her recovery would come so swiftly, diverging significantly from her carefully laid plans, which had dictated that she remain entwined with Wang Yang for at least a month. In an instant, her emotions became a labyrinth, leaving her utterly bewildered about how to navigate her feelings. She even found herself hesitant to believe in her own healing, unsure if she possessed the resolve to truly maintain the distance she had pledged from Wang Yang. Chapter 28. The purpose behind the gift of medicine from the influential figure today. I shall not maintain any distance from Wang Yang. Even if I must eventually return Wang Yang to Tian, that can wait until after tonight. Yang Mi continually reassured herself internally, a resolute expression illuminating her eyes. Wang Yang, oblivious to Yang Mi's subtle intentions, promptly made his way to the kitchen after finishing lunch, determined to prepare medicine for her personally. The ingredients were precious materials, aged for a century, and a single pot's worth, by current market standards, would be valued at no less than 10 million. Such wealth could not be squandered. As Wang Yang prepared to concoct the medicine, Yang Mi's father hesitated for a moment before addressing him. Dr. Wang, please exercise utmost caution while brewing the medicine. Some of these herbs were sourced by our Yang family through suppliers, but others were gifted to us by a notable figure in Modu. Should any mishap occur during the preparation, it would be exceedingly difficult for our family to procure another set of ingredients in a short time. Yang Mi's father's gaze was filled with concern as he looked at Wang Yang. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yang was taken aback. He had initially thought to rely on the Yang family's channels for future herbal procurement. However, this revelation made him realize he had underestimated the situation. While the channels for sourcing herbs had indeed advanced, it was not the Yang family who truly benefited, but rather the influential figure his father spoke of. The Yang family jewelry business was already a colossal enterprise valued in the hundreds of billions. He could hardly fathom the wealth required for someone to be regarded as a significant figure by Yang Mi's father. Yet, now was not the time to contemplate such matters. The pressing concern was to swiftly brew the medicine and heal Yang Mi. Thus, under the watchful gaze of Yang Mi's anxious parents, Wang Yang calmly assured them, Uncle Yang, rest assured, since I am personally overseeing this process, there will be no issues with the herbs. Upon hearing Wang Yang's assurance, Yang Mi's parents finally settled down, patiently observing him as he brewed the medicine. The process lasted a full 4 hours, aided discreetly by Wang Yang's true energy. Under normal circumstances, extracting the full potency from these century-old herbs would take several dozen hours. Once the concoction was complete, Wang Yang turned to Yang Mi's parents. Next, I will need to use silver needles to assist Yang Mi in taking the medicine. Please allow me to take her to her room. Yes, Dr. Wang. Feel free to take Yang Mi back to her room. Illness does not discriminate, and you need not feel any reservations due to Yang Mi's gender, her parents replied eagerly, their eyes filled with anticipation. Observing their enthusiasm, Wang Yang wasted no time and led Yang Mi into the room. After you drink this medicinal broth, please remove your clothes and sit on the bed. I will utilize silver needles to help you assimilate the medicinal properties and thoroughly cure your heart ailment, he instructed, closing the door behind him and looking at Yang Mi, who had followed him inside. Upon hearing his directives, Yang Mi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Although she had been the one to take the initiative the previous night, and they had fulfilled their obligations, the moment still stirred her emotions. However, standing before Wang Yang, she felt a tinge of shyness as she disrobed under the bright daylight, especially with her parents outside. Yet, despite her bashfulness, she gradually unfastened her garments and, under Wang Yang's gaze, consumed the medicinal concoction in one swift motion. Observing her swallow the potion, Wang Yang promptly produced silver needles and began to pierce them into Yang Mi's body. The medicine, brewed from century-old herbs, possessed an extraordinarily potent restorative power. Without the aid of the silver needles, the overwhelming vitality of the medicine might have overwhelmed Yang Mi, potentially leading to her demise before she could be saved. However, with the silver needles channeling Wang Yang's vital energy to protect her heart's meridian, the danger of her being overwhelmed by the medicine was entirely mitigated. At that moment, as the potent energy was absorbed, Yang Mi's heart began to beat vigorously. Her complexion visibly brightened, her vitality noticeably improved compared to before. Feeling the robust rhythm of her heartbeat, Yang Mi gazed at Wang Yang with eyes brimming with excitement. She felt her heartbeat resonating like that of a normal person. No, it was even more vigorous than that of most healthy individuals. Her face radiated joy as her gaze toward Wang Yang filled with gratitude and affection. Wang Yang, witnessing Yang Mi's transformation, merely smiled gently and remarked, "Your heart is now in better condition than that of many athletes, thus its pulsation is naturally stronger. From now on, you will be just like any normal person. Once I remove these silver needles, you need not worry about a recurrence of congenital heart disease." Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Yang Mi nodded eagerly, anticipating the moment he would remove the needles from her body. Wang Yang did not disappoint her. He promptly reached out to begin extracting the silver needles. As the last needle was withdrawn, Yang Mi could no longer contain her excitement and enveloped Wang Yang in a fervent embrace, planting a passionate kiss on him. In her exhilaration, she momentarily forgot that she was unclothed for the sake of treatment. The embrace left Wang Yang feeling parched and ignited a surge of impulsive desire within him. However, recalling that Yang Mi's parents were still waiting outside, he suppressed his urges. "Let us get you clothed. Your parents are still out there waiting. Even if you wish to do something, it must wait until nightfall," he said with a mischievous smile, his eyes roving over Yang Mi's exquisite form. Under his gaze, Yang Mi's cheeks flushed crimson. Realizing her parents were outside, eager to hear the good news of her recovery, she cast aside her shyness and hurriedly donned her clothes. Soon, she was dressed and stepped out of the room alongside Wang Yang. Outside, her parents were pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Yang Mi emerge with Wang Yang, their faces lit up with excitement as they inquired about her health. "Mom, Dad, I am completely healed. Dr. Wang has completely healed my heart. Now, my heartbeat is more vigorous than that of an average person." Yang Mi, brimming with joy, shares her elation with her parents. Upon hearing her response, their faces instantly radiate delight. However, once the excitement subsides, both of their gazes unintentionally drift towards Wang Yang, tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Observing their demeanor, Wang Yang smiles gently and encourages, "Uncle and Aunt, please feel free to speak your mind." Noticing that Wang Yang has perceptively detected their unease, Yang's father straightforwardly states, "When that eminent figure provided medicine to our Yang family, he mentioned that once Yang Mi recovers, we should take her to the hospital for a checkup. He also requested that we inform him, as he wishes to send someone to await the examination results." Chapter 29. The Prominent Figure. Ouyang Jinhu. In this world, love has never existed without reason. The esteemed figure not only delivered medicine to the Yang family, but also insisted on sending someone to accompany Yang Mi for a thorough examination, which could not possibly stem from genuine concern for her well-being. Instantly, Wang Yang sensed that this prominent individual was likely targeting him. Was he attempting to ascertain the proficiency of Wang Yang's medical skills through Yang Mi's condition? Within the household of this distinguished person, there might be someone in dire need of exceptional medical expertise, and the physicians they currently consulted were unable to provide adequate treatment, thus their attention had turned towards him. Countless thoughts surged within Wang Yang's mind. Although he possessed scant evidence, he was convinced that the benefactor who had bestowed medicinal herbs upon the Yang family was indeed focused on him. Yet, despite this realization, Wang Yang felt little trepidation. Throughout history, no patient has ever dared to offend a physician, although he remained unaware of the true identity of this enigmatic figure. The desire to validate his medical prowess indicated that this person likely required his assistance. With this understanding, Wang Yang felt no need for anxiety. He reflected inwardly, then turned to Yang Mi's father with a gentle smile, saying, "If this distinguished individual wishes to send someone to observe, let them come to the hospital. It would be an opportune moment for us to conduct a comprehensive examination for Yang Mi, ensuring that her parents can rest easy." Wang Yang's words elicited an awkward smile from Yang Mi's parents. despite Wang Yang having saved their daughter at the banquet, demonstrating his formidable medical skills. They still held a greater belief in the methods of Western medicine until they received definitive medical results. They hesitated to trust that a mere herbal concoction could cure Yang Mi's congenital heart condition. Therefore, despite their embarrassment, Yang Mi's parents promptly began arranging transportation. Soon, Wang Yang and his companions arrived at the hospital. As Yang Mi entered the CT room for her cardiac examination, a young man approached her parents. Upon noticing the newcomer, Yang's father immediately greeted him with a flattering smile. "Oh, Yang Sanshao, your family has sent you personally. There was truly no need for you to come. I shall notify the Ouyang family as soon as the results are available." Ouyang Sanshao, whose true name is Ouyang Zhenhu, responded to Yang's father's flattery with a calm demeanor. "Some matters require my direct confirmation. Additionally, I wish to meet the esteemed Dr. Wang in advance." Upon hearing Ouyang Zhenhu's words, Yang's father promptly introduced Wang Yang to him. The moment Ouyang Zhenhu realized that the young man beside him was Wang Yang, his expression transformed dramatically. Previously exuding pride, he now regarded Wang Yang with profound respect, his demeanor entirely devoid of any arrogance. "Esteemed Dr. Wang, I am Ouyang Zhenhu from the Ouyang family. A member of my family is experiencing health issues, and I would like to invite you to consult with us." Ouyang Zhenhu said, his tone filled with reverence, no trace of his former haughtiness remaining. Witnessing Ouyang Zhenhu's transformation, Yang's father felt utterly bewildered. Ouyang Zhenhu, a recently emerged enigmatic figure in the bustling metropolis, has captured attention. Not long ago, a nationally renowned second-generation affluent individual, boasting of his unparalleled status, clashed with Ouyang Zhenhu at a nightlife venue. The outcome was severe. The privileged heir found his leg shattered and was subsequently detained in the city. Ultimately, it is said that the father of this elite scion leveraged extensive connections, incurring unknown costs, to extricate his son from the metropolis. That confrontation catapulted Ouyang Zhenhu into the limelight, revealing the existence of the mysterious Ouyang family within the city. Some individuals discreetly investigated Ouyang Zhenhu's background, uncovering that this family has existed since the Republic of China era and boasts significant lineage, even being prominent members of the ancient Qing gang. Although they adopted a low-profile post-establishment, their influence has never truly waned. It appears that even the wealthiest family in the city, the Qin family, has ties to the Ouyang lineage. With his familial background now exposed, Ouyang Zhenhu ceased to feign humility, adopting an arrogant demeanor towards all he encountered. However, his astonishment was palpable when he found himself unexpectedly courteous to Wang Yang. Yet, the subsequent turn of events left him even more astounded. Wang Yang audaciously declined Ouyang Zhenhu's overtures, stating with an impassive expression, "I am not a doctor. If someone in your family is unwell, they may seek examination at a hospital." Rejected. The audacity of Wang Yang's refusal stunned Ouyang Zhenhu, for in the metropolis, no one had ever dared to dismiss him. Those billionaires, regarded as titans in the eyes of the ordinary populace, were compelled to wear a facade of cordiality in his presence, for he bore the Ouyang name. His family is the pinnacle of elite society in the metropolis. And even the magnates on the wealth rankings must pay their respects to the Ouyang family when they arrive in the city. To establish oneself in the metropolis, one must secure the Ouyang family's approval. Without it, no enterprise can thrive. Wherever he ventured, all were eager to ingratiate themselves with him. The notion that someone would dare to reject him was beyond his imagination. Despite his shock, he suppressed his rising ire, forcing a congenial expression as he addressed Wang Yang. "Esteemed Dr. Wang, perhaps I have not conveyed my message clearly. Though my Ouyang family may not be widely recognized by the common populace, we are, in truth, one of the foremost families in the metropolis. In this city, a mere word from the Ouyang family can accomplish the impossible. I, Ouyang Zhenhu, may hold the least standing within my family. Yet even those billionaire and trillionaire business magnates must offer me their smiles. Should you be willing to accompany me to the Ouyang family? Regardless of whether you heal the patient, we shall reward you with a generous fee, and you shall owe us a favor. Seek a doctor for ailments. Do not squander time here." Wang Yang, with a stern countenance, continued to disregard Ouyang Zhenhu entirely. He is not a physician. If everyone were to seek his aid upon falling ill, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. It is essential to recognize that countless powerful and affluent individuals in this world suffer greatly from ailments, yet remain helpless as hospitals offer no solutions, merely awaiting their demise. Should he choose to intervene for every individual who falls ill, he would exhaust himself in a lifetime of toil. His acts of salvation are reserved for those with whom he shares a close bond. His decision to assist Yang Mi stemmed from her deep friendship with Tian Tian, as he could not bear to witness her tears. The Yang family wields power and influence. What relevance does that hold for him? With the legacy of the Heavenly Eye sect, he is entirely capable of living freely and unencumbered, without the need to rely on anyone else's authority. Chapter 30. The arrogant yet subservient Yang Zinniger. Once again, Yang Zinniger faced rejection, as he beheld Wang Yang's audacity to refuse him for the second time. His fists clenched involuntarily. However, before he could take any action, the door to the CT room swung open. Ms. Yang Mi's heart was deemed entirely normal, surpassing the health of many athletic individuals. Mr. Yang, your daughter is now a healthy individual. You need no longer worry about her safety. The head of the neurology department stated as he approached Ms. Yang's parents, delivering the joyous news. Upon hearing the director's words, excitement illuminated the faces of Yang Mi's parents. Yang Zinniger, who had tightly clenched his fists, immediately relaxed his grip. The doctor's affirmation confirmed that Wang Yang's medical prowess was indeed formidable, far exceeding that of contemporary renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and Western medical experts. After all, the Yang family had sought out various esteemed traditional healers and traversed numerous prestigious Western hospitals in their quest to cure Yang Mi, yet all had been left helpless. Wang Yang's swift and complete recovery of Yang Mi was a testament to his extraordinary skills. No, he must endure. If such a miraculous physician could not be persuaded to join his family, his standing within the clan would diminish even further. Yang Zinniger pondered desperately on how he might entice Wang Yang. Turning to him, he ingratiatingly implored, Master Wang, I beseech you to accompany me to the Yang family. Should you agree to treat my uncle, you will forever be a benefactor to the Yang clan. We shall ensure you live your life freely in the metropolis. Wang Yang observed Yang Zinniger, who had been rebuffed twice yet was still unwilling to concede defeat. It became evident to him that the individual awaiting his healing held a position of significant prestige within the Yang family. So much so that if Yang Zinniger failed to secure his assistance, he might face severe repercussions. Thus, this ostentatious second-generation heir was compelled to swallow his pride and feign humility before him. Nevertheless, despite this revelation, Wang Yang had no intention of visiting the Yang family. He felt no obligation to the Yang family's goodwill. Regarding Yang Zinniger, he coldly responded, This is a hospital. If one is ill, seek a doctor. Do not squander my time here. Yang Zinniger, astonished at Wang Yang's continued refusal, found himself utterly bewildered. He had already humbled himself, believing he had accorded Wang Yang the respect he deserved, and thus, Wang Yang had no grounds for further rejection. Exhausting all polite entreaties without success, Yang Zinniger could no longer restrain his burgeoning fury. Master Wang, I have earnestly implored you time and again. I hope you do not fail to recognize my goodwill. Should you continue to defy me, incurring the wrath of the entire Yang family, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Seething with anger, Yang Zinniger finally cast aside his pretense. If persuasion failed, he would resort to intimidation. Witnessing Yang Zinniger's complete fury, Yang Mi's parents quickly urged Wang Yang to reconsider. Master Wang, the Yang family's influence is vast. Even the third young master has humbled himself before you. Please, accompany Yang Zinniger. Dr. Wang, there is truly no need for you to clash fiercely with Yang Sanshao. Yang Mi's parents approached Wang Yang, cautiously offering their counsel. In their eyes, the Yang family was a formidable entity, entirely untouchable. Wang Yang was the savior of Yang Mi. Should he encounter any trouble, they could not simply stand by. Thus, they sought to mediate, hoping their words might provide Wang Yang a graceful exit. However, they were unaware of Wang Yang's steadfast nature. Had he been someone who easily compromised, he would not have created such a rift with those wealthy heirs during his university days. Even when presented with the opportunity to yield, he maintained his distance from the beautiful Tian Tian. His essence radiated with tenacity. Despite their earnest pleas, Wang Yang resolutely shook his head. Uncle, aunt, there is no need for your persuasion. I will not be going to the Yang family. Seeing Wang Yang's unwavering refusal, Yang Mi's parents were thoroughly alarmed. They understood all too well that families of this stature often acted without restraint. Possessing vast fortunes, they had countless means to turn ordinary individuals into mere shadows of themselves. Moreover, their adversary was Yang Zhenhu. Just as the couple was engulfed in anxiety, unsure of their next steps, the door to the inspection room swung wide open. A well-dressed Yang Mi emerged, blissfully unaware of the tension that enveloped the outside world. She dashed toward Wang Yang, her face alight with joy, and embraced him tightly. Wang Yang, The doctor just told me I am completely healed, even healthier than an average person. In fact, many athletes do not possess a heart as vigorous as mine. You have entirely cured me, gifted me with a second chance at life. Yang Mi radiated happiness, nearly overwhelmed with the desire to plant kisses on Wang Yang's face to convey her elation. Yet, with her parents nearby, she ultimately refrained. Nevertheless, her actions revealed the extraordinary bond between her and Wang Yang. Both her parents and Ouyang Jinhu discerned this connection, observing the closeness between Yang Mi and Wang Yang. Ouyang Jinhu's eyes sparkled with interest. Turning to Wang Yang, he donned a pleasing expression, saying, "Dr. Wang, while your exceptional medical skills have played a pivotal role in Yang Mi's swift recovery, the Ouyang family's medicinal resources have also contributed significantly. The herbs you prescribed would take the Yang family 3 years to gather. Given that our Ouyang family has provided numerous precious materials for Yang Mi, might you consider visiting our family in gratitude for these contributions?" Upon hearing Ouyang Jinhu's proposition, Wang Yang fell silent for a moment. If Yang Mi were merely his patient, the Ouyang family's resources would be irrelevant to him. However, Yang Mi was now his beloved, and Ouyang Jinhu had recognized this fact. The Ouyang family had provided rare medicinal materials, many of which the Yang family could not procure. This favor indeed merited acknowledgement, as he had never been one to owe debts of gratitude. In times of poverty, I harbored disdain, but after acquiring the legacy of the heavenly eye sect, my aversion to owing favors deepened. Alas, I shall let it transpire. Consider it a repayment for the kindness bestowed upon me by the Ouyang family through their medicinal gifts. This time, I shall settle my debts of gratitude entirely, sparing myself from future entanglements with the Ouyang family. A wave of introspection washed over me, as I, Wang Yang, began to soften within. A look of reluctant compromise crossed my face, and I gestured for Yang Mi to release me. Once she complied and returned to her parents' side, I turned my gaze toward Ouyang Jinhu. "I will accompany you to the Ouyang family, as a means of repaying their generosity. However, let me be clear, I am not a miraculous healer capable of curing all ailments. Ultimately, the ability to fully restore the health of your kin hinges upon my assessment of the patients. I cannot guarantee results." Chapter 31. Ouyang Xiu with a broken leg. Ouyang's integer gazed at Wang Yang, relieved that he was willing to accompany him to the Ouyang family. Regardless of whether the esteemed doctor could cure his uncle, the Ouyang family would forever remember this act of kindness. Should Dr. Wang ever find himself in trouble, he could always seek assistance from the Ouyang family. Ouyang's integer looked at Wang Yang once more, praising him as if the earlier threats had never been uttered. One could not help but acknowledge the refinement instilled in the scions of prominent families. Their ability to mask their intentions was far superior to that of the average person. Meanwhile, Yang Mi's parents sighed in relief at Wang Yang's agreement to visit the Ouyang family. However, upon recalling that Yang Mi had embraced Wang Yang so intimately upon her return, a sense of displeasure washed over them. As seasoned adults, they could discern at a glance that there was more to the relationship between Yang Mi and Wang Yang than mere friendship. It was unmistakably romantic. The closeness they exhibited was inappropriate for a mere doctor-patient dynamic. The thought of their cherished daughter being taken away left them feeling discontented. Their concerns about the purity of their relationship loomed large. Exchanging knowing glances, Yang Mi's parents silently acknowledged each other's thoughts. Although they had seen through the connection between Wang Yang and Yang Mi, they chose not to confront them directly. The possibility of Yang Mi being completely healed was sufficient for them. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, the romantic undertones of his relationship with Yang Mi had not escaped her parents' scrutiny. As Yang Mi expressed her desire to return to Wang Yang's side, her parents discreetly informed her of Ouyang Jinhu's true identity. Upon realizing that he was a significant figure recently emerged in the public eye, Yang Mi's eyes widened in shock. Understanding that Wang Yang was to treat a prominent member of the Ouyang family, she relinquished her intention to continue pursuing him. After her parents had finished their explanations, she quietly approached Wang Yang, whispering, "Wang Yang, I will return home with my parents. However, I will not go home. I will wait for you in your room. Once you are done, please come find me. You mentioned wanting to see me in a uniform last night, so I will buy a few outfits on my way and wear them for you tonight." "All right," Wang Yang nodded. His Yang Mi's parents continually comforted themselves internally to suppress their mounting anger, preventing them from acting upon the impulse to disrupt the couple's harmony. "Go. First take your parents away from the hospital," Wang Yang urged, suppressing his own expectations, before turning to Ouyang Jinhu. "Let us depart as well." "Certainly, esteemed Dr. Wang." Ouyang Jinhu replied respectfully, leading Wang Yang toward the exit. Observing Ouyang Jinhu's demeanor, A satisfied smile graced Wang Yang's face. "There is no need for such formality," he replied. "My visit to the Yang family is merely a means of repaying their kindness and providing medicine. After this, we shall be even. And it is likely that our paths will not cross again." Despite Wang Yang's clarity, Yang Jinhu maintained a polite response. To the outside world, he was the formidable young master of the Yang family, yet within his own clan, his standing was far less esteemed than one might presume. The individual in need of salvation was his younger uncle, Yang Xiao, the future hope of the Yang lineage, renowned for their martial prowess. The Yang family held Yang Xiao in high regard as the one with the greatest talent among the second and third generations, being the only one with a promising chance to ascend to the realm of martial masters. Although 3 years younger than Yang Jinhu, Yang Xiao had already established himself as a first-rate martial artist, on the verge of transcending into the master realm, provided that no unforeseen circumstances arose. He was expected to firmly enter this esteemed domain. However, due to an unfortunate incident, Yang Xiao had sustained a leg injury that curtailed his martial journey. Should Wang Yang succeed in healing Yang Xiao, it would be tantamount to resurrecting a master warrior for the Yang family's future. The significance of this act would bestow immense gratitude upon Wang Yang from the Yang clan. Without the ability to break through to the master realm, the family faced dire prospects upon the passing of their elder martial master. The Yang family would falter. The fortune of those on the wealth rankings often dwindles, leading to their rapid demise precisely because their clans lack the protection of martial masters, rendering them vulnerable and easily exploited. Financial wealth cannot endure indefinitely. Only the legacy of martial strength can be passed down through generations. Thus, the Yang family was prepared to go to any lengths to save Yang Xiao. Upon the restoration of his leg, Yang Jinhu, as the one who invited Wang Yang, would see his status within the family elevate. Therefore, regardless of Wang Yang's assertions, Yang Jinhu maintained his respectful demeanor. If he failed to persuade Wang Yang, his already low standing within the family would diminish further, relegating him to obscurity. A moment of bearing the humiliation in exchange for a lifetime of vindication was a most advantageous trade. Consequently, the typically haughty third young master Yang displayed such humility in Wang Yang's presence. After approximately half an hour, Wang Yang and Yang Jinhu arrived at a historically rich estate in the heart of the old city. Had it not been for Yang Jinhu's revelation that this estate belonged to the Yang family, Wang Yang might have mistaken it for a vintage tourist attraction. Such a family had profound heritage. In the heart of the bustling metropolis, this expansive estate is likely valued at over 10 billion. Such a venerable family lineage is indeed incomparable to the newly affluent of recent years. Wang Yang felt a wave of emotion as Yang Jinhu entered the estate. Upon their arrival in the grand hall, several middle-aged members of the Yang family warmly ushered forth a young man seated in a wheelchair. Casting a glance towards Wang Yang, the young man, visibly anxious, spoke. "As a patient seeking your expertise, I should have come to you in person. However, my leg condition is so severe that even being pushed in this wheelchair causes immense pain. I can only humbly request your presence here, and I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." Chapter 32. The peculiar poison Yang Xiao's words were devoid of any embellishment, for as he spoke with Wang Yang, beads of cold sweat uncontrollably trickled down his forehead. It was evident that even the short distance he had been pushed from the room inflicted considerable pain upon him. Observing Yang Xiao's condition, Wang Yang offered a faint smile and suggested, "Let us retreat indoors for a consultation. Should there be a remedy, I shall endeavor to heal your ailment. However, I cannot assure you of my certainty until I have conducted an examination." Upon hearing that Wang Yang did not possess absolute confidence, the members of the Yang family grew anxious. "We implore you, esteemed Dr. Wang, to exert your utmost efforts. Should you succeed in curing my brother Yang Xiao, the Yang family shall reward you handsomely for your services. Dr. Wang, regardless of the outcome, we pledge to provide you with a generous remuneration. You shall not leave empty-handed. Should Yang Xiao regain his ability to stand, the Yang family shall remember your kindness for a lifetime. In times of trouble, you may seek our assistance without hesitation." The Yang clan continually made promises to Wang Yang. Given his esteemed status as a physician, they held him in high regard, irrespective of his ability to cure Yang Xiao. Clearly, they displayed greater discernment than Yang Jinhu, who, despite his outward display of authority, lacked influence within the family. This situation was intrinsically linked to Yang Jinhu's low standing within the Yang lineage, which compelled him to assert dominance externally to reclaim his self-worth and sense of belonging, fostering a pathological arrogance. Soon, the group re-entered the hall, and Wang Yang approached Yang Xiao, meticulously examining his leg injury. As he channeled his vital energy into Ouyang Xiu's legs, he comprehended the source of the profound agony that marred Ouyang Xiu's countenance, even while seated in a wheelchair. Ouyang Xiu had fallen victim to a peculiar form of poison, wherein the venomous insects congregated at the wounds on his legs. In moments of stillness, these insects would retreat into a dormant state. However, upon any movement, they would awaken and commence their relentless feeding upon Ouyang Xiu's frail limbs. Each insect was merely a tenth of the size of a sesame seed, and Ouyang Xiu's knees harbored thousands of these creatures. As long as he remained active, he endured the torment of thousands of bites every second. This excruciating pain could drive an ordinary person to the brink of despair within a minute. Yet, Ouyang Xiu not only bore this suffering for an extended period, but also managed to engage in a brief conversation with Wang Yang, showcasing an astonishing resilience. Wang Yang, observing Ouyang Xiu's pallid face and the faint smile he mustered, silently reflected, before his acquisition of the Tianyan sect's legacy, he had been an ordinary individual. Although he had endured hardships, having emerged from a small county to gain admission to a prestigious university, he firmly believed he could carve out a successful path in the bustling metropolis. However, such inhuman torment instilled in him a sense of uncertainty until he personally experienced it. He could not assure himself of his ability to endure. Reflecting deeply, Wang Yang gazed at the anxious faces of Ouyang Xiu and the members of the Ouyang family. And with a gentle smile, he remarked, "Ouyang Xiu's leg has been afflicted by poison. I can heal it, but I require some rare medicinal herbs. Among these, several are exceptionally potent toxins, and they are not easily procured. I will write down the list of necessary herbs, and once the Ouyang family has gathered them, they may come to me." Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, excitement filled Ouyang Xiu's face. Enduring the pain in his leg, he immediately turned to Wang Yang and requested, "Please, esteemed Dr. Wang, write down the list of required herbs. My Ouyang family possesses a dedicated repository of medicinal herbs. We may have all that is needed for my treatment." The Ouyang family had previously provided a substantial quantity of herbs to Yang Mi's parents within a single day, successfully gathering everything necessary for her ailment. Thus, Wang Yang was well aware of the family's extensive herbal reserves. Listening to Ouyang Xiu, he promptly accepted the paper and pen handed to him by a member of the Ouyang family and diligently inscribed the list of herbs required to dispel the poison. Once he completed the list, an Ouyang family member eagerly took it from him, beaming with enthusiasm as they said, "Esteemed Dr. Wang, please wait here for a moment while I verify the herbs in our repository to see if we possess all that is required." With that, they swiftly departed, clearly eager to waste not a moment. Observing their urgency, Wang Yang settled into a seat. Almost immediately, a member of the Ouyang family approached him with a cup of tea. Wang Yang was not particularly fond of tea, preferring cola instead. Yet, after a long day of exertion, he felt somewhat parched and accepted the tea, taking a sip. The rich aroma enveloped his senses, prompting him to take another hearty gulp. This tea was delightful, far superior to what he usually consumed. Normally, he favored cola, but this tea was even more pleasurable. "Where can I procure such tea? I would like to have some at home for future guests," Wang Yang inquired with curiosity, envisioning the possibility of offering this exquisite tea to visitors, as it would be inappropriate to serve them cola alone. Upon hearing Wang Yang's query, the person who had prepared the tea appeared slightly embarrassed, responding, "This is Huangshan Maofeng. Though it differs from what is commonly available in the market, it is a private blend produced by our Ouyang family's tea garden in Huangshan. It is overseen by a dedicated master, ensuring its superior quality." The middle-aged man from the Ouyang family continued, "If you enjoy it, I will prepare 2 pounds for you to take home. Subsequently, I will arrange for 2 pounds to be delivered to you each month. Otherwise, if you take too much at once, it might spoil and lose its flavor." Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback by the man's generous offer. Initially, he believed that the tea from the Ouyang family might merely be a type of expensive tea available on the market. Presently, with his wealth and means of making money, he is willing to indulge in his culinary desires, even if it requires spending a little more. However, upon hearing the middle-aged man's response, he realized that his assumptions were overly simplistic. The level of indulgence among these venerable families surpassed his imagination. They even go so far as to acquire their own tea gardens solely for the purpose of enjoying tea. One can only surmise that the rice and flour consumed by such families is likely of a different caliber than that of ordinary people. Just as Wang Yang was lost in contemplation, the person responsible for verifying the herbal inventory rushed back with a look of astonished delight. Chapter 33. Back to the Yang family, Master Wang. There are only 3 herbs from your list that we have yet to procure, but I have already contacted suppliers, and they will be delivered early tomorrow morning. I will arrange for the driver to take you home now and return for you in the morning. The middle-aged man from the Yang family, returning from the pharmacy, promptly informed Wang Yang about the status of the herbal supply. Upon hearing that 3 herbs still needed to be transported from afar, Wang Yang immediately rose, intending to have the Yang family's driver take him home. He had Yang Mi waiting for him. The mere thought of Yang Mi possibly donning her flight attendant uniform, her long legs adorned with black stockings, intensified his desire to return home without delay. They were currently in a passionate phase of their relationship, and he was reluctant to squander any precious moments. As Wang Yang prepared to leave, someone quickly presented him with 2 pounds of tea leaves that had been prearranged. A group of people warmly escorted him to the door, only returning to the Yang family home once he had departed in the vehicle. This time, we need not worry about the future of the Yang family. As long as Yang Xiu's legs can recover, with his innate martial prowess, he will surely ascend to the realm of a martial arts master and protect the family for another century. Our patriarch is now 90 years old and has yet to cultivate a second master. At last, we can find solace in this prospect. It was once a source of shame when our elderly patriarch fathered a child with an actress at the age of 70. But now it seems to be a divine blessing for our family, bringing forth the prodigious Yang Xiu. The news of Yang Xiu's recovery must be kept strictly confidential. Until he breaks through to the master level, we cannot allow this information to reach the southern borders. Otherwise, we risk attracting that woman's attention again, which would lead to complications. Nervous whispers echoed among the members of the Yang family, who were evidently aware that Yang Xiu had been afflicted by a curse. Even knowing the identity of the one who cast it, they understood that their adversary was formidable. Otherwise, with a master in their midst, they would not fear her return. However, Wang Yang remained oblivious to all of this. Even if he were aware, it was unlikely he would be concerned. The 8-9 profound arts possessed a unique characteristic, immunity to all poisons. Though the curse was peculiar, it could not inflict harm upon Wang Yang. This was merely the initial effect of his training in the 8-9 profound arts. The ultimate effect of this cultivation is invulnerability to all methods. In myth, Erlangchen subdued the Monkey King through the mastery of the 8-9 profound arts. However, in this age of decline, it was improbable that Wang Yang could attain such an ultimate state. Nevertheless, even the ability to resist all poisons is a feat that would elicit envy from any martial artist. After all, even masters cannot achieve such immunity. And possessing this trait means one need not fear any covert schemes. Half an hour later, Wang Yang returned to his villa. Upon entering the room, he made a beeline for the bedroom. Once he fully stepped inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. In the bedroom, Yang Mi stood by the bed, adorned in her flight attendant attire. As she entered, she unexpectedly bit her lip and beckoned him with a finger, signaling him to come over quickly. How audacious! Wang Yang mused, immediately rushing toward Yang Mi. In that instant, he transformed completely into a wolf. It was not until after 3 in the morning, amidst Yang Mi's pleas for mercy, that he finally relented. The two of them embraced tightly, utterly exhausted, and without even washing up, they succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet, being a martial artist, Wang Yang's recuperative abilities far surpassed those of Yang Mi. Despite the night being predominantly spent with him in motion while Yang Mi remained passive, he awoke punctually at 7. After brushing his teeth and refreshing himself, he even took a shower. He was acutely aware that the Yang family would be eager to come and fetch him early that day. He did not wish to present himself before the Yang family carrying the sin of Yang Mi. Although one might indulge in youthful frivolity, Wang Yang still believed in maintaining decorum when the occasion called for it. Just as Wang Yang had anticipated, after completing his morning routine and breakfast, Yang Zhenhu could hardly wait to contact him by phone. Dr. Wang, the 3 types of medicinal herbs you requested have been delivered this morning. Do you have time now? If so, I can come to pick you up. On the other end, Yang Zhenhu cautiously inquired. Evidently having learned a lesson from the previous day, and now showing utmost respect toward Wang Yang. Upon hearing Yang Zhenhu's voice, Wang Yang smiled lightly. I just finished breakfast. Please come to the entrance of my community to pick me up. Hearing Wang Yang's response, Yang Zhenhu repeatedly agreed. By the time Wang Yang exited the community, Yang Zhenhu was already waiting at the entrance, clearly having arrived some time before. Though Wang Yang recognized this, he chose not to linger on it, and promptly got into the car, heading with Yang Zhenhu to the Yang family. Upon arriving at the Yang residence, apart from the enigmatic elder master, numerous family members awaited him outside, Even Ouyang Xiu had been brought out to wait for him. Clearly, due to Wang Yang's promise to heal Ouyang Xiu, the entire family had placed immense importance on him, resulting in such treatment. There is no need for such formality. Since I have promised to heal Ouyang Xiu, I will certainly do so. His leg injury is excruciatingly painful. There is no need to have him endure this ordeal by waiting for me, Wang Yang remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he looked at the assembled Ouyang family. He was not one to be hypocritical about superficial appearances. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Ouyang Xiu, despite his pain, managed to force a smile. Dr. Wang, it was I who insisted they bring me out to wait for you. You may not care for such formalities, but I cannot disregard them. You have healed my legs, granting me a second chance at life. I must personally come forth to welcome you, for otherwise, my heart shall remain unsettled. From this day forth, I, Ouyang Xiu, shall eternally cherish this kindness deep within my soul. As long as I draw breath, I shall address any matter concerning you, divine physician Wang. Ouyang Xiu gazed at Wang Yang, making a solemn vow. His gaze was resolute, leaving no doubt that he spoke not merely in words, but with the intent to uphold this promise throughout his remaining days. Observing Ouyang Xiu's sincerity, Wang Yang refrained from further discourse and promptly led Ouyang Xiu and his companions back into the Ouyang family estate. Upon arriving in the designated chamber prepared for concocting medicine, he began to inspect the herbs. Once he confirmed their quality, he immediately commenced the preparation of the medicine for Ouyang Xiu. Chapter 34. Ouyang Xiu stands up after enduring a lengthy 4-hour process of concocting medicine. Wang Yang promptly presented the brewed potion before Ouyang Xiu. Once you consume this potion, I shall utilize silver needles to help you dissipate its effects, ensuring that all the cursed insects within you perish. Wang Yang looked intently at Ouyang Xiu, clearly outlining the procedure. Upon hearing that he was on the verge of a complete recovery, Ouyang Xiu's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He gazed at Wang Yang and nodded emphatically, accepting the bowl of medicine from his hands. Raising his head, Ouyang Xiu drank the concoction in one swift motion. Despite the potion's distinctly bitter taste, it felt to him like the most exquisite of wines, brimming with an indescribable sense of grandeur. Observing this, Wang Yang swiftly produced the silver needles he had prepared earlier and began to gently pierce the acupoints on Ouyang Xiu's body. With rapid precision, the silver needles penetrated Ouyang Xiu's meridians, one after another. The Ouyang family members watched in astonishment, unable to believe their own eyes as they witnessed Wang Yang's astonishing speed. For an ordinary person, witnessing Wang Yang's needle technique might elicit mere admiration for his swiftness and accuracy. However, the Ouyang family, a storied lineage of martial practitioners with a heritage spanning over a century, possessed a discerning eye. Except for Ouyang Jinhu, who had failed to cultivate martial skills, the rest of the family members were formidable warriors in their own right. Though they may not have matched Ouyang Xiu's innate martial prowess, their judgment was keen enough to recognize Wang Yang's terrifying skill. In an instant, they discerned that Wang Yang's speed was unparalleled, apart from the family patriarch. None could rival him. Such remarkable velocity suggested he had reached the pinnacle of first-rate martial artists, perhaps even nearing the threshold of a half-step master. A young man of such immense potential, excelling in both medicine and martial arts, might well transcend to the realm of true mastery. The Ouyang family deliberated amongst themselves, their respect for Wang Yang growing with each whispered conversation. Only Ouyang Jinhu appeared out of sorts. Realizing that Wang Yang was not only a powerful healer but also a warrior whose talents rivaled those of Ouyang Xiu, he became momentarily dumbfounded. The thought of having underestimated Wang Yang and inadvertently offended him left Ouyang Jinhu feeling weak in the knees. Grateful that he had refrained from forcibly inviting Wang Yang to the Ouyang family, he shuddered at the thought that he might have found himself in a far worse predicament. With a sense of profound reflection, Ouyang Jinhu resolved to find ways to ingratiate himself with Wang Yang, seeking to forge an alliance. Once Wang Yang restored Ouyang Xiu's health, he too would benefit from the elevated status it would bring to his family. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, his seemingly simple act of needling had sparked such extensive contemplation among the Ouyang family. He remained focused, continuously inserting silver needles into Ouyang Xiu's legs. Ultimately, Ouyang Xiu was pierced by over 1,000 needles. As the final needle was thrust in, a terrifying cry erupted from his knees, a sound so piercingly sharp that it resembled the collective chirping of countless insects. The noise was so intense that even a martial artist would feel an illusion that their eardrums might be punctured. This was the agonizing wail of 1,000 goo worms in their death throes. When Wang Yang delivered the last needle, the medicinal power surged into Ouyang Xiu's knees. enveloping them entirely. In an instant, the potent essence targeting the goo worms annihilated them all. These were no ordinary goo worms. Their cries were deafening. Typically, ordinary goo worms would not emit any sound even in death. Wang Yang felt a deep sense of reflection and turned to Ouyang Xiao, stating, "Your legs have healed." The medicinal power not only eradicated the goo worms, but also mended the wounds in your knees. However, since you have only just recovered, you may only walk with difficulty for now. You will need to rest for a while longer to achieve full recovery. Before I depart, I will prescribe a concoction for you. Brew and consume it twice daily for a month. In approximately a month's time, you shall be fully restored and able to practice martial arts once more. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Ouyang Xiao's face displayed disbelief. To him, his legs had been incapacitated for an entire year, and such a swift recovery seemed implausible. He had envisioned a prolonged healing process, estimating at least a week or perhaps a month for recovery. The notion of standing within a day and regaining his martial abilities in a month seemed like a fanciful dream. Nevertheless, driven by his trust in Wang Yang, he tentatively exerted himself to stand. Instantly, he realized that he could indeed summon strength in his legs, and the excruciating agony had dissipated. Gradually, he stood upright, taking one step, then another. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he managed to walk several steps, confirming the restoration of his legs. Yet, having been immobile for a year, the muscles in his legs had atrophied. Even these simple steps left him feeling incredibly fatigued. Clearly, to achieve complete recovery and resume his martial training, he would need to follow Wang Yang's advice and take the concoction for a month. Despite this, Ouyang Xiao could not contain his joy and erupted into laughter. "I am restored. I am truly restored. I can walk again. In the southern frontier, I shall tread the path of mastery once more." With a beaming face, Ouyang Xiao laughed heartily. Then, as if recalling something urgent, he turned to Wang Yang and said, "Divine Physician Wang, my leg was rendered useless by the holy maiden of the southern frontier's Gu God sect. She harbors a deep-seated grudge and is capricious, often dragging others into her vendettas. If word of my recovery spreads, that which will undoubtedly seek revenge against you as well. Hence, the fact that you healed my legs will remain undisclosed by the Ouyang family. We cannot bring you fame. I hope you can understand. However, aside from the name that cannot be bestowed, the Ouyang family will not hesitate to offer any other form of compensation, ensuring that you, esteemed physician Wang, are thoroughly satisfied." Wang Yang possesses a multitude of avenues for generating wealth, whether it be through the appraisal of antiques or the lucrative business of gambling on stones. He is adept at employing various methods to amass fortune, yet he steadfastly refrains from profiting through his medical expertise. To him, the practice of medicine is sacred, a means to heal and save lives. He aspires to maintain a certain purity in his craft, free from the taint of mercenary motives. Observing Ouyang Xiao's evident intention to generously reward him, he could not help but chuckle softly in bemusement. "Yang Mi is my beloved. The Ouyang family has provided the necessary herbs for her, and that alone suffices as compensation. My dealings with the Ouyang family are settled, and no further remuneration is required." Upon hearing that Wang Yang intended to forego any compensation from the Ouyang family, Ouyang Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. The debt of gratitude could not simply be repaid with a mere handful of herbs. That was beyond his capacity. Yet, he recognized from Wang Yang's demeanor that offering money or similar rewards would be futile. Thus, he found himself in a quandary, pondering what form of recompense could possibly be acceptable to Wang Yang while also preserving the dignity of the Ouyang family. Chapter 35, The Yang Family's Fortuitous Encounter. Dr. Wang, since you are so insistent, I shall refrain from presenting you with these mundane items. As a martial artist, I would like to bestow upon you a sword. Ouyang Xiao gazed earnestly at Wang Yang, disregarding any potential objections, and promptly summoned someone to retrieve a sword from the Ouyang family's treasury. In no time, a luxurious golden longsword, exuding an aura of opulence, was delivered. With a serious expression, Ouyang Xiao addressed Wang Yang. "This sword is a treasure I acquired during an adventure. It is forged from a rare meteorite metal and can be conveniently worn as a belt. In battle, simply infuse it with your true energy, and it will transform into a weapon capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Most importantly, its metallic properties cannot be detected by any instruments, allowing you to travel by plane or train without concern." Upon hearing Ouyang Xiao's description of the golden sword, Wang Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The ability to slice through iron alone rendered this sword extraordinary, particularly its undetectable nature, which made it unmatched in terms of convenience for travel. Yang show's willingness to give such a remarkable weapon to Wang Yang highlighted the depth of his gratitude. Yet, despite recognizing Yang show's sincerity, Wang Yang declined the offer. I have already stated that my actions are solely to repay the Yang family for their kindness in providing medicine to Yangmi. If your family seeks to avoid owing favors, should I wish to incur any debts? With a stern countenance, Wang Yang turned and strode towards the exit. Unwilling to engage further with the Yang family, he believed that anything he desired could be achieved through his own efforts. A divine weapon, he mused, was merely a matter of personal craftsmanship. If he sought a weapon, he would forge one uniquely his, a silver sword, as his heritage included similar forging techniques. The golden sword's extravagant essence did not appeal to him. The Yang family members were left momentarily stunned, astonished that Wang Yang had indeed left without accepting any form of compensation. The fact that he had rejected even the golden snake sword, a divine weapon, was remarkable. He refused money and material goods, undertaking his actions solely to reciprocate a gesture of goodwill. How liberating! Fortunately, the Yang family had prepared ample medicine for Wang Yang's girlfriend. Otherwise, given his nature, they might have struggled to enlist his help. His healing of Yang show was a significant favor to the Yang family, and merely providing some herbs as recompense would seem rather miserly. As they deliberated, the Yang family resolved to leverage their resources to comprehensively support the development of Yang jewelry. It was clear that Yang jewelry was destined to flourish because of Wang Yang. The warriors are inherently proactive, and the Yang family exemplifies this trait. Following their discussions, the members of the Yang family promptly began to make arrangements. That very day, Yang jewelry was unexpectedly inundated with numerous collaboration invitations. Having encountered a stagnation in business, the Yang jewelry, which had even begun to retract in recent years, swiftly entered a phase of rapid expansion. Wang Yang had just returned home when he noticed Yangmi joyfully concluding a phone call. "Darling, my parents just called to inform me that our company has suddenly received a multitude of business opportunities today. Numerous shopping malls across the nation are inviting our jewelry company to establish a presence, even proposing a rental waiver for the first 3 years. Several film and television companies are also interested in collaborating with our jewelry line. With our current inventory, we simply cannot meet this overwhelming demand. My parents will be on a long business trip to source jewelry supplies, so I won't need to return home tonight. Moreover, since you are visiting your uncle and aunt, I can accompany you." Yangmi looked at Wang Yang, her face radiating joy. Upon hearing Yangmi's words, Wang Yang felt a surge of happiness as well. Their relationship was merely that of boyfriend and girlfriend, without the formalities of marriage. Yangmi's parents would not permit her to reside at Wang Yang's home indefinitely. Although many modern young couples cohabit before marriage, this typically applies to children from ordinary families who rent homes while working, unbeknownst to their parents. For affluent families like Yangmi's, the rules are different. While men are often less scrutinized, women are expected to adhere to stricter norms. Typically, they must return home each night. The elite value their reputation, and future marriages are often arranged within their social circles. A prolonged cohabitation or a history of overnight stays with a man could jeopardize a woman's prospects in that realm. Thus, under normal circumstances, Yangmi would not be able to stay at Wang Yang's place tonight. However, the fact that she could remain there brought Wang Yang joy, albeit accompanied by a sense of helplessness. Having just left the Yang family, the influx of orders to Yang jewelry was evidently linked to them. It was clear to him that these orders were significantly tied to the Yang family's influence. Yet, with events already unfolding, it was impractical for him to request the Yang family to retract their orders, leaving him with no choice but to smile wryly. "Since your parents are away on a business trip, let us visit my hometown. Perhaps we can bring my parents to the metropolis to enjoy a better life. If that proves unfeasible, we can take this opportunity to procure a vehicle and a house for them in the county, ensuring their comfort is prioritized," Wang Yang stated. Gazing at the beaming Yangmi returning home after achieving prosperity is akin to wearing fine garments in the dark. From the moment he began to earn, he yearned to return home. Firstly, to inform his parents of his newfound wealth, assuring them a life of comfort ahead. Secondly, to let the neighbors and relatives know of their improved circumstances, so they would no longer look down upon them. Such actions may seem commonplace. Yet Wang Yang embraced this ordinary desire wholeheartedly, despite possessing extraordinary abilities. In just a few short days, he amassed wealth that others could only dream of earning in a lifetime. Yet, his essence remained unchanged. His ambition was to become affluent, allowing his parents to bask in his success. Perhaps in the future, his perspective may evolve, transcending the mundane to embrace loftier aspirations. But that is a matter for another day. For now, he still finds himself ensnared in the ordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yang turned to Yang Mi and said, "Since you no longer need to return home for the time being, let us proceed to the 4S dealership to purchase a car. Tomorrow, I shall take you to my home, where I will introduce you to my parents." Chapter 36. The Penniless and the Opportunist. Upon hearing that Wang Yang intended to take her back to meet his parents the following day, Yang Mi's face instantly radiated joy. In that moment, she completely forgot the promises she had made to herself, the ones that declared her time with Wang Yang was merely temporary, and that she would ultimately return him to Tian Tian. Her current mindset resembled that of an ostrich, pretending to forget the existence of Tian Tian as long as she remained unaware. Every moment spent with Wang Yang was a moment cherished. Wang Yang, oblivious to Yang Mi's internal struggle, had never truly been with Tian Tian. He had never even expressed his feelings for her. Their relationship was shrouded in a vague fondness. And due to the disparity in their social standings and wealth, he had maintained a distance from Tian Tian. Thus, he harbored no guilty conscience in his heart. He regarded Yang Mi as his legitimate girlfriend, someone he wished to cherish for a lifetime. Concerned about wasting time and the potential complications of not being able to register a vehicle, Wang Yang discussed the matter with Yang Mi and promptly took her to the renowned automobile city in the bustling metropolis, intending to purchase a car. Soon, they arrived at the automobile city, a place bustling with various brands of 4S dealerships. Here, one could find both low-end and high-end brands, as well as the emerging electric vehicle revolution. The latter, without a doubt, was the most popular. Had Wang Yang only intended to drive around the city, he would have undoubtedly opted for the latest Xiaomi electric car. Driving the Xiaomi SU7 would surely make him the envy of the street. However, this purchase was meant for a visit home, to showcase his newfound success and assure his parents of a comfortable life. In this context, an electric vehicle would not suffice. After all, its reputation primarily circulated among the youth, while the older generation was largely unfamiliar with such innovations. In Wang Yang's rural hometown, few recognized electric vehicles. Driving a trendy Xiaomi SU7 would not create the desired impact. Therefore, his sights were set on the classic luxury brands, specifically Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Although his financial capabilities could afford him even more prestigious vehicles, these brands held greater esteem in the countryside. In rural areas, Mercedes-Benz and BMW were synonymous with status. After careful observation, Wang Yang ultimately resolved to purchase a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Its size and prestige made it the quintessential luxury vehicle for rural inhabitants. With his decision made, he promptly headed to the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. Upon arrival, it appeared that the dealership was hosting an event, as it was unusually crowded. When Wang Yang and Yang Mi entered, they were surprisingly left unattended by the sales staff. Was it truly the case that so many people were affluent enough to be purchasing luxury vehicles as casually as one might buy cabbage? Wang Yang, observing the overwhelmed sales team, was taken aback, particularly given the current economic downturn. It was hard to fathom that even cars priced below 100,000 were struggling to sell. The various luxury automobiles are experiencing a decline in sales due to the economic downturn and the rise of electric vehicles. In an effort to sustain their sales, the dealership has organized a grand promotional event today, including a lottery for customers who place orders. The banner displayed by the dealership announces that for every 100 vehicles sold, 100 lottery tickets will be distributed. There are 3 types of prizes associated with these tickets. The most modest prize is a discount coupon worth 50,000, which is a genuine reduction from the agreed price. The second prize is a coupon for 100,000, also a legitimate decrease from the negotiated price. The grand prize exempts the winner from all purchasing expenses. Most customers purchasing Mercedes-Benz vehicles are inclined towards the entry-level models, which typically cost several hundred thousand. A discount of 50,000 is indeed a substantial temptation, and 100,000 would be an extraordinary bargain. There is even a chance of acquiring a vehicle entirely free of charge. Thus, the dealership is bustling with customers today. Some individuals are anxious about being beyond the first 100 in line and missing the opportunity to enter the lottery. They are vocally urging the sales representatives to expedite their orders to secure a ticket for the draw. Unintentionally, we found ourselves amidst this lively scene. I wonder if the dealership owner would weep should I win a free ticket. Wang Yang, observing the bustling dealership, felt a surge of curiosity. He had already set his sights on a specific vehicle, the fully equipped Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG. This model has a base price nearing $2.5 million. And with various optional features and luxury taxes, it approaches $4 million. The profit margins in the automotive sales industry are not as substantial as one might assume. If Wang Yang were to win a free ticket, the dealership would incur a loss of $4 million, potentially eclipsing their profits for half a year. However, as he surveyed the throngs of people, he began to doubt whether he would be among the first 100 buyers. Nonetheless, he was not financially constrained. Even a single yuan discount held little significance for him. Thus, he joined Yang Mi in line, not particularly fixated on the lottery. While patiently waiting, a young man suddenly approached and stood beside Wang Yang, and Yang Mi, looking at Wang Yang with a somewhat arrogant demeanor, he introduced himself. "My name is Tian Yulong, and this dealership belongs to my family. You are a classmate of Tian. I recognized you from the banquet hosted by her grandfather. I never imagined that even after acquiring valuable ancient paintings, you would still cling to the notion of seeking petty discounts of 50 or 100,000. I wonder what Tian sees in you." Upon hearing Tian Yulong's derisive remarks, Wang Yang quickly deduced that the young man was likely a suitor of Tian. He had faced ridicule from many, and Tian Yulong was evidently one of them. Having grasped this, Wang Yang fixed a cold gaze upon his adversary. Is it truly poverty to purchase a vehicle from your family's dealership? Is your promotional event merely a means to attract a crowd of customers to mock their supposed financial inadequacies? If that is the case, then I shall forego the purchase of this vehicle today. I cannot endure the label of penny pincher being affixed to me. Wang Yang's voice was distinctive, employing his true essence to convey his words with an unassuming demeanor. Though seemingly soft-spoken, his words resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present in the dealership. Instantly, all eyes instinctively turned towards him, each gaze filled with indignation directed at Tian Yulong. They had all come in pursuit of the enticing discounts of 50,000 or even 100,000 yuan. Yet, despite their eagerness to seize the opportunity, they would not permit anyone to tarnish their reputation with such a derisive term. Without hesitation, they surged forward, completely encircling Tian Yulong. "Is this how your dealership treats its patrons? It was your establishment that initiated this promotional event, actively seeking our presence. Now that you see a surge in potential buyers, you have adopted an air of arrogance and disdain towards your customers. If you do not provide us with a satisfactory explanation today, we shall collectively withdraw our purchases." The air was thick with angry invectives echoing from the mouths of disgruntled customers. Some, with tempers flaring, clenched their fists tightly, teetering on the brink of delivering a blow to Tian Yulong. Chapter 37. Winning the grand prize. Tian Yulong was in a state of panic. A mere sentence from Wang Yang had incited the ire of the crowd, leaving him utterly flustered. "Esteemed guests, I harbor no ill will towards any of you. My grievances lie solely with Wang Yang. It is he who has stirred discord among us. You are all the lifeblood of the Tian family. I assure you, my intentions were never aimed at you," he explained anxiously to the gathering. In contemporary society, provoking public outrage is a perilous endeavor. Should he fail to clarify the situation today, and if word of the incident were to spread online, branding the dealership's promotion as a mockery of customers as miserly opportunists, the dealership would be doomed. The Tian family is not a venerable dynasty of wealth. While this Mercedes-Benz dealership possesses some financial means compared to the average person, it pales in comparison to true magnates. Furthermore, the family's business was already on a downward trajectory, burdened with substantial debts to the bank. Thus, the Tian family resorted to a promotional strategy, desperately attempting to sell vehicles to raise funds to repay the bank and stabilize the company. If his actions were to jeopardize today's promotion, it could spell the family's bankruptcy. The mere thought of such a catastrophic outcome made Tian Yulong wish to slap himself in regret for his reckless words. After all, amidst the myriad suitors vying for Tian's affection, he was but a shadow. Even if there were no spark between Tian and Wang Yang, his chances of being with her remained slim. Regret was a bitter fruit, and the situation had already begun to spiral. Videos capturing the incident were surfacing on Douyin, with some individuals purchasing streaming packages to broadcast the events live. After all, those who could afford to buy a Mercedes were typically not financially constrained, and spending a few hundred yuan was a trivial matter for them. Just as Tian Yulong was on the verge of breaking down, his father intervened. Recognizing the dire implications of today's unresolved issues for the dealership, he swiftly addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, my son spoke in error, and I apologize on his behalf. You are here to purchase vehicles, and there is no need to stoop to the level of a misguided youth. I have just conferred with the finance department, and to expedite the lottery, there is no need for you to pay a deposit up front. Simply sign the letter of intent, and you may participate in the lottery. Let us draw prizes first today, allowing everyone to take their cherished vehicles home sooner. Moreover, as a gesture of goodwill. He promised an additional complimentary car maintenance service to all purchasers. Wisdom comes with age. Understanding that these customers still harbored intentions to buy, he deftly soothed the crowd with a well-crafted approach. Sales representatives promptly distributed letters of intent for customers to fill out. Observing this scene, Wang Yang smirked coldly and accepted one of the letters of intent. He proceeded to write down the model he wished to purchase, the fully loaded Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG. Upon seeing Wang Yang's signed letter of intent, the sales representatives were instantly filled with astonishment. After all, these salespeople earn their commissions. Regardless of any conflicts between Wang Yang and the boss, once the vehicle is sold, the commissions rightfully belong to them. Tian Yulong gazed in astonishment at Wang Yang, who was alone and still intent on purchasing a car from his family S4S dealership. A pauper is indeed a pauper. Despite the discord between us, he still chooses to buy a car from my establishment. It is evident he cannot resist a good bargain. Even after being scolded, he is still willing to enrich my family. I am determined to disseminate today's events throughout our social circle, exposing his penchant for petty gains. Once his reputation is tarnished, I cannot fathom how Tian would continue to hold any affection for him. An angry voice continually surged within Tian Yulong's mind. As for Yang Mi, who stood beside Wang Yang, she was entirely disregarded by him. Clearly, he did not recognize her and perceived her merely as another customer looking to purchase a vehicle. In reality, although Yang Mi's family was affluent, few knew her personally. Due to her heart condition, she could not freely engage in social activities. Consequently, only a handful of individuals from Tian and Yang Mi's small circle were acquainted with her. On that day when Yang Mi had a sudden health crisis, despite the commotion it caused, Tian Yulong was unable to see her due to the distance. Wang Yang remained oblivious to Tian Yulong's scheming thoughts. He was solely focused on delivering a significant shock to Tian Yulong and his father. Initially intending to conduct a casual lottery draw, upon arriving at the lottery pool, he discreetly activated his inner eye, scrutinizing every ticket within the draw box. Before long, he clearly spotted the grand prize. Upon realizing what it was, a look of incredulity washed over Wang Yang. The grand prize was hidden within a compartment. The very bottom of the box could be pushed, allowing it to open partially, revealing the grand prize ticket nestled within. It was evident that Tian Yulong's father had never contemplated giving it away. Under normal circumstances, they would have arranged for a stooge to draw this grand prize. No one would dare think they could acquire a car for free. Not even a basic Mercedes worth $200,000 or $300,000. I was positioned among the 70 or so participants. Had this grand prize been placed externally, it would have certainly been claimed by a well-meaning individual long ago. It was only due to their father-son duo's cunning that they managed to outsmart me. I wonder how shocked they will be when I produce this grand prize ticket. Curiosity filled Wang Yang's heart as he promptly extracted the grand prize from the lottery box. Wang Yang, let me scratch it for you, Yang Mi exclaimed with excitement, taking the ticket from his hands and beginning to scratch it vigorously with her nail. As the three prominent characters for the grand prize emerged, Yang Mi could no longer contain her exhilaration and cried out, "The grand prize! It's the grand prize! Wang Yang, I've uncovered the grand prize. You won't need to spend a single cent on your G-Class today." Her ecstatic voice resonated continuously, even though neither she nor Wang Yang lacked the funds to purchase a car worth several million. However, the notion of winning a car through a free lottery delighted her immensely. While Yang Mi reveled in her fortune, Tian Yulong and his father stood in stunned silence. Gazing at Yang Mi and Wang Yang, Tian Yulong exclaimed in disbelief, "It's impossible. How could you possibly win the grand prize? Why is it impossible? As long as the grand prize exists in the box, anyone has the chance to win it. I simply had the good fortune to draw the grand prize. Is that not a perfectly reasonable occurrence?" Wang Yang, casting a disdainful glance at Tian Yulong, was filled with scorn. Chapter 38. The Tian family's reluctance to hand over the car. Wang Yang's scornful remarks left Tian Yulong momentarily bewildered. He certainly could not disclose that they had manipulated the lottery tickets, ensuring that only insiders could claim the grand prize. It was utterly impossible to win the first prize through a standard lottery draw. After all, such an admission would irrevocably tarnish the reputation of the dealership. Yet, if he remained silent and allowed Wang Yang to redeem his prize, a luxury vehicle worth $400,000 to $500,000 would be handed over to Wang Yang for free, an amount far beyond what his father's dealership could afford. The profits from this promotional event would barely suffice to cover the loans, leaving little left to order new cars from the manufacturer for the others. The cost of a Mercedes G-Class could directly jeopardize the dealership's cash flow, potentially leading to its closure. Damn it. I should have refused to let him buy a car in the first place. How could he possibly know that the first prize was hidden in the lower compartment? Aside from the pawns we had arranged, only the father and son were privy to this information. Even the finance department was unaware. It was simply unacceptable for him to claim the grand prize. Tian Yulong's face reflected panic, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss for words in response to Wang Yang. However, experience prevailed. Observing his son at a loss for a rebuttal, Tian Pengfei, his father, promptly approached. With an unexpectedly respectful smile, he addressed Wang Yang. Sir, you are absolutely correct. All customers who purchase vehicles from our dealership have a chance to win the grand prize. It is merely a fortunate coincidence that you, as our most esteemed customer, happen to win the first prize today. There may be some misunderstandings between you two, which is why he is hesitant to believe this. However, rest assured, I will ensure you receive the grand prize. It will take an additional day to install the optional features you desire. So would it be convenient for you to come by tomorrow morning to collect your vehicle? Wang Yang was taken aback by Tian Yulong's father's agreement to grant him the grand prize. Under normal circumstances, obtaining such a prize was utterly unattainable. This situation clearly indicated that the Tian father and son had never intended for anyone else to win the grand prize. They had not even considered allowing someone to drive away with a vehicle worth 300,000 to 400,000, let alone one valued at several million. Thus, Wang Yang was confident that the Tian family would not permit him to take the car. Despite the pleasant words of Tian Yulong's father, it was evident that they were merely placating him, hoping to navigate this predicament. Nevertheless, Wang Yang remained unfazed, displaying an air of indifference. He understood the dynamics at play. Today, his demands were entirely reasonable, and he could afford to wait another day. If the necessary upgrades were not completed by tomorrow, preventing him from taking the car, he would resort to his own methods to deal with Tian Yulong and his father. Very well, ensure that the optional features I require are installed today, and I will return tomorrow morning to collect the vehicle. Should I still be unable to take the car at that time? I will address the matter in my own way, Wang Yang said with a faint smile, unperturbed by the grimaces on Tian Yulong's face, and promptly exited the dealership with Yang Mi, leaving the father and son behind. Tian Yulong gazed at Wang Yang as he departed, unable to contain himself any longer as he turned to his father, Tian Pengfei, and whispered, Dad, how could you agree to let him take the car tomorrow? That vehicle is meant to be mortgaged for a loan. If we give it to him, our family's liquidity will be jeopardized. Seeing the anxious expression on Tian Yulong's face, Tian Pengfei was instantly filled with disappointment. He understood that his son was incapable of managing the company independently. However, Tian Yulong was his only heir, and all the family assets would eventually be entrusted to him. Thus, despite his dissatisfaction with Tian Yulong's behavior, he led him into the office to explain. Remember, we are in business, and our reputation and credibility must always come first. Even if we have to breach a contract, we cannot do so in front of so many customers. If word of today's incident spreads, no one will believe in any future endeavors of our company. If that happens, we are doomed. In similar situations in the future, regardless of your true feelings, you must first agree to their requests. Tian Yulong listened to his father's explanation, his face reflecting a dawning realization. Dad, you mean we should agree to him to keep him calm, but in reality, we want to give him the car tomorrow? However, if we don't provide the car tomorrow, he will undoubtedly create a scene, perhaps even expose us online, and we will have to contend with the trouble he brings. He added, his confusion resurfacing as he stared at his father. Noticing Tian Yulong's apprehension, Tian Pengfei sighed. If you're worried about him causing a ruckus tomorrow, we must resolve this tonight. He left his contact information and address on the purchase intent form. Knowing where he lives makes it easy to deal with him. You mentioned that Wang Yang is a nouveau riche, a type of person without connections. Do you not realize that those who have money but lack a background are considered easy targets by certain individuals? Upon hearing his father's words, Tian Yulong's expression shifted to one of understanding, yet he felt little joy. His face instead etched with concern as he looked at his father. Dad, are you referring to Scarred Li and his associates? They are ruthless and merciless. Many who sought their assistance ended up being blackmailed and ultimately bankrupt. Tian Pengfei regarded his son's cautious demeanor with a hint of approval and replied with a wry smile. You understand that they are not to be trifled with, rest assured. We will not engage them for assistance. We shall merely treat the incident of a nouveau riche purchasing a Mercedes G-Class as a jest, while casually mentioning that he stumbled upon a collection of Chi Baisher paintings valued at around 200 million. Through their demeanor, It became evident that there existed a nouveau riche whose demise was inevitable, particularly for Wang Yang, who would not survive the night. Employing others as instruments of his will, Tian Yulong realized that his father intended to orchestrate a scenario where no financial burden would fall upon him. He resolved to maintain a distance from Scarred Li and his associates, avoiding any direct employment relationship that might expose him to vulnerabilities. A glimmer of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. "Father, I know precisely what to do," he declared. "I am friends with Scarred Li's brother-in-law. I shall pay him a visit under the guise of camaraderie." Casually divulging information about Wang Yang. "If Scarred Li eliminates Wang Yang tonight, we shall be free from any obligations by dawn." With palpable excitement, Tian Yulong assured himself that there was nothing further to disclose, promptly rising and departing the office. Chapter 39. The notorious Scarface Li at the Baiyun Club. A gathering of luxury car enthusiasts, all second-generation heirs, congregated at the Baiyun Club. After departing from the 4S dealership, Tian Yulong made his way directly there. Upon discovering that Scarface Li's brother-in-law, Lin Shan, was indeed present, he subtly approached Lin Shan's group and began to feign deep lamentations. "Tian Yulong, what troubles you? You look utterly dejected," Lin Shan inquired. "What has transpired? Speak to your brothers. We can surely assist you. Here, we stand united, and no outsider shall dare to bully you." The members of the club, all brothers in arms, cast their supportive gazes toward Tian Yulong, each embodying the spirit of loyalty and camaraderie. However, having navigated this circle for quite some time, Tian Yulong was acutely aware of the true nature of these individuals. They would readily band together to intimidate the weak, flaunting their brotherly loyalty. Yet, when faced with formidable opposition, they would quickly distance themselves. Thus, he harbored no intentions of leveraging these men to resolve his issues with Wang Yang. Instead, adhering to his plan, he began to voice his frustrations. "It is not a significant matter, but do you recall that Wang Yang who appeared at Grandpa Tian's birthday banquet? That fellow actually visited my family's 4S dealership today and won the grand prize, a brand new Mercedes G-Class. Just recently, he stumbled upon a genuine Baisher masterpiece worth 2 billion. And now he has struck such a fortune at my family's establishment. Is he some sort of lucky charm dropped by the gods?" His voice grew increasingly indignant. "What infuriates me further is that the address he left is for a luxurious villa in a gated community, valued at 2 billion. My family has toiled in Modu for years and has yet to amass that sum. How dare he rely solely on luck to eclipse decades of our hard work?" Tian Yulong's voice resounded with vexation, yet he presented himself as merely envious of Wang Yang's serendipity, devoid of ulterior motives. The other affluent second-generation members of the club, upon hearing Tian Yulong's grievances, could not resist joining in the disparagement. A 2 billion villa qualifies as a true mansion in Modu. He certainly does not merit such opulence. People cannot earn wealth beyond their comprehension. The money he has gained through fortune will inevitably require him to showcase his true capabilities, they scoffed. Wang Yang is clearly floating on a wave of good luck, oblivious to his rightful place. Sooner or later, he will face a significant downfall. The group continued to vocally condemn Wang Yang. Those who had not attended Grandpa Tian's banquet, particularly the wealthy heirs who had prepared gifts for the occasion only to be overshadowed by Wang Yang, were among the most vitriolic. Amidst the uproar, Lin Shan, Scarface Li's brother-in-law, suddenly turned to Tian Yulong with curiosity. "Which villa is Wang Yang's that is valued at 2 billion? Where is such a place located?" Upon hearing Lin Shan's inquiry, Tian Yulong realized that Lin Shan had taken the bait, intent on uncovering Wang Yang's whereabouts to plot against him. Although he comprehended Lin Shan's intentions, Tian Yulong feigned ignorance, replying, "Villa 16, Tontian Garden." Tontian Garden is a residential community that you are undoubtedly familiar with, where the villas start at a staggering 200 million. Those fortunate enough to reside within its confines are genuinely affluent individuals. I suspect that Wang Yang purchased a villa there in hopes of mingling with a few wealthy women, as he is adept at living off others' fortunes. Such men, who thrive on the support of others, earn my utmost disdain. Given the chance, I would gladly confront him on your behalf." Lin Shan chuckled with a sense of righteous indignation, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he stood up and said, "I just remembered that my brother-in-law called for me today. You all can enjoy yourselves here. I will go find him." As Lin Shan departed, several astute second-generation wealthy individuals began to sense something amiss, their eyes revealing a hint of amusement, particularly when glancing at Tian Yulong. The playful glimmer in their eyes became even more pronounced. Clearly, they had discerned that Tian Yulong was attempting to orchestrate a scheme against Wang Yang. In fact, more than half of the wealthy heirs had subtly caught on. The rate of maturity among the affluent is significantly higher than that of the average person. Not because they are inherently more intelligent, but due to the superior education and broader experiences they receive from a young age. Moreover, they benefit from exemplary role models and lower costs of trial and error in their endeavors, which enhances their overall acumen. Even Lin Shan recognized Tian Yulong's intentions. Yet, despite this awareness, he could not resist the allure of seeking out his brother-in-law, Scarred Li, for the potential rewards were too enticing. The prospect of a villa valued at 200 million and an authentic Qi Baishe painting was irresistible. Soon, he arrived at Scarred Li's residence and relayed the intelligence he had gathered. Upon hearing Lin Shan's words, Scarred Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a considerable pause, he turned to Lin Shan and inquired, "Are you certain that Wang Yang is merely a nouveau riche with no background, who has suddenly come into wealth?" Lin Shan, perceiving his brother-in-law's skepticism, responded earnestly, "Brother-in-law, Wang Yang is just a recent college graduate from a modest family in the county. He has made his money from antiques only in the past few days. He is an unprotected lamb ripe for the taking. If we manage to seize him, we stand the enterprise at hand involves the procurement of heads, and without generosity, one would find it impossible to attract companions in such endeavors. Thus, Scarface Li has always treated his subordinates with utmost liberality. This is precisely why he has consistently maintained a loyal entourage of desperados. Just as now, after briefing Lin Shan, he commenced making phone calls. Approximately half an hour later, his room was graced by the presence of 7 or 8 individuals. Among them were formidable men, tasked with the enforcement of physical prowess, alongside bespectacled specialists adept in locksmithing. Once everyone had assembled, Scarface Li unveiled the operational blueprint for the evening. Upon learning of the presence of a lucrative target, possessing assets worth hundreds of millions, excitement radiated from each member of Scarface Li's team. Chapter 40. The kidnappers arrive. Scarface, "Do share your plans for tonight," said one of the burly men gathered around him, their excitement palpable. "Rest assured, we will execute this operation flawlessly, leaving no trace behind. This nouveau riche has no connections. If we leave the scene immaculate, it will become an unsolved mystery, and no one will pursue it relentlessly. Only those with influence attract persistent investigators, while a wealthy individual without a background is exceedingly difficult to track down. Who would have thought we would stumble upon such a target?" The voices of those rugged men encircling Scarface were filled with anticipation as they envisioned the lavish spending spree that awaited them after tonight's heist. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, he had already been marked as a prime target. In fact, they were about to set their plans in motion against him that very evening. After departing from the 4S dealership, Wang Yang accompanied Yang Mi on a shopping excursion. More accurately, he was there to assist her in selecting various gifts for her parents. As Yang Mi put it, as a girlfriend making her inaugural visit to Wang Yang's family, she felt compelled to prepare an array of presents: clothing, health supplements, a gold bracelet for her mother, and tea sets for her father. Thankfully, the trunk of Yang Mi's BMW X5 was sufficiently spacious, otherwise, they would have struggled to accommodate such a bounty. Nevertheless, even with the ample trunk space, it was filled to the brim. The two continued their shopping spree until nightfall, even dining within the confines of the shopping mall. By the time it was past 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Yang could no longer endure the situation and insisted on leaving the mall with Yang Mi. "Enough is enough. We have more than enough gifts. If you arrive at my parents' house with all this, they'll think I am being kept by you, that I've become a plaything for a wealthy woman," he remarked, exasperation evident on his face as he drove back towards Tongtian Garden. Unbeknownst to him, Scarface and his crew had already infiltrated the vicinity of the villa, lying in wait for his return. The so-called security of the villa held no significance in the eyes of these seasoned criminals. Despite the ostentatious claims of the villa's security, the personnel were merely ordinary guards, no different in essence from the elderly gatekeepers. At most, they possessed a slightly better demeanor, completely unaware of the lurking dangers. Wang Yang soon arrived back at the villa, parking the car and leading Yang Mi directly into the room. They collapsed onto the bed, overwhelmed by an indescribable fatigue. Even though Wang Yang was a formidable martial artist, the days spent accompanying Yang Mi had drained him beyond measure. Curious about how ordinary men managed to accompany their girlfriends on such outings day after day, he pondered the nature of their endurance. Outside the villa, as Wang Yang and Yang Mi rested on the bed, Scarface and his crew congregated at the entrance. Each of them donned masks, hats, and sunglasses, effectively concealing their identities. Even if they were inadvertently captured by surveillance cameras, their faces would remain obscured. Searching for them based on their physique was utterly impossible. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, the bespectacled man in charge of unlocking swiftly produced his pre-prepared tools and began his task. Shockingly, the electronic lock, reputed to be the world's most secure anti-theft door and valued at over 100,000, was deftly opened by the man in mere seconds. Although the sound of the lock being opened was relatively subdued, it was nonetheless discernible to Wang Yang, who lay in bed. The distinctive noise of the unlocking mechanism was unmistakable. Wang Yang's hearing was remarkably acute, akin to that of a miniature radar. He could even detect the faintest vibrations of a dragonfly's wings, a skill he possessed even before achieving the realm of an innate master. Should he successfully break through to that level, he would be capable of hearing the scuttling of ants beneath the ground. Intruders had entered. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wang Yang meticulously counted the number of individuals entering, ultimately realizing that there were 10 uninvited guests in the room. A fierce killing intent flickered across his face. Such a multitude of unexpected visitors could only be deemed malicious. Contemplating this, Wang Yang turned to Yang Mi beside him and stated, "There is a group of people outside who have come uninvited, likely with ill intentions. I shall go out to deal with them. You remain here in the room to avoid any unintended harm." Upon hearing that a group had breached the room, Yang Mi's face filled with anxiety. She looked at Wang Yang and cautiously advised, "Darling, please don't take risks by going out. Let us shut the door and call the police instead. This door is sturdy enough to keep them at bay." Wang Yang chuckled, a hint of exasperation in his gaze as he replied, "If they could unlock the anti-theft door outside, how could the bedroom door possibly keep them out? Nevertheless, rest assured, with my abilities, I can handle a few petty thieves without injury. If you remain on the second floor and observe, I will resolve this swiftly. They won't have the opportunity to ascend." Wang Yang's words left Yang Mi feeling somewhat embarrassed. She recognized the truth in his assertion. If they could bypass the anti-theft door, relying on the bedroom door for protection was merely a fanciful notion. "Very well, I will watch from upstairs. Please be careful and avoid injury," she cautioned him, her concern palpable. Although Wang Yang appeared meticulous, she knew he wouldn't deceive himself in such matters. Yet, the thought of numerous intruders still gnawed at her sense of security. "Have no fear, they won't lay a finger on me," Wang Yang assured her confidently, donning his pajamas as he proceeded towards the exit. As he reached the stairway, the group led by Scarred Lee spotted him descending and pointed excitedly. "Brother-in-law, that is Wang Yang, the man who made 2 billion from antique calligraphy and paintings," exclaimed Lin Shan. Upon hearing Lin Shan's proclamation, Scarred Lee's eyes glimmered with avarice. He gazed menacingly at Wang Yang, drawing a dagger and ominously declaring, "Brother, we are here seeking wealth. Do not call the police, nor attempt to flee. Simply relinquish all your money to us, and I shall grant you a reprieve from my subordinates. However, should you foolishly choose to alert the authorities or refuse to comply, this day next year shall mark your demise. Will surrendering your wealth truly ensure your safety?" Wang Yang feigned a visage of terror as he continued his descent down the stairs. At this moment, he remained somewhat distant from Scarred Lee and his cohorts. He intended to draw nearer before striking, aiming to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. Yet, despite his effade of fear, as he approached, Scarred Lee instinctively sensed something amiss. They had engaged in abduction numerous times before, and in the past, whenever their victims were alerted, they would panic and flee. They often had to force their way through a bedroom door to capture their targets. Wang Yang's approach was a novel occurrence for them. Chapter 41. "You are my god, something is amiss. This person is not right. He does not genuinely fear us. It seems he is deliberately stalling, allowing him to approach us more swiftly." Scarred Lee gazed at the advancing Wang Yang, an inexplicable realization dawning within him. Looking toward Wang Yang, he instinctively shouted, "You do not come any closer. Just stand there." Wang Yang, taken aback by Scarred Lee's sudden command to halt, wore an expression of surprise. However, at that moment, he had already descended the staircase, leaving only a mere distance of a dozen meters between them. This distance was more than sufficient for him to close the gap in an instant, with no concern of failing to reach them. With a countenance radiating cold, lethal intent, Wang Yang unleashed his fury without hesitation. He propelled himself off the ground, moving like a leopard directly towards Scarred Lee and his men. A martial artist. He is a martial artist. Scarred Lee's face was instantly filled with horror as he witnessed Wang Yang's terrifying speed. Immediately, he commanded his subordinates to charge at Wang Yang. As for himself, his expression was resolute. He swiftly reached into his pocket and retrieved a secret weapon he had purchased at great expense, yet had never employed a handgun. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Yang's fists and feet flew with relentless fury, each strike toppling a thug to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Scarred Lee remained standing. All day long he had hunted, yet today he was nearly pecked in the eye by the very prey he pursued. But what of it? Fortunately, I have brought forth the truth today. Now I shall blow your head off with a single shot. I am eager to see whether your fist is swifter than my bullet. With a frenzied look, Scarred Lee unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Clearly, he had waited until now to fire out of concern for his subordinates. With everyone else incapacitated by Wang Yang, no one remained to shield him from the bullet. Indeed, he was a cunning thug, cautious enough to prevent me from using his men as shields. Had he faced an ordinary martial artist lacking mastery, he would have truly met his demise today. However, I practiced the profound 8-9 mysteries, the preeminent technique of body refinement. A first-class martial artist with both internal and external cultivation, my physique rivaling that of a master of unorthodox training, mere bullets could not harm me. Wang Yang, filled with exhilaration, almost simultaneously with the bullet's discharge, channeled his vital energy into his hand and struck fiercely at the oncoming projectile. Bang! Accompanied by the gunfire. Wang Yang's hand swatted at the bullet as though it were a fly. Thud. The sound of the bullet embedding itself in flesh echoed. Under Wang Yang's deliberate control, the bullet struck precisely the right hand of Scarred Lee, which held the gun. Ah! Scarred Lee cried out in agony as the bullet fell to the ground. Then, Wang Yang charged toward Scarred Lee, delivering a powerful punch that landed squarely on Scarred Lee's face. The impact of Wang Yang's iron fist sent Scarred Lee reeling backward, rendering him completely unconscious. On the second floor, Yang Mi watched in stunned silence as the events unfolded below. Upon witnessing Scarface Lee draw his weapon, her heart surged to her throat. She nearly leapt from the second floor to accompany Wang Yang in death. She believed that if Wang Yang were to perish, her own existence would lose all meaning. Life itself was a gift from Wang Yang. Should he die, she would follow him into the abyss. It was only when Wang Yang deflected the bullet with a single swipe that her heart resumed its rhythm. He is my man. To discover that my man possesses such strength, capable of swatting away a bullet with ease, filled her with awe. He had not deceived her, indeed. Those ruthless bandits could not lay a finger on him. Yang Mi gazed at Wang Yang with admiration, feeling as though her entire being had turned to jelly. At that moment, all she desired was to draw Wang Yang back to their room and attend to her deity, wishing to render him weak and become the woman who conquered a god. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, his display had excited Yang Mi to the point of exhilaration, as if she had consumed a potent elixir, yearning to drain him completely. Once he had dealt with their assailants, he raised his head to Yang Mi on the second floor and instructed her to call the police, urging them to take the criminals away. Only upon hearing Wang Yang's command did Yang Mi regain her composure and prepare to dial for help. On the ground, Scarface Lee, upon hearing Wang Yang instruct Yang Mi to alert the authorities, was instantly thrown into a panic. They were not merely guilty of today's robbery. Their hands were stained with numerous other crimes, with lives taken beyond count. Should the police be notified, all of their transgressions would undoubtedly be uncovered, leading to their inevitable execution without exception. In a state of desperation, he urgently turned to Wang Yang and said, "Wang Yang, do you not wish to know why we chose you? If you spare us, I shall reveal who betrayed you." Scarface Lee's words immediately piqued Wang Yang's interest. He had initially assumed they were merely a group of common robbers, randomly selecting a villa in this affluent district for their heist. However, hearing Scarface Lee's claim made him realize that there was likely a deeper intrigue at play. Yet, even with this understanding, he had no intention of sparing them. "Rest assured, I shall convey your words to the police. If someone is indeed behind you, the authorities will handle it." Wang Yang scoffed, signaling for Yang Mi to proceed with her call. On the second floor, Yang Mi, hearing Wang Yang's directive, promptly took out her phone to report the incident. The luxurious Tongtian garden, being in close proximity to the police station, saw officers arrive within 10 minutes of her call. Following this, Wang Yang and Yang Mi both visited the police station to provide their statements. Once they had completed their reports, they returned to the villa. However, upon their return, Yang Mi wore a displeased expression. "Darling, I just learned about the interrogation process. They discovered you had suddenly acquired wealth through Tian Yulong, which is why they targeted you for robbery. Yet, Tian Yulong's actions amount to indirect murder at best, and without direct evidence, he cannot be convicted." Yang Mi, visibly frustrated, contemplated how to exact revenge on Tian Yulong. Yet, she remains merely a wealthy beauty, or perhaps a wealthy beauty whose heart condition has rendered her largely isolated from society. Despite her urgency, she finds herself momentarily bereft of suitable solutions. Even Wang Yang lacks appropriate means for retribution. He certainly cannot confront Tian Yulong and his father immediately after the public incident. Such an act would inevitably draw attention to him, regardless of the investigator's intelligence. Ultimately, that would lead to complications. A more prudent approach would be to administer poison, gradually bringing about their demise. In that fleeting moment, a thought emerged in Wang Yang's mind. After all, it is imperative that he eliminate Tian Yulong and his father. Without their deaths, he cannot find solace in his heart. While Wang Yang pondered over the method of poisoning, Yang Mi, unable to devise a solution, grasped his arm with a troubled expression. "Darling, when you dealt with those thugs just now, my legs went weak. In that moment, you were a deity in my heart. Now, I intend to conquer this living god and make you weak at the knees as well." With a gleaming excitement, Yang Mi immediately pulled Wang Yang towards the bedroom. Chapter 42. This license plate. Traversing the nation. Are your legs weak, my dear? Please, spare me. My legs feel utterly feeble. Allow me a moment to rest. Inside the room, Yang Mi's voice transitioned from an initial high pitch to a final plea for mercy. Despite her adrenaline surging, she ultimately succumbed. Clumsy yet playful, Wang Yang gazed at Yang Mi, who appeared utterly exhausted, as if demanding his assistance in bathing her. He could not help but silently lift her into his arms and proceed toward the bathroom. Once they had thoroughly cleansed themselves, the couple sank into a deep slumber on the bed. Yet, while they slept soundly, Tian Yulong and his father were plagued by insomnia. For the police had inevitably come to question them. Though they merely acted as accomplices and did not directly hire a hitman, it did not exempt them from the law. After a round of questioning and providing their statements, they were released, but sleep remained elusive. "Dad, what shall we do tomorrow?" The notorious Scarred Li and his men have all fallen at Wang Yang's residence. From the intelligence I've gathered, Wang Yang is a martial artist, and he single-handedly incapacitated them. By the time the police arrived, all those men were already unconscious. Although the law may not reach us, Wang Yang undoubtedly knows we were scheming against him. If he seeks revenge, what shall we do? Tian Yulong appeared anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the living room. Tian Pingfei observed his son's distress with a growing sense of disappointment. "Calm down. We live in a society governed by law. While some may defy legal constraints, Wang Yang is not among them. Although his martial skills may come as a surprise, it should not incite such panic in you. He still dares not act openly against anyone. Our focus should be on how to delay him tomorrow, preventing him from driving away in that car, rather than fretting over potential retaliation." Tian Pingfei wore a solemn expression, his concerns diverging entirely from those of Tian Yulong. He was astonished that his father seemed unconcerned about Wang Yang's revenge, only preoccupied with the possibility of the company's flagship Mercedes-Benz being driven away. However, after some contemplation, he too felt a weight lift from his shoulders, recognizing the validity in his father's reasoning. Wang Yang indeed had no means to harm them. Ouyang family late at night. Several members of the Ouyang family, tasked with external affairs, were summoned by an urgent phone call. The property manager of the Tongtian Garden community reported that a group of ruthless bandits had invaded the residence of the esteemed Dr. Wang, intending to rob him. Though Dr. Wang had dealt with the two intruders, the father-son duo behind the scenes remained at large. Dr. Wang has rendered our Ouyang family a great service. If we fail to address this matter on his behalf, our family's standing in the Magic City after all these years would become a mere jest. We must dispatch individuals to apprehend that father and son. Dr. Wang cannot take action against them, so we shall resolve this predicament for him. Angry voices echoed continuously from the members of the Ouyang family, and soon they reached a consensus. However, Wang Yang remained oblivious to all this. After toiling nearly all night, he finally awoke around 10 in the morning alongside Yang Mi. After brushing their teeth and getting dressed, the couple set off in Yang Mi's BMW X5 towards the Tian family's Mercedes-Benz dealership. In the car, Yang Mi glanced at Wang Yang, who was concentrated on driving, and expressed her concerns. "Darling, the Tian father and son are so malicious that they even resort to treacherous means like borrowing a knife to kill. They are certainly reluctant to hand over the car to you. Today, as we go there, they might create all sorts of trouble." Wang Yang's eyes flickered with a fierce determination, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Within his inheritance lay a technique known as the pulse interception finger. By targeting several critical acupoints, one could fall gravely ill, with their pulse ceasing to beat within 7 days. "I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. If one wrongs me, I shall retaliate. He was not a benevolent saint, nor had he ever aspired to be one. When he had no money, he never considered being a doormat. After gaining power through his inheritance, the thought of being a pushover never crossed his mind. He yearned to be a person of pure intent, unbound by the constraints of others, relishing the freedom to act on his desires and vendettas. He would perform good deeds when encountering the unfortunate. Yet he would not hesitate to eliminate those who crossed him. For only when one perishes can the enmity be thoroughly resolved, just like Tian Yulong and his father. Having once committed an act of treachery, they were likely to do so again. The law could not punish them. And thus Wang Yang felt compelled to transcend legal boundaries to eliminate them by his own means. Yet, despite having devised a plan in his heart, he was taken aback upon arriving at the dealership. The establishment was in the midst of changing its signage. The original sign had been removed, replaced by a new one proclaiming Huawei Mercedes-Benz dealership. Was this the tactic employed by Tian Yulong and his father? To avoid delivering the car, they had simply dissolved the old company and registered a new one, claiming that the new entity would not honor the contracts of its predecessor. Wang Yang seethed with fury, his murderous intent intensifying. He could forego the car, but he was determined to deliver a pulse interception to both Tian Yulong and his father, sending them straight to hell. Filled with rage, Wang Yang promptly entered the dealership with Yangmi. However, he was further bewildered. The salesman who had attended to him the day prior did not attempt to evade him. Instead, he approached with an enthusiastic demeanor. "Mr. Wang, your car is currently being fitted with the selected options and should be ready in about an hour. Our boss instructed me to escort you to his office for a brief rest. You can enjoy some tea there, and after an hour, your car will be ready for you to drive away. Moreover, our esteemed boss has thoughtfully selected a remarkable license plate for you, a truly impressive number that will allow you to traverse the nation with ease." The salesperson's enthusiasm was palpable, gazing at Wang Yang with an adoration akin to that of a devoted son, as brimming with unspoken flattery. Wang Yang, observing the fervent salesperson, felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. He had anticipated the salesperson would be avoiding him, rather than showering him with such overt admiration, even suggesting that he could drive off with the car by noon. "Very well. I shall see what schemes you and your father have concocted." Wang Yang mused internally, promptly deciding to visit the office to meet with Tian Yulong and his father. Chapter 43. License plate Huawei 88888. Dr. Wang, I must say, your presence here is quite unexpected. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ouyang Jinhu, the newly appointed owner of the Tiger 4S dealership. As Wang Yang entered the office, Ouyang Jinhu, seated in the executive chair, immediately rose with a warm expression directed at him. Wang Yang, taken aback by Ouyang Jinhu's introduction, gradually began to comprehend the fervent enthusiasm exhibited by the sales staff. After all, the Ouyang family had long sought to curry favor with him but had struggled to find an opportunity, resorting instead to indirectly assisting his girlfriend, Yangmi, in expanding the business empire of Yang's jewelry. With Ouyang Jinhu now at the helm, it was only natural that he would instruct his subordinates to extend their utmost service to Wang Yang. Thus, the enthusiastic reception he received no longer surprised Wang Yang. Waving his hand, he gestured for the sales personnel to leave. Turning his gaze towards Ouyang Jinhu, he inquired, "How did you come to be here as the owner? What has become of Tian Pengfei and his son, Tian Yulong?" Ouyang Jinhu regarded Wang Yang with curiosity, not daring to keep him in suspense, and promptly began to elucidate. In this city, over 90% of the properties are owned by the Ouyang family, whether it be local developers or renowned real estate moguls from elsewhere. Anyone wishing to construct buildings in this city must entrust their properties to us. This is the unspoken rule of the local real estate market. The property management for the Tongtian Garden, where you reside, also belongs to our family. We have long instructed the management to provide you with the finest service and to be attentive to your needs. Should you encounter any issues, they are to be resolved at the earliest opportunity. Ouyang Jinhu continued cautiously. "We learned of the robbery you experienced yesterday almost immediately. Aware that it was inconvenient for you to deal with Tian Pengfei and his son, our family took it upon ourselves to handle the matter." "Handled it?" Wang Yang inquired, intrigued. "Last night, we finalized the purchase of their company, compelling them to leave the city overnight, never to return. Unfortunately for them, as they were driving out of the community, they encountered an out-of-control truck, resulting in the tragic death of all 3 family members in the accident." Ouyang Jinhu explained carefully. Unfortunate indeed. Although Ouyang Jinhu merely described the accident as a stroke of bad luck, Wang Yang was convinced that the truck incident had been orchestrated by the Yang family. Such a family, steeped in ancient martial traditions, clearly operated differently from conventional business clans. Their methods were far more ruthless, preferring to eliminate threats at their source to avoid the risk of future retaliation. Yet, this was for the best. The Yang family had dealt with the issue without sullying their own hands. Wang Yang reflected on this with a sense of gratitude, turning to Yang Zhenhu and stating, "I owe the Yang family a favor for this matter." Owing a favor. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Yang Zhenhu immediately turned to explain, "Dr. Wang, you saved my uncle, who is my friend. I merely resolved a minor inconvenience for you, a simple act among friends. If you consider such matters as favors, it seems you still hold a grudge against my earlier reckless behavior at the hospital, believing I am unworthy of your friendship." Wang Yang, upon hearing Yang Zhenhu's remarks, quickly discerned that the Yang family intended to cultivate a long-term relationship with him, sending Yang Zhenhu to maintain this connection, rather than only reaching out during times of severe illness within the family. More friends equate to more opportunities. After the events of last night, Wang Yang recognized that despite his formidable strength, he could not resolve every problem solely through force, particularly in dealing with the complexities of Tian Pingfei and Tian Yulong. It would require far more effort than the straightforward approach presented by the Yang family. "All right, I acknowledge you as a friend," Wang Yang nodded in agreement, accepting Yang Zhenhu's friendship. Although Yang Zhenhu often displayed a haughty demeanor and had even threatened him once in the hospital, Wang Yang had come to see that beneath that exterior lay a fundamentally decent character. He simply struggled with his lower status within the family and sought to appear more impressive. Thus, he could reluctantly accept Yang Zhenhu as a friend. Upon hearing Wang Yang acknowledge him, Yang Zhenhu's face lit up with joy. The Yang family was primarily skilled in martial arts, leaving the diplomatic duties to those deemed lesser. In his generation, he was the least talented in martial arts and often found himself engaged in frivolities. The family had entrusted him with the task of befriending Wang Yang, believing they would share common ground. Should he fail in this endeavor, his value to the family would diminish significantly, further lowering his standing. However, the situation had changed. He had become the vital link between his family and Wang Yang, elevating his status within the family. An overwhelming sense of accomplishment filled him, and he gazed at Wang Yang with the glee of a child, his chest swelling with pride. "Dr. Wang, should you encounter similar trivial matters in the future, do not hesitate to call me. While I may not possess your remarkable abilities, I have the backing of the Yang family, making it far easier for me to deal with those nuisances, thus sparing you from getting your hands dirty." Yang Zhenhu's eagerness to assist Wang Yang was evident as he spoke. Wang Yang, observing Yang Zhenhu's enthusiasm, couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Very well. Should I face any unwelcome provocations in the future and find it inconvenient to intervene, I shall leave it to you." Yang Zhenhu was delighted to see that Wang Yang did not regard him as an outsider, which further elevated his spirits. Without delay, he began calling the workers, urging them to expedite the installation of the custom features for Wang Yang's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Approximately half an hour later, the modifications to Wang Yang's vehicle were completed, including the arrangement of the license plate. License plate, Hue 88888. As Wang Yang gazed at the license plate affixed to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, he instantly comprehended why the salesman remarked that with such a plate, one could traverse the nation with ease. After all, it is evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that individuals bearing such a license plate must possess considerable influence. However, Wang Yang distinctly recalled that the license plate, Hue 88888, belonged to a certain affluent individual in the metropolis. The tycoon's son had gained considerable fame online, earning the moniker Prince of the Metropolis. His iconic catchphrase was, "With my father's Hue 88888 plate, you should recognize my standing." Unlike those second-generation wealthy individuals who flaunt their riches online, I truly wield both wealth and power. The Yang family must have exerted considerable effort to acquire this license plate overnight. Yet, driving this vehicle, would I not be mistaken for being the father of that wealthy heir? With a smile on his face, Wang Yang yearned to take the car for a spin immediately. Chapter 44. The Crown Prince Qin's frustration. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class, in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, hardly qualifies as an extravagant vehicle. After all, this city, renowned as the financial capital, is teeming with the affluent. A spacious apartment can easily cost tens of millions. And even modest residential complexes boast prices exceeding 60 to 70,000 per square meter. While various supercars may not be omnipresent, they are nonetheless frequently encountered. Yet today, On the streets, Wang Yang's Mercedes G-Class undeniably stands out as the most ostentatious automobile in sight. Within a 5-meter radius, no vehicle dares to approach. Not even a Lamborghini trailing behind, which maintains a respectful distance, clearly intimidated by the license plate number Hu 888888. This is the embodiment of face. Wang Yang gazes at the Lamborghini's hesitation to overtake him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, though he acknowledges that such thoughts may seem pedestrian. They reflect his innermost sentiments. He is indeed a man of the masses, yearning for wealth when in poverty, aspiring to flaunt his affluence when prosperous. Living modestly despite financial success is not in his nature. His taste is yet to reach such refined heights. At the very least, he wishes to indulge in the pleasures life has to offer, immersing himself in the opulence and extravagance of the world. Only after experiencing the indulgence of life will he consider himself worthy of transcending the mundane, becoming a person of elevated sensibilities. Until then, he chooses to embrace his ordinary desires and savor every moment of enjoyment. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, as he revels in his Mercedes G-Class, a gathering of individuals at a luxury car club is engaged in fervent discussion about his vehicle. At the Baiyun Club, a collection of wealthy second-generation elites congregates, many of whom witnessed the dramatic events involving Tian Pengfei and his treachery just yesterday. Presently, the news they have received has left each of them in a state of shock. Have you heard? Scarface Li and his crew have fallen. And both Tian Pengfei and his father have perished in a car accident. Despite the demise of the father and son, the nouveau riche Wang Yang has come into possession of the free Mercedes G-Class and has even acquired the impressive license plate Hu 888888. Isn't that license plate the property of Crown Prince Qin's father? How did Wang Yang come to possess it? There must surely be underlying circumstances we are unaware of, otherwise this plate would not have been transferred to Wang Yang's new vehicle. Crown Prince Qin has long relied on this plate to boast and gain popularity online. Now that it has changed hands, he must feel utterly humiliated. How can he swallow this indignity? The chatter among the group grows increasingly animated, especially when Crown Prince Qin's name surfaces, eliciting instinctive expressions of derision from every face. These second-generation elites, though affluent, are merely small-time players within Shanghai's limited social circles. In contrast, Crown Prince Qin has achieved national recognition, gallivanting across the country, looking down upon them. He was once a member of this club, yet has not graced it with his presence for quite some time. Observing his misfortune now brings them immense joy. It is not merely the case that they are mocking Prince Qin. In a moment of boredom, Prince Qin turned on his live stream on Douyin, hoping to interact playfully with some female streamers. Yet, before he could even commence any interaction, a wave of individuals who already held disdain for him surged into the live stream, unleashing a torrent of ridicule. Prince Qin, I heard your father has acquired a new Mercedes G-Class. At his age, does he still harbor a spirit for off-roading? Prince Qin, I saw a photograph of the owner of that Mercedes G-Class, and they appeared remarkably youthful. Has your father discovered the secret to eternal youth? The barrage of derisive comments swiftly darkened Prince Qin's countenance. Even the beautiful streamer who had just connected with him was disregarded as he abruptly ended the broadcast. Upon concluding the stream, he descended into a frenzy, smashing everything in sight. The sound of destruction echoed, bang, 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 as he obliterated the expensive live streaming equipment he had purchased. Despicable. Utterly despicable. Just a fortunate individual who befriended Ouyang Zhenhu, and yet he dares to compare himself to the Qin family. I must retrieve that license plate. Without it, my reputation is irrevocably tarnished. A frenzied expression graced Prince Qin's face as he immediately offered a reward on his social media, seeking contact information for Wang Yang. It must be noted how multifaceted human nature can be. The wealthy second-generation elite from the Baiyun Club, who had previously derided Prince Qin, suddenly began reaching out to him upon seeing his post, eager to inform him that Wang Yang was a classmate of Tian. Wang Yang, an upstart, had inexplicably become friends with Ouyang Zhenhu from the Ouyang family. If it were solely due to Ouyang Zhenhu's connections, the Qin family would have no reason to fear. My aunt is the wife of a second-generation martial artist from the Qin family. Her status far surpasses that of the useless Ouyang Zhenhu. However, my father, being a thorough businessman, has always maintained that amicability breeds wealth, which is why he relinquished the license plate to Ouyang Zhenhu. This does not imply that we genuinely fear Ouyang Zhenhu. As Prince Qin pondered the intelligence he had gathered regarding Wang Yang, a determined glimmer appeared in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly sought out the Tian family through his own channels. I wish to invite Tian Tian to dinner and request that she brings along her classmate, Wang Yang, through his means. Prince Qin swiftly relayed this message to the Tian family. Although the Tian family owned a few hotels, they were merely ordinary merchants without significant background. Entirely incomparable to the Qin family, the wealthiest in Shanghai. A single word from the Qin family could obliterate the Tian family. They held no power to refuse. Consequently, upon receiving the message from the Qin family, Tian Tian's parents promptly sought her out, informing her of Prince Qin's desire to invite her and Wang Yang to dinner. Upon hearing that Prince Qin wished to treat her to a meal and insisted that she bring Wang Yang, Tian Tian was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that someone in the Qin family had fallen ill and sought Wang Yang's assistance? It must be the case. If it were not for the request made to Wang Yang, how could the Qin family possibly bestow such a prized license plate upon him? In light of this, today I shall escort Wang Yang on behalf of Prince Qin. Should he manage to heal the members of the Qin family, it would essentially grant him an invaluable ally in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. Tian Tian, lost in her thoughts and oblivious to the finer details, mistakenly believed that the Qin family had taken a liking to Wang Yang's medical skills. Without further contemplation, she expressed her intentions to her parents, urging them to respond to the Qin family, assuring them that she would indeed accompany Wang Yang to the meeting. Once her parents had left the room, she retrieved her phone and promptly dialed Wang Yang's number, intending to arrange a meeting with him. Chapter 45, Yang Mi's sudden initiative in the car. Wang Yang gazed at his phone, which had unexpectedly lit up with a call from Tian Tian, revealing her number. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. How curious, he mused. Why would she suddenly reach out to me? As he was driving, Wang Yang did not dwell on it for long and promptly pressed the answer button. As the call connected, Tian Tian's voice resonated on the other end. Wang Yang, could you spare some time tonight to join me for a dinner? Someone wishes to invite you through me. With no reservations, Tian Tian immediately divulged the reason for her invitation. Wang Yang had once harbored profound feelings for Tian Tian. Had it not been for the vast disparity in their economic circumstances, he likely would have pursued a relationship with her during their university days, especially after realizing her affections for him. Even after his unexpected wealth from discovering antique treasures and encountering Tian Tian again, and noticing her continued enthusiasm for him, he could no longer suppress his feelings. After all, if he had not been fond of her, he would not have gifted her grandfather such a valuable piece of Qi Baishi's authentic artwork as a congratulatory present. Bestowing such an extravagant gift upon a friend's elder typically signifies a relationship that transcends mere friendship. If Tian Tian did not still harbor feelings for him, she would not have allowed him to present such an opulent gift at the birthday banquet. Under normal circumstances, the likelihood of their romantic involvement was substantial. However, Yang Mi's sudden illness had led to an uncontrollable intimacy between her and Wang Yang, resulting in their unintended union. Though Wang Yang was not one to fickly shift affections, he had resolved to maintain a platonic friendship with Tian Tian after becoming involved with Yang Mi. Even so, Tian Tian undeniably held a more significant place in his heart than that of an ordinary friend, and he was always willing to assist her. Thus, upon hearing her request, Wang Yang readily acquiesced without inquiring who wished to treat him. All right, send me the address later, and I shall arrive punctually in the evening. After hanging up, in an effort to demonstrate his untroubled intentions, claiming he was merely assisting an old friend and held no ulterior motives towards Tian Tian, Wang Yang turned to Yang Mi beside him and said, someone has requested me to dinner through Tian Tian. It seems they have quite a substantial background. The Tian family cannot refuse, for otherwise, it would be unlikely for Tian Tian to act as an intermediary, given her personality. You should accompany me this evening. Upon hearing Wang Yang's intention to bring her along, Yang Mi's heart filled with anxiety. She was undeniably Wang Yang's official girlfriend. He had never had another partner apart from her. Yet, the prospect of meeting Tian Tian made her feel a whirlwind of turmoil, akin to a mistress being introduced to the legitimate partner. She harbored an unsettling belief that Wang Yang belonged to Tian Tian, and she had usurped him from her side. No, I absolutely cannot meet Tian Tian. Yang Mi felt entirely devoid of the courage to face Tian Tian. Under Wang Yang's scrutiny, she nervously replied, no. You should go meet Tian Tian alone. I do not enjoy dining with strangers. I had intended to visit the beauty salon this evening for a treatment, and once I finished, I would return home to await your arrival. Upon hearing Yang Mi's words, Wang Yang smiled and nodded, not giving it much thought. All right. Since you prefer to avoid contact with strangers, I shall attend the appointment alone tonight. I will first drive you home. making it convenient for you to take your car when you head to the salon. Youngmi felt a significant sense of relief at Wang Yang's lack of insistence on bringing her along. She promptly agreed, allowing him to escort her home. However, once they returned, Wang Yang settled onto the sofa, and Youngmi instinctively took a seat beside him. Honey, it's only 2 in the afternoon. There's still plenty of time until dinner. Why don't we indulge in something enjoyable? We have yet to explore the sofa. Let us seize this opportunity to unlock its potential. Youngmi gazed at Wang Yang, her eyes sparkling with allure. Wang Yang, taken aback by her boldness, was nonetheless compelled to embrace her and leaned in for a kiss. Seeing that he did not reject her daytime advances brought a wave of relief to Youngmi's heart. Online discussions suggested that once a man is thoroughly satisfied, he becomes docile, free from thoughts of other women. As long as I exhaust you, you will have no thoughts of Tian Tian when you are with her. I deeply apologize, Tian Tian, but I have no intention of returning Wang Yang to you. Without him, I would rather have never existed. Youngmi's emotions were tumultuous, yet her demeanor was wildly passionate. The room was filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. Had the villa not been spacious with soundproofing, passers-by might have overheard their fervent exchanges. Eventually, their passionate encounter concluded around 5 in the afternoon. Wang Yang exhaled heavily, glancing at the visibly satisfied Youngmi, grateful for the efficacy of his rigorous training. Otherwise, he feared that the afternoon's endeavors would leave him too weak to walk. Youngmi was overwhelmingly fervent, nearly compelling him to surrender. He quickly decided to take a shower. Meeting Tian Tian while still bearing Youngmi's scent would be rather disrespectful. Wang Yang carried the content and weary Youngmi back to bed before hastily entering the bathroom to freshen up. After roughly half an hour, he donned a fresh outfit, bid farewell to Youngmi, and drove straight to the address Tian Tian had sent him via WeChat. It was only after Wang Yang departed that Youngmi regained some energy to enter the bathroom, where she prepared a bath and began to soak, while simultaneously scrolling through her phone to search for various inquiries. How to capture a man's heart. How to ensure that he remains faithful and does not stray. Women must embrace their allure. A virtuous woman may only distance your man from you. The positions that captivate men, an array of inquiries, some answers even rendering Youngmi blushing and bashful. Yet, despite this, she diligently immersed herself in learning, completely forgetting her initial desire to possess Wang Yang just once before returning him to Tian Tian. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, after his departure, Youngmi earnestly began her quest for knowledge online. Upon arriving at the restaurant where he had arranged to meet Tian Tian, he instinctively felt a flutter in his heart upon seeing her waiting at the table. Chapter 46. Tian Tian wept today. Tian Tian appeared conspicuously adorned. Her serene beauty, akin to a rare flower flourishing in the mortal realm, was accentuated by a white gown embellished with pearls that formed exquisite blossoms, dotted with starlight. The flowers seemed to bloom with a vibrancy that complemented Tian Tian's tall and slender figure, creating an enchanting aura within the bustling cafeteria. At least, when Wang Yang entered the establishment, he noticed that more than half of the men present had their gazes fixated upon her. She remained as captivating as ever. Just like during their university days, wherever she graced the scene, she effortlessly became the focal point of every man's attention. You must not falter. You are now in a relationship with Youngmi, he reminded himself. No matter how alluring Tian Tian was, he must not entertain inappropriate thoughts. Wang Yang continuously reassured himself until he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, enabling him to approach Tian Tian. As soon as she spotted him, Tian Tian immediately rose with delight. Wang Yang, please sit beside me. If that Qinshao arrives, he will only occupy the seat across from me. Her face radiated happiness as she eagerly pulled Wang Yang into the seat beside her. The moment she grasped his hand tightly, a ripple of emotion surged within him. Though he was no longer a novice in romantic encounters, having spent the past few days with Youngmi, sharing kisses and embraces, such a simple gesture of touch should not have stirred him so profoundly. Yet, inexplicably, it did. His heart began to race uncontrollably. Calm yourself. It is merely a normal hand-holding. To be this stirred is rather unbecoming, Wang Yang chided himself, relying on his martial prowess to regain control over his body and quell its fervent beating. Subtly withdrawing his hand from Tian Tian's, he hastily shifted the conversation. Tian Tian. Who invited me today? It was Qin Feng from the Qin family, the sole heir of the wealthy Qin Daong, she replied, her expression tranquil as she shared her conjecture. Before Wang Yang could further redirect the topic, she gazed at him with curiosity. Why isn't Youngmi here with you? Wasn't it necessary for her to be at your side 24 hours a day due to her condition? Wang Yang chuckled at her inquiry. Youngmi has fully recovered now. Her heart is healthier than that of many athletes. She no longer needs to be by my side constantly. Upon hearing that Yang Mi had regained her health, Tian's face lit up with joy. That is wonderful news. It is truly fantastic that she has recovered. We have grown up together, although we are not biological sisters. Our bond is even stronger than that of sisters. Each time I thought of her potential illness, I cannot count the number of times I secretly wept. Now that she is able to make a complete recovery, it is truly wonderful. However, it is rather inconsiderate of her. I regarded her as my dearest sister. Yet she did not convey this news to me directly, instead relying on you to inform me, which is simply infuriating. Tian Sweet, with an expression brimming with excitement, continuously expressed her joy. Despite her words condemning Yang Mi for being inconsiderate and lacking in sisterly affection, her eyes sparkled with delight. Clearly, she genuinely treated Yang Mi as a true sister. Otherwise, given her tranquil demeanor, it would be improbable for her to utter so many words in one breath. Observing Tian Sweet's unabashed happiness for Yang Mi, Wang Yang instinctively remarked, Yang Mi is fortunate to have a good sister like you. However, Yang Mi has likely been preoccupied with relishing her newfound health and may not have thought of so much at once. When I return, I will admonish her to gather all of you, her dear friends, and publicly announce her full recovery. Wang Yang's words left Tian Sweet momentarily stunned. She is an astute individual and, from Wang Yang's tone regarding Yang Mi, quickly discerned that their relationship was quite special. Cautiously, she gazed at Wang Yang and inquired, Wang Yang, are you and Yang Mi together? Yes, we are together, Wang Yang replied, fully aware that this revelation might discomfort Tian Sweet, yet believing that a swift confrontation was better than prolonged pain. Nevertheless, he underestimated Tian Sweet's feelings for him. Upon hearing his definitive answer, tears began to stream down Tian Sweet's face, each drop resembling a pearl cascading down. This only made the already beautiful Tian Sweet appear even more enchanting. It is a difficult plight to navigate the affections of a beautiful woman. A hero may falter at the sight of her tears, which serve as a potent weapon against men. Witnessing her sudden breakdown, Wang Yang felt a surge of panic, unsure of how to respond. After a considerable pause, he cautiously extended his hand to wipe away her tears. Yet, regardless of his efforts, Tian Sweet remained silent, her quiet sobs echoing her deep sense of grievance. Her tears falling like pearls and breaking Wang Yang's heart. Darn it, it's all Qin Feng's fault, were it not for his tardiness. They would have already begun their discussion. Once they started talking, Tian Sweet would not have inquired about Yang Mi, and none of this would have transpired. Wang Yang's heart was filled with anger. Although he was still uncertain why Qin Feng had taken the initiative to invite him, he already harbored resentment towards him. It was evident that Qin Feng was intentionally leaving him hanging with Tian Sweet. After crying for over 10 minutes, Tian Sweet finally stabilized her emotions and ceased her weeping. As she wiped the tears from her face, she looked at Wang Yang with a face full of grievance and asked, Why Yang Mi? We clearly met first, and I can feel that you have feelings for me too. Why would you suddenly choose to be with someone you have only just met? Upon hearing Tian Sweet's question, embarrassment flooded Wang Yang's face. He could not simply admit that he was captivated by her beauty and, swayed by Yang Mi's charm, had lost control, ultimately becoming entangled with her. Just as Wang Yang felt increasingly awkward and at a loss for words, Qin Feng made his entrance, striding in confidently. He took a seat directly opposite Wang Yang and Tian. Observing Wang Yang, who was flustered and desperately trying to console the weeping Tian, he couldn't help but mockingly exclaim, It seems I have arrived too late and missed quite the spectacle. However, it matters little. The melodrama of lovesick souls has long since lost its charm for me. I am here for but one purpose, to transfer my father's license plate to my name. After which I shall take my leave, allowing you two to retreat to a hotel and indulge in your romantic endeavors. Chapter 47. The broken finger. Wang Yang was not one to seek the limelight. Although the license plate, A88888, was impressive, it was, in truth, a bit too ostentatious for his taste. Wherever he drove, a throng of onlookers would gather, and he found such attention distasteful. Wealth was a matter best known to those who should know. It served its purpose in front of acquaintances, allowing him to regain face for his parents and compelling those who once looked down on him to now gaze up in admiration. That was sufficient for Wang Yang. The opinions of strangers held no weight in his heart. Had Qin Feng approached him today with humility and requested the return of the license plate, perhaps Wang Yang would have acquiesced. However, Qin Feng's deliberate display of arrogance, coupled with his tardiness that forced Wang Yang to engage in unnecessary conversation with Tian, leading to an unfortunate incident that left her in tears, had already sown seeds of resentment within him. Now, with Qin Feng arriving in such a condescending manner, mocking him from a lofty height, Wang Yang's ire only intensified. Even if he had not favored the extravagance of the A88888 plate, he was resolute in his decision to keep it, wishing to avoid even a moment more in the presence of Qin Feng. With a chilling demeanor, Wang Yang fixed Qin Feng with an icy stare and declared, "I have no desire to converse with someone who is late. You may leave now." Qin Feng, taken aback by Wang Yang's apparent dismissal, felt his expression harden as he realized Wang Yang had no intention of returning the license plate. "Wang Yang," he retorted, "do you truly believe that becoming friends with Ouyang Zhenhu grants you the right to act with such impunity in Magic City? Do you think Ouyang Zhenhu's status is as exalted as it appears from the outside? In the Ouyang family, his standing is not what you presume. It is precisely because he lacks influence within his family that he struts around with bravado. Genuine members of the Ouyang clan do not squander their time parading about aimlessly." With a cold demeanor, Qin Feng attempted to enlighten Wang Yang, asserting that he was not intimidated by Ouyang Zhenhu. Wang Yang, however, could hardly contain his disbelief at Qin Feng's assumption that Ouyang Zhenhu was his ally. With an expression of contempt, he scoffed, "If you hold Ouyang Zhenhu in such low regard, why not approach him directly for the license plate? It was given to me by Ouyang Zhenhu himself. Should you convince him to endorse your request, I shall gladly transfer it to you. If you lack the capability to do so, then be gone. Do not linger and annoy me. Be gone." Qin Feng's face reddened with rage at Wang Yang's audacity. Ever since his father, Qin Daong, became the wealthiest man in Magic City with the backing of the Ouyang family, he had basked in the reputation of being the city's prince. Long before his name was known, he had walked with an air of superiority in Magic City, and once he gained notoriety, his influence extended nationwide. The term "begone" had not been uttered to him in over 2 decades, and now, in a fit of anger, he pointed an accusing finger at Wang Yang, exclaiming, "You have gone too far. Even Ouyang Zhenhu would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Initially, I intended to merely reclaim the license plate out of respect for Ouyang Zhenhu. However, you have thoroughly provoked my ire, and I shall no longer regard Ouyang Zhenhu's esteem. I am agitated, exceedingly so." Wang Yang regarded the incessantly chattering Qin Feng before him, feeling as though a colossal fly was incessantly buzzing in his ear. He was already perturbed with how to pacify Tian, and at this moment, witnessing Qin Feng's incessant prattle, Wang Yang's frustration reached its zenith. He reached out, seizing Qin Feng's finger that was pointed at him. With a decisive snap, he broke that finger completely. Qin Feng gasped in agony, unable to suppress a cry of pain. "Wang Yang, how dare you? Even Ouyang Zhenhu would not dare to lay a hand on me. How could you?" Qin Feng's expression was one of shock, unable to fathom that Wang Yang would have the audacity to strike him. Yet Wang Yang was indifferent to his thoughts, intent on silencing Qin Feng. He violently stuffed a napkin into Qin Feng's mouth. Then, he gazed at Qin Feng and said, "If you wish to deal with me, bring forth your true capabilities without further incessant prattle. Your incessant buzzing is as irksome as that of a fly." Qin Feng was utterly enraged. He felt his dignity had been trampled upon, especially when he noticed the multitude of gazes in the restaurant drawn towards their commotion, igniting a murderous rage within him. However, recalling Wang Yang's swift and decisive action, he understood that Wang Yang was a martial artist, and he could not possibly stand a chance against him. Even summoning bodyguards from outside would not yield a favorable outcome against Wang Yang. So, he realized that Wang Yang was indeed a martial artist. And it became clear why the useless Ouyang Zhenhu would associate with him, seeking validation from martial artists outside his clan due to the lack of recognition from his own. Yet, the martial artists outside could not possibly compare to those of the Ouyang family. "Once I summon my cousin, I shall see if you remain so defiant." Fuming with rage, Qin Feng forcefully expelled the napkin from his mouth and cast a dark glare as he made his way towards the exit of the booth. Once he had ensured a safe distance, beyond Wang Yang's reach, he glared back at Wang Yang with malevolence, declaring, "I shall remember this humiliation. I will not let it go unpunished. You broke my finger, I shall break your leg. And do not think to seek Ouyang Zhenhu's protection. The allies I call upon carry weight that far surpasses his, and even the King of Heaven cannot save you." Witnessing Qin Feng's renewed chatter, Wang Yang's anger surged once more, prompting him to rise and prepare to confront Qin Feng again. However, he had overestimated Qin Feng's courage. Seeing Wang Yang stand once more, the already wounded Qin Feng turned tail and fled in a disheveled manner towards the exit of the restaurant. In his hasty flight, he failed to steady his footing and stumbled dramatically at the threshold, landing in a most undignified manner. Yet, Despite this misstep, he dared not pause. He swiftly regained his feet and continued his frantic escape. Clearly, Wang Yang's recent brazen actions had made it evident that he was undeterred by the weight of Qin Feng's background. To evade further humiliation before Wang Yang, he fled in a state of disarray and desperation. A mere jester, Wang Yang scoffed derisively, utterly dismissing Qin Feng's threats. The Ouyang family, with all its members, was eager to curry his favor. No matter whom Qin Feng attempted to recruit from the Ouyang clan, he was destined to invite his own disgrace. Thus, Qin Feng begrudgingly accepted this setback. Should he foolishly return for more, he would only find himself in a more humiliating predicament. Chapter 48. Tian's desire for recklessness. Wang Yang. Why Yangmi? I have known you longer. Why did you choose her? Am I less beautiful than Yangmi? Or do you only favor those with ample bosoms, finding mine inferior? Tian gazed at Wang Yang with an expression of profound grievance. Though her tears had ceased to fall, her face still bore the weight of her sorrow, as if she was determined to seek clarity in her despair. Wang Yang, confronted with Tian's distress, fell into a heavy silence. He was reluctant to confess that his inability to control his desires led him to Yangmi. Yet, he understood Tian too well. If he did not provide her with a clear answer today, it would likely become a lingering affliction in her heart, haunting her for a lifetime. It was better to endure the pain briefly than to prolong it. They should lay everything bare. Once the truth was spoken, time would eventually help her come to terms with it. With this in mind, Wang Yang organized his thoughts and chose to be candid with Tian. Looking at her earnestly, he said, "The nature of a man's character is profoundly tested when a man and a woman share a space together. I could not withstand the temptation and ended up with Yangmi." Tian's expression turned exceedingly complex upon hearing Wang Yang's seemingly simplistic reasoning for choosing Yangmi. Just as Wang Yang believed she would gradually accept the reality of their relationship, her words left him utterly speechless. What era are we in, Wang Yang? You feel obligated just because you shared a bed? If love is that trivial, I could easily comply. We could find a hotel right now, and I would give myself entirely to you. I would even elope, leaving this city behind. I have saved a substantial amount of money, enough for us to start anew abroad. Even if Qin Feng sought revenge, he would lack the means to reach us overseas. Tian's eyes sparkled with determination and madness. Under Wang Yang's astonished gaze, she boldly grasped his hand, attempting to lead him outside. However, Wang Yang quickly pulled her back down. After all, he could not possibly go to a hotel with her. As Tian saw Wang Yang's refusal to accompany her, the tears she had fought so hard to contain began to flow anew. She can, but I cannot. Is it simply because her chest is larger than mine that it stirs your masculine desires? Tian's gaze at Wang Yang grew increasingly resentful. In terms of height, she stood at 1.72 meters, 2 centimeters taller than Yangmi. In terms of beauty and grace, she was renowned as a rare flower of riches, having never lost in gatherings of affluent women. Aside from her lesser endowments, she could find no other reason for feeling inferior to Yangmi. Wang Yang, witnessing Tian's shallow self-assessment, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He did not want to see her spirits crushed. Thus, he turned to Yangmi to clarify, "No, that's not it. I am not so superficial. In my eyes, you have always been the most beautiful woman, unmatched by anyone, including Yangmi, not inferior to her." Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Tian felt a slight alleviation in her heart. Realizing that Wang Yang would not accompany her, she slowly wiped away her tears and lifted her head to gaze at him. "If you refuse to join me at the hotel, then accompany me to the nightclub for a night of revelry. I wish to indulge, to experience the sheer thrill of drunken abandon. Yet, I have no desire to be preyed upon by those lecherous men who lurk in bars. You can take me out for a night of fun. And once I have had my fill and am inebriated, it is entirely up to you whether you return me home or take me to a hotel." Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback by Tian's intention to venture into the nightclub. She was often referred to as the flower of wealth among her classmates, due to her serene and noble aura. Standing there, she required no extravagant attire, for an intangible elegance enveloped her. In a different era, she would undoubtedly have been a paragon of virtue, a refined lady of high moral standing. Even in contemporary times, her demeanor rendered her a natural repellent to the nightlife scene. The fact that she expressed a desire to revel at a nightclub, seeking to drink to excess, was beyond Wang Yang's expectations. However, upon witnessing the resolute determination in Tian's eyes, he ultimately acquiesced to her request. He understood that if he denied her, she would still seek out the nightlife, and should anything untoward occur as a consequence, she would never forgive him. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Whichever nightclub in the city you wish to visit, I will be by your side. Wang Yang gazed at Tian, making a solemn promise. Upon hearing his words, a joyful smile returned to her face, her second smile of the day. The first had graced her features when Wang Yang entered the restaurant, and she waved at him. Witnessing the return of her smile, Wang Yang felt a significant relief within his heart. Let her revel for a while, vent her frustrations, and she would surely find clarity. If she were to become intoxicated, he would simply escort her home, and with a touch of his energy, she would feel no discomfort. Reassuring himself, Wang Yang promptly rose and followed Tian outside. Soon, they arrived at his car. At Tian's request, they drove straight to the most popular nightclub in the city, Platinum Han. Upon reaching the venue, Qin Feng had also finished bandaging his finger and arrived at the Ouyang family estate. Once inside, he headed directly to his cousin Ouyang Jintian's secluded courtyard. Cousin, I have been wronged. An outsider, a martial artist, has broken my finger. If you were truly my cousin, you would accompany me to reclaim my dignity. As Qin Feng entered the courtyard, he found Ouyang Jintian practicing his martial arts and beseeched him for help. In order to prevent Ouyang Jintian from intervening on his behalf, he carefully concealed the relationship between Wang Yang and Ouyang Zhenthu, merely portraying Wang Yang as an outsider martial artist. Ouyang Jintian, observing Qin Feng's expression of grievance, did not ponder further and slowly retracted his fists. Turning his gaze towards Qin Feng, I shall accompany you for the time being. Modu is the stronghold of our Ouyang clan, and it is not the place for an outsider to wreak havoc. Upon hearing Ouyang Jintian's willingness to accompany him, Qin Feng felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Wang Yang, just wait. My cousin ranks among the top 3 in strength among the younger generation of the Ouyang clan. I cannot believe you can contend with him. With a face alight with excitement, Qin Feng promptly took out his phone to arrange assistance in locating Wang Yang's vehicle. Chapter 49. Tonight, I shall offer myself to you. When Wang Yang and Tian arrived at Platinum Han, it was already past 8 in the evening. Although it was not peak hours for the nightlife, an array of luxury vehicles filled the exterior of the venue. From Porsches to Lamborghinis, an abundance of supercars graced the parking lot. Wang Yang even spotted a black Bugatti, sprawled on the ground like a monstrous creature. Indeed, this was the most popular nightlife spot in the city, where even a $20 million supercar could be seen. Wang Yang marveled inwardly, oblivious to the fact that while he was admiring the luxury cars in the parking lot, onlookers were equally astonished by his own license plate. As they gazed upon the Mercedes-Benz G-Class with the coveted plate number hu888888, several luxury car owners could not help but express their admiration, their faces filled with envy. Such an impressive license plate, they mused, eclipsed all other vehicles in the lot. Yet, he recalled that this plate seemingly belonged to the princely heir, Qin, whose vehicle was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, not a Mercedes G-Class. The sudden appearance of this car suggested it was borrowed from someone of considerable influence. Perhaps a dragon crossing the river? If the opportunity arose within the night venue, it would be worthwhile to make an acquaintance. A group of individuals engaged in animated discussions, and some second-generation elites who had initially intended to enter the venue paused, turning their attention towards Wang Yang's vehicle, eager to ascertain his identity. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, he had unwittingly become the center of attention the moment he parked his car. After disembarking, he promptly led Tian towards the grand entrance of Platinum Han. As the two approached, a perceptive marketing representative named Xiaoyang sprinted towards them. Hello, sir. I am Xiaoyang from Platinum Han. Do you have a familiar marketing representative? If not, I would be delighted to assist you, ensuring you receive the best table and service available. With an eager expression, Xiaoyang looked at Wang Yang and Tian, his face betraying a hint of nervousness. Lead the way, Wang Yang replied with a subtle nod, choosing not to engage in further conversation. Upon hearing Wang Yang's response, Xiaoyang's excitement surged as he began to guide them. Along the way, he communicated via his walkie-talkie with the venue's interior. Reserve a VVP table for me. I have a distinguished guest with the license plate hu888888. It is imperative that I secure the finest VVIP table for him. Regardless of any prior reservations, it must be made available. Wang Yang found himself at a loss for words, chuckling softly at Xiaoyang's fervent communication. He never expected such a license plate to carry such weight in the nightlife scene. It became clear to him why Qin Feng was so eager to reclaim that plate. For those ostentatious, wealthy youngsters, losing such a potent symbol of status was akin to losing half their lives. The singular opportunity wasted, even if the plate were to gather dust in a garage, would not allow it to be returned. Wang Yang chuckled softly to himself as he and Tian soon arrived at the table that Xiao Liang had insisted upon through his radio. The table was ideally situated, directly opposite the dance floor on the second floor. Wine. I yearn for a bottle of Ace of Spades, the one that is fervently called out on Douyin every day. Before even taking her seat, Tian began to demand the drink. Soon, an array of colorful Ace of Spades bottles was brought forth. Once uncorked, she filled each of their glasses to the brim. Cheers. Tilting her head back, Tian downed her drink in one swift motion. Witnessing her audacity, Wang Yang's expression turned to one of concern. However, under Tian's watchful gaze, he too drained his glass. As she observed Wang Yang finishing his drink, a satisfied smile graced her face. Instantly, she poured another generous glass for both of them, eager to continue their revelry. Seeing this, Wang Yang, with a resigned smile, swiftly placed his hand over Tian's, attempting to halt her. Aren't you here to enjoy the nightlife? If you keep drinking like this, you'll be completely intoxicated after just 3 glasses, and your desire to revel will be utterly thwarted, he advised, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Upon hearing Wang Yang's counsel, Tian's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the dance floor below. There, under the flickering lights, men and women swayed to the DJ's energetic calls, their faces alight with exuberance. Observing them, Tian, already intent on indulging in a night of madness, was further spurred by the effects of the alcohol. She grasped Wang Yang's hand and dashed towards the dance floor. All right, let us go down and lose ourselves in the fun. But remember, you must protect me. Don't let any other man take advantage of me. Only you are allowed to, she proclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her words daringly bold, far from her usual self, leaving Wang Yang astonished. Before he could respond, Tian plunged into the dance floor, initiating her wild movements. Ah, she cried out, dancing with reckless abandon, her expression a portrait of exhilaration. Instantly, a throng of men gravitated towards her, drawn by her vibrant energy, eager for a taste of her allure. As she noticed their attention, her expression grew even more ecstatic. Wang Yang, do you see? My charm is undeniable. Look at all these men drawn to me. Why don't you feel the same? She exclaimed. They say the most beautiful women are found in Platinum Han, so today, I will ask these men if I am indeed the most stunning woman in Platinum Han. With wild abandon, Tian dashed towards the DJ booth, seizing the microphone from the DJ's grasp. Lights, all on me. I want everyone in Platinum Han to see my face. She shouted into the microphone, her intoxication evident. In an instant, all the staff stood frozen, realizing that this woman was the beloved of the powerful figure known as Hu 888888, and that they could not afford to provoke someone of such stature. Suddenly, the voice of the nightclub owner echoed through the staff's earpieces. Upon the owner's instructions, the lighting technician promptly directed all lights towards Tian as per her request. Once the illumination focused on her, Tian erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Do you think I am beautiful? Am I not the most stunning woman in the Platinum Han? With an ecstatic expression, she gazed down at the audience. Instantly, the crowd responded with a cacophony of fervent shouts from the men. Beautiful. You are indeed the most exquisite woman in Platinum Han. Not just today, but throughout the years. No woman has surpassed your beauty in Platinum Han. Not to mention, there is no one more beautiful across the entire nation's nightclubs. The throng roared in unison, many whistling and gazing adoringly at Tian on stage, evidently captivated by her breathtaking appearance under the lights. Hearing their enthusiastic cheers, Tian beamed with pride. Then, with even greater fervor, she pointed at Wang Yang and declared, Tonight, I will offer myself to this man beside me. Do you think he will accept? Chapter 50. Kneel and apologize to the divine healer. Acceptance is a mark of wisdom. Only a fool would refuse. My dear brother, you are indeed fortunate to have such a stunning beauty throwing herself at you. Accept her. Hasten to agree. To decline would be akin to descending into the depths of beastly depravity. The fervent voices from the crowd escalated. Each man gazed towards Wang Yang brimming with barely concealed envy and jealousy. Yet, despite their fervent wishes, few dared to disrupt the moment. This was due to many having overheard a whisper through the server's earpiece, revealing that Wang Yang was the illustrious owner of the license plate Hu 888888, a figure far beyond the reach of ordinary nightlife denizens. As the lights illuminated him, Wang Yang felt the weight of every gaze fixated upon him, causing his brow to furrow deeply. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Tian and said, Tian, you've had too much to drink. No. I'm perfectly sober, my mind is clear, she retorted, her expression one of intoxicated determination. Answer me. Do you wish to be a man or a fool? With a dazed look, she draped her arms around Wang Yang's neck, her eyelids heavy with the effects of the drink. Evidently, her tolerance was far less than she had anticipated. Though she had merely consumed a glass of ace of spades, the lingering effects had rendered her tipsy. Had she not been preoccupied with awaiting Wang Yang's response, she might have succumbed to slumber. Observing her state, Wang Yang nodded repeatedly, eager to placate her. All right. I will agree. Let us not linger here any longer. Okay, I will follow your lead, Tian replied with a cheerful smile. Leaning into Wang Yang's embrace and resting her head upon his shoulder as she drifted off to sleep, watching her finally succumb to slumber, Wang Yang felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Had she continued her antics, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. Comforting women was not within his skill set. In that moment, his resentment towards Qin Feng deepened, had it not been for his tardiness. This entire predicament could have been avoided. Merely breaking his finger had been far too lenient a punishment. With simmering anger, Wang Yang cautiously wrapped his arm around Tian's waist and began to make his way down from the stage. As he prepared to leave with her, the crowd erupted with even more fervor, their shouts growing louder. Get a room, get a room. Sleep with her, sleep with her. The cacophony of voices, particularly from the men, was overwhelming as they gazed upon Tian's exquisite beauty, nearly drooling in anticipation. Wang Yang, hearing the raucous cries, felt increasingly exasperated. While it seemed almost barbaric not to take advantage of the situation, he remained resolute in his decision to escort Tian home. However, just as he was descending the stage with her in his embrace, Qin Feng unexpectedly entered the Platinum Han. As one of the elite scions of Shanghai's wealthy, Qin Feng was indeed a frequent patron of the establishment. The moment he stepped inside, many recognized him immediately. It is Qin Xiao. I have heard that the license plate number who 88888 originally belonged to his father. I am uncertain how it came into the possession of that ambitious newcomer. Judging by his demeanor, he appears quite aggressive, seemingly seeking trouble. Is he intending to confront that newcomer? This promises to be an intriguing spectacle, the clash between the local elite and the ambitious outsider. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, with some hastily reaching out to their acquaintances to come and witness the unfolding drama. On stage, Wang Yang, possessing extraordinary hearing, immediately caught wind of the murmurs. His gaze shifted towards the entrance, where he soon spotted Qin Feng arriving. Perhaps it would be prudent to resolve this troublesome matter before stepping out. A wry smile crept across Wang Yang's face as he altered his course, embracing Tian and retreating to their booth. He preferred to deal with Qin Feng in the privacy of their seating rather than be obstructed in the hallway, subjected to the prying eyes of the crowd. Once he had settled with Tian leaning against him for respite, Qin Feng made his entrance, not alone, but accompanied by a formidable man. This individual was tall, with pronounced muscles and prominent temples, clearly a seasoned martial artist. At the pinnacle of the second tier, he showed promise of breaking into the first tier. Such prowess at this age indicated remarkable talent in martial arts. Wang Yang pondered the implications of defeating this opponent with a single strike. Could it potentially shatter the opponent's resolve? Perhaps a more merciful approach, resolving the matter in 3 moves instead. After much contemplation, he decided to gauge his adversary's attitude before determining the number of moves required to subdue him. As Wang Yang was deep in thought, Qin Feng gestured towards him, addressing his companion. Cousin, this is the person who broke my finger. You take care of him, and then I will handle the aftermath. Wang Yang's eyes flickered with a fierce intensity upon hearing Qin Feng's instructions to Ouyang Zhentian. However, before he could devise a plan to instill fear in Qin Feng, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ouyang Zhentian, the very ally summoned by Qin Feng, suddenly struck out, not at Wang Yang, but at Qin Feng himself. With a resounding slap, Ouyang Zhentian delivered a sharp blow to Qin Feng's face, instantly causing it to swell, resembling a bee's sting. Wang Yang was taken aback by the sight. This man was supposed to be Qin Feng's ally, not an assailant summoned by him. The ferocity of the strike was astonishing. Wang Yang gradually dissipated the energy in his hands, preparing to observe the situation unfold. Opposite him, Qin Feng rubbed his swollen face, staring incredulously at Ouyang Zhentian. Cousin, why did you hit me? I struck you to save you. Now, quickly kneel and apologize to Dr. Wang. You must seek his forgiveness. Let me be clear, Doctor. Wang is a great benefactor to my Ouyang family, having rendered us immense kindness. Now, only I am aware that you have provoked the esteemed Dr. Wang, and you still dare to plead for his forgiveness. Should the news of your indiscretion reach your family, even my father would be unable to protect you. Ouyang Zhentian gazed at Qin Feng with a grave expression, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Qin Feng, upon hearing Ouyang Zhentian's words, found himself utterly bewildered. However, one truth became clear to him. Ouyang Zhentian was not Wang Yang's supporter, but rather, he was seeking to curry favor with him. Just as his cousin had unhesitatingly struck him, he too was attempting to appease Wang Yang. Yet, despite this newfound understanding, the thought of bowing down to Wang Yang and offering an apology proved exceedingly difficult for him to accept. Though seated in a private booth, many eyes could still see within. As a prominent heir of the elite in Magic City and a frequent patron of the establishment, there were countless individuals familiar with him. This act of submission would irreparably tarnish his reputation, a reality that he found almost unbearable. Chapter 51. You said you wouldn't leave. No, I cannot kneel. To do so would not only obliterate my reputation, but also allow Wang Yang to ascend by stepping on me, forever dispelling any doubts about his prowess as a rising star. Enduring humiliation and becoming a mere stepping stone for his fame is utterly unconscionable. Qin Feng's face was awash with grievance. He resolutely refused to kneel and apologize to Wang Yang. Ouyang Zhentian, observing Qin Feng's obstinacy, grew anxious. With gritted teeth, he delivered a forceful kick to Qin Feng's knees. A sharp crack echoed as the bones fractured. With both legs broken, even if Qin Feng wished to resist, he had no choice but to kneel. As Qin Feng succumbed to his position, Ouyang Zhentian turned to Wang Yang and said, Master Wang, my cousin has been spoiled by our family since childhood. He may be unable to comprehend the situation at this moment. I shall administer a lesson on your behalf. Once we return, I will inform his father of today's events, and I am confident he will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Though Qin Feng remained silent in his apology, he had knelt and received the punishment he deserved. Wang Yang had no intention of completely annihilating his adversary. Noticing Ouyang Zhentian's palpable tension, he smiled faintly and remarked, this matter can be considered resolved. If he refrains from crossing my path again, I shall not pursue him further. Hearing Wang Yang's words, Ouyang Zhentian exhaled in relief. Master Wang, then I shall take Qin Feng and leave you in peace. With Wang Yang's nod of approval, he hoisted the lamenting Qin Feng and departed. Outside the nightclub, onlookers were astounded to witness the once menacing Qin Feng, now reduced to a state of vulnerability, being carried away after having his legs broken. I can't believe my eyes. Qin Feng's legs were shattered, and by his own kin no less, murmured the crowd in disbelief. The assailant was Qin Feng's cousin, someone he had always respected, having accompanied him to the nightclub on several occasions. Why then? Had he suddenly altered his stance and incapacitated Qin Feng? Surely, the imposing figure of the rising star was a force they could not afford to challenge. The crowd buzzed with speculation, defining Wang Yang as an unstoppable force, even without a clear understanding of his true identity. When Wang Yang emerged from the nightclub, cradling the intoxicated Tian, the onlookers regarded him with instinctive reverence. The nightclub, typically teeming with people, transformed as Wang Yang walked through. Patrons instantly parted to grant him an unobstructed path. Yet, not all were intimidated. Several bold women, drawn to his presence, approached him with flirtatious intentions. Handsome, a drunken cat is no fun. Why not let me keep you company tonight? One woman suggested, her tone suggestive. If you're inebriated, you might as well have a sisters entertain you. We do not charge any fees. It is simply a matter of being captivated by handsome men. A few audacious women, when Wang Yang strolled past them, could not help but engage in various flirtatious gestures. With just a word from Wang Yang, they would instantly follow him. In fact, if he so desired, he could take a few of them away without hesitation. After all, this is a nightlife venue. Many women here come seeking excitement. Of course, it would be remiss to say there are no virtuous women present. Those who merely seek novelty, curious about the nightlife, retain a certain innocence at heart. Such was the case with Tian. Having never visited a nightlife venue before, she felt a sense of frustration and thus requested Wang Yang to accompany her to the Platinum Han for drinks and amusement. However, the women who actively approached Wang Yang were, naturally, those who were more carefree in nature. Otherwise, they would not be so forward. Yet, Wang Yang was not one to indulge recklessly. Even though several women possessed enviable figures that would surely enchant in the bedroom, he resolutely turned them all down. My dear Yangmi also has an exquisite figure, with ample bosom and voluptuous curves, requiring no outside distractions. First, he would escort Tian home, and then return to extinguish the flames with Yangmi. Thus, Wang Yang thought, swiftly lifting Tian into the car. However, once inside the vehicle, a headache ensued. He had no idea where Tian lived. He decided to wake her and inquire about her address. With a helpless expression, he gently shook Tian Tian, attempting to rouse her. Yet, she was profoundly intoxicated, her eyes firmly shut, showing no sign of awakening. Was she truly that inebriated? It was merely a single drink, and her alcohol tolerance seemed remarkably poor. With a resigned expression, Wang Yang hesitated for a moment before opening his phone and navigating to the nearest five-star hotel. He intended only to leave her there to rest, without any ulterior motives. After bringing her to the hotel, he would return home. Wang Yang continuously reassured himself as he assisted Tian Tian into the hotel. He swiftly checked in, the process seamless. However, upon acquiring the room key and guiding Tian Tian into the room, a sense of concern washed over him. After a moment's hesitation, he carefully helped her to the bedside, gently placing her onto the bed. This was the first time he had ever removed a woman's shoes. Youngmi had not yet experienced this, yet here he was, doing so for another. Wang Yang chuckled helplessly, cautiously removing Tian Tian's shoes. Instantly, he found himself captivated by her delicate little feet. He could swear he was not a foot fetishist. However, gazing at Tian Tian's pristine feet adorned with vibrant red polish, a fleeting impulse surged within him. One must not be perverse, he silently admonished himself, lifting Tian Tian's legs onto the bed and quietly covering her with a blanket. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected event transpired, leaving Wang Yang astonished. As the inebriated Tian Tian, who was supposed to be at his mercy, unexpectedly sat up and tightly embraced him from behind just as he turned to leave, she implored, "Do not depart. In front of so many people at the nightclub. You declared that you would accept me. If you leave now, you will be deemed unfaithful and fail to uphold your promise." Her anxious voice resonated in Wang Yang's ear. Fearing that he might abandon her, she clutched him even more fervently. It was summer, and both wore light clothing, making her body almost entirely press against his back. Although her canteen was not as vast as Yang-mi's, it still surpassed the average standard of the populace. With such a forceful collision and refusal to let go, no man could endure it. Suddenly, a fierce flame ignited within Wang Yang's heart. Chapter 52, Dealing with Tian Tian, or Being Dealt with. I already have Yang-mi. Wang Yang forcefully suppressed his impulsive emotions, turning to face Tian Tian directly. Realizing that avoidance would not resolve the issue, he ultimately chose to confront it openly, intending to articulate his thoughts once more. However, he fundamentally lacked an understanding of women. Matters of the heart are not governed by reason for them. Tian Tian was acutely aware that she was the one who first knew Wang Yang, and he had always harbored feelings for her. Under normal circumstances, it should have been she who was with Wang Yang, not Yang-mi. She often felt that Yang-mi had stealthily taken Wang Yang from her, as if it had happened while she was unaware. Deep down, Wang Yang's affection still lay with her. His feelings for Yang-mi were merely physical. She believed that if she surrendered herself to Wang Yang, both his body and soul would return to her side. Therefore, when Wang Yang turned to counsel Tian Tian, she unhesitatingly wrapped her arms around his neck. By the time Wang Yang realized what was happening, her kiss had already landed fervently upon his lips. As it was her first kiss, she was rather clumsy, only knowing to press her lips against his without the finesse to pull back. Yet she kissed with great intensity, to the point where Wang Yang worried that her fervor might bruise his lips. He wanted to push her away but hesitated, concerned that he might inadvertently harm her. He could only passively endure her kiss. The taste of her kiss seemed to carry a hint of jasmine, perhaps a flavor from her lip balm. Strangely, this thought abruptly crossed Wang Yang's mind, and instinctively, he returned her kiss, greedily savoring her essence. It wasn't until Tian Tian's breathing grew labored that he realized the nature of his actions. Goodness, I already have a girlfriend. How could I engage in such behavior? Wang Yang's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly released Tian Tian. After taking several deep breaths, Tian Tian finally managed to steady herself. Looking at Wang Yang, she proudly declared, "I knew you still had feelings for me. Otherwise, you would have pushed me away. I was afraid of hurting you," Wang Yang awkwardly explained. However, Tian Tian dismissed his justification, stubbornly insisting, "But you kissed me back and bit my lip." Tian Tian's inquiry left Wang Yang speechless. He could find no rational explanation. Yet to continue with Tian Tian, to straddle both worlds and sleep with her, would betray his conscience. In his heart, Tian Tian was his unattainable ideal. She would always deserve the very best. In the past, when he had nothing, he refrained from pursuing her. Even though she had clearly shown her affection, he feigned ignorance and avoided her, even after graduation, choosing not to reach out. When she contacted him via WeChat or phone, he remained unresponsive, hoping to extricate himself from her world entirely, allowing her to gradually forget him. Even now, having been with Yang Mi. He resolved not to pursue a relationship with Tian Tian. He did not wish for Tian Tian to bear the tarnished reputation of a homewrecker due to his actions. Tian Tian and Yang Mi were close friends, both belonging to the same social circle. He could not allow his own shortcomings to sully Tian Tian's name within that community. She was the only one who had ever captured his heart, a cherished memory he held dear. He would not permit anyone, even himself, to cast a shadow upon a reputation. Being with me will ruin your reputation, he asserted. In my eyes, you are utterly perfect. I cannot abide the thought of you becoming a third party and tarnishing your name because of me. Wang Yang's expression was grave as he finally revealed the true reason for rejecting Tian Tian. Upon hearing how flawless he deemed her, a smile instinctively graced Tian Tian's lips. Yet, as quickly as it appeared, the smile faded, replaced by a bittersweet realization. She understood that, much like during their school days when he kept his distance, Wang Yang would never accept her if it meant jeopardizing her reputation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze, her eyes resolute. Then I shall wait until you and Yang Mi part ways before we can be together. Whether it takes a year, 2, or even 3, I will wait for you. Wang Yang was taken aback by her unwavering commitment to wait until he was free from Yang Mi. He found it cruel for her to endure such a fate. However, Tian Tian's next words left him even more bewildered. She looked at him and said, "But before you break up with Yang Mi, you cannot avoid seeing me. I want to be your closest confidant. If I need you, you must come to me without hesitation. You cannot prioritize romantic interests over friendship just because Yang Mi ignores me." Wang Yang was at a loss for how to respond to her demands, which seemed rather excessive. If he were to comply, it would appear that she was the legitimate girlfriend while Yang Mi was the interloper. As long as she, the official partner, required Wang Yang's assistance, Yang Mi would have to yield him to her. Although he felt her request was somewhat unreasonable, he couldn't help but soften at the sight of her earnest expression. "I have nothing but pure intentions between us," he reassured himself. "As long as I do not cross that line, we shall remain the best of friends. This way, both of us can hold our heads high before Yang Mi." With a final internal affirmation, he nodded to Tian Tian. "I will no longer avoid you. Whenever you need me, I promise to contact you immediately." Tian Tian's face lit up with joy at his words, her beauty radiating once more, a confident blossom in full bloom. Wang Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he observed her revitalization. Confirming that she had regained her composure, he added, "Now that you are sober, let me escort you home." Having returned late, the uncle and aunt would naturally be concerned. Upon hearing that Wang Yang intended to escort her home, Tian Tian promptly rose and obediently seated herself at the edge of the bed. However, once there, she became still, her lovely legs playfully swinging. With a pointed finger, she gestured towards her shoes on the floor, casting an expectant glance at Wang Yang. "Those are your shoes. You must help me put them on." With a resigned smile, Wang Yang knelt down to assist Tian Tian in donning her shoes. Their companionship did not necessitate sharing a bed. "As long as I can see you every day and remain first in your heart, I shall be content." Tian Tian wore a radiant smile. Yet once Wang Yang had laced her shoes, she composed her expression, adopting an air of modesty as she followed him out of the hotel. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, as he drove Tian Tian home, Qin Feng, the elite scion of Shanghai's affluent society, was grappling with the absence of paternal affection that had eluded him throughout his life, all due to Wang Yang's influence. News of this illustrious figure, akin to a dragon soaring across the river, swiftly circulated within the circles of Shanghai's privileged youth. Chapter 53. The mysterious antique ghost market. Qin Feng's father gazed at his son, who had returned home with both legs encased in plaster. Instead of offering a word of concern, he silently withdrew a whip and began striking Qin Feng's back. "Remember this. While I shall not interfere in your indulgences, should you dare to make any further missteps, you shall face dire consequences. This time, it is merely a broken leg. Next time, you may not be so fortunate to escape with your life." Qin Feng's father seethed with rage, wishing he could shatter the very belt he wielded. His resentment stemmed from the fact that his sister had married into the Yang family, with a brother-in-law offering support. However, Wang Yang was backed by Yang Xiu, the most promising heir of the Yang clan. He felt utterly unqualified to confront Wang Yang, were it not for the fact that Qin Feng was his only son. He might have sought reconciliation between Qin Feng and Wang Yang. Now, he could only pray that Wang Yang would exhibit enough magnanimity to consider Qin Feng's injury a conclusion to their conflict. As night fell, the hours slipped away unnoticed. Upon returning home, Wang Yang was unaware that he had been subjected to a second round of education. As soon as he entered, Yang Mi pulled him directly to the bed. It was only in the early hours of the morning, after their playful antics, that Yang, exhausted and pleading, finally succumbed to slumber. They slept soundly until 10 the next morning. Yet, despite the late hour, Wang Yang awoke with a profound sense of fatigue. In contrast, Yang appeared radiant, her spirits seemingly lifted. It struck Wang Yang as peculiar. Just the night before, she had been in tears, pleading for her father. Yet today, she seemed more invigorated than even he, a martial artist. He pondered the enigma of women's resilience with bemusement, noticing Wang Yang's gaze upon her. Yang hastily donned her nightgown, denying him any further view. No more looking. If you wish to see, wait until tonight, she playfully urged, her expression brimming with bliss. Having expended considerable energy the previous night, she longed for a hearty meal to replenish her strength. Wang Yang, observing her demeanor, suppressed his own burgeoning impulses and resolved to brush his teeth and freshen up before indulging in a satisfying meal. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying the name of Tian, the girl he had escorted home the night before. Surprised, he promptly answered the call. Wang Yang, come join me for lunch. And in the afternoon, I shall take you to a place where we can hunt for antiques. This is a secret I learned from my grandfather, a mysterious ghost market. Tian's voice radiated excitement, as if she were introducing him to a whole new world. Upon hearing her words, Wang Yang's face lit up with delight. The ghost market, a realm for antique enthusiasts, was an intriguing enigma that had long captivated his imagination as a history student. Though he had always yearned to explore it, various circumstances had prevented him from doing so. Now, with the chance to experience the true essence of the ghost market, he was undeniably intrigued. Thus, he promptly responded, all right. Please send me the address, and I shall be on my way. After hanging up the phone, he turned his gaze towards Yang yesterday. Tian invited me for a meal and mentioned wanting to take me to the ghost market this afternoon to hunt for antiques. You should come along. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Yang immediately shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the very notion. No, I have plans to go shopping this afternoon, so I won't be joining. She looked at Wang Yang, swiftly rejecting the invitation. Wang Yang's face fell into a look of resignation upon receiving Yang's refusal. The thought of meeting Tian alone filled him with trepidation. It was merely a casual encounter. He could exercise restraint. After all, it was broad daylight. She wouldn't dare to do anything untoward. He reassured himself inwardly as he stepped into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. While attending to his morning routine, he took out his phone, attempting to gather information about the ghost market in the Magic City. After all, he had worked in an auction house and considered himself somewhat acquainted with the realm of antiques. Yet, despite the passage of time, he had never heard of a ghost market existing in the Magic City. His curiosity about it was piqued. However, it seemed that news of the antique ghost market was not common knowledge among ordinary folks. Wang Yang scoured the internet extensively but found no pertinent information about the ghost market. The earliest mention he could uncover dated back 20 years. Regarding the nightly antique ghost market along Huanghai Avenue, where many tomb raiders and individuals with illicitly acquired antiques would converge to sell their wares. At that time, connoisseurs seeking to purchase antiques at lower prices often gravitated towards this venue, as the prices here were significantly below the market rate. Yet, the prevalence of counterfeit items was alarmingly high, making it easy for those lacking discernment to be deceived. Even renowned antique appraisal experts had fallen victim to the market's trickery, as master forgers operated within its shadows. Moreover, with the darkness obscuring visibility, even the most seasoned appraisers could misjudge an item. However, the antique ghost market on Huanghai Avenue had vanished 2 decades ago. Since its disappearance, ordinary people had been unable to ascertain the location of any such market. Tian could not possibly be deceiving him. If she claimed there was a ghost market, then it must indeed exist. Yet, this ghost market was concealed so profoundly that ordinary individuals could scarcely catch wind of it. Wang Yang mused deeply, realizing that the ghost market was hidden more intricately than he had initially thought, thus intensifying his interest in it. Once he finished washing up, he eagerly drove towards the restaurant where Tian had sent him the location. Upon entering the establishment, his eyes immediately fell upon Tian. Today, she donned a flowing white dress, adorned with a pearl necklace that accentuated her elegance. She radiated an air of wealth and grace, embodying the moniker of a flower of riches with consummate ease. As he observed her wave at him, beckoning him to sit down, he couldn't help but notice the envious glances directed at him from countless men within the restaurant, their eyes brimming with admiration and jealousy. In the eyes of some, there lingered an inexplicable hostility. Clearly, the adage that beauty can be a source of calamity holds true in any era. Without strength, one is unworthy of possessing exquisite beauty. With a wry smile, Wang Yang disregarded the gazes of the men and swiftly settled beside Tian Tian. Tian Tian, I couldn't find any information about the antique ghost market online. Could you enlighten me with some specifics? After suppressing his curiosity throughout the journey, Wang Yang couldn't contain himself upon seeing Tian Tian. Yet, faced with Wang Yang's eager expression, Tian Tian merely smiled mysteriously. Do not be hasty. First, let us enjoy this meal together. Once we finish dining, I shall naturally take you to the antique ghost market to explore. If I divulge too much now, you won't be able to savor our meal. With that, Tian Tian dismissed the matter and promptly signaled the waiter to expedite the serving of their dishes. Observing Tian Tian's demeanor, Wang Yang could only smile helplessly, quelling his curiosity and deciding to relish the meal with her before venturing to the enigmatic antique ghost market. Chapter 54. Unearthed from the underground. Wang Yang, you must try this Buddha jumps over the wall. It is a local delicacy, unparalleled in flavor. In this dish of sawed prawns, the chef has infused it with distinctive local flair. Let me peel one for you, said Tian Tian. Her actions reminiscent of a loving girlfriend as she continually served Wang Yang at the private dining establishment. Under Tian Tian's attentive care, it would be disingenuous for Wang Yang to claim he was not relishing the moment. After all, one is not devoid of emotions. Who can remain indifferent? He had always held a fondness for Tian Tian, and her gentle, considerate demeanor provided an abundance of emotional fulfillment, making it difficult for him to suppress his feelings. No. He must exert self-control. He could not afford to err. Next time, he must bring Yangmi along. With her presence, Tian Tian's affectionate gestures would surely be tempered. Wang Yang repeatedly reassured himself that this special treatment was a one-time occurrence, allowing him to indulge in Tian Tian's attentiveness with a clear conscience. The meal unfolded sweetly between the two, lasting an hour despite the absence of alcohol. After they had dined well and were fully satisfied, around 2 in the afternoon, Tian Tian turned to Wang Yang and said, "Let us go. I will take you to the ghost market." Upon hearing this, Wang Yang leapt to his feet with excitement. Yet, once in the car, she couldn't help but glance at him and remarked, "I read online that the ghost market is named so because it only operates at night, closing at dawn. Why are we heading to a ghost market that opens in the afternoon? It contradicts what I found online." Tian Tian chuckled upon realizing that Wang Yang had done his homework. Historically, the ghost market was held at night due to the empty streets. In this day and age, the streets at night can be even livelier than during the day, making it impractical to adhere to tradition. Thus, some antique enthusiasts pooled their resources to establish a venue for trading, scheduling the ghost market for Sunday afternoons to accommodate those who were older and prefer not to stay up late. As Tian Tian smiled and explained, Wang Yang finally grasped why the current ghost market differed from what he had discovered online. With this understanding, his anticipation for the afternoon's excursion heightened. After all, the ghost market only opened once a week and was a true gathering place for connoisseurs, ensuring that genuine craftsmanship flourished. In such a venue, one would encounter not just authentic pieces, but also expertly crafted replicas that could easily be mistaken for the real deal. With a discerning eye, one could expect to reap significant rewards. Without it, however, one might face considerable missteps. Wang Yang was confident he would not fall victim to such pitfalls. This was the place where he truly belonged. The bustling markets of Panjiayuan, filled with trinkets and crafts, were a sheer waste of his talents. Previously, he had been unable to access information about the ghost market, relegating himself to the gamble of the crowded craft market. Now, equipped with a clearer understanding of the ghost market's intricacies, his excitement only grew. Upon activating the car's navigation system, Tian Tian inputted the address, and Wang Yang promptly set off towards the location of the ghost market. As he approached the destination, a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. The ghost market was situated in the outskirts of the magical city, intriguingly nestled within a garment factory. Access was granted solely through the factory's rear entrance, and only those familiar with the place could gain entry. Those unaware of this hidden gem would never suspect that it concealed a dedicated venue for antique trading. When Wang Yang's vehicle came to a halt, he noticed an array of luxury cars already parked there. Most of these vehicles exuded a sense of maturity and sophistication. In contrast, Wang Yang's Mercedes-Benz G-Class appeared youthful amidst this collection, clearly appealing to a younger demographic. It seemed that antique collectors were predominantly of a more seasoned age. Reflecting on this, he followed Tian Tian as she provided a name to the gatekeeper, and they promptly entered a warehouse within the factory. From the outside, The warehouse appeared to be an ordinary storage facility. However, upon entry, they were met not with towering stacks of goods, but rather an array of stalls reminiscent of a bustling market, lining the main path within. The warehouse was illuminated brilliantly, casting a daylight-like glow that ensured visibility was never an issue. Once inside, the gatekeeper swiftly closed the door behind them, indicating that even the factory staff were largely unaware of the ghost market's existence. Such secrecy led Wang Yang to ponder the possibility of illicit activities within. Driven by curiosity, he guided Tian towards the nearest stall, where a sense of astonishment washed over him. The items displayed bore remnants of soil, as if they had just been unearthed from the ground. Most notably, Wang Yang, with his discerning eye, sensed that these artifacts appeared to be genuine. Were they all relics unearthed from tombs? However, upon further inspection, his expression shifted to one of incredulity, regardless of whether they were porcelain vases or bronze vessels. Every item was a counterfeit, devoid of authenticity. The craftsmanship of the forgeries was remarkably sophisticated, and Wang Yang's appraisal skills had yet to reach their peak, which explained his initial oversight. Indeed, my expertise requires refinement. Yet, now that I discern their falsity, I should be able to uncover some flaws. A surge of competitive spirit ignited within him as he picked up a porcelain piece for a meticulous examination. The item was a small bowl, a quintessential piece of Song Dynasty porcelain, entirely white and produced by the Ding kiln. However, as he held it, a disquieting sensation crept in. The texture was not sufficiently refined, lacking the finesse characteristic of authentic Ding ware from the Song Dynasty. This discrepancy was subtle, and had he not already established the piece as a forgery, he might have instinctively overlooked this minor difference. It is likely that those adept individuals can discern counterfeit goods at a glance. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that no one would be present at this stall. Wang Yang mused internally as he slowly placed the small bowl down under the earnest gaze of the stall owner. I can't be certain. I shall explore further inside, he remarked with a gentle smile directed at the stall owner. Under the proprietor's disheartened stare, he promptly continued onward with Tian. This time, he had learned to be more astute. He first conducted a sweeping assessment of the entire venue, swiftly bypassing those stalls that exclusively offered fakes, before proceeding towards the remaining ones. However, not all of these stalls boasted genuine items. Most were a hodgepodge of authenticity and imitation, with the latter vastly outnumbering the former. Whether he would be able to distinguish the genuine from the counterfeit ultimately depended on his own skill. Chapter 55. A fortuitous find of Tang Sankai. With a clear objective in mind, Wang Yang swiftly led Tian to a stall dedicated to the sale of porcelain. The stall was adorned with an array of Tang Sankai pieces, including several poultry-shaped ceramics and 2 camel-shaped figures, while the remaining collection consisted of vividly colored horses. The Tang Sankai horses are particularly renowned, with one fetching a staggering 43 million at the Hong Kong auction in 2018. Naturally, that specific horse was an exquisite masterpiece, whereas typical Tang Sankai horses usually command prices around several million. At this moment, a considerable crowd had gathered around the stall, most of whom were fixated on the horses, attempting to discern their authenticity. However, Wang Yang's gaze was subtly drawn to the 2 camels, standing approximately 50 centimeters tall. These Tang Sankai camels exhibited a rich brown hue, adorned with a meticulously crafted blanket. The blanket featured a green border, with vibrant black, red, and green colors at its center, creating a striking visual appeal. Upon the blanket, several figures distinctly influenced by Western styles could be observed, contributing to the overall vividness and uniqueness of the piece. Despite the camel's artistic merit, the equine figures garnered far more attention due to their symbolic association with success, attracting a greater number of collectors. As a result, the pair of Tang Sankai camels remained largely overlooked. Wang Yang had already utilized his keen insight to assess the stall, determining that aside from the camels, only a few poultry pieces were authentic. Given that the poultry held little value, his primary focus was the camels. Contemplating the origins of these Tang Sankai camels, Wang Yang began to examine the porcelain pieces on the stall with a composed demeanor. Although his target was clear, he refrained from immediately handling the camels, opting instead to inspect 2 horses. After a thorough examination, coupled with his prior knowledge confirming the horses as fakes, he swiftly identified their flaws. By integrating practical experience with theoretical knowledge, Wang Yang's skills in antique appraisal began to subtly enhance. With continued practice at this pace, it wouldn't be long before he could discern the authenticity of antiques without relying on his innate abilities. After a period of faint scrutiny, Wang Yang finally inquired about the prices. Upon hearing his question, the stall owner beamed with delight. The poultry figures were priced at 30,000 each, while the pair of Tang Sankai camels was offered for 100,000, not available for individual sale. Each Tang Sankai horse was valued at 100,000. The owner confidently claimed that these items were consigned to him by a high-ranking official eager to liquidate assets for an overseas venture, asserting that all were authentic. He emphasized that missing this opportunity would mean losing out on a rare find. Observing the owner's demeanor, Wang Yang began to doubt whether the proprietor himself truly grasped the authenticity of his inventory. He is evidently a proxy seller. And perhaps there truly exists a high-ranking official eager to immigrate. Of course, it is also possible that this is merely a tale woven by the proprietor, whose acting is so convincing that Wang Yang cannot discern any flaws. After all, for those who deal in antiques, fabricating stories has become second nature. A shabby bowl acquired by a rural old woman could easily be imbued with a narrative of a fallen imperial concubine, regardless of the authenticity of the items. They must be procured. Wang Yang resolved this in his heart, yet he refrained from immediately making a purchase. The individuals in such places are astute. Spending money too readily could lead to unnecessary complications. Hence, after a period of contemplation, he turned to the stall owner and inquired, "Is there room for negotiation on the price? I am interested in several items, yet your quotation seems rather steep." Upon noticing Wang Yang's earnest desire to buy, the stall owner's smile grew even more fervent. "Sir, if these were my own goods, I would certainly entertain negotiations. However, this batch is genuinely consigned to me by a high-ranking official, and the price has been fixed. It cannot be altered. This price is several times lower than the market value. Whether for personal collection or for gradual resale, you would undoubtedly reap substantial profits." The stall owner radiated enthusiasm. Yet the price remained unyielding. Observing the stall owner's demeanor, Wang Yang was inclined to believe his words. These items were indeed consigned by a prominent figure through his channel. Clearly, these Tang Sankai pieces were gifts to him. However, the counterfeit porcelain horses are numerous, and it was evident that the recipient had received a forgery. Yet, the craftsmanship of these fakes was remarkably high. Neither the official nor the stall owner seemed to have recognized them as imitations. Nonetheless, those who come here to purchase antiques are likely to include genuine connoisseurs. If the Tang Sankai horses remain unsold for too long, it will inevitably alert the stall owner to something amiss. It was time to act. He could no longer afford to waste time. Wang Yang sighed inwardly and promptly pointed out the porcelain figurines, poultry, and the 2 Tang Sankai camels he wished to acquire. "I will take these items. Please calculate the total." He appeared reluctant, as after listing his desired acquisitions, his gaze lingered on the Tang Sankai horses, clearly wishing to procure 1 or 2. Yet constrained by financial limitations, the stall owner, witnessing Wang Yang's decision to buy, was instantly filled with joy. After all, the afternoon market had only just opened, and making immediate sales was a fortuitous start for him. Concerned that Wang Yang might reconsider, he hastily provided a quotation. The total was as follows: 7 poultry and livestock for 210,000, 8 Tang Sankai figurines for 240,000, and 2 Tang Sankai camels for 1 million. Altogether, the total came to 1,450,000. Upon hearing the stall owner's final price, Wang Yang immediately scanned the payment code and transferred the sum of 1,450,000. Once Wang Yang completed the payment, Tian, who had been silently following him, promptly took the box from the vendor's hands and meticulously packed all the Tang Sankai. After securing them, she cautiously turned to Wang Yang and said, "Wang Yang, is it possible that the funds are insufficient? I still have over 10 million in my account. If you like, I can assist you in purchasing these Tang Sankai horses as well. I want them all." Just as Tian's voice faded, a man in his 40s, displaying an urgent demeanor, turned his attention to the vendor. He hastily initiated a payment, appearing even more anxious than Wang Yang had been earlier, as if fearing that a moment's delay would result in others snatching away the prized items. Once his transaction was complete, he looked towards Wang Yang with a smug expression and remarked, "Young man, you possess keen insight, having recognized that these Tang Sankai are indeed authentic. However, in the realm of antiques, one requires not only discernment but also financial means. The impoverished are unqualified to partake in this business, otherwise they can only watch as their chosen treasures are whisked away by others." Chapter 56. I hope you can still smile. Wang Yang gazed at the middle-aged man, who was eagerly flaunting his recent acquisitions, his expression transforming into one of sheer incredulity. Prior to Wang Yang's arrival, the man had been fixated on the Tang Sankai stall. But it was evident that he was somewhat indecisive, merely observing from the sidelines. Wang Yang's decision to purchase several pieces had evidently led the middle-aged man to firmly believe that the Tang Sankai items at the stall were authentic. Perhaps he was apprehensive that Wang Yang might borrow money from Tian to buy the remaining pieces, which explained his impatience. Although he had managed to acquire the remaining Tang Sankai horses, he still felt that Wang Yang's purchase of the Tang Sankai camel, along with the poultry and figurines, had deprived him of his rightful gains. Hence, he regarded Wang Yang with palpable annoyance, eagerly approaching him to boast and mock. Ordinarily, in the realm of antiques, individuals buy for themselves. Even if other customers misjudge their purchases, Wang Yang would not intervene. The essence of the antique trade lies in one's discernment, and alerting others would disrupt the unwritten rules of the game. However, the situation had changed. The middle-aged man had already bought the Tang Sankai pieces, and the stall was now devoid of any inventory. Even if Wang Yang were to disclose the presence of forgeries, it would no longer impact the stall owner's business. Given the man's brazen mockery, Wang Yang felt no qualms about making him uncomfortable. With a cold gaze, he addressed the middle-aged man. "Do you truly believe that I lack the funds to purchase those Tang Sankai horses?" The man's reaction was one of bewilderment. He had assumed that Wang Yang's hesitance stemmed from insufficient funds, but now, provoked by Wang Yang's words, he realized how mistaken he had been. Was there something amiss with those Tang Sankai horses? Anxiety coursed through him as he abandoned any verbal sparring and immediately began scrutinizing the Tang Sankai horses with meticulous care. Yet, no matter how intently he examined them, he could not uncover any flaws. In truth, the level of craftsmanship in these forgeries was remarkably high. Were it not for Wang Yang's discerning eye, he too would have been unable to detect their imperfections. With his unique insight, he first confirmed that the Tang Sankai pieces were indeed problematic, and subsequently identified the specific areas where the fakes deviated from authenticity. However, he had no intention of revealing this information to the middle-aged man. He relished the thought of leaving the man in a state of paranoia and unease. At this moment, under Wang Yang's scornful gaze, the middle-aged man continued to inspect several Tang Sankai horses, his eyes inevitably drifting back to Wang Yang. "I have examined these pieces thoroughly. They are genuine artifacts. You simply did not manage to borrow money from that beautiful woman in time, and I snatched up the remaining Tang Sankai. Thus you are deliberately trying to irritate me with your words. I have been in the antique business for so long. I am not so easily deceived by your mere assertions." The man's face was resolute as he gazed at Wang Yang, repeatedly insisting that his Tang Sankai horses were authentic. Yet, with each of his explanations, Wang Yang's smile grew ever more radiant. When a person truly believes in themselves, they refrain from uttering superfluous words. The more one explains, the more it reveals their inner turmoil. Thus, after the middle-aged man finished his explanation, Wang Yang mockingly chuckled, affirming, Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Chinese culture is vast and profound. The same words, articulated with varying tones, can convey entirely different meanings." Wang Yang's tone was laced with sarcasm, so evident that even a fool could discern his sardonic intent. Instantly, the middle-aged man's anxiety intensified. Nearby, a few onlookers who had been observing other stalls instinctively gravitated toward the unfolding conflict. Upon learning the cause of the altercation between Wang Yang and the middle-aged man, their gazes inevitably fell upon the Tang Sankai horses. Yet, these horses were crafted with such remarkable realism that, in such a brief span, they could hardly tell the genuine from the counterfeit. Eventually, a familiar acquaintance of the middle-aged man turned to him and said, "Old Jia, Master Ma will be here this afternoon. He is an expert in Tang Sankai. When he arrives, let him examine these pieces, and you will know their authenticity." Upon hearing his friend mention Master Ma's arrival, a look of excitement illuminated the middle-aged man's face. He turned to Wang Yang with a beaming smile and declared, "Do you know who Master Ma is?" The renowned appraiser Ma Sanbao, frequently invited to authenticate treasures on various prestigious shows. Any antique he evaluates, he can instantly determine its authenticity, and in all this time, he has never been wrong. Once Master Ma arrives, I will ask him to help authenticate these Tang Sankai. Then, let us see what you have to say." Wang Yang merely chuckled sarcastically, choosing not to further engage in a verbal sparring match with the middle-aged man. After all, no argument could compare to the impending blow of discovering that those Tang Sankai horses were mere fakes. There were 10 Tang Sankai horses in total. Even if each were valued at merely 1 million, which was significantly below market price, collectively, they amounted to an impressive 10 million. The middle-aged man, as an antique dealer, was clearly in the business of buying low and selling high. Moreover, he appeared to possess limited assets. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated so long to finalize his purchase of the Tang Sankai until Wang Yang had bought a batch. Thus, Wang Yang surmised that the 10 million he spent on the Tang Sankai likely represented a substantial portion of the middle-aged man's wealth, if not all of it. When Master Ma confirmed the authenticity of the antiques, the middle-aged man would be at a loss for how to express his distress. Engaging in a battle of wits was far less painful than the forthcoming sting of reality. Wang Yang, however, chose to disregard the middle-aged man as bravado. Yet, the middle-aged man grew increasingly arrogant. Hearing Wang Yang's sardonic laughter only fueled his confidence, as he boasted, once Master Ma concludes his appraisal, "You will witness the Tang Sankai worth millions slip right through your fingers. If you can still manage to smile then, I shall consider you skilled." Wang Yang responded with another cold chuckle, inwardly anticipating Master Ma's swift arrival. Just then, the tightly shut warehouse doors swung open once more. A group of middle-aged men surrounded an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire as he entered. Upon seeing the venerable figure, one middle-aged man was immediately overcome with excitement. "Master Ma has arrived. I shall request his expertise to appraise this batch of Tang Sankai." With a gleeful expression, he exclaimed, once Master Ma reveals his findings, "I shall relish in your despair." Eagerly, he hastened towards the elderly gentleman, and upon reaching him, he bowed repeatedly, his face alight with obsequiousness as he gestured toward the Tang Sankai horses that had already become his possessions. After approximately a minute, the elderly gentleman nodded slightly and began to walk alongside the middle-aged man towards the stall displaying the Tang Sankai horses. Chapter 57. Another 18 Tang Sankai horses. "Mr. Ma, I kindly ask for your expertise," the middle-aged man said, his face adorned with a respectful expression as he gazed at the elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire. Under the watchful gaze of the middle-aged man, the elder swiftly picked up a Tang Sankai horse, immersing himself in the process of appraisal with utmost seriousness. His demeanor was exceedingly earnest, as he meticulously observed various details, even producing a magnifying glass from his pocket to compare and scrutinize. After a full 10 minutes, he finally set the Tang Sankai horse down, casting a sympathetic glance towards the middle-aged man. "Xiaozhu, these Tang Sankai pieces are undoubtedly forgeries crafted by skilled artisans." Xiaozhu, whose full name was Zhu Jiangang, was indeed the name of the middle-aged man. The elder in the Tang attire was none other than Ma Sanbao, a revered figure in the realm of antiques. The only reason Zhu Jiangang could enlist Ma Lao's assistance in identifying treasures was due to their neighborly relationship. Zhu Jiangang had grown up under Ma Lao's watchful eye. Listening to Ma Lao's words, Zhu Jiangang was instantly struck dumb. Fake? They're all fake? Despair washed over him as he realized the gravity of the situation. That 1 million was my entire savings. It was the proceeds from selling my house. That was meant for a new home. Now, not only have I lost my spacious apartment, but I might even lose my modest dwelling. His face contorted with anguish. His gaze suddenly shifted to Wang Yang, where he saw an embodiment of his grievances. Filled with rage, he exclaimed, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't hastily purchased that Tang Sankai camel, I wouldn't have rushed to acquire the other Tang Sankai horses." Wang Yang, taken aback by Zhu Jiangang's audacity to place the blame squarely upon him, found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly muster the energy to engage in a futile exchange with such a person and merely chuckled disdainfully a couple of times. However, Zhu Jiangang was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Wang Yang's signature chuckle was, unfortunately, the last straw that broke the camel's back, leading Zhu Jiangang to a complete breakdown. How infuriating! Zhu Jiangang suddenly bellowed, spewing a mouthful of blood as he fell backward, unconscious. Wang Yang, observing Zhu Jiangang fainting due to his mere laughter, was momentarily stunned. Is his temper really that volatile? He shook his head in disbelief, suppressing any further sarcastic remarks. At that moment, Ma Lao spoke again. After giving a few instructions to those accompanying him, 2 individuals swiftly approached to assist Zhu Jiangang out, clearly intending to rush him to the hospital. Once Zhu Jiangang was escorted away, Ma Lao turned directly towards Wang Yang. "My friend, may I have a look at the Tang Sankai camel you possess?" Ma Lao inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He had evidently heard about the altercation between Zhu Jiangang and Wang Yang and was intrigued to ascertain the authenticity of the Tang Sankai piece that had been purchased from the same stall. Wang Yang held a deep respect for Ma Lao, a learned elder. In fact, when Ma Lao was invited by the prestigious Modi University to deliver 3 lectures on antique appraisal, Wang Yang had made a special effort to attend. Due to the overwhelming number of students attending the lecture, Master Ma naturally did not recognize him. Thus, upon hearing Master Ma's words, Wang Yang promptly handed the Tang Sankai camel to him. Observing Wang Yang's decisiveness, Master Ma's gaze towards him was imbued with a hint of appreciation. Extending his hand, he accepted the Tang Sankai camel and immediately commenced a meticulous examination. With a magnifying glass in hand, he scrutinized every detail of the camel. After a thorough 10 minutes, he returned the Tang Sankai camel to Wang Yang, exclaiming with a sense of wonder, "Indeed, it is a genuine artifact. Your discerning eye for treasures is truly remarkable. May I have your contact information? In the future, should there be any treasure appraisal events within our circles, you might join us for the occasion." Upon hearing Master Ma's proposition, a look of intrigue blossomed on Wang Yang's face. Collectors within the antique community often invite others to view rare antiquities, both for the joy of gathering and to ensure they do not fall prey to deception. The prospect of being introduced into that circle, mingling with genuine antique collectors, filled Wang Yang with delight. After all, joining such a circle would grant him access to numerous antiquities that wealth alone could not procure. As a passionate history major with a penchant for antiques, this opportunity was immensely appealing. He promptly provided his telephone number to Master Ma. Master Ma was taken aback to find that Wang Yang did not possess a business card, yet he diligently noted down the number. Once he had recorded Wang Yang's contact information, he produced his own business card and handed it to him, saying, "Should you need assistance, feel free to call me. Being older, I have a wider network of acquaintances, and I may help you with minor troubles." With a gentle smile, Master Ma offered his guidance. After Wang Yang accepted the card, Master Ma departed with his companions to observe the antiques at various stalls. Wang Yang, watching Master Ma leave, then accompanied Tian towards another stall. This stall, fortuitously, also specialized in porcelain, specifically selling Tang Sankai ceramics. However, unlike the previous stall, this one exclusively featured horses, various types of Tang Sankai horses. Each vibrant piece showcased the dynamic forms of galloping steeds. There were a total of 18 such horses. Originally, this stall had attracted quite a crowd, but following Zhu Jiangyang's unfortunate mishap with the Tang Sankai horses, people instinctively avoided it. Thus, when Wang Yang and Tian arrived, the stall was deserted. Noticing their approach, the stall owner quickly donned a smile, addressing Wang Yang. "The Tang Sankai here is unlike anything next door. These pieces are entrusted to me by a team of tomb raiders. The price is the same as the neighboring stall. Each piece is set at 1 million. A true bargain if you acquire one. Nevertheless, the act of tomb raiding has been officially sanctioned. To render it more palatable, Cao Cao bestowed upon them the title of Magan Xiaowei. Yet, in truth, there are no genuine Magan Xiaowei. They are merely a band of grave robbers. Their self-identification as Magan Xiaowei is but a superficial embellishment for their own reputation. As for the 18 Tang Sankai horses before him, Wang Yang is uncertain of their origins or whether they belong to a particular tomb raiding group. However, in Wang Yang's eyes, these horses emanate a radiant aura of history. Undoubtedly authentic treasures. His delay in approaching was due to the customary principle of first come, first served in the antique trade. The previous crowd had been too large for him to seize the opportunity. Now that the area is devoid of others, he is determined not to let this chance slip away, preparing to acquire all 18 Tang Sankai horses in one fell swoop. Chapter 58. The Gilded Qing Dynasty Enamel 8 Immortals Vase and 18 Tang Sankai horses. I shall procure them all. Wang Yang retrieved his mobile phone and promptly completed the payment via QR code. Observing Wang Yang's extravagant demeanor, the stall owner beamed with delight. He swiftly contacted the management of the ghost market, for such an extensive collection could not possibly be transported by just him and Tian. The ghost market offers a home delivery service. Any antique purchase can be entrusted to them for safe delivery if one feels uneasy about carrying it away. Should any issues arise during transit, the organizers of the ghost market are liable for any losses incurred. Around them, a crowd watched in astonishment as Wang Yang quickly acquired 18 Tang Sankai horses. Goodness, that young man is at it again. And this time he has seized 18 Tang Sankai steeds without hesitation. One onlooker exclaimed, "I've seen those 18 horses before, while they initially appear authentic." The sheer quantity raises suspicions. The market is rife with collectors of Tang Sankai pottery, which unfortunately means that counterfeits are equally prevalent. If he ends up with fakes, many could suffer devastating financial losses. One wonders about the authenticity of those 18 pieces. A group of individuals engaged in animated discussion, their gazes filled with curiosity directed at Wang Yang. The murmurs caught the attention of Old Ma, who was inspecting a Yuan dynasty porcelain vase at a nearby stall. Observing Wang Yang's decisive acquisition of 18 Tang Sankai horses, He too was struck by intrigue. Is he truly this resolute? To thoroughly examine all 18 horses in just a minute. Does he not fear making a costly mistake? Old Ma pondered, placing the vase down and approaching Wang Yang once more. Young friend, might I have another look at your collection of Tang Sankai horses? Old Ma inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Upon hearing Old Ma's request, Wang Yang smiled and nodded. Please do, Old Ma. It would be beneficial for you to lend your discerning eye to ascertain their authenticity. Without hesitation, Old Ma produced his magnifying glass and knelt before the stall to meticulously inspect the Tang Sankai horses. However, given the considerable number of pieces, he could not afford to spend 10 minutes on each. Nevertheless, in a bid to minimize errors, he dedicated a minute to each one. After a thorough 18 minutes, he stood up, regarding Wang Yang earnestly. I have conducted a preliminary examination and found no signs of forgery. Yet, with the advancements in technology, the sophistication of counterfeits continues to rise. I would not dare to claim them without a thorough inspection. Your audacity to act decisively in just a minute is something I cannot match. Wang Yang, upon hearing Old Ma's unabashed praise, felt a hint of embarrassment wash over him. His prompt decision was solely based on the assurance provided by his celestial vision, which confirmed the authenticity of the Tang Sankai horses. Were it not for that certainty, he would likely hesitate for an entire day before making a move. After all, the initial investment amounts to a staggering 18 million. Even if he were to profit handsomely from the stone gambling, such a loss would be insurmountable. My fondness for these Tang Sankai horses compelled me to act hastily. Wang Yang smiled faintly, offering no further elaboration. Today, he was on the hunt for hidden treasures. There were numerous opportunities awaiting him at other stalls. He intended to seize the moment to acquire a batch of antiques to adorn his villa. Moreover, he harbored a grand ambition. Once his collection of antiques flourished, he aspired to construct a private museum dedicated solely to his acquisitions. This would not only facilitate the hiring of personnel for the upkeep of the antiques, but also allow those who admire such treasures but cannot afford them to gain insight into his collection. Just as Wang Yang prepared to depart with Tian, Mr. Ma spoke once more. Looking at Wang Yang, he shyly inquired, Wang Yang, when you have some free time, may I visit your home to appraise these Tang Sankai horses in detail? I have a friend who is also quite fond of them, and I would like to bring him along. Wang Yang was taken aback by Mr. Ma's request. It was no wonder that Mr. Ma, despite his financial affluence, still participated as a judge in those antique appraisal programs. He genuinely enjoyed the art of evaluating antiques. Wang Yang felt a surge of appreciation and promptly nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Wang Yang's acquiescence, Mr. Ma resumed his exploration, selecting another antique stall to continue his treasure hunting. Watching Mr. Ma depart, Wang Yang swiftly left with Tian. This time, Wang Yang chose a stall specializing in porcelain. In fact, the majority of the stalls were devoted to porcelain, with only one dedicated to bronze artifacts and two for calligraphy and paintings. Wang Yang had no intention of purchasing any bronze artifacts. Antiques in the form of porcelain or paintings could easily be acquired discreetly. However, bronze artifacts were strictly prohibited by the state, and any private purchase or collection was deemed illegal. Although his keen eye had discerned genuine pieces from a distance, Wang Yang had no desire to approach the bronze stall. In truth, it was not just Wang Yang. Others shared a similar reluctance. Only those antique dealers with special channels would consider purchasing bronze artifacts for resale. Soon, Wang Yang arrived at his chosen stall. This establishment specialized in selling Qing dynasty cloisonne vases. Wang Yang held a particular affection for these vases, as the first antique he had acquired after gaining his inheritance was a Qing dynasty cloisonne vase. The stall boasted dozens of these vases, each vibrantly colored and visually stunning. However, Wang Yang's focus this time was solely on a pair of 8 Immortals vases. These vases stood approximately 25 centimeters tall and measured around 13 centimeters in length. The mouths were gilded, the bodies predominantly blue, adorned with delicate floral embellishments. Most notably, the base featured intricate embroidery of the 8 Immortals, with simple lines forming 8 sides, each depicting a vividly lifelike immortal. The 8 Immortals gilded enamel porcelain vase from the Qing dynasty was once auctioned by the Port City Auction House, fetching a remarkable price of $3.5 million. When it comes to antiques, the moment a pair is assembled, the value skyrockets. One piece can command $3.5 million, while a pair could soar to $10 million. After a pretentious display of scrutiny, Wang Yang began to inquire with the vendor about the pricing of these Qing dynasty enamel porcelain vases. Each one was priced at $100,000. All of these items were acquired from a wealthy heir, presumably pilfered from their family estate. They're undoubtedly authentic, though they cannot be presented at a legitimate auction house. However, should you wish to purchase them for personal collection, there will be no issues whatsoever. Noticing Wang Yang's evident intent to buy, the vendor immediately began to weave another tale. Chapter 59. The art of acquisition. Purchasing antiques was akin to acquiring cabbage. The authenticity of the stallholder's tales eluded Wang Yang. He discerned that among the collection of Qing dynasty enameled porcelain vases, only a pair of gilded Eight Immortals vases was genuine. Thus, upon the proprietor stating the price, he promptly scanned the QR code and without hesitation acquired the exquisite pair. He then accompanied Tian to scour the next pre-selected stall. As he continued his fervent shopping spree, the other buyers, armed with magnifying glasses, meticulously examined the antiques before them, hesitant to commit to a purchase for fear of acquiring fakes. In stark contrast, Wang Yang swept through stall after stall, amassing a collection of antiquities. Initially, the crowd was taken aback by his rapid acquisitions, yet as time progressed, they grew desensitized to his behavior, akin to purchasing vegetables at a market. Whispers circulated, suggesting that Wang Yang was a newly minted upstart in the antique industry, possessing a keen eye and ample financial resources. Every year, a few such affluent novices appeared within the community, yet they invariably stumbled and faced dire consequences. In the realm of antiques, caution was paramount. A single misstep could lead to financial ruin. Experts like Master Ma would invest no less than 10 minutes scrutinizing a piece before passing judgment. How could Wang Yang possess the audacity to make a purchase after merely a minute of casual observation? If even 1/10 of his acquisitions were authentic, he would be fortunate. Otherwise, apart from the initial Tang Sankai camel, the remainder might well be forgeries. Despite Master Ma's validation of the Tang Sankai camel's authenticity, many remained skeptical of Wang Yang's subsequent purchases, believing them likely to be counterfeits. As Tian observed Wang Yang's relentless spending, her apprehension about him being duped grew. Especially in light of the crowd's chatter. She contemplated advising him, but hesitated, fearing it might embarrass him. Ultimately, unable to restrain herself, she leaned close to his ear and, in a voice only they could hear, gently cautioned, Wang Yang, these antiques are quite expensive. Perhaps, as they suggest, you should observe longer and only buy when you are absolutely certain. The proximity of her voice sent a tingling sensation through Wang Yang's ear, evoking a feeling as though she had kissed him. Her breath against his ear ignited a flutter in his heart, as if she were intentionally teasing him. Stay composed, he reminded himself, turning to Tian and declaring, today, on my first visit to the ghost market, I wish to indulge in a frenzied buying spree. Next time, I shall exercise restraint. Upon hearing Wang Yang's fervent desire to splurge, Tian relinquished her attempt to dissuade him, as her close friend oscillated between elation and melancholy. The urge to indulge in a shopping spree became irresistible. Even when she found herself in the throes of extravagant purchasing, her efforts to restrain were futile. In truth, Wang Yang's current state of mind mirrored that of those women engrossed in their fervent shopping. It is no wonder that women delight in the art of shopping. The exhilarating sensation of continuous acquisition is undeniably intoxicating. Each time one embarks on this consumerist journey, the prospect of earning hundreds of thousands, if not millions, is simply mesmerizing. With a reflective heart, Wang Yang continued his own shopping expedition. Ultimately, after perusing every stall, he astonishingly spent over 30 million. Yet, despite the significant outlay, his earnings far exceeded his expenditures. Upon conservative estimation, he realized that if he chose to sell this collection of antiques, he could command around 80 million. For an average person, such a sum would evoke immense satisfaction. However, for Wang Yang, the joy of profit was rather muted. In the realm of antiques, substantial gains come only from rare national treasures valued in the hundreds of millions. Otherwise, earnings remain modest. The haul from a ghost market, which operates merely once a week, yielded a mere 50 million, pales in comparison to gambling stones. Contemplating that he had nearly exhausted the genuine items at the market, he prepared to depart with Tian. Just as he relayed his home address to the market manager for the delivery of his antiques, Mr. Ma unexpectedly approached him. Looking at Wang Yang, Mr. Ma, somewhat sheepish, remarked, Wang Yang, a few of my friends have heard about your acquisition of a batch of Tang Sankai horses and are eager to take a look. If possible, they would like to purchase a few today. Rest assured, should they be authentic, I guarantee that the price will be higher than market value. You shall not incur any loss. Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback by Mr. Ma's words. His initial intention for these antiques was to adorn his home, with no plans for profit. However, after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to acquiesce to Mr. Ma's request. 2 Tang Sankai horses would suffice for his collection. He had no need for an excess, as hoarding would only diminish the elegance of his collection and risk portraying him as a nouveau riche. More importantly, through this transaction, he could expand his network among fellow antique collectors, facilitating future exchanges of coveted pieces. Exceptional items circulate only within exclusive circles, rarely spilling into the broader market. And antiques are no exception. With a reflective sigh, Wang Yang promptly nodded at Mr. Ma, saying, "Very well, I shall send you my home address and phone number. You may have your friends come directly to my residence." Mr. Ma, relieved at Wang Yang's compliance with his somewhat presumptuous request, felt a wave of relief wash over him. No longer indulging in verbosity, as soon as Wang Yang sent him the address and departed, old Ma promptly began reaching out to his acquaintances. Merely 10 minutes after Wang Yang returned to the villa with Tian in his car, old Ma and his friends arrived. Their speed even surpassed that of the vehicles delivering antiques to the ghost market, arriving at Wang Yang's villa ahead of schedule. However, upon recognizing old Ma's companions, Wang Yang was taken aback. To his astonishment, one of old Ma's friends was none other than Mr. Jin Long, the proprietor of the Jin Long auction house. During his tenure at the company, Wang Yang, as an intern, had only glimpsed Mr. Jin from a distance, lacking the privilege to converse with him. He never anticipated that he would encounter the former head of the company under such circumstances. "Old Ma, Mr. Jin, since the Tang Sankai hasn't arrived yet, shall we first enjoy some tea in the living room and take a moment to relax?" Wang Yang warmly greeted old Ma and Mr. Jin. Chapter 60. The Two Elders. Revering Wang Yang as a deity, Master Ma and Elder Jin gazed at Wang Yang, seemingly surprised that he did not require an introduction from Master Ma, as Wang Yang recognized him instantly. "Do you know me, young friend Wang Yang?" Elder Jin inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "Indeed, I had the fortune of interning at the Golden Dragon auction house for a brief period before resigning just a few days ago." Wang Yang replied with a cheerful demeanor, elucidating the reason for his acquaintance with Elder Jin. Upon hearing that Wang Yang had interned at the Golden Dragon Company, Elder Jin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. After a prolonged silence, he remarked with a complex gaze, "It seems that fate has intertwined our paths, young friend Wang Yang. However, it is a pity that the Golden Dragon auction house is too modest to accommodate someone of your stature." In Elder Jin's view, Wang Yang represented a grand figure, akin to a revered deity that the auction house could scarcely support. After all, it was inconceivable for an establishment to offer a satisfactory salary to someone who had once spent over 30 million on antiques during a single visit to a ghost market. More importantly, Master Ma had specifically informed him that Wang Yang's expertise in appraisal might surpass his own, possessing formidable skills in appraisal, coupled with financial independence. Wang Yang could not be easily persuaded to join the auction house unless a substantial portion of its shares were allocated to him. Nevertheless, despite the inability to hire Wang Yang, Elder Jin was eager to maintain a long-term relationship with him. In the realm of auctioning, it is paramount to forge connections with appraisal experts, providing additional avenues for consultation when dealing with uncertain antiques. With such thoughts in mind, Elder Jin's gaze towards Wang Yang grew increasingly warm. He subtly probed, "Since you have worked at the Golden Dragon auction house for a while, do you believe there are areas that require improvement? Furthermore, do you think there are any talents among the staff that remain undiscovered? If so, I would appreciate your insights, as we are currently looking to promote a new batch of mid-level management. I hold greater faith in the recommendations of someone like you, who has genuinely experienced the workings at the grassroots level, compared to those suggested by higher-ups." Wang Yang was taken aback by Elder Jin's words. The notion that someone who had barely completed a brief internship could influence mid-level appointments was entirely unexpected. Yet, meeting Elder Jin's earnest gaze, he quickly responded with a smile. "I have only interned for less than 3 months and do not know many people in the company. However, if I were to recommend someone, it would be Xiao Xian, who was responsible for mentoring me. Although she is a woman, she possesses a forthrightness that surpasses many men, is exceptionally diligent, and has a personable demeanor. I am confident she would excel in a mid-level position and fulfill the company's objectives admirably." Upon hearing Wang Yang's recommendation, Elder Jin immediately etched the name Xiao Xian into his memory. Upon returning, he would promote her directly. The notion that wealth and status, when not returned to one's hometown, is akin to walking in splendid attire under the cover of night, held true. When the time came to publicly announce the reason for her promotion, attributing it to Wang Yang, he was certain that word would reach Wang Yang's ears. In the eyes of former colleagues, his image would be elevated, fostering a sense of accomplishment for Wang Yang, while significantly strengthening the ties between him and the Golden Dragon auction house. In his heart, Mr. Jean contemplated and immediately turned to Wang Yang, stating, "Upon our return, I shall arrange for Qiao Xian's promotion. An earlier elevation will certainly enable her to contribute more to the company." Hearing that, Mr. Jean, swayed by his words, was prepared to promote Qiao Xian without even a preliminary internal investigation, Wang Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Since his entry into the company, he had been under the guidance of Qiao Xian, the formidable woman from northeast China. Were it not for the company's aversion to a master-apprentice system, he would have addressed her as master. Naturally, he felt delighted at the prospect of aiding Qiao Xian's ascent, and thus his gaze towards Mr. Jean grew increasingly warm. Their conversation became less formal, infused with sincerity. Observing Wang Yang's shift in demeanor, Mr. Jean discerned that Wang Yang was genuinely pleased with the notion of promoting Qiao Xian. It appeared that Qiao Xian and he shared a bond far deeper than mere colleagues. Henceforth, it would be essential to prioritize Qiao Xian's advancement, leveraging her as a vital link between the auction house and Wang Yang. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Mr. Jean engaged in enthusiastic conversation with Wang Yang until the delivery from the ghost market concluded, bringing all the antiques to their doorstep. He then commenced an examination of the Tang Sankai horses alongside Mr. Ma. Each scrutinized a horse, magnifying glass in hand, their expressions marked by utmost seriousness. Approximately 10 minutes later, each had finished inspecting a horse. "The horse I examined is authentic," Mr. Ma declared. "Mine is genuine as well. It seems all these Tang Sankai horses are indeed real." The two men exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment growing. They were acutely aware of the considerable time Wang Yang had invested in acquiring these Tang Sankai horses and other antiques. If all these objects were authentic, they could hardly fathom the level of Wang Yang's expertise in appraisal. Such a young man is indeed formidable. In that moment, both men harbored this thought in their hearts. Mr. Jean resolved to promote Qiao Xian without hesitation upon their return, determined to ensure that Wang Yang became one of the pillars of the auction house. With a sense of awe, the two continued their examination of the remaining Tang Sankai horses. One after another, they conducted further checks, confirming that all the horses were genuine, with not a single counterfeit among them. For counterfeiters typically place one or two authentic items among a plethora of fakes to deceive more effectively, never the reverse. The effort expended and the returns garnered simply do not align proportionately. "Shall we inspect the other antiques?" Mr. Ma inquired, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "We are merely curious to ascertain if there are any fakes among your collection. I have only purchased 6 Tang Sankai horses, and I assure you, I harbor no intent to covet your other items." Wang Yang, observing their demeanor, understood that they still struggled to believe that he could acquire such a multitude of antiques in such a short span, all of which were authentic. Wishing to scrutinize the antiques scattered throughout the room, they sought to discern whether any forgeries had infiltrated the collection. Understanding their intentions, Wang Yang smiled confidently and said, "Since you both are interested, I would appreciate your assistance in further examining these artifacts. It will also serve to validate whether my discerning eye has ever faltered." Upon hearing Wang Yang's acquiescence to their request, the two individuals eagerly resumed their inspection with the magnifying glasses in hand, examining one piece after another. With each item they scrutinized, their astonishment grew ever more palpable. After inspecting a dozen or so pieces, their gaze instinctively returned to Wang Yang. But this time it was no longer imbued with the calmness it had initially possessed. Instead, their eyes sparkled with a mixture of awe and reverence, as if mere mortals were in the presence of a divine being. Chapter 61. Tian Tian blocks Yang Mi. At home, both Master Ma and Master Jean are renowned figures in the world of antiques, truly towering personalities in their field. Master Ma, without a doubt, is a regular expert on numerous treasure appraisal programs, which speaks volumes about his credibility. Master Jean, having risen from a humble antique dealer to establish the illustrious Jinlong auction house, exemplifies his remarkable achievements in the realm of antiquities. However, it is precisely this profound understanding that makes them acutely aware of the extraordinary difficulty Wang Yang faced in acquiring such a vast collection of antiques in such a short span. With not a single counterfeit among them, an achievement they themselves could hardly aspire to. Consequently, despite the age disparity, both men gazed at Wang Yang with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. "My young friend Wang Yang, your skills in appraisal far surpass my own, as does my respect for you," declared Master Ma. "Since founding my auction house, I have encountered numerous experts in the field, yet I have never before witnessed someone with your speed and accuracy in appraisal." Expressions of admiration flowed from the lips of both masters, particularly from the business-savvy Master Jean, who shifted his address from young friend Wang Yang to Master Wang Yang. Wang Yang, observing the esteemed elders treating him with such deference, felt a pang of awkwardness. After all, their esteemed status was achieved through their genuine expertise in appraisal, while he, in contrast, had a different approach. His ability to discern authenticity through his unique power, which allowed him to perceive historical radiance, rendered the task almost unfathomable. Feeling the weight of their reverence, Wang Yang humbly replied, "Elders, your words are too generous. My success is merely a product of fortunate circumstances and a certain boldness. The essence of my decisiveness lies in the fact that these prices fall within my acceptable loss range. In terms of genuine appraisal skills, there is still much I can learn from both of you." As he spoke with such humility, despite his evident superiority in appraisal skills, the respect and admiration in Master Ma and Master Jin's gazes deepened. No wonder he had achieved such heights. His composure in the face of honor and his refusal to flaunt his talents set him apart from ordinary youth. Such a person must be closely associated with my auction house and serve as one of its pillars. I must focus on cultivating a relationship with that employee named Xiao Xin. As they looked at Wang Yang, the elders' thoughts grew increasingly intricate, with their original purpose in mind. The two elders set aside their scattered thoughts and began discussing the acquisition of Tang Sankai horses with Wang Yang. Ultimately, after thorough deliberation, Master Jin decided to purchase 8 Tang Sankai horses. It turned out that he sought not only to add 2 to his personal collection but also to assist several of his old clients at the auction house in finding these exquisite pieces. Although the transaction did not occur through an auction, Master Jin's offered price was undeniably fair. He proposed 5 million for each Tang Sankai horse, ensuring a mutually beneficial agreement. Wang Yang's collection of Tang Sankai horses each would fetch a maximum price of 5 million at auction. However, possessing wealth is one matter, while the existence of buyers at auction is another. After all, many acquire Tang Sankai horses for the sake of collecting, and few are inclined to put them up for sale. Thus, this transaction was merely a matter of mutual benefit, devoid of any scenarios where one party gains at the expense of the other. "Master Wang Yang, I have transferred 40 million to you. Please check your bank notifications." Elder Jin remarked respectfully as he turned his gaze towards Wang Yang. As Elder Jin's words echoed, Wang Yang's phone vibrated with a notification. "Your bank account 9527 has received 40 million. Current balance, 150 million. Wang Yang gazed at his bank account, which had dwindled below 9 figures, now restored to 9 figures, and felt an overwhelming complexity within. After all, this afternoon he had been recklessly spending in the ghost market, intent on expenditure. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he not only saved his money but also earned 10 million along with an entire house filled with antiques. Money, it seemed, could indeed multiply. It is often the impoverished who fret over how to earn, while the wealthy effortlessly outpace their spending with their earnings, only concerned with how to indulge their desires. Wang Yang reflected profoundly, sensing that perhaps he could sweep through the ghost market weekly, not only without spending but potentially increasing his bank deposits. This was without even considering major windfalls. Should he stumble upon a few significant finds, his savings could multiply several times over. Wang Yang felt immense satisfaction, as did elders Jin and Ma. As dinner time approached, the two elders excused themselves amicably. Once they departed, Tian Sweet, who had quietly followed Wang Yang, could no longer contain her curiosity and looked at him inquisitively. "We all graduated from the history department. Our class is focused on historical knowledge, not on the appraisal of antiques. I recall you merely browsing appraisal knowledge online and occasionally working part-time at an antique shop to make ends meet. When did your skills in antique appraisal reach such heights?" Tian Sweet, being the most familiar with Wang Yang among his classmates, was naturally filled with curiosity upon witnessing his sudden elevation in expertise, which had astonished and garnered admiration from elders Ma and Jin. Wang Yang, noticing Tian Sweet's inquisitive expression, responded with a faint smile, "Perhaps I suddenly had an epiphany. Moreover, I am not just adept at antique appraisal, I also possess considerable skill in stone gambling. This villa was purchased with the profits I made from it." Upon hearing that this magnificent villa was acquired through Wang Yang's gambling endeavors, Tian Sweet's gaze brimmed with admiration. "Truly, he is the most exceptional man in the world. A man I admired since university." Alas, Yang Mi had seized the opportunity to claim his physical presence. Yet, Tian Sweet dismissed the notion of base physicality for her. A profound connection of souls was paramount. All she desired was Wang Yang's affection, even if Yang Mi had shared the bed with Wang Yang first. Tian Sweet firmly believed she was not a mere third party, for she had known him longer, and Wang Yang had always harbored feelings for her. Tian Sweet's mind wandered amidst these thoughts, although she felt that Wang Yang still only had eyes for her. The thought of Yang Mi spending each night beside him left her somewhat displeased. She deemed it necessary to meet Yang Mi face to face, to assert her presence and dispel the lingering discomfort of feeling like a third party. It was imperative that she confronted Yang Mi, to clarify that her relationship with Wang Yang was above board and that she had never been an interloper. Yet, recalling that Yang Mi had avoided their previous 2 meetings, it was evident that she was deliberately steering clear of her. Tian began to contemplate how best to arrange an encounter with Yang Mi. Perhaps she could simply invite herself over for dinner at Wang Yang's place this evening, effectively cornering Yang Mi at home. After all, she lived with Wang Yang and had no reason not to return. With this thought in mind, she turned to Wang Yang and said, "Wang Yang, I recall you mentioning during our school days that you were quite the chef. May I have the pleasure of enjoying a meal prepared by you in your new home today?" Chapter 62. A culinary misstep in the kitchen. Upon hearing Tian express her desire to savor a meal crafted by his own hands, Wang Yang's face immediately broke into a smile. "Very well, I shall notify the property management to prepare the ingredients today. You shall have the pleasure of tasting my signature dish." He also decided to inform Yang Mi, suggesting she conclude her shopping expedition early so she could join them for the meal, as she had yet to experience his culinary skills. Tian, upon hearing Wang Yang's intentions, smiled brightly and replied, "That sounds wonderful. It has been quite a few days since I last saw Yang Mi. I truly miss her." Women, after all, are natural actresses. Even someone as radiant as Tian, who appeared devoid of ulterior motives, seemed genuinely eager to see Yang Mi in Wang Yang's presence. Without any hidden agendas, Wang Yang, seeing her demeanor, did not overthink it. He promptly took out his phone to contact the property management, arranging for the delivery of the ingredients. In such a prestigious residential community as Tongtian Garden, there exists a myriad of services, including home delivery of fruits, vegetables, and various household items. Should a chef be required, the management could even arrange for chefs from renowned restaurants to come to the residence. If one desired new clothing, representatives from luxury boutiques would be dispatched to showcase the latest collections. This exemplifies the unspoken value of top-tier villas. Wang Yang was someone of considerable importance, as designated by the Ouyang family, necessitating meticulous attention from the management. Consequently, their service to him was exceedingly attentive, bordering on extravagant. Upon receiving Wang Yang's instructions, the property manager on the other end of the line responded with warmth. "Mr. Wang, would you like the ingredients to be cleaned? Should they be cut into strips or cubes, or shall we arrange for a chef to come directly?" Hearing the property manager's considerate offer, Wang Yang chuckled softly and declined. "No need for that. Simply deliver the ingredients. I wish to prepare the meal myself." Once he expressed his intention to cook, the property manager concluded the call. He then resumed messaging Yang Mi. Tian wishes to dine at our home tonight. I plan to cook personally. Please return early after your shopping. At the Global Harbor, Yang Mi was leisurely sipping tea with a few friends after a tiring shopping spree. When she received Wang Yang's message, a sweet smile graced her lips. However, as she read the content, her expression turned to one of anxiety. Despite being the acknowledged primary partner, as Wang Yang had only publicly recognized her, the notion of Tian waiting at home filled her with dread. It felt as though Tian, the legitimate partner, was poised to confront her, the interloper. "No, I absolutely cannot meet her," Yang Mi thought frantically, contemplating how to navigate this precarious situation. After some consideration, she decided to respond to Wang Yang's message. "My parents are arriving on a flight today, and I need to pick them up from the airport. I will be heading home with them tonight, so I want to be returning." In the villa at Tongtian Garden, Wang Yang read Yang Mi's response, surprise flickering in his eyes. "What an unfortunate coincidence. This is my first time cooking at home, and it seems you shall miss out." With a resigned smile, he relayed this news to Tian. From the beginning to the end, he had never considered that Yang Mi was deliberately avoiding Tian. However, being a man with a carefree disposition, he did not ponder such intricate details. Tian, on the other hand, was different. From the outset, she sensed that Yang Mi was intentionally evading her, too timid to meet her gaze. Thus, when Wang Yang sought her out on 2 occasions, Yang Mi had not accompanied him. Now, upon hearing that she would be visiting in the evening, Yang Mi even chose not to return home, which only served to further confirm Tian's belief that Yang Mi was indeed shunning her, unwilling to confront her. It seemed clear to her that she was not the third party. In reality, she herself was the one being avoided. Recognizing this self-awareness, she decided not to deliberately confront Yang Mi anymore. As long as she could maintain communication with Wang Yang without causing any disturbances, she resolved to let things unfold naturally. With this thought in mind, Tian finally extinguished the desire to meet Yang Mi. Turning her gaze toward Wang Yang, she cheerfully remarked, "It's even better that she doesn't return. This way, I can savor the dinner prepared by my brother all to myself." Brother. Tian had never referred to Wang Yang as brother before. This was her first utterance of the term. Instantly, Wang Yang felt a warmth enveloping him, as if his very bones had softened. Tian's voice was inherently sweet, and as her name suggested, even without her physical presence. Her melodious tone was indicative of a quintessential Southern belle. For an ordinary Southern girl, a single utterance of brother could make a multitude of men bow in submission. With a captivating beauty like Tian, it was even more potent in ensnaring the hearts of men. At that moment, Wang Yang believed that if Tian were to call him brother a few more times, he might be unable to resist succumbing to temptation. No, he could not linger in the living room any longer. A sense of unease stirred within him, propelling him to seek refuge elsewhere. Fortunately, the property management was attentive and prompt. Within mere minutes, they delivered all the fresh ingredients he required. Wang Yang's acute sense of smell discerned that there were no pesticide residues. All the vegetables were pristine and organic. It was a thoughtful gesture. Politely waving farewell to the staff, Wang Yang promptly entered the kitchen to commence his culinary endeavors. Just as he believed he could enjoy a moment of solitude away from Tian, she unexpectedly entered the kitchen as well. "Brother, let me assist you," she chimed. "Brother, do not underestimate Tian. I can cook at home from time to time. My mother taught me that a good woman must be adept in both the parlor and the kitchen, so I have always been honing my culinary skills. Today, you shall handle the cooking, while I will take charge of the chopping." Tian addressed Wang Yang with affectionate calls of brother, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Each time she called him brother and held him in her gentle gaze, Wang Yang felt his heart race in confusion. "Could you refrain from calling me brother? You have always called me Wang Yang. Why the sudden change in address?" Wang Yang looked at Tian, anxious and hopeful that she might revert to her previous manner of address. Tian observed as Wang Yang became flustered at her affectionate address, a delighted smile blooming on her face. Brother. From now on, when we find ourselves alone, I shall call you brother. This will be my exclusive title for you. Only I shall have the privilege of addressing you as brother. Not even Yang Mi may do so." With a charming demeanor, Tian gazed at Wang Yang, playfully insisting that he acknowledge this special appellation. In her fervent attempt to secure his agreement, she unabashedly clung to his arm, shaking it with enthusiasm, disregarding any notions of propriety. Although her figure may not rival Yang Mi's voluptuousness, it nonetheless far exceeds the national standard. As she persistently clung to his arm and repeatedly called him brother, Wang Yang felt increasingly unable to maintain his composure. If he did not usher Tian out of the kitchen soon, he feared he might succumb to temptation within its confines. Chapter 63. Restless Nights and Insomnia. Very well. You may call me brother in private from now on. However, for the moment, please vacate the kitchen. I prefer to cook without interruption. With a resigned expression, Wang Yang gently ushered Tian out of the kitchen to avoid any culinary mishaps. Soon, he had her seated on the living room sofa, before returning to his cooking. With a deft grip on the chef's knife, he effortlessly sliced through the ingredients, producing perfectly cut pieces, whether in cubes, strips, or shreds, each one remarkably uniform as though measured with a ruler. Remarkably, his speed was almost astounding. Where he once required 5 to 6 minutes to prepare an eggplant, he now accomplished the task in mere seconds. Similarly, the time taken to julienne a potato had diminished from a minute to just a handful of seconds. With each piece now consistently sized, surprised by his newfound knife skills, Wang Yang pondered the transformation. It seemed that becoming a martial artist had significantly enhanced his physical control, inadvertently refining his culinary technique to an extraordinary degree. Such proficiency might even surpass that of chefs in 5-star establishments, he mused, as he diligently continued his cooking. In the living room, Tian sat on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Wang Yang in the kitchen. The speed and precision with which he wielded the knife struck her with awe, embodying a certain aesthetic of violent beauty. Having studied culinary arts herself, even training briefly under the chefs at her family's hotel, she immediately recognized that Wang Yang's skills were beyond compare. Her anticipation for the evening's meal grew with each slice. As she whispered her admiration while watching him work, her admiration for Wang Yang deepened. Unbeknownst to him, His modest display of culinary prowess had only served to elevate her esteem. At that moment, he was wholly absorbed in his cooking, a habit cultivated since childhood. His intense focus on any task had propelled him from a small county to the prestigious Shanghai University, where he excelled in history. As he concentrated on his culinary creations, an array of delectable dishes emerged: braised eggplant, poached chicken, and spicy shredded potatoes. Though these were simple home-cooked meals, when Wang Yang presented them at the table, Tian's face radiated admiration as she began to praise him. "Wow, brother, your knife skills are truly remarkable. They surpass those of the chefs at my family's five-star hotel. Am I the first girl to taste the dishes you prepared?" she exclaimed, her voice sweet as honey. Each utterance of brother sent a delightful shiver down Wang Yang's spine. Immediately, Wang Yang picked up a piece of cola chicken wings and placed it directly into Tian's mouth. "Eat," he said succinctly as he buried himself in his meal, embodying a demeanor of silent concentration on his food. Observing Wang Yang's behavior, Tian couldn't help but smile with delight. Having been classmates for 4 years, she was well aware of Wang Yang's personality. Witnessing him in such a state, she realized that her brother's call had indeed resonated within Wang Yang's heart. The online chatter proved to be true. No man could resist the allure of a sweet girl calling him brother. Reflecting on the past, she thought she should have been more proactive in calling out to him. Perhaps if she had, she might have captured Wang Yang's heart before Yang Mi had the chance to take him for herself. A twinge of frustration welled up within her as she contemplated her feelings for Wang Yang, merely maintaining a sense of fondness while awaiting his confession. The thought that Yang Mi had seized the opportunity to claim Wang Yang, physically possessing him, filled Tian with regret. Therefore, even though Wang Yang presented a facade of silent absorption in his meal, Tian did not refrain from speaking. In fact, after finishing the chicken wing he had offered her, she exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow, brother, your chicken wings are so much tastier than the ones I made." Wang Yang, witnessing Tian's enthusiastic calling of brother, resignedly abandoned his hope of silencing her. Although her affectionate utterances brought him immense joy, he found himself yearning for the serene demeanor of the refined woman he had once known. It seemed that he could only witness that tranquil side of her in the presence of outsiders. A thought crossed Wang Yang's mind. Reminiscent of a saying he had encountered online, women possess two faces. One is the composed, elegant visage presented to the public, while the other is the innocent, childlike countenance revealed before a lover. At this moment, Tian was undoubtedly displaying her second face. Although their physical relationship remained innocent, psychologically, Tian had already begun to perceive him as her man. Thus, she felt liberated to shed her elegance and fully embrace her true nature in his company. With a silent chuckle, the two soon finished their meal. After satisfying their appetites and confirming that Yang Mi would not be returning, Tian requested that Wang Yang drive her home. This time, guided by Tian, Wang Yang navigated to her residential community. The neighborhood where Tian lived was a prestigious area known as Tangchen Yipin, a classic affluent district in the metropolis. "Remember my address in the future. When I contact you, you can come to pick me up directly," Tian said, beaming as she waved at Wang Yang. Only after he nodded in agreement did she happily turn to enter the community. Wang Yang watched as she disappeared into the residential area, releasing a long sigh of relief. While being with Tian was undeniably sweet and brought him genuine joy, her irresistible charm left him apprehensive about making mistakes during their time alone together. Returning home, he reminded himself to rest early, believing that sleep would quell his restless thoughts. However, upon arriving back at the Tongtian garden villa, Wang Yang realized that he had overthought the situation. He found himself unable to sleep. His vitality was exceedingly exuberant. Each night, with Yang Mi by his side, they would engage in playful antics until the late hours, only able to succumb to slumber after expending their boundless energy. Now, without Yang Mi's presence, he was unable to release that vigor, leading to his insomnia. If sleep eludes him, he might as well engage in cultivation. Although it was the end of the Dharma age, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth had diminished, he remained a peak first-rate martial artist. Yet to attain the status of a true master, leaving him ample room for improvement. Deeply contemplative, Wang Yang promptly settled cross-legged on his bed and commenced his practice of the 8-9 mysterious art. Chapter 64. Hunyuan Bagua Palm. A night passed, unbeknownst to him. During this night, Wang Yang entirely replaced sleep with cultivation. As he practiced the 8-9 profound arts throughout the night, he felt not the slightest fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated, his spirit soaring. Yet, he found himself at the pinnacle of the dual first-class cultivation level. a realm that could not be transcended in a mere night or two. It required the persistent effort akin to water dripping through stone. Although he did not achieve a breakthrough during that night, he distinctly sensed that the barrier had thinned ever so slightly. With daily diligence in his practice, he would inevitably break through this threshold and fully enter the realm of the Grandmaster. Moreover, there was no need for haste. With the unique characteristics of the 8-9 profound arts, even at the pinnacle of the dual first-class level, he could temporarily unleash the combat prowess of a horizontally trained Grandmaster. The Grandmaster represents the zenith of martial arts, and even the strength of a horizontally trained Grandmaster could command respect in this world. Wang Yang pondered that he ought to refine his martial skills. Otherwise, possessing immense true energy would be futile without the means to wield it effectively. With a sense of determination, he resolved to seek out a formidable martial technique from the inheritance. After a moment of contemplation, a particularly unique boxing style surfaced in his mind, the Hanyuan Bagua palm. This is a powerful technique that integrates both palm and footwork. Yet, there was another significant reason for his choice. The training process of this palm technique is reminiscent of Tai Chi, characterized by its deliberate and unhurried pace. One could practice it in a park without attracting undue attention. While there were numerous other boxing styles within the inheritance that rivaled the Hanyuan Bagua palm in strength, they were often too boisterous and violent in nature, drawing crowds wherever they were practiced. Wang Yang, by temperament, preferred to avoid such ostentatious displays. Hanyuan Bagua palm. You are the one, he affirmed with resolve, as he began to earnestly recall the training methods of this technique. Once he had committed all the practice methods to memory, he promptly departed from his villa and drove to a large park beside the Huangpu River. Though the scenery from his villa was splendid, with small parks suitable for practice, he favored training the Hanyuan Bagua palm by the river. To practice boxing is to cultivate the heart. The same technique, when executed by individuals of differing mindsets, yields entirely different combat styles. According to the inheritance, practicing in a serene environment would result in a more magnificent and powerful execution of the technique. The Hanyuan Bagua palm is indeed a grand and majestic form, well suited for practice in an environment like that of the Huangpu River. Upon parking his vehicle, Wang Yang sought out an open space beside the river and commenced his training in the Hanyuan Bagua palm. He subtly shifted his feet, envisioning a complete Bagua diagram centered around himself. With his palms positioned in a manner reminiscent of Tai Chi's starting posture, he immediately began to practice. With each palm strike, he moved slowly. His steps were gentle, even more so than the Tai Chi practiced by the elderly in the park. However, should a martial arts expert happen to pass by and witness Wang Yang's technique, they would instantly feel a chill and hesitate to gaze directly at him. Though his movements were slow, his palms seemed to harbor an inexhaustible power, akin to a boundless river surging within his grasp, ever poised to unleash its force. This epitomizes the might of the Hanyuan Bagua palm. Hanyuan, formless and intangible, encompasses all things. Wang Yang practiced the Hanyuan Bagua palm by the banks of the Huangpu River. Unbeknownst to him, he infused the ceaseless flow of the river into his technique, resulting in a formidable effect. However, not everyone who practices the Hanyuan Bagua palm can achieve such prowess. Only with a heart of innocence and an undistracted mind can one hope to cultivate such an outcome. Wang Yang's intention in his training was not a deliberate pursuit of power. He merely wished to possess a martial skill for the inevitable times when conflict arose, rather than relying solely on his innate energy, which would leave him wielding only clumsy strikes. His mindset, unconsciously aligned with the purity of a child's heart, enabled him to successfully master the secret teachings of the Hanyuan Bagua palm, seamlessly integrating the river's relentless essence into his art. Yet, in this moment, Wang Yang remained oblivious to the transformation of his technique, engrossed in his practice, savoring the exhilaration of training. For a novice like him, the joy of martial arts was intoxicating. Ordinary fitness routines could captivate countless individuals. How much more so could the grand pursuit of martial mastery? However, as Wang Yang reveled in his practice, a group of men and women jogging along the Huangpu River happened to pass by, clad uniformly in karate uniforms. Aside from the two adults leading the group, the rest were youthful boys and girls. Evidently, they were students under the guidance of a karate instructor, engaging in morning exercises to strengthen their bodies. Observing Wang Yang, a young man who had likely just graduated from university, practicing a palm technique slower than Tai Chi, many could not suppress their laughter. Instructor, what martial art is that person practicing? Can you discern its effectiveness? Could such a slow technique truly possess any combat efficacy? The youthful onlookers gazed curiously towards the two instructors. Upon hearing their remarks, The instructors exchanged knowing smirks. It's probably some variant of Tai Chi. The legends surrounding Tai Chi in our country have become exaggerated, with countless schools claiming to be authentic, possibly numbering in the hundreds. But remember, regardless of the lineage, all forms of Tai Chi are utterly ineffectual. Only karate embodies true martial prowess. They further asserted that not only Tai Chi, but many of the ancient martial arts touted in our country lack real combat effectiveness, which is why so many internet personalities debunk them. An overwhelming sense of irritation surged within Wang Yang. What had begun as a tranquil practice was now disrupted by a group mocking him incessantly nearby. For someone with Wang Yang's keen hearing, it felt as though a swarm of flies had invaded his ears, buzzing incessantly. In that instant, his annoyance extinguished his interest in continuing his practice. Yet, at that very moment, he had amassed within his palms a formidable and terrifying energy, akin to the relentless torrent of a mighty river. Without truly unleashing the pent-up energy within, his heart could never find tranquility. In a state of agitation, he did not ponder extensively. His gaze caught sight of a massive boulder not far away, and instinctively, he struck it with his palm. Initially, his movements were lethargic. However, when he finally unleashed his full potential, his feet swiftly transitioned into a Bagua stance, propelling him 8 meters forward in a single bound, directly in front of the towering boulder. Then, his once sluggish hand became swifter than lightning, delivering a powerful blow to the center of the stone. The resounding crash echoed ominously. Under the astonished gazes of the karate students and their instructor, the boulder, standing over 2 meters tall, began to shatter inch by inch, with Wang Yang's palm as its focal point. Chapter 65. A single palm shatters a 2-meter boulder with a crisp crack. As Wang Yang withdrew his hand from the colossal 2-meter stone, it instantly fractured into countless shards. Ultimately, it was reduced to a litter of rubble, leaving not even a fist-sized fragment behind. Observing the terrifying outcome of his single strike, Wang Yang was momentarily in disbelief. This was truly astonishing. Under normal circumstances, his hand would not yield such an alarming effect. Was it the influence of the Hunyuan Bagua? Wang Yang pondered deeply, reflecting on the moment he unleashed his palm, and suddenly realized that he had inadvertently cultivated the essence of martial intent. He had seamlessly infused the relentless spirit of the Huangpu River into his strike. Wasn't it said that the realm of martial arts was the most challenging to comprehend? Many esteemed martial artists possessed innate true energy, yet failed to grasp the true essence of martial arts. How had he managed to achieve this with such ease? Wang Yang's face was a canvas of emotions. Although he was unsure how he had attained the true essence of martial arts, a radiant smile illuminated his features. Ultimately, the manner of comprehension was inconsequential. What mattered was that he had succeeded. From this moment forth, he was a genuine practitioner who had grasped the true essence of martial arts. He could effortlessly dominate those who had yet to attain this understanding. What a joyous occasion. Indeed, a moment worthy of grand celebration. With elation brimming in his heart, Wang Yang promptly entered his Mercedes-Benz G-Class and drove away without casting a glance at the karate students or their instructors. They were but mere flies. Engaging with them would only sully his vision and hands. Of course, should they foolishly continue to provoke him, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson they would remember for a lifetime. However, at that moment, both the karate students and the 2 instructors were rendered speechless by Wang Yang's display of power. They dared not utter another word against him. In fact, as Wang Yang approached his vehicle, they all lowered their heads in unison, too intimidated to meet his gaze, like a flock of terrified ostriches longing to bury their heads in the sand. Wang Yang had little desire to waste time and energy on such frightened apprentices and instructors. His only wish was to celebrate this monumental achievement without allowing these individuals to dampen his spirits. Thus, after getting into his car, he immediately departed, never once deliberately glancing at the karate dojo's students and instructors. As Wang Yang drove away, the karate students and instructors exhaled a collective sigh of relief. He was gone. The formidable figure had left. The 2-meter-high boulder had crumbled beneath a single blow from him, and a moment ago, they had feared he might suddenly charge at them, delivering a strike to each of them. The thought of them approaching was terrifying, especially given his astonishing speed. He could cover 8 meters in a single stride, swifter than any leopard they had seen in the animal kingdom. It appears we have truly underestimated the ancient martial arts of the Xian nation. It is not that the ancient martial arts are lacking. Rather, the genuine masters are concealed within the populace, while those who seek fame and recognition merely masquerade as grandmasters, engaging in deceitful displays. Expressions of astonishment continually emanated from the mouths of the karate students, both male and female. Some, unable to believe their own eyes, rushed to the ground strewn with shattered stones to meticulously examine their authenticity. Upon confirming that the stones were indeed genuine, they returned to the karate dojo with faces aglow with shock. "Coach, that massive boulder was real. Could our master truly shatter such a colossal stone? Coach, do you think our master could prevail against that individual we just witnessed? Coach, you mentioned that the ancient martial arts of Xia are ineffective in real combat. Yet it seems that man's speed and the might of his strike utterly eclipsed our master." Curious voices echoed among the youths, clearly beginning to question the martial philosophies imparted by their instructors. The two coaches, upon hearing their students, felt a chill of sweat trickle down their foreheads. They were tempted to boast of their master's prowess, asserting he was not inferior to Wang Yang. However, such a flimsy fabrication, which would be easily debunked, felt impossible to utter. Given the nature of these youths, should they dare to speak such words, they would insist on bringing their master to the Huangpu River to shatter large stones. In a moment of awkwardness, one coach could not contain himself and remarked, "Our master is merely an ordinary individual. That man's striking power could likely tear apart tigers and leopards. Our master cannot be compared to him." The revelation that their master could not measure up to Wang Yang left the youths visibly disheartened. They had been incessantly promoting karate as the most formidable martial art, only to discover that an ordinary passerby could effortlessly defeat their master. Such a revelation felt utterly disheartening. Whoever wishes to learn karate may do so. I shall not pursue it any longer. I aspire to study the ancient martial arts of Xia and become a formidable warrior like that individual. One of the youths added, "I recorded that man's silhouette as he practiced. Let us upload it online and see if anyone can identify the style he employs." A chorus of discussions erupted among the youths, with some directly posting the video they had captured earlier on Douyin, seeking to uncover what style Wang Yang practiced. Not just one, but a multitude among the karate students shared the video, inquiring if anyone could recognize the martial art Wang Yang was demonstrating. Those with ample resources even offered a bounty of 10,000 yuan within the video, seeking information about the mysterious passerby's martial style. With funds to spare, they promoted the video extensively. Under this wave of financial backing, the footage of Wang Yang practicing, effortlessly shattering a 2-meter boulder, quickly gained significant traction on Douyin. Skeptics, who had previously dismissed the strength of ancient martial arts, voiced their doubts online, questioning the integrity of the boulder and suggesting the video was manipulated. Yet, among them were individuals who truly understood the potency of ancient martial arts. Upon witnessing the video of Wang Yang shattering rocks with a single strike, a profound silence enveloped the onlookers. Even some authentic masters of traditional martial arts found themselves compelled to share their own videos of stone breaking on the internet. Although they could not replicate Wang Yang's feat of obliterating a 2-meter boulder, their genuine acts of breaking bricks and stones captured the attention of many. In a fleeting moment, a small wave of ancient martial arts videos began to circulate on Douyin. However, Wang Yang remained unaware of this burgeoning trend. After departing from the scene, he reached out to Yang, hoping to arrange a gathering to celebrate. Along the way, he intended to fulfill the plans that had been left unaccomplished the previous night. Chapter 66 Farewell to the Northeast Girl. Chow Xin, have you risen yet? Allow me to treat you to breakfast. Wang Yang dialed Yang Mi's number from the car, attempting to reach her. Upon hearing Wang Yang's voice, a joyful smile blossomed on Yang Mi's face. She felt an overwhelming urge to hang up the phone and leap into Wang Yang's embrace. However, the thought of her parents, who had unexpectedly returned home late last night, brought a bittersweet smile to her lips. My parents wish to join me for breakfast. They also intend to take me to the company afterward to hand over some responsibilities, allowing me to gradually familiarize myself with the business. Regrettably, I cannot accompany you at this moment. Wang Yang could only respond with a resigned smile upon hearing her words. As the only daughter, Yang Mi was destined to inherit the family business. Previously, due to her heart condition, which posed a constant threat to her life, her parents were reluctant to allow her to take on such responsibilities. However, with her heart now restored, it was only natural for them to gradually introduce her to the intricacies of the company until she was ready to assume control. To think, I will soon be living under the patronage of a female CEO from a billion-dollar conglomerate, Wang Yang mused, feeling a mix of admiration and resignation as he ended the call. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his phone once more and dialed Tian's number, hoping to invite her for a celebratory meal to commemorate his newfound understanding of martial arts. To his dismay, when the call connected, he was met with disappointing news. Tian was occupied with accompanying her grandfather for the day and could not make it. After hanging up, a heavy silence enveloped him as he realized he had no one to share his joy with. At that moment, Wang Yang contemplated driving back to his hometown to celebrate with his parents. However, recalling their recent conversation, he dismissed the thought. He had purchased his car with the intention of returning home in prosperity to enjoy life with his parents. Yet, on the very night he called them, he learned they had joined a travel group and would be away for 2 weeks. Even if he drove back, he would not be able to see them for the time being. In an instant, he found himself devoid of anyone to share his happiness with. Just as despair began to settle in, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, a look of surprise crossed his face upon seeing it was Xiao Xin, the spirited girl from the Northeast who had once expressed her willingness to accompany him through thick and thin after a night of revelry. Although their relationship had not progressed beyond shared intimacy in a single bed, they had indeed shared a kiss. Had they not both been inebriated, they might have taken things further that night. Awakening the next morning, both had felt a profound awkwardness. Since their last encounter, they had not been in touch. So Xiao Xin's sudden outreach was a delightful surprise. Yet, despite his astonishment, he promptly answered the call, for aside from Tian, Xiao Xin was his only friend. As the call connected, Xiao Xin's voice came through with enthusiasm. Wang Yang, I have been promoted. The higher-ups mentioned that you and the chairman recommended my advancement. As Wang Yang listened to the reason behind Xiao Xin's phone call, he couldn't help but marvel at old Jin's remarkable efficiency. Through the telephone line, he chuckled. Old Jin purchased several antiques from me. Upon discovering my internship at the auction house, he inquired about the company's affairs. And I took the liberty of speaking highly of you. I never anticipated it would prove so beneficial, leading to your swift promotion. Hearing Wang Yang acknowledge his commendation to old Jin, Xiao Xin felt a wave of sweetness enveloping her heart. Initially, she had thought him a cad who had taken advantage of her, severing contact afterward, yet here he was, evidently keeping her in mind and proving his worth when it mattered most. She mused internally, truly, he is the friend I have come to respect. With a newfound sense of gratitude, she said over the phone, do you have time today? I happen to have a day off. And I received a sudden call notifying me of my promotion. I wish to celebrate by visiting the Shanghai Wild Animal Park, a place I have long desired to explore but lacked suitable company. Would you accompany me today? I promise to entertain you during the day and in the evening. I shall treat you to drinks. Wang Yang, eager to share in the joy of his own recent achievements, readily agreed upon hearing Xiao Xin's invitation. Of course. Send me your location, and I will come to pick you up. We shall head straight to the Shanghai Wild Animal Park. Without hesitation, Xiao Xin shared her location, and Wang Yang promptly set off, navigating towards her in his car. Approximately 20 minutes later, he spotted her standing by the roadside. Today, Xiao Xin resembled the day Wang Yang had received his inheritance, adorned in a vibrant red dress that radiated warmth. Her long black hair, subtly styled with soft waves at the ends, framed her face beautifully. When she smiled, a prominent dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth, lending her an alluring yet playful charm. If she remained silent, no one would suspect her to be a girl from Northeast China. As she waved and smiled at Wang Yang upon seeing him lower the car window, countless men were undoubtedly captivated by her beauty. Wang Yang pondered this, yet regarded Xiao Xin merely as a friend, devoid of any ulterior thoughts. Once she settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Wang Yang. Wang Yang, you've upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. You're now driving a Mercedes G-Class. Even old Jean is purchasing antiques from you. It seems you've struck gold again. Wang Yang offered a faint smile, confirming that Xiao Xin was secure before steering the car towards the animal park. Delighted by Wang Yang's apparent windfall, Xiao Xin felt genuine happiness for him. As someone from humble beginnings, she naively believed that earning money was all that mattered, completely unaware that the significance of Wang Yang's car license plate far outweighed any mere financial gains. An hour later, the pair arrived at the Shanghai Wild Animal Park. Given that it was a weekday, the number of ticket buyers was relatively sparse. As the departure time approached, the two individuals found themselves unexpectedly alone in a sightseeing vehicle. Today, having taken a day off, they were suddenly elevated in their careers, with no immediate obligation to report back. Remarkably, they were fortunate enough to have the vehicle all to themselves. Indeed, today seemed to be a day of serendipity. With unrestrained joy, Xiao Xin called out exuberantly through the iron mesh of the vehicle. Wang Yang, witnessing Xiao Xin's elation, couldn't help but join in the jubilant cries. Indeed, today is a day of fortune. While good things come your way, it seems that luck is also smiling upon me. Their spirits soared as they observed wild animals passing by the vehicle, eagerly capturing the moments with their phones. Before they knew it, the sightseeing vehicle arrived at the tiger enclosure. A majestic Siberian tiger, upon the vehicle's approach, casually clawed at the iron bars. To their astonishment, the sturdy barrier that was meant to safeguard against the tiger suddenly collapsed entirely. Chapter 67. The tiger escaped, and Xiao Xian's legs went weak clang. The entire iron window grate fell to the ground. It was as if the area meant to secure the steel bars beneath the grate had somehow corroded, allowing the steel bars that once held the iron grate in place to loosen. Thus, with a mere swipe of its paw, the northeast tiger caused the entire grate to tumble down. As the grate crashed to the ground, the only barrier separating Wang Yang, Xiao Xian, and the tiger vanished. In the front, the driver stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. However, what left Wang Yang even more astounded was the sight of Xiao Xian. Akin to a protective hen sheltering her chicks, spreading her arms wide to shield them. Wang Yang, try to retreat as far back as you can. Let it have me first. Once it's full, it won't bother you, she declared resolutely. Though her legs trembled in fear, she stood defiantly before Wang Yang, showing no sign of retreat. Wang Yang, taken aback by Xiao Xian's bravery, marveled at how this tough northeastern girl exhibited a sense of loyalty and courage surpassing that of many men. Yet, he could hardly fathom that she would display such gallantry in the face of life and death. Roar. Just as Wang Yang was in deep thought, the northeast tiger let out a thunderous roar and leapt into the carriage, striding towards them. Seeking death, Wang Yang observed the tiger, whose primal instincts remained intact. Viewing them as mere prey, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In that moment, he disregarded any need to conceal his strength and began to channel the 8-9 profound arts. Should the tiger dare to advance another step, he would strike with a palm, obliterating the creature's head. The two karate instructors had not misjudged Wang Yang. He truly possessed the strength to rend a tiger or leopard apart. However, wild beasts like tigers and leopards possessed a heightened sense of danger far beyond that of humans. As Wang Yang harnessed the 8-9 profound arts, ordinary individuals remained oblivious to his transformation, that the northeast tiger sensed it keenly. In its eyes, Wang Yang appeared to tower over it, casting a formidable shadow. Should it dare to approach, it would be met with a lethal blow. Whimpering, the northeast tiger, overtaken by fear, tucked its tail between its legs and fled. As it ran, it emitted a sound reminiscent of a lost dog. Other tigers that had been approaching from the direction also turned and swiftly retreated, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Ahead, the driver, witnessing the tiger exit the sightseeing vehicle, dared not linger for a moment and quickly drove forward, desperate to escape the wildlife park at the fastest speed possible. In front of Wang Yang, Xiao Xian watched as the northeast tiger departed, her entire being suddenly relaxing. Yet, this relaxation caused her limbs to weaken, and she could no longer maintain her balance, collapsing backward into Wang Yang's embrace. Wang Yang, my legs have gone weak all of a sudden, and I can't stand. Let me lean on you for a moment, Xiao Xian said, her face reflecting a sense of relief after the ordeal. In that instant, she desired nothing more than to rest quietly against Wang Yang's broad, warm chest, disregarding any distinctions between men and women. What postures are excessively intimate and ambiguous? She was oblivious to everything else. All she knew was that Wang Yang's chest was warm, and leaning against him provided her with a profound sense of security. At this moment, her sole concern was that sense of safety. Everything else was of no consequence. Yet, in her pursuit of security, Wang Yang bore the burden. Her figure was undeniably alluring, perfectly sculpted, due to years of labor. The physique of this northeast girl was significantly more toned than that of an average woman. The impact of her body against Wang Yang's was such that he could distinctly feel its elasticity. As a top-tier martial artist, Wang Yang's sensitivity surpassed that of an ordinary person. With her body pressed so closely against him, he struggled to restrain his hands, tempted to personally gauge its elasticity. No. Wang Yang, how can you be so ungrateful? Xiao Xian risked her life to stand before you and protect you. How could you take advantage of her in this moment? He admonished himself, forcefully suppressing any inappropriate thoughts. Instead, he placed his hands firmly on Xiao Xian's waist, ensuring she could lean securely against him. Gazing at her, he could not help but curiously ask, "Silly girl, why did you stand in front of me just now? You are a woman. It's rare for a woman to protect a man." Xiao Xian, taken aback by Wang Yang's words, paused for a moment. After a considerable silence, she confidently replied, "I invited you to the wildlife park, so naturally, I must bear the brunt if anything goes awry. Also, spare me the talk about men protecting women. I'm a Northeast girl. You might not even be my match in a fight. Wang Yang fell silent upon hearing her words. Qiao Xian's stature was that of a quintessential Northeast woman, robust and strong. Her physique was not the slender model type, devoid of flesh. She was muscular. Growing up in Northeast China, she had cultivated a balanced musculature from a young age through hard labor. Her thighs appeared somewhat thick, reminiscent of a dancer's strong build. Fortunately, standing at a height of 1.78 meters, she exuded a healthy athletic beauty. If she were shorter, her muscularity might have seemed bulky. It was this combination of height and strength that endowed her with greater power than many men. Were it not for his inheritance, Wang Yang might not have been her equal in a confrontation. With a bemused expression, he looked at her and said, "Remember, if such a situation arises again, stay behind me." Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Qiao Xian, with a look of mock horror, retorted, "Pa, pa, pa. There won't be a next time. In this lifetime, I shall not encounter another incident like this. This time, we were merely fortunate to escape the Northeast Tiger's grasp. Should we face such a situation again? We may not be so lucky. Indeed, there will be no next time," Wang Yang replied with a smile, echoing Qiao Xian's sentiment. Observing Wang Yang's ability to smile even in such circumstances, without a trace of fear, piqued Qiao Xian's curiosity. "Wang Yang, I had never realized before that you possess such remarkable courage, facing the brink of life and death without a trace of fear. Unlike me, who can barely stand. My legs trembling with trepidation. I have never experienced such a fright in my life, and this is indeed the first time my legs have grown weak with fear. You must keep this a secret for me. Moreover, once we step outside, we must confront the authorities of the garden. They nearly brought us to our demise, and they owe us an explanation." Qiao Xian wore an expression of complexity. The thought of nearly losing her life today ignited a fierce determination within her, as she clenched her teeth, resolute in her demand for accountability. Chapter 68. I want 10 million. Will you compensate? Indeed, it is imperative to seek an explanation. With a chilling demeanor, Wang Yang immediately concurred with Qiao Xian's sentiments. If not for his acquisition of the inheritance and the timely invocation of the 8-9 profound art that frightened away the Siberian tiger, he and Qiao Xian would have become mere fodder for the tigers in the park today. This matter must be addressed. Little did he know that while he and Qiao Xian deliberated on seeking a resolution, the proprietor of the wildlife park was already trembling in fear, his legs quaking more than those of Qiao Xian. At least Qiao Xian could lean against him to steady herself. Li Tao, the owner of the wildlife park, upon hearing the manager's report, could not maintain his composure. Even with a secretary supporting him, he collapsed to the ground in dismay. It was over. He was utterly finished. The owner of the vehicle with the license plate who A88888 had nearly perished within his wildlife sanctuary, and should he emerge unscathed, he would surely seek retribution. Fortunately, he had not died nor sustained injuries. Otherwise, the powerful individuals backing him would demand retribution from Li Tao's entire family, even though the man had escaped physical harm. His wrath was beyond what an ordinary businessman like Li Tao could withstand. Even Qin Feng had suffered broken legs, and the wealthiest had not intervened to seek an explanation. How could he possibly contend with such fury? Despairing thoughts continuously spilled from Li Tao's lips. At that moment, escape abroad was no longer an option. His investments had drained his finances, and he possessed insufficient funds for a comfortable life outside the country. Thus, he suppressed the urge to flee. After a prolonged silence, he turned to his secretary and instructed, "Notify the finance department to transfer any available funds to the company account immediately. Also, contact the bank and prepare for a loan. Today, regardless of the cost. We must navigate this crisis. If they could survive this ordeal, it would be time to rectify the situation within the park, especially upon discovering the influential figure emerging from the vehicle who A88888, who would surely require a specially arranged sightseeing vehicle of the highest quality." Frustrated exclamations continued to escape Li Tao's mouth as he contemplated the massive hole these circumstances had created for him. The desire for vengeance surged within him. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang and Qiao Xian, Li Tao's turmoil was profound. Once they exited the animal activity area, Qiao Xian rushed to confront the driver, her anger boiling over. "Contact your company's upper management. Have them come to see us immediately. We demand an explanation for today's events. If we do not receive one, I will take this matter online and rally the public to seek justice for us." Qiao Xian's wrath was palpable, her fierce spirit manifesting in her relentless questioning of the driver. The driver, increasingly anxious, felt on the verge of collapse. Prior to their journey, He had been explicitly informed that the passengers were esteemed guests and instructed to drive slowly to ensure their utmost enjoyment. How could he dare offend such distinguished patrons? With a face full of grievance, he promptly dialed a number before Xiao Xin. After finishing the call, he nervously forced a smile at her. "Our CEO is on his way. Please bear with us for a moment. He instructed me to convey that today's mishap is entirely the company's fault, and he is willing to accept any punishment and provide you with satisfactory compensation." Upon hearing the driver relay this message, Xiao Xin's anger diminished slightly. Grabbing Wang Yang, she temporarily settled into a chair to rest. Yet, she could not help but mutter, "Wang Yang, just quietly observe for a moment. I will handle the negotiations with that boss." When it comes to disputes, it is often more convenient for women to take the lead. If he fails to provide us with a satisfactory resolution, I will ensure he understands the fighting spirit of a Northeastern girl. Wang Yang looked at Xiao Xin, who was clearly prepared to confront the situation head-on while he merely needed to watch, his expression one of surprise. Under normal circumstances, when an incident occurs between men and women, it is typically the man who steps forward to take responsibility. Earlier at the wildlife park, Xiao Xin had already taken the initiative. Now, it was evident that she was ready to escalate the situation, to preserve Wang Yang's dignity as a man. She had evidently decided to confront the argument alone, not allowing him to participate. Today, he truly witnessed the gallantry of a Northeastern girl. Wang Yang felt a surge of admiration as he gazed at Xiao Xin. If only he had understood her words when she was intoxicated that day, expressing her joy and inviting him to share in her happiness, he would have been even more deeply impressed. He resolved to observe for the time being. Should she be unable to resolve the issue, he would then intervene. However, the cost at that point would be one that the owner of the wildlife park could hardly bear. Wang Yang obediently remained seated, allowing Xiao Xin the opportunity to engage with the owner of the wildlife park, also granting the owner a chance. Right now, Xiao Xin was merely seeking compensation. When he stepped in, it would be a matter of life and death. He would afford the wildlife park owner just one chance. Unbeknownst to Xiao Xin, Wang Yang's thoughts were far from her mind. Seeing him sit quietly without any inclination to assert himself, a satisfied smile spread across her face. What she detested most were men who felt the need to assert their dominance before women. Such men fundamentally looked down upon women. While it is acceptable for a man to stand up for a woman, it should be with her consent and not out of a rush to prove himself. When a woman is capable of resolving an issue, there is no need for a man to intervene. Once the woman is unable to find a solution, it is then appropriate for him to step in, and in Xiao Xin's view, that is perfectly timely. A man should be a woman's support, not a reckless dog that only knows how to charge ahead. Otherwise, it would only lead to her disdain. Wang Yang's demeanor pleased her greatly, feeling a sense of readiness. She prepared for battle, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the wildlife park's owner, eager to demonstrate the true fighting spirit of a Northeastern girl. Finally, as Xiao Xin waited in righteous indignation, the owner of the wildlife park, Li Tao, approached, standing at a height of 1.6 meters and weighing 180 pounds. He dashed over, resembling a rolling ball as he reached Wang Yang and Xiao Xin. Breathing heavily, Li Tao did not wait for his breath to steady before hastily bending down to apologize to Xiao Xin and Wang Yang. "I sincerely apologize. Today was the result of a mistake on our part. We mistakenly dispatched a vehicle scheduled for repairs, which caused you both considerable fright. We acknowledge all our errors, and we are prepared to offer any necessary compensation, as long as you two are willing to forgive our oversight. We are ready to compensate you with any amount you deem appropriate." His anxious voice resonated as he sought their forgiveness, lowering himself to the utmost degree. However, Xiao Xin had encountered many who spoke beautifully yet faltered when it came to financial restitution. She suspected that the bustling crowd was merely an attempt to placate her, fearing that she might reveal the incident and disrupt the operation of the wildlife park. Once she was lured into the office, she anticipated a completely different demeanor. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Xiao Xin fixed a fierce gaze upon Li Tao and retorted, "Such sweet words. Yet you claim you are willing to compensate any amount. Are you prepared to pay us 10 million in damages?" Chapter 69, 5 million for one, 10 million. Upon hearing Xiao Xin's words, Li Tao was instantly engulfed in an indescribable euphoria. He had already instructed the finance department to prepare 30 million in cash. He even had the company's vice president reach out to the bank. If 30 million proved insufficient, additional loans would be secured. As long as he could quell the fury of Wang Yang and Xiao Xin, he was prepared to pay any price. However, Now that Xiao Xin had requested only 10 million, it felt like a tremendous stroke of luck for him. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the setting, he would have considered celebrating with firecrackers. Elated, Li Tao eagerly turned to Xiao Xin, smilingly imploring, "Could you kindly provide me with your bank account number? I will have the finance department transfer the 10 million to you immediately." Xiao Xin was momentarily taken aback by the call from Li Tao, the owner of the wildlife park. This was far removed from her anticipated script. She had envisioned that upon hearing her demand for 10 million in compensation, Li Tao would react with fury, berating her for being overly demanding. Subsequently, she would have to argue her case vigorously to secure compensation for herself and Wang Yang, ultimately seeking several hundred thousand. Her expectations were modest, as she understood that despite the perilous nature of the incident, neither she nor Wang Yang had sustained any real injuries. Thus, any compensation awarded would be limited. Asking for 10 million was merely a tactic to intimidate Li Tao, making it clear that they were not to be trifled with. In negotiations, even if Li Tao wished to dismiss them, he would be compelled to part with a substantial sum. To her astonishment, Li Tao readily accepted her demand for 10 million. For a moment, she was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Her rational mind could scarcely believe that a businessman like Li Tao would so willingly compensate her and Wang Yang with such a sum. Yet, with Li Tao having made such an offer, she found herself at a loss for words. I shall divulge my bank account number and see what trick he is playing. Filled with confusion, Xiao Xin looked at Li Tao and recited her bank account number. Upon hearing it, Li Tao promptly relayed the information to the finance department waiting in the office. "Transfer 10 million to this account right away," he instructed urgently. The finance department quickly acknowledged the request. About a minute later, they sent a message confirming the successful transfer. Li Tao, relieved by the two swift replies from finance, exhaled deeply. He then looked toward Xiao Xin and remarked, "The money has been transferred. Please keep an eye on your text messages." Just as Xiao Xin processed Li Tao's words, she was momentarily stunned. Doubt crept in as she wondered if she had misheard him, but just then, her phone chimed with a notification. Upon unlocking her phone and gazing at the bank notification revealing a transfer of 10 million, Xiao Xin finally accepted that Li Tao had not deceived her. His intent to compensate her was genuine. It truly seemed that money could be so easily obtained. As she perused the bank message, her doubts regarding Li Tao's integrity dissipated. Evidently, they had narrowly escaped a grave situation, one that had also terrified the owner of the wildlife park. Now, his sole desire was to silence their mouths with money, preventing the matter from escalating online and causing the wildlife park to shut down for rectification. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Xiao Xin turned to Li Tao, stating, "Very well, I have received the funds. We shall remain tight-lipped about today's events and will not disclose anything that could jeopardize your business. However, you must learn from this experience and conduct thorough inspections of all tour vehicles to ensure such incidents do not recur." "Absolutely. I will implement rigorous checks on all tour vehicles henceforth," Li Tao responded earnestly, raising his hands in affirmation as if he were a diligent student addressing a teacher. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that his peripheral gaze was discreetly monitoring Wang Yang. In his heart, he believed that only if Wang Yang was no longer aggrieved would this crisis be truly resolved. When Wang Yang nodded in approval while Li Tao spoke to Xiao Xin, Li Tao comprehended that the crisis had indeed passed. However, Xiao Xin remained oblivious to the fact that the exorbitant compensation was entirely due to Wang Yang's influence. Mistakenly believing that Li Tao was intimidated by the potential repercussions on the wildlife park's operations, deterred by her assertive demands. After imparting her lesson to Li Tao, she promptly turned to Wang Yang, urging him to leave. As they walked, she discreetly confided, "The owner of this wildlife park has been sufficiently intimidated to compensate us so generously. Once he realizes this, he may very well regret it. We should hasten to find a place to divide our earnings." Wang Yang chuckled at Xiao Xion's eyes, which appeared almost to shimmer with the shape of money, as they made their way back to the car. Once he had driven out of the parking lot, Xiao Xion, seated in the passenger seat, quickly retrieved Wang Yang's bank account number from her previous transaction records and completed a transfer of 5 million. Turning to Wang Yang, she beamed. "Each of us receives 5 million. Today, we have both struck it rich. We share both burdens and fortunes." Although Wang Yang did not particularly need the 5 million. Witnessing Xiao Xion's decisiveness in transferring the funds instilled in him a sense of admiration for her. While they were not romantically involved, he resolved that should Xiao Xion encounter trouble in the future, he would certainly offer his assistance. In times of hardship, he would stand at the forefront. In times of fortune, he would never claim it all for himself. Many men could not match Qiao Xian's sense of loyalty. Unbeknownst to her, Qiao Xian's act of sharing the money further bolstered Wang Yang's esteem for her. With the confirmation that her bank account had indeed increased by 5 million. She was nearly beside herself with excitement, although it may have appeared somewhat unrefined, coming from a humble background. She recognized that she had suddenly become wealthy and felt compelled to celebrate this remarkable turn of fortune. As the clock approached noon, Qiao Xian immediately turned to Wang Yang and said, "I know a splendid barbecue restaurant with exquisite flavors. However, the prices are somewhat steep, and I have refrained from indulging a second time. Now that we are financially liberated, let me treat you to a lavish feast today. We shall dine and drink heartily, returning only when we are thoroughly intoxicated." The notion of returning only when inebriated stirred a sense of anxiety within Wang Yang. Neither his capacity for alcohol nor his demeanor when drinking was commendable. The last time they drank together, they found themselves sharing a bed. Had they not been exceedingly inebriated, events might have unfolded differently. Today, the prospect of returning only when intoxicated genuinely frightened him, as he feared losing control and making a regrettable mistake with Qiao Xian. Chapter 70, Together Again? As Qiao Xian observed Wang Yang's silence upon her declaration of not returning until inebriated, a frown of displeasure crossed her face. Wang Yang, as a strikingly beautiful girl from the northeast, I fear no man taking advantage of me when intoxicated. How can you, a grown man, behave so timidly? It truly irks me. Qiao Xian's sudden outburst left Wang Yang visibly perturbed. As a man, how could he tolerate being likened to a timid woman? He promptly turned to Qiao Xian and declared, "Open the navigation. Whoever backs out halfway today is a coward." Agreed. Whoever leaves midway is a coward. With a gleam of excitement, Qiao Xian activated the car's navigation, directing them towards the barbecue restaurant. After approximately 40 minutes, they arrived at the establishment she had pinpointed. Unlike the delicate ambience of most eateries in the city, this barbecue joint exuded a rugged charm typical of the North. Near the kitchen, large cuts of meat hung prominently, whole beef and lamb legs, and various strips of meat exceeding a meter in length. Diners could request as much as they desired, whether the owner cut it or they did it themselves, as everything was sold by weight. The two ordered eagerly, spending over 300 yuan, and with drinks included. The total barely reached 500. Qiao Xian remarked how she had previously deemed it too pricey to indulge in, leading Wang Yang to realize that despite her generous nature, she likely lived quite frugally. She may allow herself some indulgence, but never at the expense of her friends. There was an undeniable camaraderie about this girl from the Northeast, though it was unclear if all such women shared this trait, or if she was unique. Wang Yang felt a growing admiration for Qiao Xian. However, when she filled his glass to the brim with raw beer, that admiration swiftly dwindled. She was indeed intent on not leaving until they were both thoroughly intoxicated. With a sigh, Wang Yang placed a piece of beef in his mouth, recognizing that drinking on an empty stomach could lead to quick inebriation. He resolved to first fortify himself to better withstand the libations. "To our good fortune today, we must toast," she exclaimed. "To our impending wealth, we must drink. To our friendship, having weathered life and death trials, we must raise a glass." Wang Yang, for Qiao Xian's joyful spirit shone as she persistently clinked her glass with his. Wang Yang, however, wore a bittersweet smile. He truly struggled with alcohol. Despite his martial training, his tolerance had not improved. In the past, he had read novels and watched shows where heroes could drink endlessly without consequence. It was only after his own training that he realized such tales were mere fabrications. Reflecting on the stories, he recalled how the White Dragon from the Journey to the West lost control after drinking too much, leading to disastrous consequences, while Zhu Beiji, emboldened by alcohol, dared to tease Chang'e. The notion that training could enhance one's alcohol tolerance was, in reality, a ludicrous myth. In the future, I shall endeavor to concoct a batch of rescue elixirs, always prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Wang Yang, with a resigned smile, could only repeatedly raise his glass. Qiao Xian, observing his helpless grin, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and declared, "Wang Yang, I have already stated that today we shall only indulge in drinking. There is no need to worry about anything else. Even if you do indeed drink too much, I will ensure you return home safely. Moreover, should I also become inebriated and you happen to take advantage of me, my character would never allow me to hold it against you afterward. We have shared experiences of life and death, as well as sudden wealth. Aside from our parents, we are the closest to one another in this world." Wang Yang, Recognizing the depth of her words, ceased his hesitations and lifted his glass with determination. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Today, whoever shows cowardice shall be deemed a dog. With an air of bravado, Wang Yang fully committed himself to the revelry. 1 glass, 2 glasses. No longer contemplating the consequences of drunkenness, he liberated himself entirely. Xiao Xian had already considered him her closest confidant outside of family. To refrain from drinking would be a disservice to their profound friendship. Seeing Wang Yang in such spirits brought a satisfied smile to Xiao Xian's face. With each clink of their glasses, as the effects of the alcohol took hold, she began to share with him some truths she had never revealed before. Spurred on by their shared experiences of peril and fortune, Xiao Xian's life was far more complex than Wang Yang had imagined. Her father had once been a notorious local gangster. Throughout her childhood, she had been the dominant figure among her peers, unafraid to resort to violence. However, everything changed in her 3rd year of middle school when her father was imprisoned for his criminal activities and their family's assets were seized. Only her mother and siblings remained at home. Her mother, once a formidable figure in society, became the proprietor of a small convenience store, barely managing to support Xiao Xian and her brother's education. Fueled by the desire to earn a substantial income and transform their living conditions, Xiao Xian dedicated herself to her studies. She transitioned from a schoolyard leader to successfully gaining admission to a prestigious high school. After 3 years of diligent effort, she managed to enroll in a renowned 985 university. Yet, upon graduation, she discovered that earning money was significantly more challenging than studying. Although her salary was respectable and sufficient to support her family, it fell far short of the wealth she aspired to achieve to provide a better life for her mother and brother. She had believed that the opportunity for wealth had slipped through her fingers. Yet today, with a promotion and an unexpected windfall of 5 million, she felt that Wang Yang was indeed her lucky star. Wang Yang, you have profoundly altered my life. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I would stake my life to assist you. As the alcohol's effects intensified, Xiao Xian found herself revealing the sentiments she had long kept buried. However, it was only after she had expressed everything that she realized Wang Yang had already succumbed to slumber, his head resting on the table. You little rascal. You have yet to drink as much as I have. With a triumphant smile illuminating her face, Xiao Xian, despite being slightly intoxicated, assisted Wang Yang as they made their way to the restaurant. Before long, she hailed a taxi, bringing Wang Yang back to her room once more. With a thud, she cast him onto the bed upon entering. Then, she too flopped down beside him. However, this time, her inebriation was not as severe as before, and she quickly succumbed to slumber. In a state of hazy consciousness, she felt the discomfort of her clothing and began to tug at it restlessly. Not only did she tear at her own garments, but she also took no mercy on Wang Yang's attire. She reasoned that shedding their clothes was necessary for a proper rest. Sleeping in garments was simply intolerable. In her dazed state, Xiao Xian continued to wrestle with the fabric of both their outfits, oblivious to the absurdity of their situation and the implications of their shared intimacy. Chapter 71. Why did you close your eyes? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery hue across the clouds like flames dancing in the sky, many were captivated by the breathtaking spectacle. Unable to resist, they took out their phones, capturing the celestial display from various angles. After painstakingly selecting their favorite images and pairing them with eloquent captions, they shared their experiences on social media, heralding the onset of a delightful evening after work. However, while everyone else was relishing the end of a long day, Wang Yang had only just awakened from slumber. He had slept soundly until dusk, and if the diligent workers had seen him, they would undoubtedly have been envious. To add to the allure of his situation, if a stunning beauty lay beside him, it would have sparked even more jealousy. Yet, at this moment, Wang Yang felt no joy, only confusion washed over him. He found himself bereft of clothing, and beside him lay Xiao Xian, equally unclad. How had they ended up in such a predicament? This was even more audacious than the last time, at least then. She had not removed her garments. Anxiety gripped Wang Yang as he hastily lifted the covers to check below, and upon discovering that his boxers were still intact, he let out a sigh of relief. At least he had not completely crossed the line. With a sense of trepidation, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Xiao Xian, and upon catching sight of her, he found it difficult to look away. She, too, was clad only in her undergarments, and though not entirely bare, her exquisite figure was unmistakably displayed before him. Her flat abdomen and long, elegant legs stirred a restlessness within Wang Yang, leaving him parched and breathless. He sensed that if he continued to gaze upon her, he might succumb to temptation. The fact that they shared a bed was merely a consequence of his inebriation and hazy consciousness. Now that he was awake, taking advantage of Qiao Xin would be utterly inappropriate. Wang Yang mentally urged himself to swiftly gather the scattered clothes by the bed and make a hasty exit. However, in his hurried movements, he inadvertently roused Qiao Xin from her slumber. As she groggily opened her eyes, she immediately spotted Wang Yang sitting on the bed. Bare from the waist up, her gaze fell upon his clearly defined abdominal muscles, prompting her to absent-mindedly reach out and touch them. "Wow, your muscles are so firm. Do you work out every day?" she murmured, her eyes still clouded with sleep, revealing her lingering drowsiness. It was only after a few moments of contact that realization struck her, and she swiftly withdrew her hand, her face flushing with embarrassment as she turned to Wang Yang. "Good morning." "Good morning," he replied, his expression a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. He gestured towards the window. "It's actually dusk. We must have drunk and slept the afternoon away. But how is it that we are both without our clothes?" Qiao Xin's smile faltered, replaced by an even deeper shade of embarrassment. "I might have had a bit too much to drink as well. I only remember feeling uncomfortable in my clothes when I lay down and, in my haze, I might have inadvertently removed yours too." "Why do you look at me that way?" "It's women who suffer in situations like these, not you men," Qiao Xin explained cautiously. Initially, she felt a bit shy, but upon realizing the gender differences between herself and Wang Yang, she became emboldened. In the end, she even boldly tossed aside the blanket, teasing Wang Yang with a physique like this, you've struck quite a bargain. But don't feel embarrassed, just think of it as seeing me in a bikini at the beach." Wang Yang, having felt a bit bashful after Qiao Xin uncovered herself, now faced her with newfound ease upon hearing her words. After all, as Qiao Xin stated, she was not entirely bare, she might as well have been in a bikini. In fact, most bikinis are made of less fabric than what she was currently wearing. He couldn't comprehend why many women could confidently flaunt themselves in minimalistic bikinis by the seaside, even posing provocatively for social media, yet in reality, a mere accidental glimpse could provoke outrage and condemnation towards men. Qiao Xin, however, was generous in spirit, treating Wang Yang as if he were no stranger. Wang Yang found himself captivated, appreciating Qiao Xin's presence. His gaze was fixated on her flawless long legs, oblivious to the fact that Qiao Xin, appearing nonchalant, was secretly blushing. Despite her seeming composure, she was undeniably anxious. After all, underwear was not the same as a bikini, even if the fabric was similar. The former was meant for the most intimate of partners, while the latter was suitable for public display. With a nervous expression, Qiao Xin swiftly donned a slightly wrinkled red dress that lay at the bedside, concealing her perfect figure once more. Watching this, Wang Yang instinctively revealed a hint of regret in his eyes, feeling a sense of loss as if he hadn't had enough of the view. Noticing the shift in Wang Yang's gaze, Qiao Xin playfully lifted her dress again, revealing her long, fair, and straight legs. "Are you addicted to looking? We're friends. And if you like, feel free to come over and touch," she said, her gaze fixed on Wang Yang, her face unusually radiant with allure. "Is that all right?" Wang Yang replied, taken aback by Qiao Xin's sudden boldness. Seeing that he genuinely seemed interested, Qiao Xin let her dress fall back down and glared at him fiercely. "Oh, Wang Yang, so you really want to touch me? I considered you a brother, yet you covet my beauty. I must teach you a lesson today, so you understand the consequences of desiring me." With that, Qiao Xin lunged at Wang Yang, locking him by the throat and pulling him into her embrace. Wanting him to feel her strength, caught off guard by her sudden assault, Wang Yang's instinct for self-defense surged forth. Acting on pure instinct, he grasped Qiao Xin's wrist firmly, forcefully pinning her down onto the bed, his own body pressing against hers to prevent any further resistance. Once he had completed this series of actions and noticed the intimate position they had assumed, he realized that he had perhaps overreacted. However, just as he was about to offer an apology to Qiao Xin, she unexpectedly closed her eyes slowly under his gaze, presenting an expression of resignation. As if surrendering to her fate, Wang Yang, witnessing Qiao Xin's sudden submission, was momentarily taken aback by her demeanor. Chapter 72, The Dominant Female CEO. "Yang, have you mistaken me for a buddy? Why have you closed your eyes?" Wang Yang observed Qiao Xin, who was nervously shutting her eyes. Devoid of her usual carefree and robust demeanor, he felt momentarily bewildered. He certainly did not wish for the essence of their friendship to transform. Qiao Xin was his sole companion, one who had endured the trials of life and fortune alongside him. Having one Yang Mi in his life was sufficient. The prospect of another, like Tian Tian, left him at a loss. The addition of another strong-willed woman like Xiao Xin only compounded his confusion, clearing his throat awkwardly. Wang Yang hastily rose from beside Xiao Xin. As he stood, Xiao Xin finally regained her composure and opened her eyes. The realization that she had closed her eyes, anticipating a kiss, flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. Normally poised and confident, akin to a spirited woman, she found herself hesitant to meet Wang Yang's gaze. Sensing the palpable awkwardness that enveloped the room, Wang Yang understood that any words spoken at that moment would be inappropriate. He quickly donned his clothing. I must be going now. My girlfriend is waiting for me for dinner. If you encounter any issues, please call me. I can assist you with anything. Wang Yang hastily instructed Xiao Xin. Once she nodded in acknowledgement, he swiftly exited, shutting the door behind him with a definitive thud. With the door closed, Xiao Xin exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, the thought of Wang Yang mentioning his girlfriend waiting for him at home left her feeling irked. What was so remarkable about having a girlfriend? It felt as if he was intentionally flaunting it before her, as if she were pining for him. With legs as long as hers, numerous suitors had sought her attention. Her decision not to pursue a boyfriend did not imply a yearning for men. Muttering her dissatisfaction, Xiao Xin was suddenly reminded of the sensation of touching Wang Yang's abdominal muscles. The memory of his physique, firmer than many gym enthusiasts, caused her to instinctively swallow. Clearly, despite her bravado, she found herself somewhat intrigued by men after Wang Yang's unintentional provocation. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yang was unaware of Xiao Xin's reaction following his departure. Upon leaving her residential complex, he sighed deeply, relieved to escape the overly intimate atmosphere. Remaining any longer would have tempted him to make a mistake. After a night of restraint, his self-control had proven surprisingly fragile. If he continued to suppress himself, he feared he might lose all control in future encounters. With a bemused expression, Wang Yang hailed a taxi to the restaurant where they had dined at noon and promptly called Yang Mi. His frustration was mounting, and only his legitimate girlfriend could alleviate his pent-up emotions. When the call connected, he wasted no time and directly stated, I miss you. Can you come over tonight? At the other end, Yang Mi was preparing to leave the office, and upon hearing Wang Yang's words, she immediately grasped the underlying meaning behind his request. She felt a twinge of guilt as she remembered her parents were at home. Darling, my parents are not on a business trip these days. I need to return home tonight. We can have dinner together, and you can drop me off before 11. Before 11 meant that her time belonged to Wang Yang until then. Upon grasping this underlying implication, a joyful smile spread across Wang Yang's face. All right, I'll wait for you at home, and we shall dine together this evening. He quickly hung up after relaying this to Yang Mi. Before long, Wang Yang arrived at the restaurant, swiftly making his way back in his car. Upon arriving home, he found Yang Mi being dropped off by the driver just in time. Seeing Yang Mi rush in from work, still clad in her office attire, Wang Yang was immediately captivated. Today, she presented herself impeccably. A crisp white short-sleeved shirt atop a form-fitting black silk skirt, in a bid to project a more serious demeanor. She even adorned her nose with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her aura transitioned dramatically from alluring to that of a domineering businesswoman. Noticing Wang Yang's surprise at her appearance, Yang Mi's eyes sparkled with delight. Darling, I missed you. She dashed to Wang Yang and enveloped him in a tight embrace. I missed you too. Wang Yang held her close as they entered the room, kissing her fervently. However, when Yang Mi began to unbutton her shirt, Wang Yang gently pressed his hand against hers. No, don't take it off. Today, I want the domineering businesswoman. As he spoke, he continued to kiss her passionately. Upon hearing his words, Yang Mi relinquished her intention to unbutton her shirt, instead wrapping her arms around Wang Yang's neck, returning his kisses. Their breaths grew heavier. The moon shyly retreating behind the clouds, as if embarrassed to witness the scene within the room. 2 hours later, in bed, Yang Mi lay in Wang Yang's embrace, her eyes radiating contentment. After a lengthy pause, she gazed longingly at him. Darling, tomorrow is the annual Jade Festival in Tengchong. My parents have prepared $1 billion for me to represent the company in acquiring jade. They won't let me return until I've spent it all. With such a vast sum, how long will it take me to exhaust it? I may not see you for many days. Wang Yang fell silent upon hearing her words. Although he was aware of the wealth of Yang Mi's family, with assets in the hundreds of billions, he was nonetheless taken aback by the audacity of her parents to provide such a substantial amount for her first venture into jade acquisition. Since gaining his inheritance, he felt the sting of his own financial limitations once more. He had initially envisioned grand ambitions upon receiving his legacy. Having earned a modest fortune, enough to acquire a villa and a vehicle, I find myself ensnared in a sense of self-satisfaction that feels rather unworthy of the legacy of Tiananmen. Perhaps it would be more prudent to accompany Yangmi to Tingchong. Not only would we remain together, but I could also seize the opportunity to enhance my bank balance. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Yang gazed tenderly at the reluctant Yangmi in his arms and affectionately declared, "Since I have no pressing matters, I shall accompany you to Tingchong tomorrow." Upon hearing Wang Yang's intention to join her, Yangmi's face lit up with joy. She immediately looked into his eyes and, with deep affection, said, "Darling, it's only 8:30. There is still some time. Allow me to reward you once more." With anticipation dancing on his features, Wang Yang responded, "Yes, let us make up for last night." Chapter 73. The uncaring Yangmi and the wrath of her future father-in-law. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Wang Yang punctually arrived at the luxurious Thompson Riviera, delivering Yangmi home. However, the disheveled state of her hair and her disordered attire spoke volumes about the haste of their return. "Darling, we will meet at the airport tomorrow morning," Yangmi said, planting a reluctant kiss on Wang Yang's lips before swiftly exiting the vehicle and dashing toward the entrance of the Thompson Riviera. Wang Yang remained fixated on her retreating figure until she vanished from view, at which point he turned the car around and headed home. Upon arriving, he immediately prepared 3 large bowls of instant noodles and sliced a generous platter of braised beef. After a day filled with activities, he had neglected to have dinner, leaving him utterly depleted. All he desired was a hearty meal to replenish his strength. Unbeknownst to him, upon returning home, Yangmi was mirroring his actions, indulging in instant noodles with an uncharacteristic voracity, as if she had not eaten in 3 days. In the living room, her parents observed her ravenous consumption of noodles with a sense of deep resignation. "This boy, Wang Yang, is utterly outrageous. He only knows how to wreak havoc on my precious daughter, neglecting even her dinner," her father seethed, wishing he could confront Wang Yang immediately. Conversely, her mother took a more lenient view. She glanced at her husband and softly reassured him, "The youth are vigorous. If he is so busy that he can't even spare time for dinner, it merely indicates that Wang Yang is in good health. If our daughter stays with him, she will only find happiness. Unlike you, who, despite being merely in your 40s, seems to be declining daily. You finish in mere minutes, and even instant noodles remain uncooked. What good is that to me?" Her father, caught off guard by his wife's sudden shift of focus onto him, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He longed to reclaim his former vigor, but as he gingerly touched his aching back, the fire of indignation within him was swiftly extinguished. "My stomach isn't feeling well. I'll be in the bathroom," he muttered, clutching his waist as he hurried away. Watching him leave, her mother couldn't help but smile wryly, her expression tinged with bitterness as she headed towards the bedroom, unaware of the conversation her disheveled appearance had sparked. Yangmi soon finished the last of her noodle broth and returned to her room to rest. Lying on her bed, she fell asleep within 3 minutes clearly. She was utterly exhausted from the day's events. On the other hand, Wang Yang's demeanor was far more composed. After finishing his meal, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began practicing the 8-9 mysterious arts. The energy he had absorbed during his initial training had long since been depleted. He could only rely on his practice to gradually break through the barriers and ascend to the master realm. Training could substitute for sleep and invigorate him for the next day. Thus, with Yangmi absent, he chose the path of cultivation. The night slipped by unnoticed. The following day, after a night of rigorous training, Wang Yang felt no fatigue. Instead, he appeared more invigorated than ever. After enjoying breakfast, he made a beeline for the airport. Upon his arrival, he found Yangmi already waiting for him. Yangmi did not arrive at the airport alone. She was accompanied by several colleagues from her company, including financial experts, jewelry appraisers specializing in the authenticity and value of jadeite, and even 2 bodyguards. Clearly, her parents entrusted her to lead a billion-dollar transaction, confident in the impeccable team assembled by the company. Although this was Yangmi's first time representing the company in acquiring jadeite, there was little cause for concern. "Darling, let us set off," Yangmi exclaimed cheerfully, guiding Wang Yang through the airport's VIP passage. Behind them, several members of Yang's jewelry eyed Wang Yang with curiosity, evidently intrigued by the future son-in-law of the group. Half a day later, the plane landed smoothly. As Wang Yang and his companions exited the airport, the designated greeter waved enthusiastically. Once they were in the car, the greeter began to brief Yangmi on the recent situation in Tingchong. "Ms. Yang, many jewelry companies have recently flocked to purchase jadeite, causing the acquisition prices to soar. Currently, all jade merchants are temporarily withholding their stock under the auspices of the Tingchong Chamber of Commerce, inflating the prices through speculation. Representatives from other jewelry companies who arrived before us have yet to successfully procure any jadeite from the merchants. Upon hearing this report, Yang Mi's brow furrowed with concern. Yang's jewelry primarily acquired jadeite from the merchants active in various gambling stone markets. Given the company's substantial demand for jadeite across all tiers, high, mid, and low, relying solely on individual purchases from casual gamblers was untenable due to time constraints. Now that the jade merchants were organized and withholding their stock, despite having $1 billion at her disposal, she found herself unable to make any purchases. Noticing Yang Mi's furrowed brow, Wang Yang tenderly caressed her face, sensing her anxiety about completing the jade acquisition. "Do not worry, I am here to support you. First, let the staff take our luggage to the hotel while we head directly to the venue of the Tengchong Jade Festival. We will seek out a few jade merchants to discuss the acquisition. Our requirements are modest. We need only the low-end jadeite. As for the mid to high-end jadeite, I will gamble on stones and sell them directly to you. If the low-end jade merchants refuse to sell, I will simply put in more effort, gambling daily to ensure we meet the demand for the lower-tier jadeite." Wang Yang's voice, though soft, radiated an unshakable confidence. Hearing his reassurances, a joyful smile spread across Yang Mi's face. Having witnessed Wang Yang's prowess in gambling stones, she had no doubt regarding his ability to assist her in fulfilling the jade acquisition task. However, the trust Yang Mi placed in Wang Yang did not extend to the rest of Yang's jewelry. Observing how effortlessly he had soothed Yang Mi, they exchanged glances filled with skepticism. They seemed to think that his charm was merely a facade, questioning whether he truly understood the complexities of the jade market. Likening it to buying watermelons, where a simple tap could reveal their quality. Even a seasoned watermelon farmer, after a decade of experience, may occasionally misjudge a fruit. How much more challenging is it to assess jadeite gambling stones, which are infinitely more complex? Now, boasting boldly to deceive young Master Yang, only to find oneself unable to produce the promised jadeite for him. I wonder how one intends to weave such a web of lies. The members of Yang's jewelry, burdened with their own doubts, cast wary glances at Wang Yang, perceiving him as a deceitful charlatan preying upon the innocent. Had they been more familiar with Yang Mi's disposition, they might have dared to advise her to maintain a safe distance from Wang Yang. Yet, even in their silence, the skepticism reflected in their gazes subtly conveyed their lack of faith in him. Chapter 74. The 48 million jadeite rough with a soft chuckle. Wang Yang regarded the skeptical gazes of the Yang family jewelry representatives, choosing not to elaborate further. Their current distrust would soon transform into admiration once he single-handedly assisted Yang Mi in completing the jadeite acquisition task. Indeed, reality possesses a potency that far surpasses mere words of explanation. Before long, Wang Yang and Yang Mi's entourage were escorted to the venue of the Tengchong Jadeite Festival. While 2 bodyguards disembarked with them, the remainder of the group was sent back to the hotel to arrange their luggage. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Wang Yang was immediately taken aback by the exuberant atmosphere before him. The Tengchong Jadeite Festival had been specifically designed along a dedicated street. At the heart of this thoroughfare lay a small plaza housing several large stone-cutting machines. Flanking the street were countless stalls, several hundred in total. A minority of these stalls offered various jadeite ornaments, catering primarily to tourists, while the majority specialized in selling an array of jadeite rough. At this moment, the expansive street was teeming with visitors drawn by the festival's renown. Some lingered before the stalls selling jadeite jewelry, eager to purchase a piece to take home. However, a greater number were captivated by the atmosphere, gravitating towards the gambling stalls, either watching others engage in stone betting or partaking themselves. Wang Yang surveyed the lively street, his desire to participate in the stone betting growing insatiable. Yet, recalling the primary objective of their trip, he suppressed his enthusiasm and turned to Yang Mi, instructing her to contact the jadeite merchants to explore the possibility of acquiring lower-grade jadeite. "Understood," Yang Mi replied, nodding earnestly. She promptly reached out to the jadeite merchants with whom Yang's jewelry frequently collaborated, inquiring if they could procure lower-grade jadeite. "Young Master Yang, President Chu of the Chamber of Commerce has issued a strict order forbidding any of the jadeite merchants from selling even a single piece of jadeite. In Tengchong, the Chu family holds considerable power. Offending them means that even if we have the funds, we would find it impossible to spend them," one merchant lamented over the phone. "Allow me to share a piece of information. President Chu is hosting a banquet tonight for all representatives of jewelry companies. If you wish to purchase jadeite, you should attend the gathering at the Tengchong Grand Hotel. One by one, the jadeite merchants conveyed their sincere apologies to Yang. Yet all subtly hinted that if she sought to acquire jadeite, she ought to attend the evening banquet hosted by President Chu at the Tengchong Grand Hotel. Clearly, this message had been deliberately relayed by President Chu to the merchants. Otherwise, it would be improbable for each one to suggest the same. Noticing Yang hang up the phone, her expression more troubled than before, Wang Yang smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. I will accompany you to the Tengchong Grand Hotel tonight to ascertain President Chu's intentions regarding you jewelry merchants. For now, let us engage in some stone betting, aiming to secure a few exceptional jadeite pieces to satisfy your company's demand for high-end jadeite. Upon hearing Wang Yang's intention to gamble on jadeite stones, Yang was filled with joy, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grains. All right, my dear husband, let us first indulge in gambling this afternoon. We shall conquer all. With an expression brimming with anticipation, she promptly led Wang Yang to the nearest jade gambling stall. The stall primarily offered two types of jadeite rough stones, fully speculative jadeite and semi-speculative jadeite, with open windows. Even a small window of merely a few centimeters could dramatically inflate the value of the semi-speculative jadeite upon revealing the jade within. In the past, Wang Yang, lacking sufficient funds, would not even glance at the semi-speculative jadeite. However, today, as he stood before the stall, his gaze immediately fell upon the semi-speculative jadeite rough stones. These stones had undergone preliminary screening, significantly increasing the probability of yielding exquisite jadeite compared to fully speculative stones, thus saving considerable time. With ample capital at hand, he believed that as long as there was sufficient profit, he could make a purchase. Contemplating this, he discreetly activated his inner vision to examine the jadeite's condition. With a mere glance, he discerned that these semi-speculative jadeite rough stones had been specifically chosen by masters for their openings. Most of the openings were strategically placed to reveal the finest side of the jadeite, while the less desirable aspects remained cleverly concealed within. Should he acquire such jadeite rough stones, the likelihood of profiting from 10 pieces would not exceed 3. A small portion of the semi-speculative jadeite had poorly positioned openings, failing to expose the prime jade-bearing side, thereby diminishing its value. Some of these rough stones contained no jade at all or possessed subpar quality, guaranteeing a total loss if purchased. Yet, a few held promising jade within, promising substantial profits if acquired. Unfortunately, the latter were exceedingly rare, as the stall had enlisted truly skilled jade masters with a remarkably low error rate. Wang Yang pondered the master's ability to assess the external characteristics of the jadeite rough stones to determine the optimal openings for revealing jade. He had quietly experimented with knowledge gleaned online, scrutinizing the stone skin, various patterns, and the distinct markings. Yet, the conclusions he reached often diverged significantly from the actual internal conditions perceived through his inner vision. Fortunately, possessing this extraordinary insight allowed him to see directly within the jadeite rough stones, ensuring that he never erred in his gambling endeavors, despite the master's remarkable skills. With a sense of profound realization, having identified which semi-speculative jadeite rough stones were sure to yield profits, he promptly summoned the stall owner to make his purchases. This one, this one, this one, and this one. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Yang acquired 13 jadeite rough stones, the smallest resembling the size of a papaya, while the largest was comparable to 2 watermelons. In terms of price, the lowest jadeite rough stone is valued at 300,000, while the highest can reach an astounding 18 million. The purchase of 13 pieces of jadeite rough stones cost Wang Yang a staggering 48 million, effectively halving his bank savings. Observing Wang Yang's extravagant expenditure, the proprietor beamed with delight and promptly instructed his staff to assist in transporting the jadeite rough stones. Soon, one by one, the jadeite pieces were moved to the center of the square. There, a multitude of stone-cutting machines were operating, with not a single one idling. Another unsuspecting buyer had arrived to cut stones, acquiring over a dozen pieces of jadeite rough stones, truly a remarkable fool. By midday, over 100 merchants had come to cut stones, yet only 3 had genuinely struck it rich. The majority faced ruin. The gamble of stone cutting is indeed perilous. Where fortune can shift from heaven to hell with a single cut, it is not as easy to profit as one might think. If it were truly that lucrative, who would still sell jadeite rough stones? Even the owners would be personally engaging in the gamble. A multitude of onlookers whispered among themselves, casting glances at Wang Yang filled with derision and sympathy. clearly believing that his decision to purchase such a vast quantity of jadeite rough stones would lead to inevitable loss rather than profit. Chapter 75, Exquisite Heart-Shaped Red Jade. Alas, a jadeite rough worth 3 million yielded nothing but a low-grade jade, merely returning a maximum of 300,000. Such a modest recovery is fortunate, especially when just moments ago, a certain proprietor purchased a gamble jade rough for 12 million, only to discover that not a single jade was extracted, causing him to faint on the spot from the shock of his losses. The worthless stone was hastily removed, making way for the next eager patron. Excited voices echoed around the square, the atmosphere bustling with onlookers who reveled in the spectacle, their chatter surpassing even the lively ambience of many nightlife venues. The allure of wealth is intoxicating, and it often takes precedence over beauty. The tension and thrill of jade gambling evidently stir emotions more fervently than any nighttime gathering. Wang Yang observed a despondent jade gambler as he descended from the stone-cutting platform. Without hesitation, he instructed his assistants to bring forth his own jade rough. As he prepared to unveil his jade, the crowd erupted into a flurry of animated discussions. "Look! That man who bought over a dozen jade roughs is about to start cutting," they exclaimed. One could not discern whether he was a colossal fool or a master of jade gambling. Yet, true expertise in this realm is a rarity. Those who had their stones removed were often accompanied by supposed experts, yet they too faced ruin. In the world of jade gambling, theoretical prowess is seldom matched by practical success. Even the legendary jade kings who once thrived on gambling could find themselves destitute if they didn't know when to walk away. A cacophony of speculation filled the air, and few held faith in Wang Yang's endeavor. Only Yang Mi, amidst the swirling opinions, gazed at Wang Yang with unwavering admiration. You simply have not witnessed Wang Yang's jade gambling skills, which is why you dare to question him. Soon, when you see the fruits of his labor, you too will be filled with reverence. With a look of fervent admiration, Yang Mi anticipated the wonder that would unfold as Wang Yang revealed each exquisite jade. Under her watchful gaze, he swiftly marked his first jade rough. This piece was a Muwangan Masa jade rough, classified as a new pit jade. According to the seasoned gamblers, older pits yield jade more readily and often command higher values. Though the Muwangan Masa jade rough typically has a lower market price, some connoisseurs are particularly fond of it, as it is known to produce the rare violet and red jades, which can lead to significant profits if discovered. However, standard green jade tends to be of lesser value. Wang Yang's Muwangan Masa jade rough was appraised at merely 800,000, ranking among the lower-valued pieces in his collection. Nevertheless, he resolved to choose it as his auspicious opening for this gamble. In the window of this jadeite, although it has not yielded jade, within Wang Yang's discerning gaze lies a remarkably large piece of red jade. This red jade, vivid as blood, boasts a brilliant hue devoid of any impurities, exuding an exquisite beauty. More significantly, its shape is heart-like, and the patterns of the jadeite are perfectly aligned, creating an illusion as if the heart were pulsating. This exceptional red jade does not even require carving. It can serve as a natural masterpiece for collection, although Wang Yang is unsure of its precise value. He comprehends its immense worth, yet he has no intention of selling it. Since being with Yang Mi, he has yet to present her with any gifts, whereas she has already spent hundreds of thousands on clothing and shoes for him. He wishes to gift this extraordinary heart of red jade to Yang Mi as their first token of affection. A promising beginning, a gift for his girlfriend. This is precisely why Wang Yang chose it as his first cut. After marking the lines on the jadeite, he promptly instructed the cutter to proceed with the extraction. The cutter, surprised that Wang Yang did not even wish to polish the surfaces to assess the jadeite's condition before cutting, sensed a remarkable confidence in his gambling skills. Unwilling to waste a moment, with a sense of wonder, the cutter began to slice along Wang Yang's markings. As the first surface of the jadeite was cut away, revealing a vast expanse of red within, keen observers erupted in astonished gasps. The jade had emerged, and it was a rare red variety of considerable size, surely worth a significant sum. The stakes had risen. The first piece of jadeite had indeed appreciated. How fortuitous for this young proprietor. Quickly, let us cleanse it to assess the quality of this red jade. Boss, is this red jade for sale? I am willing to offer a high price. I will bear any ensuing risks, a chorus of voices exclaimed. Some, with a penchant for gambling, sought to acquire the red jade immediately. However, Wang Yang, having already discerned the internal qualities of the red jade, could never part with it at this moment. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, his gaze remained composed as he watched the cutter meticulously polish and clean the cut surface. As the polishing and cleaning reached completion, the quality of the red jade became vividly apparent to all. The jade was nearly transparent, a superb glass variety. This was a remarkable surge in value. With its exquisite quality and fine texture, if the remaining 3 surfaces exhibit similar characteristics, this piece of red jade could yield the proprietor a return of several tens of millions. Hurry and cut, master. Quickly slice open the other sides to see what they reveal. Excited voices continuously erupted from the crowd. Clearly, the red jadeite belonged solely to Wang Yang, bearing no relation to them whatsoever. Yet, they shouted with flushed faces, more agitated than Wang Yang himself. Merely as onlookers, they exhibited such fervor. Were they to truly engage in the stone betting, it is likely that some among them would find their veins close to bursting. Wang Yang felt a deep sense of reflection and immediately signaled the cutter to proceed with the other sides. Responding to Wang Yang's cue, the cutter promptly continued with the second side. Buzzing. Accompanied by the relentless sound of the cutting machine, the second side was soon unveiled before the eager crowd. Chapter 76. Valued at 110 million, the vibrant hue of red radiated once more, as if the entire surface had transformed into a canvas of crimson. Master, please hastily cleanse it and examine the quality of this side, came the excited exclamations. Astonishingly, after consecutive surges on both sides, this jadeite raw stone was assuredly not destined for loss. The atmosphere around the square was charged with exhilaration as onlookers, their faces flushed with excitement, seemed to momentarily claim ownership of the radiant red jade. Even Yang Mi, standing beside Wang Yang, was euphorically clinging to his arm, bouncing with glee. Yet, in her fervor, she seemed oblivious to the effect of her alluring figure as her embrace squeezed against Wang Yang, creating a delightful yet torturous predicament for him. If it weren't for the multitude of jadeite stones yet to be unveiled, he would have pulled her back to the hotel to teach her a lesson about the consequences of teasing him in broad daylight. Suppressing the flames ignited by Yang Mi's playful antics, Wang Yang directed his attention to the cutting master, urging him to expedite the polishing and cutting of the remaining surfaces. Upon hearing Wang Yang's request, the master promptly began to refine one side of the jade. Soon, the second surface of the glass-like red jade revealed itself to the audience once more. Glass-like. Once again, this piece of jade was on the verge of reaching astronomical prices. If all 4 sides turned out to be glass-like, one could scarcely fathom the potential sales figure for this exquisite red jade. I mentioned that the owners today seemed to incur losses, but it appears they were merely accumulating good fortune, which has ultimately befallen him. Murmurs of astonishment echoed around. The crowd's gaze toward Wang Yang grew increasingly awestruck. Yang Mi, witnessing the dramatic rise of Wang Yang's first jadeite raw stone, looked at him with heightened anticipation. Ignoring the throngs of onlookers nearby, she impulsively embraced Wang Yang and planted a fervent kiss on him. Darling, you are simply marvelous. I adore you. Yang Mi gazed at Wang Yang with adoration, her eyes practically transforming into hearts even before the heart-shaped red jade was fully unveiled. In that moment, Wang Yang couldn't help but mentally chastise her as a temptress. He was tempted to whisk Yang Mi back to the hotel for a stern lesson on the perils of teasing men in public. However, glancing at the numerous jadeite stones still awaiting revelation, he quelled the fire within and continued instructing the cutting master. The third side, the fourth side in no time. The entire red jade was completely revealed, laid bare before all. Upon fully comprehending the shape of the red jade, everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. This red jade bore an uncanny resemblance to a natural heart. When I first glimpsed it, I even fancied it was pulsating. Perhaps it was merely an illusion created by the interplay of light, or maybe it was the intricate patterns on its surface that formed a certain aesthetic, giving rise to the illusion of a heartbeat. A flawless work of art, a masterpiece of pure nature, is something that even the most skilled sculptor could scarcely replicate. The imagination of its potential worth is simply staggering. Gasps of astonishment echoed repeatedly around the square as various jade merchants fervently began bidding for it. 50 million, 70 million, 80 million. Ultimately, a foreign woman, fluent in Mandarin, boldly approached Wang Yang and proclaimed, "I am Jocelyn, the Asia-Pacific president of Kelly Jewelry. On behalf of Kelly Jewelry, I am willing to offer 110 million for this exquisite red jade." At the mention of this staggering sum, all bidding ceased, and curious glances turned toward the foreign lady. Tall, perhaps standing at a striking height of 1.80 meters. She possessed an alluring figure with golden hair and azure eyes, a quintessential beauty among the elite. In fact, she could be considered extraordinary even among her peers, as her physical allure was matched by her stunning features, a high nose bridge, delicate facial contours, and luscious red lips. exuding a captivating and assertive beauty that surpassed many Hollywood starlets. With Jocelyn's bid of $110 million, an immediate silence fell over the crowd. Clearly, no one was inclined to offer a higher price. As Jocelyn noted the lack of competition, a triumphant smile graced her face. $110 million. Most jewelers would struggle to recoup such an amount. However, Kelly Jewelry operated on a different scale. Being an international company with clientele among royal families and various small nations, such a rare red jade would certainly attract those affluent royals in the Middle East, willing to pay exorbitant prices, ensuring substantial profits for Kelly Jewelry. Yet, just as Jocelyn felt assured of her victory, Wang Yang's words left her momentarily stunned, unable to react. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of selling this red jade. I plan to gift it to my girlfriend as a token of our commitment to one another." He disregarded the increasingly displeased expression on Jocelyn's face. After firmly rejecting her offer, he picked up the heart-shaped red jade, roughly the size of a papaya, and approached Yang Mi. "Since we've been together, I haven't given you anything. I hope you'll accept this as my first gift, albeit belated." Upon realizing that Wang Yang intended to present such a precious heart-shaped red jade to her, Yang Mi's face lit up with excitement, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Yet, rather than reaching out to accept the valuable gift, she opened her arms wide and embraced Wang Yang tightly. It was evident that in her heart, he held far greater significance than the jade itself. Seeing her reaction, Wang Yang tenderly wiped away her tears before gently placing the heart-shaped red jade in her arms, encouraging her to hold it close. Once she had secured her grip, he released her and resumed his work, drawing lines on a second jade stone to guide the cutter in executing the planned carving. Buzzing. Once Wang Yang concluded his instructions, Master Jie began the meticulous process of cutting the second piece of jadeite. Below the stage, Jocelyn observed in astonishment as Wang Yang, after dismissing her, completely disregarded her presence. Not a single glance was cast in her direction, and her eyes instantly revealed a look of surprise. She was acutely aware of her own beauty, whether abroad or in Xia country. Wherever she appeared, she invariably became the focal point of male attention. It was her first encounter with someone like Wang Yang, who could entirely overlook her allure. His remarkable stone gambling skills, coupled with his indifference to her charm, rendered him an intriguing man. She pondered whether he would continue to unveil exceptional jadeite. If so, surely he would not bestow it upon his little girlfriend. With curiosity brimming, Jocelyn gazed at Wang Yang, eager to see if she might procure other exquisite jadeite from him. Chapter 77. 13 consecutive bets on rising prices before long. Wang Yang's second piece of jade was unveiled. It was a common ice-type, Xinjiang green jade. The ice-type ranks as the second tier of jade, only slightly less valuable than the glass type, yet it still belongs to the high-end category. Xinjiang green, while valued just below the esteemed imperial green, is on par with the vibrant apple green. Although this jade did not reach the high ice type and contained a small amount of cotton-like inclusions, its lush green hue rendered it highly valuable. Most importantly, it was substantial in size, comparable to a watermelon, allowing for the creation of numerous bangles. As the jade was cut and cleaned, a frenzy of bidding erupted among the surrounding jade merchants. 30 million. I bid 30 million for this Xinjiang green jade. 35 million. I bid 35 million. 38 million. On behalf of Kelly Jewelry, I offer 40 million. A throng of bidders continued to raise their offers, ultimately leading to Jocelyn from Kelly Jewelry placing the highest bid, suppressing all others. With no one left to contest her, Jocelyn cast a triumphant glance at Wang Yang, her eyes seemingly saying, "Surely, this jade is destined to be sold to me now." However, in the next moment, Jocelyn was taken aback once more. Wang Yang unexpectedly placed the watermelon-sized ice-type Xinjiang green jade directly at Yang Mi's feet. He then addressed the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, Yang Jewelry belongs to my girlfriend's family, and all the jade I have cut will be prioritized for sale to Yang Jewelry. Until I have sufficient high-end jade for Yang Jewelry, I will not consider external sales. So there is no need for bidding at this time." Upon hearing Wang Yang's declaration, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Yang Jewelry, a company valued in the hundreds of billions, may not be widely recognized globally, yet it stands as the pinnacle of jewelry groups in the Magic City. No wonder he was willing to give such an extravagant present to his girlfriend. It turned out she had this impressive background. To win the affection of a beauty like her was akin to a thousandfold return on investment, making this transaction exceedingly worthwhile, especially considering his girlfriend's exceptional beauty. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and the jade merchants entirely relinquished their intentions to acquire the jade. Only Jocelyn remained, her expression one of discontent. This was her inaugural outing representing the company, or rather, her family business. Kelly Jewelry was an enterprise backed by her family. Her youth and ascension to the position of Asia's general manager was a testament to her family's influence. However, internal competition within her family was fierce. If she failed to deliver results, someone would surely usurp her position. Ambitious as she was, she had no desire to be relegated back to a life of mediocrity. Once could be attributed to chance, twice could also be deemed coincidental, but if exceptional jade continued to emerge consecutively, it would no longer be mere happenstance. If Wang Yang truly possessed the skills of a master stone gambler, even with his girlfriend's connection to Yang Jewelry, she would go to great lengths to court him. Jocelyn's gaze remained fixed on Wang Yang, her eyes brimming with ambition. Unbeknownst to him, his consecutive unveiling of high-value jade had already marked him as a target in her sights. As he observed the lack of further bids, he swiftly marked black lines on the third jadeite stone, instructing the gem cutter to follow his drawn lines for the incision. Upon hearing Wang Yang's directives, the cutter promptly secured the jadeite in place. Once the assistant began to sprinkle water on the stone, they activated the cutting machine and commenced the process of carving the third jadeite. In a short while, the third piece was revealed, a translucent jadeite of an icy variety. This time, however, it was a magnificent apple green, which, although smaller than the previous imperial green stone, still boasted a value of 20 million. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers who had gathered to observe the jade cutting erupted in various expressions of admiration and envy. Remarkably, he had struck gold yet again. This was his third significant profit from jadeite stones. 3 consecutive profitable stones. Could it be that he was indeed a master of stone gambling? Yet, even the most skilled gamblers face their downfalls. Tichon was no stranger to adept stone gamblers, yet those who persistently engaged in such gambles often ended up destitute. A chorus of astonishment swept through the crowd. Envious individuals secretly wished for Wang Yang to encounter bad luck, hoping he would lose all the money he had gained from his ventures. Only Yang Mi and Jocelyn appeared taken aback. Yang Mi's gaze towards Wang Yang was increasingly filled with affection and admiration, while Jocelyn's eyes sparkled with greed, akin to a hunter spotting its prey. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, he had become the object of Jocelyn's predatory interest. After the third jadeite was cut, he placed it directly at Yang Mi's feet and proceeded to the fourth stone. Each jadeite required approximately 20 minutes to cut. With 13 stones in his possession, he needed to act swiftly, lest he be unable to cut them all within the afternoon. Earning money truly was a laborious endeavor. Wang Yang sighed, silently observing the other cutting machines, hoping to procure a few more to expedite the process. Yet, his aspirations ultimately fell flat. Today marked the inaugural day of the Tingchong Jade Festival, and in pursuit of a promising start, the cutting venue was bustling with activity. Upon his arrival, he had fortuitously found an available spot. Now, having successfully cut 3 jadeites, including an exquisite red jadeite valued over 100 million, he had stirred the emotions of the gamblers present. Not only were there no idle cutting machines available, but a line of eager gamblers had formed beneath each machine, waiting for their turn. It was clear that he would not have the opportunity to use another cutting machine that afternoon. Fortunately, time remained on his side. He should be able to finish cutting all the stones before 5 o'clock, allowing him to enjoy dinner later. Wang Yang reflected on this, silently marking black lines on the remaining jadeite stones in advance. Once the 4th jadeite was cut, he promptly directed the cutter to begin on the 5th stone. One by one, with each jadeite that was unveiled, there was a significant increase in value, at the very least doubling. The crowd, who initially believed Wang Yang's success was merely a stroke of luck, was utterly flabbergasted. They are acutely aware that no one can rely solely on luck to consistently bet on rises so many times, without a single misstep. A true master, indeed. A genuine expert in the art of stone gambling. However, this may merely be a phase of extraordinary fortune, even the so-called King of Jade, after experiencing such a stroke of luck, may face the grim reality of losing everything. It is true that once a King of Jade amassed 10 billion during a single Tingchong Jade festival, yet within a year, he had completely squandered his fortune. A multitude of individuals engaged in fervent discussions, even as Wang Yang's performance in stone gambling far exceeded their expectations. Many remained reluctant to believe that Wang Yang could sustain his profitable streak. Only Josephine regarded Wang Yang with eyes akin to those cast upon a rare treasure, her gaze brimming with avarice. Chapter 78, Tenfold Increase. For 108 million. With a sigh of relief, Wang Yang finally liberated the last piece of jade. He gazed at the members of Yang's Jewelry who had hurried over in the afternoon and promptly instructed, "Please appraise these jades." once valued. Contact the shipping company to ensure they are sent back to Yang's jewelry overnight. In Tuchong, where many risk their fortunes, these jades possess immense value. Leaving them here overnight could invite unnecessary complications. Upon hearing Wang Yang's directives, the members of Yang's jewelry nodded in agreement. The jade appraisers set about determining the value of each piece, while the drivers began reaching out to the shipping company. They were acutely aware that Tuchong, bordering the Summer Nation, was not as secure as the inland regions. There were indeed individuals who might resort to impulsive crimes for the sake of money. Before long, the jade appraisers provided their evaluations. At Yangmi's request, each piece was calculated based on the highest market value, ultimately excluding the exceptional red jade. The remaining 12 pieces were collectively valued at 370 million. Adding the 110 million from the red jade, Wang Yang's initial investment of 48 million had surged tenfold, resulting in a net profit nearing 300 million. Indeed, when it comes to the speed of making money, gambling on stones proved to be more expeditious. Although antique hunting was also lucrative, it lacked the stability and swiftness of stone gambling. Wang Yang reflected on this, glancing at the 370 million Yangmi had transferred to him, and resolved that his future endeavors in collecting antiques would merely be a hobby. When in need of funds, he would prioritize earning through stone gambling. Both Wang Yang and Yangmi were elated. The high-end jade worth 370 million had allowed her to exceed her targets. Given the scarcity of high-end jade, her parents had assigned her a task to procure only 100 million worth. With a beaming face, Yangmi immediately clung to Wang Yang's arm and exclaimed, "Darling, let us wander around and find a place to savor some local delicacies of Tingchong. Later in the evening, we can head to the Tingchong Grand Hotel to see if we can secure the mid-range and low-end jades we need at the banquet." Upon hearing Yangmi's suggestion, Wang Yang readily agreed. In the bustling metropolis, culinary delights were never in short supply. It was far more enjoyable to explore local flavors. They made their way off the stage, preparing to leave. However, just as they were about to exit the square, Jocelyn from Kelly Jewelry suddenly positioned herself in front of them, blocking their path. Looking directly at Wang Yang, she handed him her business card, stating, "Mr. Wang, this is my card. Your girlfriend's Yang's jewelry primarily focuses on mid-range and low-end jades, and the demand for high-end jades is limited. They simply cannot absorb the high-end jades you will be gambling on in the coming days. Allow me the opportunity to acquire all the high-end jades you will bet on tomorrow, and I assure you I will offer the highest market price." Wang Yang contemplated Jocelyn's words, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He was acutely aware, as Jocelyn had mentioned, that Yang's jewelry primarily catered to the domestic market, specializing in mid to low-end jadeite ornaments. Although high-end jadeite pieces were available for sale, their sales remained limited due to a prevailing preference for international luxury brands among consumers. Given the output of high-grade jadeite from Wang Yang's gambling ventures, Yang's jewelry clearly lacked the capacity to absorb such products. However, Kelly Jewelry was an entirely different entity. It was a global jewelry giant, a true epitome of luxury within the industry. Its clientele consisted of affluent individuals from across the globe, capable of acquiring any quantity of high-end jadeite without hesitation. Understanding this, Wang Yang extended his hand to accept Jocelyn's business card. "I will notify you by phone when I am gambling for stones tomorrow. The highest bidder will prevail at the," he replied with a faint smile, refraining from promising Jocelyn exclusive supply. After all, without an auction, there was no accurate valuation. He preferred the competitive nature of a live auction, where the highest bid would win. Jocelyn, witnessing Wang Yang's lack of intent to provide her with exclusive supply, felt a tinge of disappointment in her eyes. Yet, Wang Yang was indifferent to her thoughts. After addressing Jocelyn, he promptly departed with Yangmi, heading towards a local restaurant renowned for its distinctive dishes, guided by favorable online reviews. As Jocelyn observed Wang Yang's departure, her gaze remained fixed on him, never lingering on her for even a moment, filling her heart with frustration. She instinctively lowered her head to examine her attire, questioning whether her outfit was sufficiently alluring. Clad in a white tank top and ultra-short denim shorts, her ample figure elevated the tank top, while her long, straight legs showcased the shorts to perfection. Her ensemble was undeniably sizzling. This was evident from the lingering gazes of numerous men directed towards her. Yet, she pondered, why did his gaze not rest upon her? Was it due to the presence of his girlfriend, compelling him to uphold the image of a gentleman? "I shall find an opportunity to be alone with you. I will undoubtedly draw you to my chariot and help me gain complete control of Kelly Jewelry," Jocelyn mused, her eyes reflecting a fervent determination as she watched Wang Yang's retreating figure. However, this scene went unnoticed by Wang Yang. Upon arriving at the restaurant with Yang Mi, they promptly ordered an abundant array of local specialties. After their meal, around 8 in the evening, they made their way to the Tengchong Grand Hotel. At this moment, the jadeite hall of the hotel was already bustling with numerous jewelers from other regions. Among them was Jocelyn, who had been present during the day. Those jewelers familiar with one another gathered closely, quietly discussing the intentions behind President Chu's gathering of them. I received a whisper of a rumor that the Chu family, behind President Chu, aims to monopolize the sale of jadeite, meaning we will only be able to purchase jadeite through him from those jade merchants. And if that weren't enough, I also heard that he intends to take a commission, extracting 10% from each transaction. With a 10% commission, how much profit will we have left? The jade markets of Sihui, Ruili, and Jieyang are not smaller in scale than that of Tengchong. If he oversteps his bounds, our company will cease jade acquisitions in Tengchong. A multitude of jade merchants engaged in animated discussions, clearly intimidated by the exorbitant service fees rumored to be set by the Chu family. Amidst the murmurs, a tall young man, approximately 30 years of age and clad in traditional Tang attire, entered, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Upon his arrival, the once chattering jewelers fell silent. For this imposing figure was none other than Chu Lanshan, the new president of the Tengchong Chamber of Commerce. As he stepped into the Jade Hall, his gaze swept the room. Noticing the smiles on the faces of those present, regardless of their previous whispers, a look of satisfaction crossed his countenance. Just as he prepared to take the stage and articulate the purpose of the evening's gathering, his eyes unexpectedly fixated on Yang Mi, standing beside Wang Yang. Chapter 79. The Tengchong Chamber of Commerce and Chu Lanshan. Chu Lanshan's notorious lechery is well known within the circles of the Tengchong Chamber of Commerce and among jade merchants. No one remains unaware of his proclivities. In order to engage his services, it has become an unspoken rule to present him with a beautiful woman as an offering. Observing Chu Lanshan's astonished gaze fixed upon Yang Mi, those familiar with him immediately comprehend that she has caught his eye. Although Wang Yang is not well acquainted with Chu Lanshan's character, witnessing the greedy delight in his eyes directed at Yang Mi fills him with instinctive displeasure. He instinctively steps in front of Yang Mi, effectively obstructing Chu Lanshan's view. As Wang Yang places himself before Yang Mi, blocking Chu Lanshan's line of sight, the latter's brow slightly furrows. Is he truly so petty? To react so strongly at merely a glance. How infuriating it would be if I were to claim her for myself. Chu Lanshan muses, dismissing Wang Yang's interference entirely. This is Tengchong, the stronghold of his family, the Chu clan. Here, there is no woman he cannot possess. He even has the means to ensnare newlywed women visiting this place. He remains unconvinced that he cannot secure Yang Mi, who has evidently come to him with intentions. No need to rush, let us first attend to business. Suppressing his base desires, Chu Lanshan strides confidently to the stage. As he ascends the jade platform and takes hold of the microphone, the crowd below falls silent. Satisfied with their attention, he addresses the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, on my way here, I overheard a rumor that I would be extracting a 10% service fee from the transactions between you and the jade merchants. I must clarify that this is entirely unfounded. My heart is not so dark, nor is the Tengchong Chamber of Commerce so unscrupulous. We will only charge a modest 1% service fee for each transaction. He continues, however, this fee is not without justification. We shall ensure the absolute fairness of each transaction. Should anyone dare to bypass the chamber for private dealings, be they jade merchants or jewelers, they shall find themselves barred from stepping foot in Tengchong ever again. Upon hearing that Chu Lanshan would only impose a 1% service fee rather than the rumored 10%, many in the Jade Hall visibly relaxed. A 1% fee is not wholly unacceptable. If the Tengchong Chamber of Commerce serves as an intermediary to guarantee the safety of the transaction, this sum could indeed be justified. After all, one cannot oppose the greater forces at play. While a 1% service fee may slightly diminish our profits, it remains bearable. The jewelers engaged in hushed discussions, ultimately deciding to acquiesce to Chu Lanshan's terms. Observing the murmurs of agreement rising from the crowd, a triumphant smile spreads across Chu Lanshan's face. The rumor of a 10% service fee was a calculated ploy to push these merchants to the brink, only to then present a 1% fee that they would swiftly accept. Had he revealed the 1% fee outright, the merchants would have found it difficult to acquiesce. To comprehend the annual jade trading volume in Tengchong is to grasp an astonishing reality. At its lowest, the transactions reach several hundred billion each year. With a mere 1% service fee, the Tengchong Chamber of Commerce can accrue tens of billions annually. This steady stream of income signifies an unimaginable fortune. Yet, Beyond mere monetary gain, the chamber will hold the lifeblood of jade merchants and jewelers firmly in its grasp. Consequently, the position of the Chu family will become increasingly unassailable. Filled with a sense of pride, Chu Lanshan gazed downwards and proclaimed, "Since none of you have objections to my arrangements, you may proceed to register your jade requirements with my secretary. Please ensure that you provide an accurate quantity. We will arrange for merchants to fulfill your needs in one go, sparing you the time of searching for jade traders individually." Upon hearing Chu Lanshan's words, several smaller jewelers promptly contacted his secretary to articulate their demands, although larger jewelers expressed their reluctance with wry smiles. They too approached the secretary to register their company's procurement needs. Observing the scene, Yang Mi promptly took Wang Yang's hand and followed suit to register. On stage, Chu Lanshan noticed Yang Mi's actions and a glint of avarice crossed his features. With their registration complete, they now sought his favor. Merchants are driven by profit. Since they seek my assistance, securing them will pose no challenge. Excited, Chu Lanshan positioned himself confidently before Wang Yang and Yang Mi as they prepared to leave. He completely disregarded Wang Yang, who was linked to Yang Mi, and with an air of assurance, smiled at Yang Mi, saying, "My dear, may I have the honor of acquiring your contact information?" As the president of the Tingchong Chamber of Commerce, Chu Lanshan could easily obtain Yang Mi's phone number from his secretary. However, he deliberately sought her number in front of Wang Yang, asserting his interest in her. He presumed that Yang Mi, a woman with jade purchasing intentions, would not dare refuse his request. Yet, in a moment that left him utterly stunned, Yang Mi responded with unwavering resolve, "I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. He doesn't like me having excessive communication with other men. So I cannot provide you with my number, President Chu." Chu Lanshan's countenance darkened immediately at her blunt rejection. He could hardly fathom that a woman seeking to purchase jade in Tingchong would possess the audacity to refuse him. Perhaps she is simply too young, unaware of the unspoken rules of the marketplace, to have the courage to turn me down. Nevertheless, it matters little. Once she finds herself unable to procure jade and faces obstacles, she will come to understand how to confront her situation. Presently, while she withholds her number, she will eventually approach me of her own accord, eager to appease me. In the heart of Chuan Mountain, a tempest of anger brewed within, yet he forcibly suppressed it. With great effort, he managed to conjure a semblance of a smile upon his sullen visage and turned to Yang Mi, saying, "Very well, it is indeed a pity. However, I believe there is a destined connection between us, and I shall eventually acquire your number." With that, he pivoted, his gaze darkening as he strode towards his secretary. Upon noticing the name and contact details left by Yang Mi, his expression soured further as he addressed his secretary. This Yang Mi of Yang's jewelry possesses rather mediocre qualifications. Further scrutiny is warranted. Inform all jade merchants that until I give my consent, no one is permitted to engage in private transactions with her. Chapter 80. The Yang family jewelry faces a ban. Upon hearing Wang Yang's command from Chu Lanshan, the secretary promptly nodded in acknowledgement. After Chu Lanshan departed, she began reaching out to various jade merchants, conveying Chu Lanshan's demands. Although these merchants were oblivious to the reasons behind Yang family jewelry's offense against Chu Lanshan, they nevertheless made it abundantly clear over the phone that they would not engage in any transactions with Yang family jewelry. Unbeknownst to Yang Mi, after leaving the Tengchong Grand Hotel, she took Wang Yang by the hand and ventured out onto the streets. Even though the peak time for stone gambling was at night and Wang Yang could have potentially earned billions more with his clairvoyant abilities, he chose to suppress his desire for profit and accompany Yang Mi as she eagerly wished to explore the nightscape of Tingchong. The two appeared like a couple fresh out of university, strolling hand in hand without a specific destination. Whenever they encountered enticing street food, they would pause to purchase and savor a bite. When faced with picturesque scenery, they would embrace each other, capturing sweet moments in photographs. However, Wang Yang remained unaware that as Yang Mi selected 9 photos to create a grid, she discreetly blocked Tian from viewing them before posting to her social media. Despite being Wang Yang's only legitimate girlfriend, a sense of trepidation regarding Tian lingered in her heart. Although Tian was her dearest friend, Yang Mi had become hesitant to meet her in person. Now, even as she showcased their affection online, she felt compelled to shield Tian from witnessing it. Living paradoxically as a legitimate girlfriend, yet feeling like an interloper, it was unlikely that anyone else in the nation could find a comparable situation. Yet, despite her cautiousness in sharing a post, her face radiated joy. Clearly, as long as she could be with Wang Yang, even if it meant concealing a part of their relationship, she found happiness. Just as the pair delighted in their leisurely stroll, admiring the nocturnal beauty of Tingchong, Yang Mi's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed the driver's name. A look of curiosity filled her eyes. The driver, who functioned as Yang Mi's half-assistant in Tingchong, was typically not one to call in the evening. How peculiar that he would reach out now. With a sense of intrigue, Yang Mi accepted the call. Immediately, the driver's anxious voice came through. "Miss Yang, I've just received alarming news. President Chu of the Tengchong Chamber of Commerce has announced that all jade merchants are prohibited from engaging in transactions with us. The Chu family, which backs President Chu, is deeply entrenched in Tengchong's business landscape, having established their dominance over generations. If we cannot persuade President Chu to reverse his decision, obtaining any jade will be impossible. We will have to rely solely on our own luck and gambling." Clearly, the driver proved to be a competent employee. Having arrived early in Tingchong to gather information, he must have successfully established a channel of intelligence, enabling him to swiftly receive news regarding the targeting of Yang's jewelry. Upon hearing the driver's report, Yang Mi's brow furrowed with concern. "I understand. I will find a way to resolve this," she calmly instructed the driver before hanging up, her furrowed brow deepening. She was acutely aware of the motivations behind Chu Lanshan's animosity towards Yang's jewelry. The audacity of directly retaliating against her for merely refusing to provide her phone number was infuriating. He had gone so far as to instruct jade merchants to entirely sever their collaborations with Yang's jewelry. Yang Mi appeared both angry and aggrieved, casting a pleading glance at Wang Yang for assistance. Observing her sulking expression, with her cheeks puffed in indignation, Wang Yang couldn't help but reach out and pinch her beautiful, collagen-rich face. In response to Wang Yang's teasing rather than helpfulness, Yang Mi opened her mouth in mock fury and playfully nipped at his hand, though she refrained from biting down hard. Instead, she gently caught hold of Wang Yang, displaying her charming, pearly white teeth as if to assert, "How can I persuade Chu Lanshan to relent? Should I buy him a gift and apologize?" Wang Yang, seeing Yang Mi's naive readiness to apologize to Chu Lanshan, ceased his playful antics and began to explain earnestly. "Do you truly believe that Chu Lanshan is targeting Yang's jewelry merely because you denied him your phone number? Seeking to regain his dignity? His underlying aim is to force you into submission. He desires to possess you. If you wish for him to allow those jade merchants to collaborate with Yang's jewelry, you would have to offer yourself to him." Due to her congenital heart condition, Yang Mi had been well protected by her parents and had little exposure to the sordid realities of the world. Consequently, she had failed to perceive the blatant nature of Chu Lanshan's intentions. However, despite her limited exposure to such matters, she was not foolish. Upon hearing Wang Yang's analysis, the malevolence of Chu Lanshan's thoughts regarding her became painfully clear. The notion that Chu Lanshan intended to exploit her filled her with revulsion. He was delusional. "Even if Yang's jewelry were to fail to acquire a single piece of jade starting tomorrow, I would never allow Chu Lanshan to lay a finger on me. I am your woman, and I will not permit another man to touch me." As she raged internally, Yang Mi instinctively flailed her arms in frustration. At that moment, had Chu Lanshan been present, her fiery temper might have compelled her to scratch his face mercilessly. Wang Yang, witnessing Yang Mi resemble a furious little cat, couldn't help but chuckle. With a smile, he reassured her, "Rest assured, Chu Lanshan does not wield absolute power in Tengchong. At most, he can persuade those jade merchants to abandon their partnership with Yang's jewelry, but he cannot prevent us from gambling for stones. Starting tomorrow, I will exert myself to seek not only the finest jade, but also to ensure that no ordinary jade goes overlooked. Ensure that when you depart from Tingchong, you convert your entire billion into jade, thus fulfilling the task entrusted to you by your uncle and aunt." Upon hearing that Wang Yang intended to personally engage in the stone gambling to gather all the mid to low-end jade for herself, Yang Mi's gaze towards him brimmed with admiration and affection. With great enthusiasm, she immediately wrapped her arms around Wang Yang's neck and bestowed a sweet kiss on him right in the middle of the street. Only after their breath became hurried did she release him, expressing her satisfaction and joy. "Darling, it is truly wonderful to have you accompany me to Tingchong this time. Were it not for you, I would have returned empty-handed. The situation is different now. The strategies of Chu Lanshan will be of no consequence to me. I am eager to witness the change in his expression when the time comes." Chapter 81. Betting on stones? Sweeping for goods? A mere fly. Why bother with its countenance? As long as it ceases to harass you, all is well. Should it persist in its foolishness, I shall ensure it harbors no further thoughts of women for the rest of its life. Wang Yang consoled Yang Mi with a faint smile. Yet a sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes. To the ordinary folk, Chu Lanshan indeed appeared to be an extraordinary figure, especially in the Tingchong region, where he reigned as a local emperor, unchallenged and feared. However, to Wang Yang, he was merely a slightly larger fly. Should it continue its reckless provocation? He could easily swat it away. As Yang Mi beheld Wang Yang's imposing demeanor, an overwhelming surge of affection erupted within her, unable to be contained. Looking at Wang Yang, she blurted out with a flushed face, "Darling, I wish to return to the hotel to rest." Rest. It was barely 9 in the evening. Clearly not yet bedtime. The intent of returning to the hotel was unmistakable. Realizing this, Wang Yang wrapped his arm around Yang Mi's waist. A mischievous smile spreading across his face. "Do you wish to sleep? Or do you wish to sleep with me?" Upon hearing Wang Yang's teasing words, Yang Mi's face turned crimson. Yet, under his playful gaze, she glared back fiercely. "I want to sleep with you, you big rascal. Hurry up and take me back to the hotel to attend to me." All right. Tonight, I shall diligently attend to you the entire night. But do not beg for mercy halfway through." Wang Yang's grin grew more wicked, his gaze roaming over Yang Mi's voluptuous figure, akin to a wolf eyeing a little lamb. Under his scrutiny, Yang Mi felt a pang of guilt, for she was always the first to plead for mercy each night. Yet, she was both inexperienced and playful. Despite feeling a bit flustered under his gaze, she defiantly placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. Who was afraid of who? Wang Yang. Observing Yang Mi's stubbornness, seized his banner and hailed a cab, providing the address of their hotel. Today, at the stone appraisal site. She had practically clung to his arm all day. Now that Yang Mi dared to defy him, he was determined to make her relent. One of them must yield tonight. Soon, the cab stopped at the hotel entrance. Wang Yang pulled Yang Mi into the room, and almost immediately upon closing the door, he turned and pressed her against it, kissing her fervently. The night slipped away unnoticed. In the morning, as Wang Yang and Yang Mi passed the hotel front desk, the receptionist discreetly slipped Wang Yang a small note, clearly inscribed with the front desk's phone number. Stunned by the receptionist's striking appearance and charm, Wang Yang pondered. Am I truly this charming? Surprised, he continued walking with Yang Mi, maintaining his composure. As Wang Yang moved away, the two female cashiers at the front desk immediately began to whisper about him. "Shally, you're quite bold, aren't you? Giving him your number right in front of his girlfriend. Opportunities are rare. Would you not wish to experience such a formidable man even once?" "I dare not. For I have heard that he and his girlfriend engaged in their passionate endeavors from 9 o'clock last night until 2 in the morning. To the extent that her voice was hoarse from pleading. I yearn to experience the sensation of a hoarse throat, yet her beauty leaves me uncertain of my chances." Two hotel receptionists were discreetly discussing Wang Yang, and one, who quietly passed him a note, instinctively tightened her thighs while recounting his exploits from the previous night. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Yang possessed hearing far superior to that of an average person. Despite the distance rendering their conversation inaudible to normal ears, he absorbed every word. The realization that the note was not bestowed upon him due to his own handsomeness left him somewhat displeased. Was the hotel's sound insulation truly so inadequate? Tonight, he would request Yang Mi to keep her voice down, or perhaps cover her mouth slightly. Contemplating these matters silently, he soon took Yang Mi to a local breakfast establishment outside the hotel. He had stumbled upon this place while searching for local delicacies the night before. Preparing for a day of extensive stone gambling, he recognized the necessity of ample sustenance to bolster his energy, given the considerable exertion from the previous night. A hearty breakfast was essential for replenishing his strength. After they finished their meal, they made their way to the Jade Plaza. Although it was barely past 8 in the morning, numerous tourists were already perusing jade raw stones. Many were even discussing the previous day's gambling feats of Wang Yang while selecting their stones. Clearly, the spectacle of Wang Yang's consecutive wins with 13 jade stones had captivated many. Everyone fantasized about replicating his fortune, dreaming of attaining financial freedom through similar wagers. Listening to their chatter, Wang Yang felt a surge of sympathy. He understood all too well the minuscule odds of success in such endeavors. These individuals evidently lacked the requisite skills in stone gambling and relied solely on luck. Countless adept gamblers had faced ruin over time. The prospect of success for those who gambled purely on chance was even bleaker. Thus, among these individuals, barring a few fortunate souls, the majority would inevitably face financial devastation unless they awakened to their folly. However, even with this insight, Wang Yang refrained from offering warnings. The path they chose was theirs alone, and the consequences of their potential ruin were burdens they must bear. Wang Yang, never one to assume the role of a lofty sage, focused solely on caring for those near him. With a heavy heart, he contacted the representatives of Yang's Jewelry to ascertain their location and swiftly arrived at a substantial gambling stall. This stall, measuring over 30 meters in length and a dozen meters in width, was undoubtedly one of the larger establishments in the vicinity of the Jade Plaza. Upon entering, Wang Yang briefly communicated with the employees of Yang's Jewelry before activating his third eye to scrutinize the jade raw stones on display. This time, he no longer solely sought after the high-value, luxurious jadeite as he had in the past. He did not overlook the mid-range and low-end jadeite either. With regard to the premium jadeite, his primary aim remained profit. However, for the mid-range and low-end jadeite, profit was not his main objective. Instead of meticulously selecting piece by piece, he would scan an entire area with his discerning gaze. In his mind, he would assess the potential of the jadeite rough within that region. As long as he was assured that the jadeite would yield a profit after cutting, he would proceed to acquire the entire batch. After all, his acquisition of mid-range and low-end jadeite was merely to assist Yang Mi in amassing a sufficient quantity of jade, rather than for personal gain. Chapter 82. A triad of jadeite rough stones. This one, and this one. I shall take them all. Wang Yang's gaze swept across the room, meticulously selecting the jadeite rough stones that had experienced a significant surge in value. Whether it was the semi-gambling rough stones with open windows or the fully gambled ones without, he spared none that had witnessed a dramatic price increase. These jadeite rough stones ranged from several 100,000 to tens of millions, with one even fetching an astounding 30 million. In one fell swoop, Wang Yang expended a staggering 80 million to acquire over 20 pieces. His attention then turned to the more affordable jadeite rough stones. Unlike their high-priced counterparts, which were displayed individually with ample space between them, these lower-priced stones were grouped together. The largest among them was merely the size of 2 or 3 fists, and their values varied from 500 to 1,000, with the higher end barely reaching 30,000, and pieces exceeding 50,000 were scarce. Typically, buyers would examine the stones one by one with a flashlight to determine which possessed the greatest probability of yielding quality jade. Once a satisfactory piece was identified, they would purchase it for cutting and polishing with the proprietor's small machine. However, this time, Wang Yang did not adhere to that conventional approach. He had already employed his clairvoyant abilities to scrutinize these ordinary jadeite rough stones. He was acutely aware of which piles would result in losses, which had a high likelihood of breaking even, which could yield modest profits, and which might even lead to substantial gains. Regrettably, among these ordinary stones, none possessed the qualities of exceptional jade. As anticipated, the probability of extraordinary jade emerging from common rough stones was exceedingly low. It was also possible that those lower-priced stones exhibiting promising appearances had already been cut by the proprietor, leaving no extraordinary specimens among them. Wang Yang sighed inwardly, promptly pointing to the piles of jadeite rough stones he had already selected in his mind, declaring, "I will take all 7 of these piles. Please calculate the total for me." Upon hearing Wang Yang's audacious decision to purchase 7 piles of jadeite rough stones at once, the stall owner was momentarily taken aback. Having served as an agent for an old mine in Myanmar for over 30 years, he had encountered various high-stakes gamblers in the stone trade. Yet he had never witnessed anyone purchase jadeite rough stones in such a manner. The owner was astonished, as were the onlookers who had been sifting through the jadeite rough stones, their faces reflecting disbelief. They had only heard of lottery tickets being bought in bulk, but witnessing the purchase of jadeite rough stones in such quantities was an unprecedented sight, suggesting an enormous gamble. Earlier, when observing Wang Yang select the high-end jadeite rough stones, they had assumed him to be a master of the trade. Now it seemed his propensity for risk was merely greater than most. The jadeite trade was notoriously treacherous, and the greater the risk, the less control one had, making it all too easy to incur significant losses. A chorus of murmurs arose among the tourists, all convinced that Wang Yang's risk-taking was excessive, with no one harboring faith in his endeavors. However, Wang Yang chose to disregard the chatter of those around him, directing his gaze instead towards the stall owner, signaling him to promptly calculate the price of the 7 piles of jadeite rough stones. Upon hearing Wang Yang's insistence, the owner immediately grabbed his calculator and began to furiously input data. Nevertheless, the quantity of the 7 piles was indeed considerable. Ultimately, the calculator was nearly smoking from the effort. After a lengthy 10 minutes, the stall owner finally arrived at the total price for the 7 piles of jadeite rough stones. "Boss, the total for these 7 piles of jadeite rough stones amounts to 30 million, including the 23 pieces of jadeite you previously selected. The grand total is 110 million. The stall owner gazed at Wang Yang, his face radiating enthusiasm and eagerness to please. 110 million represented nearly a quarter of his jadeite stock. Historically, he had never sold such a significant quantity at the conclusion of a Tingchong Jade Festival, which filled him with immense joy. Yet, Had he known that Wang Yang intended to clear out his premium jadeite completely, he would likely have been less exuberant. Realizing that his future sales would undoubtedly suffer due to the diminished inventory, observing the stall owner beaming like a blooming flower, Wang Yang refrained from further conversation and promptly completed the payment via a QR code. Once everything was settled, he turned to the representatives from Yang's Jewelry. You will be responsible for cutting these smaller jadeite rough stones. Please ensure the owner prepares several small polishing machines to cut all these pieces by this morning. I will take Yangmi to the square to cut the larger jadeite rough stones. Upon hearing Wang Yang's directives, the Yang's Jewelry team nodded in unison. Having witnessed Wang Yang's remarkable stone gambling skills, they had developed a profound admiration for him and were unconditionally obedient to his instructions. After giving them his orders, Wang Yang proceeded to leave the stall with Yangmi, making his way towards the jadeite square. He aimed to seize the opportunity of the relatively sparse crowd to secure a few more cutting machines, thereby accelerating the speed of the artisans in cutting the jadeite rough stones. Otherwise, it was likely that the 23 pieces of jadeite would not be fully processed within the morning. Little did he realize, however, the fervor of the crowd's passion for gambling on stones. Following his remarkable feat of successfully betting on 13 pieces of jadeite the previous day, the enthusiasm of all the visitors had been ignited. Although it was still early, only 3 large cutting machines remained idle in the square. Had Wang Yang arrived even a moment later, he would have found himself in a queue. Did so many people not fear the losses? He believed that after today, many would suffer significant financial setbacks, leading to increased caution among future gamblers. Wang Yang felt a deep sense of reflection and promptly instructed the staff at the gambling stall to assist him in moving the jadeite rough stones beneath the 3 large cutting machines. He then marked black lines on the stones, preparing to cut 3 pieces simultaneously. Observing this unusual behavior, many spectators instinctively turned their attention to Wang Yang. Once they recognized him, numerous exclamations of astonishment erupted. It was the skilled stone gambler who had successfully bet on 13 pieces of jadeite yesterday, and he was poised to begin cutting jadeite rough stones once more. This time, he actually commandeered 3 large cutting machines. Is he intending to simultaneously carve 3 pieces of jadeite rough? That seems improbable. Having lived in Tengchong for decades, I have yet to witness anyone attempting to cut multiple pieces of jadeite rough at once. Even the renowned jadeite masters must maintain a vigilant gaze, meticulously planning new cutting paths based on the results obtained. How could he possibly manage to cut 3 pieces of jadeite rough at the same time? A crowd of onlookers engaged in fervent discussions. Despite Wang Yang's astonishing performance in jade betting, their gazes remained laced with skepticism. Chapter 83. Jocelyn the Grand Ram. As Wang Yang listened to the discussions below, a smirk of disdain appeared on his lips. Such is human nature. When one is incapable of achieving something, they firmly believe that others are equally incapable. Yet, should someone succeed in accomplishing what they deemed impossible, their skepticism swiftly transforms into blind adoration. Just yesterday, when Wang Yang procured 13 jade rough stones in a single sweep, many had secretly mocked him as a fool destined to be taken advantage of. However, by the end of the day, their envy was palpable, their gazes imbued with reverence, as if he were a deity. Today, these same individuals would undoubtedly find themselves in a similar position, revering Wang Yang in the realm of jade gambling as if he were a god, paying no heed to the murmurs surrounding him. Wang Yang promptly marked the cutting lines on 3 jade rough stones. He summoned the 3 master cutters before him and began to instruct them with utmost seriousness. I have drawn black lines here. You shall cut along these lines directly. Once you have cut the jade, take your time to polish the surface. Then proceed to the next side without seeking my approval. The 3 master cutters nodded earnestly upon hearing his instructions. Once they confirmed that Wang Yang had no further directives, they quickly returned to their station with their assistants to prepare. As the 3 jade rough stones were placed beneath the large cutting machine, they sprayed water and secured the stones in place. Soon, the preparations were complete, and the masters activated the cutting machine, slicing through the jade rough stones along the black lines Wang Yang had meticulously drawn. The machines hummed to life, and an excited cheer erupted from the crowd. The young proprietor, who had wagered on 13 consecutive pieces yesterday, was now gambling again. Today's endeavors were even more audacious. He had brought over 20 jade rough stones and was cutting 3 simultaneously. It was unclear whether he was overly confident or possessed exceptional jade gambling skills to gamble so recklessly. Whispers filled the air as some potential buyers, initially intent on purchasing jade rough stones for their own wagers, halted in their tracks, drawn by curiosity to gather near the square and observe the cutting. Before long, a keen-eyed observer let out a piercing scream. It's green. The jade in the center has turned green, and it is quite substantial. The two adjacent stones also revealed significant green areas. The stakes had risen. All three stones had turned green, suggesting that the young proprietor's success yesterday was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather a testament to his innate talent for jade gambling. A chorus of exclamations erupted as the crowd's gazes shifted from doubt to reverence towards Wang Yang. Their regard for him mirrored that of the spectators from the previous day, filled with a worship akin to that of a deity. Yet, whether they mocked or admired him, Wang Yang remained unfazed. He continued to diligently draw lines on the remaining jade rough stones, eager to complete the task of marking each one for cutting. 1, 2, 3. Before the 3 pieces of jade rough were fully revealed, Wang Yang had already sketched out the lines of all 13 jade rough stones. Exhaling deeply, he took out his phone and sent a text message to Jocelyn, inviting her to the Jade Plaza to prepare for the purchase of jade. Although he harbored no special feelings for Jocelyn, her wealth was undeniable. To sell jade at a high price, it was best to have those jade merchants bid against each other on site. The more merchants that participated in the bidding, the higher the price the jade could fetch. Thus, while he did not agree to sell the jade to Jocelyn outright, he still hoped she would come to bid. In the hotel, Jocelyn smiled as she read Wang Yang's message. Without delay, she instructed her driver to take her to the Jade Plaza, which was conveniently close to her hotel. When she arrived, she was just in time to witness the cutting of the 3 jade pieces. Each of these was the size of a watermelon of icy, vibrant green jade. While they were not the top-tier glass-type imperial green, their substantial size deemed them exquisite in their own right. By the time Jocelyn arrived, several jade merchants had already begun bidding on the 3 pieces. The bundled price had soared to 46 million. Listening to the ongoing bids, Jocelyn merely assessed the 3 jade pieces before confidently offering, "I will bid 50 million. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. This price allowed her international jewelry group sufficient profit margin. If the jade merchants continued to raise their bids, they would find themselves with no profit to gain, rendering the endeavor unworthy. Wang Yang observed Jocelyn's bid, which exceeded the second highest by 4 million, and a smile graced his face. Indeed, this affluent woman was the wealthiest among them. A single text message had garnered him an additional 4 million, an advantageous deal. As he confirmed there would be no further bids, he turned to Jocelyn with a smile and declared, "Deal." Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Jocelyn wasted no time. She approached him and promptly transferred 50 million to him. After completing the transaction, she signaled 2 burly men who immediately came forward to carry away the 3 pieces of jade. Yet, she did not leave. Instead, she remained by Wang Yang's side. "Mr. Wang, if you cut any more jade rough in the future, I will bid on all of them to demonstrate my sincerity. I hope we can establish a long-term partnership. In the future, any high-end jade that your girlfriend cannot consume, I certainly can." Jocelyn gazed at Wang Yang, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. She had encountered many skilled jade gamblers, even knowing that Kelly Jewelry employed a former jade king. However, she had never witnessed anyone as infallible in their craft as Wang Yang. Her intuition told her that if she could bind Wang Yang to her cause, she would stand out in the competitive landscape of her family. Today, in order to demonstrate her sincerity to Wang Yang, she resolutely decided to photograph all of his jade pieces. Even if it meant incurring a loss, she felt compelled to acquire them. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, Jocelyn had already resolved to play the role of a plump sheep for the slaughter, making him her target. In fact, his gaze did not linger on Jocelyn at all, for he sensed a pair of eyes filled with hostility directed towards him. The malice emanating from those eyes was palpable, and even from a distance of several meters, he could distinctly perceive it. Following the source of this malevolent gaze, he soon spotted Chu Lanshan, who was being surrounded by a throng as he entered the Jade Square. At that moment, Chu Lanshan wore a beaming smile, brimming with self-satisfaction. However, upon witnessing Wang Yang simultaneously gamble on 3 jade rough stones and secure a profit of 50 million, his expression darkened completely. Chapter 84. My woman. I protect her. She is still a master of jade gambling. No wonder she has captured the heart of young me. Yet, what of it? One's energy is finite, and even a master can only procure a limited number of jade pieces in a day. Yang jewelry requires a substantial quantity of mid-range and low-end jade. Even to the point of exhaustion, one individual cannot possibly source such an abundance. Ultimately, Yang Mi will turn to me, and at that moment, she will be entirely in my grasp. Chu Lanshan glared at Wang Yang with unmasked malice. Even upon realizing Wang Yang had noticed him, his gaze remained fiercely locked on him. Without hesitation, he strode directly toward Wang Yang. Soon, He stood before both Wang Yang and Yang Mi. Casting a greedy look at Yang Mi, he declared, "Ms. Yang, this year's jade yield from Tingchong is somewhat insufficient and must be prioritized for those jewelry companies that have long relied on sourcing jade from Tingchong. Although Yang Jewelry, which you represent, is not insignificant in scale, it does not exclusively procure jade from Tingchong and must therefore be placed lower in the allocation order. By the time we reach Yang Jewelry, the jade merchants may have already sold out their inventory for the year, forcing Yang Jewelry to wait until next year for procurement." Wang Yang observed as Chu Lanshan exerted pressure on Yang Mi, clearly intending to manipulate her further, and his eyes filled with profound disdain. Immediately, he wrapped his arm around Yang Mi's waist, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Chu Lanshan. "Yang Mi is my woman, the jade she requires. I shall procure for her, so you need not concern yourself with it." "Indeed, my husband will handle it for me," Yang Mi chimed in, nodding emphatically, completely dismissing Chu Lanshan's threat. Chu Lanshan, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, found himself momentarily speechless. This was far from the script he had envisioned. In his mind, upon hearing his words, Yang Mi should have been flustered and alarmed. Yet, she appeared entirely unconcerned by his intimidation, which left him feeling quite vexed. Surely, she must be unaware of the immense difficulty in relying solely on one person to procure a significant amount of jade. Otherwise, she would not so blindly trust the man beside her. Once I make her aware of the impossibility of sourcing a large quantity of mid-range and low-end jade alone, she will surely panic. Only then will she understand that to fulfill the company's jade procurement tasks, she must depend on me, and she will be at my mercy. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chu Lanshan suppressed his growing impatience. He turned to Yang Mi, donning a self-assured smile he believed to be charming. "Ms. Yang, you may not fully grasp the number of jade stones required to fulfill your substantial procurement needs. If one were to rely solely on a single individual for jade gambling, a conservative estimate would place the timeline at over a year. Given that Yang Jewelry is currently in a phase of strategic expansion, it is likely in dire need of mid-range and low-end jade. A year's delay would hinder the entire strategic development of the company." It was evident that Chu Lanshan had thoroughly investigated Yang Mi's background, which allowed him to deliver such pointed threats. As Chu Lanshan believed he had the upper hand over Yang Mi, her words left him utterly astounded. With a look of disdain, Yang Mi declared, "My husband has already stated that he will handle all matters concerning jade for me. Why do you persist in your incessant chatter? It is truly bothersome. You may leave now. Do not disturb my girlfriend's mood." Wang Yang, glancing at the unyielding Chu Lanshan, felt his expression grow cold. Were it not for the throng of people at the Jade Square rendering any forceful action impractical, he would have considered expelling Chu Lanshan by more aggressive means. However, even without resorting to force, the attitudes exchanged between the two men compelled Chu Lanshan to depart. After all, many eyes were upon him. As the esteemed president of the Tingchong Chamber of Commerce, lingering here would only tarnish his reputation and diminish his standing in Tingchong. "Very well. I shall remain here to oversee the situation. I am curious to see how you will gather such a multitude of mid-range jade without my assistance." Chu Lanshan remarked with a frosty demeanor, promptly leading his associates away from the Jade Square. He intended to survey the entire street with his colleagues before gradually applying pressure on Yang Mi, despite his previous two threats failing to yield the desired outcome. He remained convinced that Wang Yang could never procure the jade required by Yang Mi for Yang's jewelry alone. Yang Mi was merely too naive to grasp this reality at present. Once she came to this realization, she would inevitably seek his aid, at which point he would wield complete control over her. "Humph, when you come to beg for my help, I shall ensure you understand the consequences of repeatedly rejecting me. Not only will I take you to a hotel before your boyfriend's eyes, but I will also leave my mark upon you, ensuring you cannot forget me for a lifetime. I intend to become your nightmare, an inescapable specter throughout your existence." A multitude of dark thoughts surged from the depths of Chu Lanshan's mind. Repeated rejections from Yang Mi had twisted his expression with rage. Just yesterday, he had desired to possess Yang Mi purely for her beauty. Now, he was willing to go to any lengths to claim her, solely for the sake of vengeance, to retaliate against her snubbing of his pride. It was evident that his psyche was deeply disturbed. The mere thought that soon he would completely conquer Yang Mi brought a distorted smile to his face. Yet this fleeting sense of satisfaction lasted barely a minute. Moments later, he found himself and a group of associates surveying the stall where Yang's jewelry was situated. At that moment, the team at Yang's Jewelry, along with the stall's owner and assistants, were fervently polishing and cutting numerous jade stones. Occasional exclamations of excitement erupted from the crowd. "It has risen. My batch of jade stones has appreciated. Out of 100, 71 have increased in value. The rate of appreciation is truly remarkable. My batch has also appreciated. Out of 100 stones, 65 have risen, yielding a profit overall. The returns on my recent batch have been rather mediocre. I merely wagered on the rise of over 40 jadeite stones. However, after a rough calculation of their value, it appears that I am not at a loss overall. Master Wang Yang's expertise in stone gambling is truly astounding, with just a casual sweep. He selected 7 piles of jadeite rough, enabling us to extract jade, and astonishingly guarantees such a high return rate. Given this rate of return and Master Wang Yang's remarkable speed in selecting jadeite rough, he could indeed single-handedly satisfy the jade needs of Yang's jewelry. The sound of astonishment echoed continuously from the employees of Yang's jewelry, who, lost in their shock and joy, failed to notice the increasingly grim expression of Chu Lanchan outside the stall, as dark and unfathomable as a bottomless abyss. Chapter 85. Underhanded Tactics. Strike hard. Chu Lanchan's expression was as dark as a stormy sky. Behind him, the members of the Tingchong Merchants Association observed him with unease, instinctively maintaining their distance. Chu Lanchan appeared refined and elegant, embodying the demeanor of a nobleman. Yet, only his subordinates comprehended the volatility of his temperament, and some even suspected he might be suffering from severe mental instability. However, with the Chu family backing him, he was akin to a deity in Tingchong. Even those who harbored doubts about his sanity dared not voice them openly, opting instead to work quietly and avoid provoking him. At that moment, seeing Chu Lanchan's demeanor, they understood that his mental turmoil was on the verge of eruption, and some individuals were destined to face dire consequences. The woman from Yang's jewelry and her boyfriend were likely to bear the brunt of his wrath. Previously, a couple of tourists had incited Chu Lanchan's ire, resulting in the man's inexplicable car accident and the woman reportedly descending into madness, now confined within a psychiatric hospital. A group of people whispered among themselves, curious about how Chu Lanchan would deal with Yangmi and Wang Yang. Just as they speculated, Chu Lanchan gestured for the stall owner to approach. How long did Wang Yang spend selecting jadeite stones here today? Chu Lanchan inquired, his tone dark and foreboding. His words alone could seal the fate of the stall. The stall owner, without hesitation, recounted the morning's events regarding Wang Yang's selection of jadeite stones. Upon entering the stall, Wang Yang merely circled it once, spending approximately 5 minutes in total. He initially selected over 20 high-end jadeite stones and then casually pointed out 7 piles of ordinary jadeite, opting to purchase them all in one go. Upon hearing the stall owner's account, a look of astonishment flickered in Chu Lanchan's eyes. As a native of Tingchong, he had witnessed countless individuals gamble on stones throughout his life, including many renowned masters. However, he had never encountered someone with the speed and decisiveness of Wang Yang, who bought jadeite by the pile. Even the legendary jade kings of the past could not boast such terrifying prowess. With a grave expression, Chu Lanchan turned to the stall owner and asked, "Is the yield rate of those 7 piles of jadeite truly as high as they claim?" The stall owner, upon hearing Chu Lanchan's inquiry, nodded vigorously. "Among the 7 piles, 4 are profitable. The remaining 3, while not yielding profit, are secure investments at current jadeite values." Hearing this, Chu Lanchan's expression darkened further. He realized that his usual methods of intimidation had failed to threaten Yangmi and Wang Yang effectively. In the realm of conventional dealings, the only leverage he possessed over Yangmi was the ability to hinder those jade merchants from engaging in transactions with her. However, with Wang Yang's extravagant jade betting techniques, it was indeed plausible that he could single-handedly amass the jade required by Yangmi. At that juncture, his threats to obstruct Yangmi's dealings would merely transform into a farcical jest. It was infuriating. How could one individual's jade betting prowess be so astonishingly preposterous? Surely, it must be mere fortune. Even with unparalleled skills, one could not maintain such a high success rate consistently through sheer accumulation. I shall continue to observe, for I refuse to believe that you can perpetually triumph in providing Yangmi with mid to low-tier jade. Chu Lanchan seethed silently, cursing Wang Yang in his heart, convinced that it was impossible for him to gather all the jade needed by Yangmi alone. Yet, deep down, he recognized the turmoil within his own mind. He even began contemplating some underhanded tactics. Waving his hand to dismiss the stall owner, he swiftly turned to his accompanying secretary, arranged for someone to monitor all personnel associated with Yang's jewelry. I need a thorough accounting of their jade betting results today. Both the quantity of high-end jade and mid to low-end jade must be meticulously recorded. Upon hearing Chu Lanchan's instructions, the secretary nodded emphatically, assuring him that everything would be documented with utmost precision. Grateful for the secretary's commitment, Chu Lanshan darkly signaled for the other members of the trade association to continue their inspections. As for himself, he wore a grim expression and strode directly toward the exit of the Jade Square. The sight of Wang Yang continuously amassing wealth was profoundly distressing to him. Yet, as he passed through the Jade Square, he could not help but pause, his gaze filled with increasing animosity as it locked onto Wang Yang at the stone analysis platform. You shall not revel in your triumph for long. The woman I desire shall never escape my grasp, Chu Lanshan seethed, contemplating the use of underhanded tactics to eliminate Wang Yang. However, recalling the reprimand he received from his family for overstepping previously, which nearly led to his confinement, he chose to suppress his fury for the time being, deciding instead to wait another day. Yet, given his temperament, he could only afford to wait for a maximum of one more day. If today's statistics from the secretary confirmed that Wang Yang could indeed, through his own efforts, fully satisfy Yang Mi's jade requirements, he would not allow Wang Yang and Yang Mi to depart with the jade unchallenged. I hope you do not compel me to resort to underhanded tactics. Should I choose to disregard the rules of commerce in dealing with you, your fate will be dire. Chu Lanshan glared at Wang Yang with resentment, then cast a greedy glance at Yang Mi before hastily exiting the Jade Square. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, Chu Lanshan had begun to harbor sinister intentions upon witnessing his jade betting prowess. Nevertheless, his keen sense of hostility allowed him to perceive the palpable malice emanating from Chu Lanshan as he departed. Is he still unwilling to relent? Enough. The opportunity has been afforded to you, and you fail to cherish it. I shall respond to your commercial transgressions with unwavering integrity in my jade betting. But should you foolishly resort to despicable methods, I shall not hesitate to crush you utterly. Wang Yang fixed his gaze upon the receding figure of Chu Lanshan, his expression gradually sharpening. Ultimately, as Chu Lanshan vanished from sight entirely, Wang Yang turned to Yang Mi beside him and quietly instructed, to preclude any desperate actions from Chu Lanshan, you must remain by my side during this period. Do not stray from my line of vision. This way, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I can address them promptly. Yang Mi, having witnessed Wang Yang's prowess in subduing a band of ruthless thugs, was acutely aware of his formidable strength. Upon hearing his earnest directive, she nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, exclaiming, Yes, I will heed your words. My dear husband, from this moment forth, I shall not leave your side, even if it means having you wait outside while I attend to my needs. Chapter 86, Earning 600 million. Under scrutiny upon hearing Yang Mi's words, Wang Yang's face immediately brightened with a satisfied smile. As long as Yang Mi remained within his sight, he had no cause for concern regarding any underhanded schemes from Chu Lanshan that might endanger her. Relaxing, he turned his attention back to the stage, where 3 jadeite pieces were about to be unveiled. These 3 jadeites were of the ice-type Xingyang green variety, their value comparable to those auctioned earlier. In truth, Wang Yang was purchasing jadeite rough stones today, predominantly of this quality. The imperial green glass type, a true gem, was nowhere to be found. Not a single exceptional jadeite was in sight. Fortunately, the jadeite pieces were sufficiently large, ensuring that Wang Yang faced no risk of incurring losses. Much like the jadeite rough stone worth over 30 million, which was as large as a grinding disc. Although the resultant jadeite was merely ordinary ice-type Xingyang green, lacking the rarity of a premium jadeite, its size was considerable. Wang Yang conservatively estimated the value of the cut jadeite to exceed 200 million. Once revealed, it would undoubtedly send the entire Jade Plaza into a frenzy. Yet, the Jade Plaza was already quite noisy. Should this piece emerge, the gathered crowd would likely provoke even the deaf into speech. Wang Yang was a man who cherished tranquility. To shield himself from the cacophony, he had resolved from the outset to postpone the unveiling of the 30 million jadeite rough stone until the end. Nevertheless, despite this decision, the repeated auctions of the 3 jadeite rough stones continued to create an unbearable din. Each piece was claimed by Josephine, who bid significantly above market value, demonstrating her earnest intentions. If she could maintain the highest bid today, he might as well collaborate with her directly starting tomorrow, selling all high-end jadeites to her, which would also afford him some peace. Wang Yang reflected inwardly as he discreetly participated in the auctions. Soon, apart from the final 30 million jadeite rough stone yet to be cut, all others had been sold to Josephine. Over 20 jadeites fetched a staggering 320 million. It is worth noting that Wang Yang had only spent 80 million on these rough stones. Excluding the most valuable piece, he had already quadrupled his investment. He wondered how many times the return rate would soar once the final large jadeite was cut. Curiosity piqued. He observed the skilled cutters meticulously working on the last jadeite rough stone. Indeed, not only he, But the gaze of everyone in the Jade Plaza was riveted on this colossal jadeite rough stone, as large as a grinding disc. Following Wang Yang's successive triumphs with over 20 jadeites, no one doubted his stone gambling prowess any longer. The avid gamblers, entranced by the allure of jade, looked at Wang Yang as if he were a deity, their eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Now, all were convinced that this massive jadeite rough stone surely contained jade. Their sole curiosity lay in how valuable the jade extracted from such a rare and large rough stone would prove to be. At last, under the eager gaze of the onlookers, a magnificent jadeite was unveiled. As it was meticulously cleaned, the entire jadeite square erupted in excitement. Goodness! This piece of jadeite is as large as 3 or 4 watermelons. Having lived in Tuchong for over 30 years, I had never witnessed such a colossal jadeite before. Although size alone is not particularly rare, the quality of this jadeite is exceptional, classified as true high ice type, nearly reaching the clarity of glass. Its color is equally remarkable. Although it is a standard yang green, the hue is strikingly vibrant, with such impressive dimensions in the exquisite quality of high ice yang green. I dared not even venture a valuation for this jadeite. A chorus of astonished voices echoed around the jadeite square, as the crowd, having never encountered such an immense piece, gasped in wonder. The price of the jadeite was of no concern to them, yet each individual was flushed with excitement, as if the jadeite belonged to them. Meanwhile, a flurry of jade merchants began fervently bidding. They were acutely aware that their chances of outbidding Jocelyn were slim. Yet they were animatedly raising their offers in a bid to capture his attention. Master Wang Yang, I am willing to offer 180 million. Might you consider parting with this jadeite for me? Master Wang Yang, I bid 210 million. Please sell this jadeite to me. Master Wang Yang, I offer 220 million. One after another, the jade merchants waved their hands and shouted their bids, attempting to attract Wang Yang's notice. Unbeknownst to them, they had all unconsciously begun to refer to him as Master Wang Yang. Even the onlooking tourists, when discussing Wang Yang, instinctively addressed him as Master Wang Yang. In that moment, his status in the hearts of many in Tinchong seemed almost deified. Listening to the crowd repeatedly calling him master, Wang Yang could only manage a wry smile. The older generation might appreciate such titles as master or expert, but the youth often viewed those adorned with such titles as akin to charlatans. Just as Wang Yang was caught in this moment of bemusement, Jocelyn made her bid. In a situation where others had reached a high of 270 million, she boldly raised her offer by an additional 30 million. Master Wang Yang, I will pay 300 million for this colossal jadeite. Jocelyn gazed at Wang Yang, her expression ablaze with passion. Having witnessed Wang Yang's audacious gambling and the continuous unveiling of exquisite jadeite over the past 2 days, she found herself somewhat in awe of him. Yet, Wang Yang remained oblivious to the fervent admiration reflected in Jocelyn's eyes. Upon hearing Jocelyn's offer, no one dared to bid further. He nodded in agreement to her proposal without hesitation. As soon as Wang Yang consented, Jocelyn initiated the transfer. Utilizing her group's special channels, the transaction was completed instantaneously. Even though it was a cash transfer made in good faith, once the transfer was finalized, Jocelyn turned to Wang Yang with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Master Wang Yang, you have seen my sincerity. Can we establish a long-term partnership moving forward? Wang Yang gazed at Jocelyn, contemplating a long-term partnership, and gently nodded. A long-term collaboration is agreeable, but I shall not sign any contracts. Should your offers fail to meet my expectations, I reserve the right to terminate our partnership at any moment. Upon hearing Wang Yang's stipulations, Jocelyn nodded emphatically. Very well. Master Wang, you possess the right to cease our cooperation at your discretion. With Jocelyn's agreement to his terms, Wang Yang ceased his lengthy discourse and, accompanied by Yang Mi, departed from the Emerald Square, eager to resume his ventures in stone gambling. After all, Yang's jewelry required a substantial quantity of mid to low-end jadeite. To expedite the gathering process, he needed to keep himself occupied. However, as he led Yang Mi into the stone gambling area, a furrow of concern etched across his brow. He realized that he was being followed, and it appeared that even individuals from Yang's jewelry were monitoring him. Clearly, these individuals harbored ill intentions. Chapter 87. The tallest tree in the forest will be blown by the wind upon witnessing the soaring value of my gambling stones. Did they entertain the notion of kidnapping me? Yet, if their intent were indeed abduction, merely fixating on me would suffice. There would be no need to surveil the personnel of Yang's jewelry. Deep within, Wang Yang pondered, and as he remained uncertain of the motives behind his pursuers, he exhibited no outward signs of awareness. It was as though he were oblivious to being followed, as he continued to accompany the employees of Yang's jewelry, ultimately choosing to engage at a gambling stone stall. Though he appeared to be selecting jadeite, his peripheral vision discreetly monitored those who trailed him, eager to discern the identities of the individuals backing them. Only when he observed the secretary of Chu Lanshan arrive, with the group reporting their findings to him, did a look of realization dawn upon Wang Yang. They were indeed investigating my income. Not only were they tallying the high-grade jadeite I acquired at the Jadeite Plaza, but they were also counting the low-end jadeite harvested by the employees of Yang's jewelry. It seemed they were attempting to ascertain whether I could procure sufficient mid to low-grade jadeite for Yangmi, and whether conventional business tactics could still constrain Yang's jewelry. With his extraordinary hearing, Wang Yang gleaned the dialogue between his followers and Chu Lanshan's secretary. Although lacking direct evidence, he was confident in deducing the reasons behind Chu Lanshan's directive for their surveillance. He even surmised that should he manage to provide Yangmi with enough jadeite, freeing himself from Chu Lanshan's constraints, the latter would resort to alternative methods to deal with them, unwilling to let them depart from Tingchong unscathed. It appeared they were indeed unaware of the peril they faced and would need to act before leaving Tingchong. Wang Yang reflected, even having confirmed Chu Lanshan's persistent malice. He did not dwell excessively on the matter. The gambling must continue, and discreetly, he activated his third eye, surveying the jadeite at the stall with a discerning gaze. He could readily identify which jadeite would yield profit and which would not. However, after a thorough examination of all the jadeite stones, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Similar to the previous batch, the finest available were merely ice-type jadeite. In terms of color, they were limited to standard shades such as Zhengyang green and apple green. There were no glass-type or imperial green varieties, nor any of the other rare and exquisite hues. Clearly, the likelihood of encountering top-tier jadeite was exceedingly low, which explained the continual surge in their prices. Alas, if there were no exceptional jadeite, so be it. A smaller profit would suffice. After all, the overall returns remained positive. Wang Yang reassured himself, promptly summoning the stall owner to commence wholesale purchases of jadeite. This one, and this one. This pile, and that pile. He incessantly pointed, swiftly selecting his desired jadeite. 13 half-gambled jadeite stones and 5 full-gambled jadeite stones. Only 18 pieces of high-end jadeite caught Wang Yang's discerning eye. It was not that the remaining jadeite stones lacked profitability. Only the jadeite within those raw stones can yield profits of merely hundreds of thousands, with those surpassing 1 million being exceedingly rare. Wang Yang found it unworthy to squander too much time on them. Instead, he preferred to frequent a gambling stone stall, seeking out larger, more lucrative jadeite raw stones. Consequently, he refrained from engaging with stones that promised profits below 2 million, allowing him to utilize his time more efficiently while leaving a portion of the opportunity for others at the stall. As for the piles of jadeite raw stones, he was not driven by monetary gain at all. A rough mental calculation led him to acquire any that did not entail a loss. Observing Wang Yang's generous purchase of such a multitude of jadeite raw stones, the stall owner beamed with delight and began calculating the total price. Ultimately, Wang Yang spent 95 million to acquire all the jadeite raw stones. Once the transaction was complete, the stall owner arranged for his assistants to help Wang Yang transport the high-end jadeite raw stones to the Jade Square. At Wang Yang's request, he also began organizing personnel to cut the ordinary jadeite raw stones directly at the stall. Gambling stones, cutting, selling jadeite to Jocelyn, and then continuing to gamble stones. Wang Yang's daily routine was as stable as that of a diligent office worker. Even mealtimes were spent ordering takeaway fast food directly at the Jade Square, maximizing efficiency. By the end of a productive day of gambling stones, Wang Yang had completed wholesale purchases at 4 different stalls. However, the latter stalls were not as substantial as the first, yielding lesser profits. The 3 added together brought Wang Yang a total of 900 million. Nearly 300 million more than the first stall. Nevertheless, this still catapulted his assets to 15 billion. More importantly, he had thoroughly gathered the mid to low-end jadeite required by Yangmi, even exceeding the quota. Yangmi had even temporarily transferred an additional 200 million from Yang's jewelry to Wang Yang to settle the remaining payment. Tomorrow marked the final day of the jadeite festival. Under normal circumstances, the two of them would only need to stay in Tengchong for 1 more day before returning completely. My dear, you are truly remarkable. In just 1 day, you have helped me gather nearly 1 billion in mid to low-end jadeite. For this quarter, our Yang's jewelry will have no shortage of jadeite raw materials. My love, I adore you immensely. Tonight, I will surely reward you well. In their hotel room, As soon as Yang Mi closed the door, she eagerly embraced Wang Yang tightly, offering him a passionate kiss. Wang Yang, witnessing Yang Mi's fervent demeanor, felt a sudden tension within him. He was acutely aware of the hotel's poor soundproofing and did not wish to awaken the next morning as the subject of discussion among the women at the front desk. Silently, he thought to himself to cover her mouth and keep the noise to a minimum. With that in mind, he gradually responded to Yang Mi's advances. Soon, the room was enveloped in warmth and intimacy. Meanwhile, within the Tingchong Chamber of Commerce, a storm seemed imminent, as an oppressive atmosphere filled the entire establishment. Today, the president, Chu Lanshan, had spent the day smashing items in his office in a fit of rage. As the clock signaled the end of the workday, no one dared to leave the office. Everyone feigned busyness, anxious that Chu Lanshan might unleash his wrath upon them. Unbeknownst to him, the atmosphere outside his office was fraught with tension. Listening to his secretary's latest report, he learned that Wang Yang had indeed procured jadeite for Yang Mi within a single day, even managing to earn over $1 billion. His countenance darkened further. Such prowess in gambling with stones surpasses that of the jade kings of yore. Yet, your youth renders you unaware of the necessity for discretion, oblivious to the adage that those who stand out in the forest are often the first to be felled by the wind. With a brooding expression, Chu Lanshan's thoughts drifted to Wang Yang, who might be celebrating in bed with Yang Mi, his gaze turning more ferocious, as if he were ready to devour them whole. Chapter 88. A deposit of $2 billion. The night slipped away unnoticed. Due to the late revelry of the previous evening, Wang Yang and Yang Mi did not awaken until 9 o'clock the following morning. As they departed from the hotel, the two women at the front desk began to whisper about Wang Yang again. It was said that their escapades had reached new heights the night before, continuing until dawn before they finally rested. There had always been a notion that men were the best tonic for women, a sentiment I had previously doubted as mere self-aggrandizement from men. Yet, upon seeing the radiant glow on that woman's face, my skepticism vanished entirely. Regrettably, he seemed uninterested in me. Despite my providing him with my phone number and WeChat ID, he had yet to reach out. The two front desk attendants observed Wang Yang and Yang Mi's retreating figures, resuming their hushed conversation about him. However, Wang Yang's hearing was far superior to that of an average person. Although their voices were soft, every word fell distinctly upon his ears. As he caught wind of their chatter regarding himself and Yang Mi, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Last night, he had initially tried to muffle Yang Mi's voice, urging her to keep quiet. Yet, as the night progressed and his enthusiasm grew, he forgot the hotel's poor sound insulation. Tonight, he resolved to be more cautious and ensure she remained quieter. Wang Yang contemplated this while dismissing the idea of resting for the night. The Tengchong Jade Festival lasted only 3 days, and today marked the final day. Tomorrow, he would return to the bustling metropolis with Yang Mi, who would undoubtedly have to return home to her parents. The prospect of nightly escapades would soon be a thing of the past. Thus, tonight, he not only intended to refrain from rest but also to indulge even more. He resolved to keep her mouth covered tonight, ensuring her voice would remain subdued. With a sigh of determination, Wang Yang soon brought Yang Mi back to the Jade Square, where the Yang family jewelry representatives awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Wang Yang and Yang Mi, the men among them looked at Wang Yang with palpable envy. It was unclear whether they envied him for having such an exquisite girlfriend or for his astonishing performance the previous night. After all, their rooms were adjacent to Wang Yang and Yang Mi's, and the hotel staff had undoubtedly overheard the sounds emanating from his room. In theory, they had no reason not to have heard. Feeling a bit awkward, Wang Yang ignored their gazes and promptly initiated the day's activities. They opted for a larger stone gambling stall this time. However, since Yang Mi's family currently did not require additional jade reserves, Wang Yang refrained from selecting lower-grade jade. Instead, he focused on high-end jade stones in the semi-gambling and full gambling sections. The ordinary jade sections received only a cursory glance. Upon confirming the absence of premium jade, he completely disregarded them. Before long, Wang Yang made a payment of 30 million, selecting 16 jade stones that caught his eye, and proceeded towards the Jade Square. Today was the final day of the Tingchong Jade Festival. After today, it will be challenging to encounter such a plethora of exquisite jadeite raw stones again. He must seize this final day to earn a substantial profit. As Wang Yang arrived at the Jadeite Square, those who had long awaited his presence immediately erupted in excitement. Master Wang has arrived, and this time he has brought with him a dozen or so jadeite raw stones. It remains uncertain whether today Master Wang's jadeite stones will continue to yield profits without fail, as he has successfully achieved this feat twice in a row. Surely, He aims to maintain his flawless winning streak until the very end. The air was thick with excitement, with voices rising in fervor around the square. Having witnessed Wang Yang's triumphant results over the past 2 days, many were increasingly curious if he could sustain his perfect record on this final day. Yet, upon gazing at the bustling jadeite square before him, Wang Yang's brow furrowed in concern. The square was teeming with people. Not only was the area surrounding the square filled with onlookers, but even the large cutting machines on stage had been commandeered by other jadeite enthusiasts. His plan to cut several jadeite raw stones simultaneously was rendered impossible. Fortuitously, as he arrived, a fellow gambler had suffered a loss and was promptly taken away, allowing Wang Yang to seize a large cutting machine that others deemed unlucky. Otherwise, given the enthusiasm of the crowd today, he would have likely waited several hours for his turn. While others feared misfortune, he remained undeterred. Having long understood the internal structure of the jadeite raw stones, Wang Yang began marking lines on each stone, preparing for the cutting process. Once the lines were drawn, the cutter immediately began working on the first jadeite raw stone. Instantly, the multitude that had gathered around the other machines converged upon Wang Yang's cutting station. Clearly, in the eyes of many, Wang Yang's jadeite gambling had taken on a somewhat mythical aura. As soon as he appeared, their attention was solely focused on his endeavors. Wang Yang did not disappoint them. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he effortlessly orchestrated yet another wave of 16 consecutive profits. The jadeite raw stone valued at 30 million skyrocketed to 130 million, netting him a profit of 1 billion after selling it to Jocelyn. He then embarked on a new round of gambling. Ultimately, due to his late start, he only managed to clear 3 gambling stalls throughout the day. And these were not as grand as those from yesterday. Nevertheless, even so, the 3 stalls still yielded him an additional 5 billion, bringing his bank account total to 20 billion. This sum is indeed substantial, although it pales in comparison to the assets of the Yang family. It is sufficient to evoke envy in countless individuals. This 20 billion could sustain him for a considerable duration, allowing him to purchase numerous antiques. Once the funds are nearly depleted, he would find ways to generate more wealth. With a sense of satisfaction, Wang Yang contemplated a temporary cessation of his money-making endeavors. Yet, all of this remained unbeknownst to Jocelyn, who stood by his side. Completely captivated by Wang Yang's remarkable stone gambling skills, she sought to deepen her friendship with him. "Master Wang, I have already made a reservation at a restaurant and arranged for some rare delicacies," she exclaimed with enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling. "Since you are leaving tomorrow, I would like to take this opportunity to treat you to a meal as a celebration of our initial success in collaboration." Jocelyn gazed at Wang Yang, her warmth palpable. Wang Yang, whose life held few passions, considered dining among them. Upon hearing about the assortment of wild delicacies, he readily agreed. Accompanied by Yang Mi, the trio made their way to the restaurant Jocelyn had reserved. However, as they entered the establishment, a frown creased Wang Yang's brow. To his astonishment, he spotted Chu Lanshan within the restaurant. It appeared that as he entered, Chu Lanshan had also accompanied a middle-aged man into the same venue. The man's features bore a resemblance to Chu Lanshan, yet he was strikingly gaunt, as if suffering from prolonged malnutrition. Due to their close proximity, Wang Yang could even discern a faint sound reminiscent of insects emanating from the middle-aged man, suggesting that he was beset by hundreds of crawling creatures. Chapter 89. The maternal and filial goo worms. From a young age, Wang Yang harbored a profound aversion to insects, finding them utterly repulsive. Upon noticing the multitude of disgusting creatures clinging to the man before him, he instinctively led Yang Mi and Josephine to a safer distance. Resembling someone trying to evade a filthy stray dog that had suddenly lunged from behind a trash bin, fearful of being sullied by its dirtiness, Chu Lanshan, observing Wang Yang's reaction, felt a surge of anger at being regarded as something as detestable as a stray dog. How dare he perceive me as an unsightly mutt? Yet, your arrogance shall not endure much longer. By nightfall, you, the suddenly ascendant master of gambling stones from Tingchong, will be nothing more than a dog whose life and death rest within my whims. Glaring at Wang Yang with palpable resentment, Chu Lanshan chose to restrain himself. As he entered the restaurant with the middle-aged man by his side, Wang Yang, watching the duo disappear into the establishment, fell into a contemplative state. Is it fate that our paths cross so closely? Perhaps this is for the best. If he acts against me sooner, I can rid myself of this nuisance and ensure a peaceful night's rest. Wang Yang mused that. Although he was aware Chu Lanshan would not allow him and Yang Mi to leave Tingchong unscathed, he remained unconcerned about the latent threat posed by Chu Lanshan. As a first-rate martial artist, The manifestation of true energy made him akin to a master of external cultivation, having grasped the essence of martial arts. The threats to his existence had dwindled significantly. Even if such threats existed, they were certainly not within Chu Lanshan's capacity to wield. Thus, even as he sensed the deep-seated malice emanating from Chu Lanshan and realized that the man was likely poised to make a move against him, he remained unfazed. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yang and Yang Mi accompanied Josephine into a private room, while their bodyguards were seated at a separate table in the lobby, where Josephine had arranged a meal for them. Although the bodyguards' meal lacked alcohol and exotic delicacies, it was otherwise comparable to that of the trio. Josephine, unburdened by financial constraints, generously catered to her subordinates. Once inside the private room, Josephine eagerly poured wine for Wang Yang. "Master Wang, I had a case of 30-year-old Mutai specially procured from the capital. There are 6 bottles in total, and we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated," she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as she prepared to fill his glass. However, before she could pour, Wang Yang raised his hand to stop her. 30-year-old Mutai, priced between 15 to 20,000 per bottle, amounted to a minimum of 100,000 for the entire case. Under normal circumstances, he would relish such exquisite wine. Yet today was different. Aware that Chu Lanshan was plotting against him in a nearby room, he could not afford to indulge. After all, he did not possess the capacity to drink without consequence. Should he overindulge and fall prey to Chu Lanshan's scheme, the repercussions would be dire. "I have important matters to attend to tonight, so I shall refrain from drinking for the time being," Wang Yang stated candidly, meeting Josephine's gaze. Upon hearing his refusal, a hint of regret flickered in her eyes. Having recently arrived in Xia country, she had come to understand a crucial lesson. In the realm of intimate business partnerships, it is often said that one must have shared a drink to forge a genuine bond. Yet, observing Wang Yang's resolute demeanor, she dared not press the matter further and instead opted for tea. Nevertheless, she gazed longingly at Wang Yang, endeavoring to deepen their friendship through conversation. As a beauty, she had mastered the art of utilizing her allure for social interaction since her school days. Through her captivating presence, she effortlessly befriended anyone she wished to know. It was this formidable social prowess that allowed her to stand out amidst familial competition, rising to the esteemed position of regional manager at a young age. However, today, her social skills seemed to falter. Despite her efforts to engage and charm, Wang Yang appeared oblivious to her advances. His responses were consistently perfunctory, his attention solely fixated on the rare delicacies before him. "Am I not more appealing than these exotic dishes?" Jocelyn felt a wave of dejection wash over her, once again questioning her own allure. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, his indifference had reignited Jocelyn's self-doubt, as he savored the unprecedented flavors of bear paw and pangolin. His focus remained entirely on the culinary delights. It was not only he, even Yang Mi was engrossed in her meal, completely disregarding Jocelyn's attempts at flirtation. These delicacies, even for someone of Yang Mi's privileged background, were unprecedented. Their consumption was forbidden domestically. Only in Tingchong, near the border, could one find establishments that illicitly procured such rare fare. Hence, both Wang Yang and Yang Mi relished their dining experience. This must be what is known as a couple's compatibility. Their evident affection for one another made it no wonder that he would utterly overlook my beauty. As Jocelyn observed Wang Yang and Yang Mi enjoying their meal, their harmonious connection resonated with her, extinguishing the unwarranted thoughts that had briefly flared within her. She decided to immerse herself in her meal, transforming her frustrations into a hearty appetite. Meanwhile, the trio of Wang Yang dined cheerfully while not far away. In a private room, Chu Lanshan implored a middle-aged man with a pitiful expression. "Uncle, please grant me a mother and child gu. You saw how that Wang Yang looked down on me, as if I were a worthless stray dog. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. You must provide me with a mother and child gu so I can reclaim my dignity." Chu Lanshan beseeched the middle-aged man, his face a portrait of supplication. Upon hearing Chu Lanshan's plea, the middle-aged man's expression morphed into one of profound helplessness. "Lanshan, your talents are ill-suited for nurturing gu. Your body has not undergone the long-term symbiosis required for such practices. Directly raising a mother and child gu would impose a significant burden on your health. I can grant you the gu, but you must promise me to destroy the mother gu within a week, or the prolonged strain will lead to your demise from excessive blood loss." The middle-aged man is Chu Yunfei, the second uncle of Chu Lanshan, a figure shrouded in mystery as a gu master in the Miao region. Not only Chu Yunfei, but the majority of the Chu family members are also practitioners of this ancient art. Only those who are deemed unsuitable for raising gu will manage the family's enterprises externally, generating wealth for the clan. After all, cultivating gu requires substantial financial resources to procure necessary materials. Without sufficient funds, one risks being drained of life by the very gu they attempt to nurture. At this moment, upon hearing his uncle's consent to provide him with maternal gu, Chu Lanshan's face radiated with joy. "Uncle, rest assured, I merely seek to vent my frustrations. Within 7 days, I shall have my fill of this experience. By then, I will resolve the matter along with the gu, ensuring my own well-being remains intact." Chu Lanshan lifted his cup in a toast to his uncle, eagerly expressing his gratitude. Chapter 90, Sweetheart, let us not sleep tonight within the private room. Wang Yang finally set down his utensils after indulging in a sumptuous feast. He drained the last half bottle of cola in one go, letting out a satisfying belch. Despite having dined for an extended period, Chu Lanshan had not made an appearance to retaliate. It appeared that Chu Lanshan intended to make his move later in the evening. Wang Yang hoped he would act sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he would be too apprehensive to approach Yangmi. If he were interrupted midway, it would certainly spoil the moment. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he even felt a surge of impulse to confront Chu Lanshan directly in his private room. However, once the three of them departed the suite, such notions extinguished entirely. The door to Chu Lanshan's room was wide open, revealing an empty space within. Clearly, Chu Lanshan had vacated the establishment. The Chu family wielded considerable influence in this area, making it relatively easy to ascertain his whereabouts. Conversely, tracking down Chu Lanshan would prove to be a more arduous task. Thus, rather than aimlessly searching for Chu Lanshan, it seemed more prudent to wait for him to come to him. Wang Yang was resolute in his belief that he would not allow himself to be a passive observer while he and Yangmi prepared to depart Tingcheng on the morrow. Therefore, it was inevitable that Chu Lanshan would take action against him this evening. Wang Yang hoped he would arrive promptly, so as not to impede his anticipated pleasures for the night. Gazing at Yangmi, whose voluptuous figure rivaled that of a prize stallion, a wave of restlessness washed over him. The thought of returning to the metropolis, where she would no longer be able to share his bed, intensified his desire to seize the night. Consequently, he found himself fervently wishing for Chu Lanshan to arrive sooner. Yet, disappointment awaited him. After saying farewell to Jocelyn, he returned to the hotel with Yangmi. However, even as the clock struck 11, Wang Yang found no sign of Chu Lanshan's arrival. In the bedroom, Yangmi observed Wang Yang, who had been engrossed in his phone since returning, and a look of surprise flickered in her eyes. This was not the Wang Yang she knew. Though she had been the one to initiate their first encounter, he had since become quite familiar with the pleasures they shared. Whenever they found themselves alone, his hands seldom remained idle. Tonight, however, was different. After her shower, as she nestled into the sheets, Wang Yang had not yet made a move. "Darling, I've just showered and freshened up. Shall we rest?" Yangmi looked at him, her eyes brimming with desire. She was both inexperienced and playful, a perfect embodiment of her character. Wang Yang was unwilling to squander the night, and she felt the same urgency. Aware that their time together would soon be limited, she was determined to revel in the evening delights. She even contemplated catching up on sleep during the flight. As Wang Yang watched Yangmi extend her invitation while playfully pulling back the covers, revealing her flawless figure obscured only by a sheer black nightgown, his heart raced. Yet, the looming threat of Chu Lanshan's impending vengeance made him hesitate to engage with Yangmi at this moment. After all, his physique was robust, and it could not be resolved in mere minutes. Halfway through, the door was suddenly thrust open by Chu Lanshan, not only interrupting the mood but also exposing Yangmi to potential embarrassment. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Yangmi was his woman, and he would never allow another man to behold her in such a state. While scrolling through Douyin, he often wished for the women depicted to wear less, revealing more of themselves, yet he desired none of that for his own partner. To resist the allure of Yangmi's charm, he hastily pulled up the blanket, covering her once more. "Just lie still for now. Chu Lanshan may take action against us tonight. Once I deal with him, I will attend to you slowly," he instructed. "For now, stay snug under the covers, and ensure you are well concealed to avoid any unexpected exposure should he burst in." Wang Yang spoke with a fierce intensity, hoping to convey the gravity of the situation to Yangmi. If she continued to tease him in this manner, his resolve, which was not particularly strong, would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand her temptations. After his stern admonition, Yangmi finally adopted a serious demeanor. "All right, I will listen to you, my husband," she replied, nodding earnestly and tightly wrapping herself in the blanket. Yet, she showed no intention of rising to dress. Clearly, she was filled with confidence, trusting that Wang Yang would protect her, believing that no one could approach her and disturb her cocoon of comfort. Wang Yang, witnessing Yang Mi's unwavering trust and admiration, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. For a man, the trust and reverence of his woman surpass any material gift in bringing joy. Just as he reveled in the warmth of her faith, a sudden sound echoed from the firmly shut door, a soft chime, the unmistakable sound of a keycard unlocking. At that moment, Wang Yang instantly recognized that Chu Lanshan had arrived. However, rather than forcefully breaking in, he had opted to use the keycard. An unexpected choice for Wang Yang. Yet, considering Chu Lanshan's background, it was hardly surprising. The hotel staff would not dare refuse his requests. Not to mention, should he wish to acquire the hotel itself, the owner would have no choice but to comply. Contemplating this, Wang Yang's gaze turned toward the slowly opening door. As it creaked ajar, Chu Lanshan stealthily stepped inside, clearly intending to enter unnoticed. However, upon entering the room, he was taken aback by the illuminated lights in the sight of Wang Yang seated on the bed, eyes fixed on the entrance. It dawned on him. He knew I was coming and has been waiting for me. Observing the irony and amusement in Wang Yang's gaze, Chu Lanshan experienced a moment of clarity. Though surprised, he felt little panic. Casting a glance at Wang Yang, he scoffed disdainfully. You actually deduced that I would come to seek revenge tonight. It appears you possess some wit after all. Since you anticipated my arrival for vengeance tonight, you ought to have departed immediately by nightfall instead of awaiting tomorrow's flight. Escaping from Tengchong under the cover of night would have rendered it inconvenient for me to pursue you in the bustling metropolis. However, you failed to seize this singular opportunity. And now you can only be toyed with like a mere dog, helplessly watching as I amuse myself with your woman. Wang Yang chuckled, observing Chu Lanshan's unwavering confidence. He then, with a tone laced with sarcasm, remarked, You think you can toy with me? With that spindly physique of yours? Or perhaps you intend to rely on those few insignificant insects you just released? Chu Lanshan, upon realizing that Wang Yang had detected the goo worms he had let loose, was left utterly bewildered, unable to believe his own ears. Chapter 91. A finger's decision of life and death. He was not one to engage in idle chatter. The lengthy conversation with Wang Yang was merely a ruse to delay him, allowing for the discreet release of the goo worms that would burrow into the bodies of Wang Yang and Yang Mi. The mother and child goo, formerly known as the heart-eating goo, consisted of the child goo that could tear through human skin and infiltrate the heart through the bloodstream, lying in wait. The mother goo, on the other hand, could manipulate the child goo. By controlling the mother goo, one could instantaneously command the child goo to gnaw at the heart it had invaded. The agony inflicted was unbearable, even for those who fancied themselves as resilient warriors. Once the child goo activated, even the mightiest would find themselves prostrate on the ground, trapped in a torment from which escape was impossible. In the face of such suffering, no one could maintain their defiance, regardless of how steadfast one's will might be. It proved futile, unless one dared to confront death directly and take their own life. Yet, while many spoke of life and death with a semblance of understanding, few truly had the courage to choose death when faced with that ultimate decision. At least, Chu Lanshan had yet to encounter anyone willing to embrace death voluntarily. Men, under the control of the child goo, would kneel in supplication, seeking mercy and willing to become subservient. Women, no matter how virtuous, would become as docile as kittens, yielding to his whims once they felt the torment of the child goo. However, despite the formidable nature of the heart-eating goo, it required entry into the heart to exert its full power. Until it penetrated the heart, the goo worm was not much different from common insects found in nature, merely possessing tougher skin and more discreet movements. Yet, no matter how resilient its exterior or how stealthy its flight, once detected within the human body, it could be swatted away as easily as a fly. Thus, a goo master preferred to operate from the shadows, silently dispatching their foes rather than engaging in direct confrontation. Although Chu Lanshan was not a professional goo master, having been raised in a family of goo practitioners, he was well aware of this principle. Choosing to visit Wang Yang's room under the cover of night was a calculated decision, intending to covertly administer the goo while Wang Yang and Yang Mi were asleep, thereby minimizing the risk of unforeseen complications. Now, the last thing he could afford was to be discovered by Wang Yang before he completed his mission. The very thought of Wang Yang potentially detecting the goo worms he had discreetly released sent waves of anxiety through Chu Lanshan's mind. How could it be? The sound of the child goo's flight was far softer than that of a mosquito. It was inconceivable that he could hear it. Nonetheless, even if Wang Yang were to discover the child goo, it did not necessarily mean he could prevent its invasion. The child goo's assault on the skin was but a fleeting moment, Chu Lanshan had only one opportunity to strike at the child Gu. Should he fail to act promptly, allowing the Gu to infiltrate the bloodstream, his very life would hinge upon a single thought. He had released 10 child Gu. As long as 2 managed to breach their bodies, victory would still be his. Chu Lanshan continuously reassured himself in his mind, striving to quell the turmoil within his heart. Yet, in the next moment, as the child Gu drew under his watchful gaze, Wang Yang took immediate action. As he exerted his full strength, the onlooker could hardly discern Wang Yang's movements. He was a martial artist. Just as the thought flickered in Chu Lanshan's mind, all the child Gu had already been dispatched by Wang Yang. By the time he realized that all the child Gu were eradicated, Wang Yang had already risen from the bedside, advancing towards him step by step. Despite his stature being on par with Wang Yang's, at that moment, as Wang Yang approached, Chu Lanshan suddenly felt dwarfed by him. He seemed so towering that a mere swing of his arm could swat him down like a fly, and a stamp of his foot could crush him like an ant. No, I cannot die. I have the Chu family supporting me. I possess wealth and women. I must not perish here. With fear etched across his face, Chu Lanshan quickly turned to Wang Yang and implored, "No, Wang Yang, you cannot kill me. I am Chu Lanshan of the Chu family, backed by the entire clan. If you take my life, the Chu family will not forgive you. There are numerous Gu masters within the family. You cannot withstand their retaliation." Wang Yang, observing Chu Lanshan's futile attempt to intimidate him with his familial connections, could only chuckle in disbelief. Gu masters indeed wield significant power, particularly in assassination, making them exceedingly difficult to guard against. Most martial artists, unless they reach the master realm, can easily fall victim to the covert strikes of Gu masters. It is not unheard of for a peak, first-rate martial artist to perish at the hands of a newly initiated Gu master. Thus, ordinary martial artists would generally refrain from provoking Gu masters, let alone an entire Gu master clan. However, Wang Yang was different. He was a natural nemesis to Gu masters. As a pinnacle dual, first-rate martial artist, his skin's toughness surpassed that of rhinoceros hide. Even without channeling his internal energy, blades could not pierce him, let alone the bites of Gu insects. For the Gu insects to target him, the only means would be to induce him to consume them, allowing them to wreak havoc from within. Yet, his internal energy, cultivated through the profound 8-9 profound arts, not only possessed formidable lethality, but also exhibited remarkable self-healing capabilities. If a Gu master were to employ covert methods to poison Wang Yang's food, mistakenly ingested, he could instantly eradicate the Gu insects using his powerful internal energy, suffering no harm whatsoever. Thus, while Chu Lanshan's threats might have some effect on an ordinary martial artist, they were nothing more than a jest in Wang Yang's presence. The Chu family would do well to refrain from seeking revenge against me. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to annihilate them as well. Wang Yang chuckled coldly, and as he reached Chu Lanshan, he pointed decisively at his heart. Bang! In an instant, Chu Lanshan felt his heartbeat quicken inexplicably, each second seeming to accelerate. It instilled in him the dreadful illusion that his heart would soon leap from his chest. I cannot die. With despair etched on his face, Chu Lanshan swiftly flung open the door behind him and dashed outside. He yearned to return home, hastily seeking the guidance of his elders to scrutinize the alterations Wang Yang had inflicted upon his heart. The art of Gu, capable of both killing and healing, was not lost on him. He realized that Wang Yang had undoubtedly employed some arcane methods on his heart, rendering conventional medical approaches futile. His sole desire was to locate his family elders before the heart issue escalated, hoping to salvage his condition. Wang Yang observed Chu Lanshan's frantic departure, clearly intent on seeking help, yet his eyes were filled with disdain. The Eye of Heaven's sex esoteric technique, the heart-severing finger, could accelerate a person's heartbeat to its utmost limits, culminating in a complete cessation of life. The Chu family, being practitioners of Gu, required unique Gu worms capable of devouring true energy to eradicate the profound energy residing in Chu Lanshan's heart. However, he doubted that a modest family like the Chus possessed such formidable Gu worms. Chapter 92. The divine iron of the Chu family. A formidable family understands a fundamental truth. It is prudent not to cultivate formidable adversaries. Had the members of the Chu family possessed true intelligence, they would have recognized the potent energy at the heart of Chu Lanshan and comprehended the wisdom of leaving it undisturbed. Conversely, should they lack such acumen and dare to seek retribution, they would unwittingly invite their own demise. As these thoughts coursed through Wang Yang's mind, a glint of fierce resolve flickered in his eyes. Yet, he swiftly tempered his emotions, gently closing the door and securing it with a lock. Regardless of whether the Chu family plotted revenge, that was a matter for tomorrow. This evening, they would undoubtedly be preoccupied with rescuing Chu Lanshan, leaving them no time to intrude upon him. Thus, he felt at ease to engage with Yang Mi, free from the worry of unexpected interruptions that might mar their enjoyment. Upon Wang Yang's approach, Yang Mi eagerly threw back the covers, gesturing for him to join her with an expectant smile. Observing Wang Yang's earlier dismissal of Chu Lanshan, she had mistakenly assumed that the latter had fled in terror, and thus her enthusiasm remained undiminished. She yearned to seize this final day to indulge in unrestrained passion with Wang Yang. Seeing Yang Mi unaffected by the earlier intrusion, Wang Yang decided to forego any further hesitation, reclining beside her and enveloping her in a tender kiss. Instantly, the temperature in the room escalated, rendering their garments unbearable. The atmosphere was filled with an intoxicating warmth. At the Chu residence, as Wang Yang and Yang Mi began to grasp the profound truths of the yin-yang principle, Chu Lanshan was finally returning home, his car navigating the path to the Chu family estate. However, in the brief interval since his departure from Wang Yang's abode, he appeared significantly more disheveled. Beads of sweat glistened on his face and body, resembling a drenched fowl, exuding an unmistakable air of distress. Upon entering the grand courtyard of the Chu residence, he cried out in desperation, "Uncle, grandfather, please come quickly to my aid. My heart races uncontrollably, as if it might leap from my chest. I am utterly exhausted. My heart's frantic beating wears me down, and I feel as though I am on the brink of death." His sobs echoed through the air, prompting the members of the Chu family, who had already retired for the night, to rush from their chambers. Witnessing Chu Lanshan's pitiable state, they wasted no time and promptly ushered him into the main hall. His uncle, in a swift motion, retrieved several black sesame-like insect eggs from his pocket and pressed them into Chu Lanshan's mouth. These were special parasitic insects. Once ingested, they would swiftly revitalize the body, transforming into a unique source of nourishment that temporarily enhanced physical resilience. Their effects were akin to the currently coveted Ong Nyohuang pills, renowned for their potency, yet these insects were far more formidable. In cases of cardiac distress, regardless of severity, these creatures could sustain life, buying precious time for healing. Alas, this time, the insects administered by Chu Lanshan's uncle failed to produce the desired results. The goo worms were the very essence of the heart of Chulan Mountain, only to be instantly met with the invisible strangulation of Wang Yang's profound energy. In an instant, several goo worms perished, unable even to emit a dying cry. Yet, despite this, Chulan Mountain's second uncle, the master of the goo worms, immediately sensed their demise. His expression darkened considerably. He hastily produced several types of goo worms, pouring them into Chulan Mountain's mouth in an attempt to stabilize his rapidly beating heart. However, regardless of the type of goo worm he administered, they were all annihilated as they approached the heart, unable to overcome the onslaught of the profound energy. None could breach the lethal grip of that energy. This energy residing within you is far too potent, likely nearing the innate energy of a master, he lamented. Only goo worms capable of devouring energy might solve Chulan Mountain's cardiac dilemma. Yet such specimens can only be cultivated by a few goo deities in the southern frontier, and our Chu family lacks such individuals. With a grim expression, Chulan Mountain's second uncle finally turned his gaze towards Chu Yunfei's grandfather, the head of the Chu family, Chu Zhuang. Under the scrutiny of Chulan Mountain's second uncle, Chu Zhuang did not respond immediately, instead lost in heavy contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally looked towards Chulan Mountain's second uncle and asked, "Are you certain that the energy surrounding Chulan Mountain's heart is indeed approaching innate energy?" Chulan Mountain's second uncle nodded earnestly. "I am absolutely certain. I have befriended several top-tier martial artists, and the energy within Chulan Mountain surpasses that of each one significantly. Should those martial artists engage with the master of that energy, they would likely be crushed in an instant." His words deepened Chu Zhuang's gravity of expression. After a lengthy pause, a resolute determination flickered in his eyes. Before the gaze of the entire Chu family, he slowly approached Chulan Mountain, remorsefully stating, "Chulan, I am deeply sorry. When your parents unexpectedly passed, I vowed to care for you in their stead, but today I find myself unable to uphold that promise. Not only can I not save you, but I also lack the courage to avenge you. The adversary you have offended is too formidable. I cannot lead the entire Chu family into vengeance. If our retaliation fails to eliminate such a powerful foe in one strike, he could invade the Chu family, leading to our collective demise." Chulan Mountain felt despair envelop him. Witnessing his grandfather's inability to save him, let alone seek vengeance, he was utterly shattered. "No, grandfather. You must save me. I am still so young. I do not wish to die. You cannot help me, but Wang Yang surely can. The energy within my heart was inflicted by his finger. He can surely extract it. We can plead with him. We can offer him money and treasures. I would bow to him in gratitude if he would only extract the energy from my heart. The sound of his anguished cries echoed relentlessly from Chulan Mountain's lips. In this moment, in the struggle for survival, Chu Lanshan was prepared to forsake even his dignity. Hearing the anguished cries of Chu Lanshan, a flicker of compassion appeared on Chu Zhuang's face. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to his second uncle, Chu Yunfei, and said, "Yunfei, go to the treasure vault of the Chu family and retrieve the piece of celestial iron. We shall proceed to the hotel where Wang Yang is staying. Every warrior yearns for a powerful weapon, and celestial iron can serve as the very core of a divine armament. Since Wang Yang is also a warrior, he will undoubtedly succumb to the allure of the celestial iron and will surely accept it, sparing Lanshan this time." Chapter 93. Do you seek vengeance for the Chu family? Upon hearing his father, Chu Zhuang, speak thus, Chu Yunfei swiftly dashed towards the family treasury. In no time, he retrieved a piece of celestial iron, unexpectedly acquired by the Chu family, a remarkable ore from the jade mining region. Its surface shimmered in a deep emerald hue, resembling jade at first glance. However, the members of the Chu family were acutely aware that it was not jade, but rather an extraordinary celestial iron. In terms of hardness, it surpassed any known steel. If crafted by a master, it could be transformed into a divine weapon. The Chu family, being descendants of sorcerers, had no martial artists among them, which explained their failure to forge it until now. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that this celestial iron held immense allure for any warrior, as none would refuse the prospect of wielding such a powerful material. Furthermore, this celestial iron possessed a unique characteristic absent in ordinary weapons. When subjected to mechanical testing, it revealed no iron properties and was instead identified as a rare form of jade, allowing it to travel freely by air or rail without hindrance. Upon retrieving the watermelon-sized piece of celestial iron, weighing approximately 100 pounds, Chu Zhuang hesitated only briefly before instructing Yunfei and Lanshan, "Accompany me to the hotel to find Wang Yang. The rest of the Chu family shall await our news at home." The members of the Chu family nodded in agreement. Yet Chu Yunfei bore a troubled expression as he clutched the celestial iron, trailing behind the elder Chu. The weight of the iron was burdensome, despite its size. It was incredibly heavy. The physique of a sorcerer, having been weakened from years of nurturing their insects with their own blood, was inherently frail. Under ordinary circumstances, he would be unable to lift such a weight. It was only through the stimulation of the insects within him that he managed to carry the celestial iron. However, this strength was not without consequence. It drew upon his physical reserves, leaving him and the insects utterly drained thereafter. Recovery would take no less than a month. Uncertain if Wang Yang could even wield a weapon forged from such heavy celestial iron, Chu Yunfei's curiosity grew as he placed the iron into the trunk of his vehicle and drove towards the hotel where Wang Yang resided. However, the hotel was situated at the opposite end of Tingcheng from the Chu family home. Despite running multiple red lights, Chu Yunfei arrived at the hotel half an hour later. The relentless jostling during the ride had rendered Chu Lanshan's complexion ashen, devoid of any color. Had it not been for the strong rhythm of his heartbeat, both Chu Yunfei and Chu Zhuang might have feared he was already lifeless. Without a moment's delay, the two hastily brought Chu Lanshan and the celestial iron to the door of Wang Yang and Yang Mi's room, their hearts racing as they knocked anxiously on the door. Inside, Wang Yang had just emerged from the shower, donning a bathrobe. The sudden sound of knocking startled him. He was well aware that hotel staff would not disturb him and Yang Mi at such an hour. With a face full of curiosity, he discreetly activated his third eye, observing the situation outside. Immediately, the appearance of the three generations of the Chu family came into his view. However, he was hardly concerned with their appearances. His gaze instinctively fell upon the divine iron clutched in Chu Yunfei's arms, the celestial meteorite. As he gazed at the divine iron, information regarding it from his heritage instantly surfaced in Wang Yang's mind. The divine iron was a rare celestial meteorite, a unique metal used for forging divine weapons. Weapons crafted from this celestial meteorite were as solid as jade and possessed remarkable durability, rivaling any divine weapon. More importantly, the celestial meteorite had a potent amplification effect on true qi, enhancing its power by 30%. The Chu family had come bearing such a valuable item to seek my favor, hoping I would save Chu Lanshan, did they? Yet, their aspirations were destined to be in vain. With my heartbreak finger, if Chu Lanshan continued to lie in wait for rescue, he might survive until dawn. However, It was evident that Chu Lanshan had endured much during the journey, and his end was imminent. Wang Yang felt that by the time he opened the door, Chu Lanshan would likely be dead, even if the Chu family wished to leverage the divine iron to plead for Chu Lanshan's life. They might not even find the opportunity to speak. Wang Yang was filled with myriad emotions, yet even with this understanding, he slowly approached the door. While instructing Yangmi to stay snug in bed and not to come out, he made his way to the entrance and gently opened the door. "Do you have matters to discuss?" Wang Yang feigned ignorance, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was quite displeased at being interrupted. Observing Wang Yang's apparent irritation, both Chu Yunfei and Chu Zhuang were instantly filled with anxiety. After all, should Wang Yang suddenly unleash his wrath, they, as Gu masters, would have no means of defense at such close proximity. Not daring to delay, Chu Zhuang, as the family head, promptly addressed Wang Yang, "Mr. Wang, I am Chu Lanshan's grandfather. Chu Lanshan has offended you through his ignorance, and I have brought this celestial divine iron from our family's collection to offer my apologies. As a martial artist, possessing this celestial divine iron enables you to seek a master craftsman to forge a weapon tailored exclusively for you. I sincerely hope you can show mercy and spare Chu Lanshan this time." A substantial gift. Upon hearing Chu Zhuang's words, Wang Yang deliberately fixed his gaze on the celestial meteorite, a look of delight manifesting on his face. Seeing Wang Yang's evident satisfaction with the divine iron, Chu Zhuang felt a significant sense of relief. However, just as he believed that this divine iron might allow Wang Yang to pardon Chu Lanshan, Wang Yang's words left both Chu Zhuang and Chu Yunfei utterly bewildered. "I am indeed very pleased with this celestial divine iron. However, it seems you have arrived too late." Chu Lanshan has clearly ceased to breathe. Wang Yang spoke solemnly, feigning regret. Upon hearing Wang Yang's explanation, Chu Zhuang and Chu Yunfei turned their gazes back to Chu Lanshan, only to realize that his heart had completely stopped beating. The two individuals confirmed the demise of Chu Lanshan, their expressions instantly transforming into a tapestry of complexity. Yet, in the very next moment, they found themselves unable to linger on the lament of Chu Lanshan's death. This was due to Wang Yang's voice resounding once more. Observing Chu Zhuang and Chu Yunfei acknowledging the death of Chu Lanshan, Wang Yang maintained a calm smile as he continued. "The principle of an eye for an eye has stood the test of time. Chu Lanshan sought to take my life, and thus, I ended his. He intended to unleash the maternal heart-devouring insect upon my heart, so I ensured he experienced the excruciating agony of his own heart before his demise. Should your family, the Chu clan, believe it unjust for me to have slain Chu Lanshan and wish to seek vengeance on his behalf, I stand ready to engage. I am curious to know how the Chu clan plans to proceed." Chapter 94, Death has occurred. I shall avenge with divine iron. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, both Chu Zhuang and Chu Yunfei instinctively shook their heads in refusal. They had tested various types of venomous insects on Chu Lanshan, yet none had succeeded in saving him. In fact, none had even improved his condition. It had become abundantly clear to the entire Chu family that Wang Yang's vital energy was exceptionally unique, possessing formidable destructive power against the insects. It was highly likely that any insect from the Chu family entering Wang Yang's body would be instantly annihilated by his overwhelming vital energy, rendering it incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon him. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to seek vengeance against Wang Yang for Chu Lanshan? After all, only Chu Lanshan had perished. The Chu family still remained intact and continued to be a dominant force in Tingchong. The death of Chu Lanshan merely tarnished the family's reputation somewhat, making it evident to certain individuals in Tingchong that the Chu family was formidable in their own turf. However, when confronted with a greater force, the Chu family would falter. A damaged reputation was certainly preferable to the annihilation of the family. Hence, although Chu Zhuang was Chu Lanshan's grandfather, he would never lead the entire Chu family into vengeance against Wang Yang, risking the slim chance that the insects would affect him. Turning to Wang Yang, Chu Zhuang promptly clarified, "Mr. Wang, the principle of an eye for an eye in settling debts is a long-standing tradition in our Xia nation. Chu Lanshan acted foolishly in attempting to kill you. Your retaliation was merely just. The Chu family will not seek any form of retribution against you concerning this matter." Upon hearing Chu Zhuang's swift declaration of non-retaliation, a profound disappointment surfaced in Wang Yang's eyes. He had hoped that the Chu family would be driven by passion to avenge Chu Lanshan's death, thereby granting him a justifiable reason to eradicate the Chu family entirely. This would allow him to acquire the celestial meteorite. With the forging techniques inherited from the Heavenly Eye sect, he could craft the celestial meteorite into his own exclusive divine weapon. However, With Chu Zhuang's unequivocal stance against vengeance, he found himself unable to directly pursue murder for treasure. Yet, having set his sights on the celestial meteorite, he could not allow the two to leave with it. With his thoughts racing, he turned once more to address the two. Well, since your family has chosen not to seek vengeance, it is time for me to settle the final accounts with the Chu family. Observing Wang Yang's intent to continue holding the Chu family accountable, both Chu Zhuang and Chu Yutian were momentarily taken aback. Not a single hair on Wang Yang had been harmed, yet Chu Lanshan had already paid the ultimate price. They could hardly fathom what further accountability Wang Yang sought from the Chu family. Seeing their bewilderment, Wang Yang, unhurriedly, continued, Chu Lanshan was not a master of the insects. The creatures could not have appeared from thin air. Your family must deliver the original owner of the insects. The insects were provided by him. And for the act of attempting to kill me, he bears a portion of the responsibility that must be repaid with his life. Of course, your family may choose not to comply, in which case I shall personally investigate the Chu family. However, I cannot guarantee that innocents will not be harmed during the inquiry. The threat posed by Wang Yang rendered the expressions of Chu Zhuang and Chu Yunfei increasingly grim. In order to prevent Wang Yang from infiltrating the Chu family under the guise of an investigation and jeopardizing its members, Chu Yunfei could no longer remain silent. He stepped forward and addressed Wang Yang directly. Mr. Wang, it was I who provided the goo worm to Chu Lanshan. The other members of the Chu family bear no responsibility. One must face the consequences of one's own actions, and I must admit you are quite a formidable individual. Wang Yang responded with a faint smile, his gaze fixed upon Chu Yunfei, as if contemplating how best to mete out punishment. The awareness of this made Chu Yunfei increasingly anxious. After all, Wang Yang had effortlessly eliminated Chu Lanshan with a mere gesture, should he choose to punish him. His life could likewise be extinguished with little more than a flick of a finger. As Chu Yunfei grappled with his unease, Chu Zhuang, a cunning elder, spoke decisively to Wang Yang. Mr. Wang, it was indeed Chu Yunfei who erred in delivering the goo worm to Chu Lanshan. The Chu family is willing to extend our sincerest apologies regarding this matter. This piece of divine iron shall serve as a token of our contrition. I implore you to show mercy and spare Chu Yunfei this time. Wang Yang regarded Chu Zhuang with a look of admiration, having discerned his true intentions with remarkable acuity. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. With a sense of contemplation, Wang Yang turned to Chu Zhuang and responded with a smile, I am not one who revels in bloodshed. Given your family's earnest apology, I am willing to let bygones be bygones. However, should any member of the Chu family cross my path again, do not expect me to distinguish between past grievances and new offenses. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhuang assured Wang Yang, rest assured, Mr. Wang, the Chu family will not retaliate against you in any form. Should you return to Tingchong for stone gambling, we shall do our utmost to accommodate you. I hope you will honor your word. Wang Yang smiled lightly, effortlessly taking the heavenly meteorite from Chu Yunfei's grasp, and without a hint of strain. He turned and retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. Witnessing Wang Yang's ease in carrying the meteorite, which weighed hundreds of pounds, left both Chu Zhuang and Chu Yunfei profoundly astonished. His ability to do so without employing any spiritual energy was astounding, suggesting a strength that was both formidable and terrifying. As they exchanged glances, both men were filled with trepidation. They understood that with Wang Yang's potent spiritual energy and mastery of rigorous physical training, he was virtually the nemesis of Gu masters. Should he truly decide to sever ties, he could single-handedly dismantle the Chu family. From that moment forth, no member of the Chu family could dare to provoke Wang Yang. Whenever he graced Tingchong with his presence, all members of the Chu family would be compelled to greet him with smiles. Failure to do so would result in expulsion from the family. With a grave demeanor, Chu Zhuang instructed Chu Yunfei before they both carried away the lifeless body of Chu Lanshan. His fear of Wang Yang had extinguished any lingering feelings of animosity. All he desired was to return to the Chu family and apprise them of the situation. Wang Yang effortlessly grasped the celestial meteorite with one hand, revealing just a hint of his formidable strength, which utterly terrified Chu Zhuang and Chu Yunfei, a reaction he had not anticipated. Upon returning to his room, he carelessly placed the meteorite beside the bed. Lacking the tools to forge a divine weapon at present, he felt no inclination to thoroughly examine the meteorite. Inside the room, Yang Mi gazed at Wang Yang, who had returned with such a substantial stone, her eyes widening in astonishment. Darling, where did you acquire such a large rock? She inquired, her gaze brimming with curiosity. Seeing the intrigue etched upon Yang Mi's face, Wang Yang chuckled. This is a gift of compensation from the Chu family. signifying the complete resolution of our enmity. Once we return home, I intend to forge a bespoke divine weapon from this. For now, let us continue to indulge in our affections, for tomorrow you shall return home, and our time together will no longer be so convenient. Chapter 95. Yang Mi encounters Tian Tian and the exclusive divine weapon. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Yang Mi's interest in the celestial meteorite intensified. However, Wang Yang offered her no opportunity to inquire further. After placing the celestial meteorite on the ground, he immediately lunged at Yang Mi like a wolf. With their separation for the night imminent, he could not afford to squander this precious evening. The room was soon filled with the warmth of spring. The only sound that escaped Yang Mi's lips was akin to a kitten's mew. Any further curiosity would have to wait until everything had concluded. Yet by then, whether she would possess the energy or inclination to inquire was a matter known only to fate. As the night passed unnoticed, Wang Yang and Yang Mi finally succumbed to deep slumber just before dawn. Fortunately, prior to sleeping, Wang Yang remembered their flight at 10 o'clock in the morning and set an alarm for 9. He then embraced Yang Mi and drifted into a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, Yang Mi, resembling a small cat nestled in Wang Yang's arms, had already slipped into dreams, completely forgetting about the matter of forging the exclusive divine weapon. Ultimately, it was only when the alarm rang that they reluctantly emerged from their slumber, hastily brushing their teeth, washing up, and changing clothes before departing the hotel. They hurriedly arrived at the airport, checked in the celestial meteorite, and proceeded through the VIP passage directly into business class to continue their sleep. They slept soundly throughout the afternoon, awakening only after the plane landed at Magic City Airport around 7 in the evening. As they disembarked, Yang Mi waved goodbye to her colleagues from the company, expressing her gratitude. Thank you all for your hard work during this trip to Tingzhou. Tomorrow, enjoy a paid day off to rest at home and report back to the office the day after. Business trips included overtime pay, and returning employees were also granted a day of paid leave to recuperate. Yang Mi's treatment of her staff undoubtedly marked her as a commendable employer. As soon as they heard her announce the paid day off, the employees of Yang's jewelry erupted in cheerful laughter. Thank you, young Master Yang. Long live young Master Yang. We shall take our leave now and not disturb you and Master Wang any further. One by one, the employees of Yang's jewelry departed, leaving Yang Mi feeling a sense of relief. In their presence, she had maintained an air of authority, embodying the persona of a boss. It was only in their absence that she could truly relax, beginning to resemble the air of a billion-dollar conglomerate. Honey, let us find a place to enjoy dinner before I head home, Yang Mi suggested to Wang Yang, her voice tinged with reluctance. After 3 consecutive nights of being cradled in his arms, the thought of sleeping alone again stirred a deep sense of longing within her. Wang Yang, noticing her demeanor, smiled and reassured her, it's merely a separation for the night. We shall be together again by day. Let us joyfully dine. Your smiling face brings me delight. Upon hearing his words, a radiant smile blossomed on Yang Mi's face. Her already exquisite beauty became even more enchanting as she smiled. Even though the airport is a place teeming with beautiful flight attendants, Yang Mi's smile effortlessly eclipsed the allure of all the other attendants, drawing the attention of every man who passed by her. As they observed Wang Yang, who held a large stone in one hand while encircling Yang Mi's slender waist with the other, envy and admiration filled their gazes. The saying goes that beauty can be a source of trouble, were it not for the modern legal society. Taking a beauty like Yang Mi out in ancient times might have proven perilous, perhaps leading to her demise within 3 days. Wang Yang reflected on this with a sense of gratitude as he promptly guided Yang Mi toward the airport parking lot. Upon unlocking his phone and locating a renowned restaurant in the magical city, as mentioned by Yang Mi, Wang Yang swiftly set off towards their destination. After approximately an hour, they arrived at the restaurant, reputedly popular within the affluent circle of the city. However, upon entering, Wang Yang was taken aback. He had anticipated a lavish establishment befitting the wealthy elite, yet the restaurant's decor was quite ordinary, lacking even private rooms. It became clear to him that the wealthy were not easily swayed by ostentation. True allure lay in the taste of the food. Lavish restaurants were typically venues for grand business dealings and entertaining guests, but in their daily lives, the wealthy prioritized flavor over decor. This particular restaurant offered a signature dish, an exquisite one-pot meal priced at $8,888, comparable in cost to those opulent establishments. Yet, these affluent patrons chose to dine here instead. As Wang Yang and Yang Mi took their seats, she promptly waved to summon a server for the signature dish, her face alight with anticipation. Darling, the owner here is from Guangdong, and this one-pot meal is a fusion of Guangdong and northern cuisine. The ingredients are all nourishing delicacies, featuring wild game, though all within legal bounds, no bare paws here. Yet, even with legality, many ordinary individuals would struggle to find such a complete array of wild delicacies. Today, I'm sure it will delight you, she cheerfully explained, clearly enamored with the dish. Wang Yang, seeing Yang Mi's enthusiasm, found himself equally intrigued by the one-pot meal. However, before the dish could be served, a familiar voice resonated from the entrance of the restaurant. "Grandfather, I have already reserved a table in advance, just by the window." The voice, calm and soothing, offered an inexplicable sense of peace even before its owner was visible. The speaker was Tian Tian. Evidently, as Yang Mi had mentioned, the restaurant's specialty was well regarded among the affluent in the magical city, prompting both Yang Mi and Tian Tian to think of it upon arriving. With this realization, Wang Yang prepared to wave and call out to Tian Tian, hoping to join her and her grandfather for a meal. However, just as he was about to do so, Yang Mi suddenly placed her hand over his, halting him. "My dear, after we finish this meal tonight, I must return home. I will then be preoccupied with my parents' business affairs, leaving little time to spend with you. I wish to share this meal exclusively with you. So please refrain from calling Tian Tian." Yang Mi, visibly anxious, persuaded Wang Yang, who was inclined to summon Tian Tian. Observing Yang Mi's demeanor, Wang Yang ultimately relinquished the idea of inviting Tian Tian to join us. Yang Mi, relieved by Wang Yang's acquiescence to her counsel, exhaled deeply. However, in her fervent desire to evade Tian Tian, she failed to notice that when Tian Tian entered with Elder Tian, her casual glance inadvertently fell upon the scene of Yang Mi and Wang Yang together. Even Wang Yang's gesture of raising his hand to call out to Tian Tian, only to be restrained by Yang Mi, did not escape Tian Tian's keen observation. Chapter 96. Let us forge a long staff. Tian Tian smiled as she observed Yang Mi, who upon seeing her enter the restaurant, resembled a mouse confronted by a cat. Not only did she restrain Wang Yang's hand to prevent him from calling out to her, but she also bowed her head, fearful of being discovered, her face instantly revealing a triumphant grin. She seems to possess a modicum of self-awareness, understanding that she is but a mere third party, too intimidated to confront me, the rightful mistress. I hope she remains thus, clearly aware of her position. As long as she acknowledges her role and actively avoids me when I am in contact with Wang Yang, not hindering our interactions, I shall tacitly accept her presence. Tian Tian mused inwardly, fully aware that Yang Mi was the legitimate girlfriend of Wang Yang, while she herself could only be regarded as a confidant with mutual affection. Yet, deep within her, there resided an overwhelming sense of superiority, a stark contrast to Yang Mi filled with self-importance. She merely smiled at Wang Yang from a distance before guiding her grandfather to their reserved table, signaling the waiter to bring forth the dishes. Then, she promptly took out her phone and began messaging Wang Yang. "I have a business banquet organized by an official entity tomorrow afternoon that I must attend. Will you accompany me for shopping in the morning and attend the banquet with me in the afternoon?" Meanwhile, Wang Yang was taken aback by the unexpected message from Tian Tian that appeared on his phone. He was puzzled as to why she hadn't approached him directly but chose to text instead. However, recognizing her reluctance to come over, he simply replied with an affirmative. Across from him, Yang Mi noticed Tian Tian assisting her grandfather in taking a seat and not approaching them. She assumed that Tian Tian had not noticed her presence with Wang Yang, which relieved her greatly. Yet, concerned about being discovered by Tian Tian, she ate her meal with utmost caution. During the meal, her conversation was minimal, entirely unlike her usual self. Wang Yang, with his typically blunt and straightforward demeanor, was oblivious to these nuances, remaining focused on his meal. The dish, laying of various game meats and mushrooms, cooked in a secret sauce, was indeed as delectable and appetizing as Yang Mi had claimed. As a martial artist, Wang Yang had a hearty appetite, consuming 4 substantial bowls of rice. The dish, sufficient to serve 5, was mostly devoured by him, with Yang Mi only partaking in a small portion. He even polished off 2 bottles of cola. After a satisfying belch, Wang Yang looked across the table at Yang Mi and said, "Shall I drive you home? It's been several days since you last returned. Your parents must miss you dearly." "Yes, I miss my parents too." Yang Mi nodded eagerly, almost desperate to leave the restaurant. However, whether it was the longing for her parents or a desire to evade Tian Tian, only she knew. Throughout the evening, Wang Yang remained oblivious to Yang Mi's attempts to avoid Tian Tian. Upon hearing her consent to be driven home, he promptly stood up, ready to leave the restaurant with her. As the car engine roared to life, Yang Mi let out a silent sigh of relief and reverted to her chatty self. Until the vehicle reached the exterior of the Tangchen Epine, Yang Mi's lips had barely paused for breath. Darling, I'm heading back. Over the next couple of days. I need to familiarize myself with the company's operations alongside my parents, so I may not have much time to spend with you. If you find yourself missing me, just give me a call. I will make an effort to visit you after work in the afternoons, as long as I return home by 11 at night. After reluctantly imparting her thoughts to Wang Yang, she embraced him, sharing a kiss that lingered for more than 10 minutes before finally stepping out of the car and waving goodbye. Indeed, the online experts were correct. Women in love tend to cling to their partners. If she does not cling to you, it simply indicates a lack of affection. Wang Yang reflected upon this, wiping the lipstick marks left by Yang Mi from his face before driving back to the villa. Upon arriving, he grasped the celestial meteorite with one hand, swiftly entering the villa and placing the meteorite beside the living room sofa. Then, seated on the sofa, he earnestly examined the celestial meteorite for the first time, contemplating what kind of weapon to forge from it. The heavenly Issek's legacy encompassed an array of martial techniques, including various forms of blades, staffs, and other weapons. Among these, the formidable and obscure techniques of the Fang Tianhua halberd and the three-pointed, double-edged blade were also included. However, the favored weapon of generations of the heavenly Issek's disciples remained the three-pointed, double-edged blade, as its lineage traced back to the legendary Erlangshan, whose weapon was a three-pointed, double-edged blade. Yet, after some contemplation, Wang Yang decided against crafting a three-pointed, double-edged blade. Instead, he resolved to forge a unique long staff from the celestial meteorite. In the present society, carrying swords and blades was rather inconvenient. Nevertheless, within Wang Yang's legacy lay a remarkably unique long staff, designed for easy transportation. It consisted of 18 small, short rods constructed using traditional carpentry mortise and tenon techniques. Through various assembly forms, these rods could manifest different configurations. On ordinary days, they could be combined into a pair of arm guards, worn on both arms. Such iron arm guards would suffice to deal with regular adversaries. In the face of formidable foes, they could be reassembled into a second form, a 2-meter-long staff. The adage an inch in length is an inch in strength resonated profoundly here. Possessing such a divine staff along with a powerful staff technique would undoubtedly enable one to effortlessly overpower the majority of adversaries. Coincidentally, within the heavenly Issek's teachings lay a particularly potent staff technique known as the turning rivers and overturning seas staff. It was said that this technique's lineage originated from the divine monkey Yuan Hong, who accompanied Erlangshan. The descendants of the water-manipulating monkey Wazik had once plagued the region during the Yu's efforts to control the waters. Wang Yang was uncertain whether the turning rivers and overturning seas staff truly possessed such miraculous qualities, but he was convinced that its name resonated with the martial truths he had unexpectedly grasped. With a burgeoning idea in his mind, he found himself eager to commence the forging of this uniquely suited long staff. However, he ultimately quelled his impulsive desire, for he currently lacked the necessary tools for weapon crafting, a perpetually burning high-temperature furnace, and a suitable hammer for striking. A forge may be elusive, yet a sturdy hammer is easily found. The vastness of the metropolis offers hope that with a modicum of time, one can indeed discover what is sought. Tomorrow, I shall reach out to Ouyang Zhenhu to enlist his assistance. Once I accompany Tian to the banquet, I shall commence the forging of weapons. With the formidable aid of my profound energy, enhanced by the mastery of the 8 or 9 arcane arts, I should be able to create a splendid weapon in a matter of days. As Wang Yang contemplated these thoughts, affirming the viability of his plan, he promptly retrieved his phone to contact Ouyang Zhenhu, conveying his requirements. On the other end of the line, upon hearing Wang Yang's request, Ouyang Zhenhu responded with a chuckle. Rest assured, esteemed Dr. Wang, I shall take care of the forge and hammer. By tomorrow evening, I will surely find you a suitable location, ensuring your endeavors are not hindered. Chapter 97. The elite second generation's blind date banquet. Although Ouyang Zhenhu is notorious for his extravagant lifestyle, his capabilities in executing tasks are undeniably commendable. His assurance to Wang Yang that he would arrange everything for the following evening left no room for doubt in Wang Yang's mind. Thus, satisfied with Ouyang's promise, he ended the call contentedly. After brushing his teeth and taking a quick shower, Wang Yang settled cross-legged on his bed, embarking on the practice of the 8-9 mysterious skill. As he engaged in this practice, his vital energy began to circulate within his body in a unique manner. This circulation not only invigorated his internal organs, but also nourished his entire physique, akin to countless tiny hammers vigorously forging every part of his being, gradually enhancing his overall strength. The true strength of the 8-9 mysterious skill lies in its dual cultivation of both the internal and external. However, Wang Yang currently stood at the pinnacle of the top tier, having reached a bottleneck. He must diligently overcome this barrier, akin to water wearing down stone. Transitioning from the acquired to the innate, and ultimately stepping into the realm of mastery. Only then could he achieve a significant augmentation of his physique. Presently, his practice resembled more of a routine maintenance, ensuring his body remained in prime condition and that his vital energy did not wane. Yet, despite this understanding, Wang Yang felt no urgency. He was still young, with ample time to break through the innate barrier. Moreover, even without a breakthrough, when he unleashed the protective aura of the 8-9 mysterious skill, his physical strength rivaled that of seasoned masters, rendering him impervious to any challenge. This was more than sufficient for him to navigate the world with confidence. Thus, his training was devoid of any sense of urgency, serving more as a means to combat insomnia, substituting sleep with cultivation. The night passed by in a blur. The next morning, upon the break of dawn, Wang Yang promptly retrieved a steel pipe from his home and drove straight to the Huangpu River. Having resolved to forge a formidable long staff and master the river overturning staff technique, he decided to practice with the steel pipe in anticipation of the staff's completion, familiarizing himself with the movements of this martial art. Drawing from his previous experience by the river, where he unexpectedly grasped the profound essence of martial arts, he instinctively chose this location for his training. Upon arriving at the banks of the Huangpu River, a look of astonishment crossed Wang Yang's face. During his last visit, the streets had been bustling with young practitioners clad in karate and taekwondo uniforms. However, this time, there were scarcely any in those outfits. Instead, a multitude of individuals donned various martial arts uniforms from the Summer Kingdom. It struck him as peculiar how the trend among youth to pursue martial arts had abruptly shifted. Wang Yang, lost in contemplation, failed to recognize that he was the catalyst behind this transformation. His viral video of shattering a 2-meter boulder with a single punch had captivated countless viewers, although his identity remained concealed, shrouded by the anonymity of his silhouette. The sheer force of his strike ignited a fervor for martial arts among many. A significant number of youths who had initially pursued karate and taekwondo began to embrace the martial arts of the Summer Kingdom. In a fleeting moment, martial arts schools across the various Summer Kingdoms were engulfed in a fervor for recruiting disciples. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yang had inadvertently breathed new life into the ancient martial arts of the Summer Kingdom. After securing his vehicle, he retrieved a steel pipe from the trunk and made his way to the seaside to practice. One move, two moves. As he executed his techniques, astonishment filled Wang Yang's eyes. Just as he had anticipated, the profound essence of martial arts flowed like a mighty river, seamlessly merging with the tumultuous staff technique he was employing. Each strike he delivered resonated with the force of a surging river, each blow surpassing the last, embodying a genuine sense of overwhelming might. However, upon completing a sequence of movements, a sense of dissatisfaction clouded his expression. The rigidity of the steel pipe lacked the necessary resilience, preventing him from fully realizing the potential of his technique. True staff techniques require a harmonious balance of rigidity and flexibility. A staff must possess a certain degree of elasticity to be effective. Thus, many martial monks prefer to practice with wooden staffs. In truth, while weapons such as swords and blades are often celebrated, the crafting of a staff, one that is both sufficiently sturdy and possesses the requisite resilience and elasticity, presents a far greater challenge. Consequently, discussions of divine weapons typically center around blades, with staffs seldom receiving mention. Were it not for his inheritance from the Heavenly Eye sect and the support of profound internal energy, Wang Yang would hardly dare to forge a formidable staff. He resolved to craft a staff promptly. As the current steel pipe could barely harness 1/10 of the power of the tumultuous staff technique, rendering further practice futile. With a heavy heart, he abandoned his practice after a single demonstration of the technique. Upon returning to the villa and preparing for breakfast, he received a call from Tian Tian. "Come out and have breakfast with me. Then we'll go shopping for a more formal outfit. Today's banquet is quite formal, and many affluent young heirs from Magic City will be attending. It's somewhat akin to a matchmaking event for the elite. Wang Yang, you must be the most dashing one there, so those men will think twice before approaching me with you by my side," she insisted on the other end of the line. Upon hearing that the evening's event was essentially a veiled matchmaking gathering for the wealthy elite, a sense of unease washed over Wang Yang. Though he had already formed a bond with Yang Mi and had resolved to regard Tian Tian as merely a friend, he instinctively recoiled at the thought of other men being in her vicinity. Thus, after Tian Tian finished her instructions, he promptly reassured her, "Rest assured. I will ensure that those pesky flies do not disturb you tonight." Hearing Wang Yang's subtly jealous response, a smile of delight graced Tian Tian's lips. Her serene demeanor transformed into one of regal elegance, truly befitting her moniker as the flower of wealth. After ending the call, Wang Yang swiftly drove to the entrance of Tian Tian's community to pick her up. Once they had enjoyed a simple breakfast together, they headed straight to the shopping mall. To his astonishment, Wang Yang witnessed Tian Tian's remarkable efficiency. Within merely an hour, she had selected a perfectly fitting long dress for herself. However, Wang Yang was quite different. Tian Tian devoted an entire 2 hours to meticulously dressing Wang Yang from head to toe. Every detail was attended to, even down to the socks, which had to be selected by her. With tailored trousers, a checkered short-sleeve shirt, and polished shoes, Wang Yang's appearance was completely transformed into that of a commercial elite, exuding an air reminiscent of a domineering CEO. As for Tian Tian, she donned an elegant long dress adorned with blue and gold trim, enhancing her aura of opulence and sophistication. Once they had changed into their attire, the two enjoyed a simple lunch before heading straight to the venue of the banquet. It was at this moment that Wang Yang learned that the event was a special gathering organized by the higher-ups, inviting nearly all the wealthy entrepreneurs in the city with assets exceeding billions. The purpose was to encourage investments. With so many affluent individuals gathered, the wealthy magnates spread the word that they would bring their unmarried offspring along, seizing the opportunity to find suitable matches. Consequently, this banquet unexpectedly transformed into a matchmaking event for the elite second-generation heirs. Chapter 98, Exuding Nobility. Captivating, all the threshold for entry into this elite matchmaking event was set at a staggering 100 billion, indicating that it was indeed a premier gathering of high society. Not only in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, but throughout the entirety of Summer Country, it was difficult to find a comparable assembly of such grandeur. Thus, this afternoon, it was highly likely that many unmarried scions and affluent young women would converge here. Although this was anticipated when Wang Yang and Tian Tian arrived, they were still taken aback by the lively atmosphere of the hotel lobby. The space was teeming with people. Elderly parents accompanied their offspring, engaging in lively conversations and introducing their heirs to one another upon encountering acquaintances. Observing the bustling scene, Wang Yang realized just how many wealthy individuals resided in Magic City. With 100 billion in assets as the price of admission, it was no wonder that this city was renowned as the financial capital, teeming with affluence. Wang Yang mused to himself while waiting for the elevator in the lobby. After several groups of elevators ascended and descended, it took 4 rounds before he and Tian Tian finally reached the top floor of the hotel. To his surprise, there were even more attendees than he had anticipated, raising concerns that the venue might be insufficient to accommodate everyone. However, upon reaching the top level, they discovered an expansive, open hall capable of hosting thousands without feeling cramped. At that moment, the entire upper floor was elegantly arranged in the style of a Western ball. A plethora of beverages, pastries, and fruit platters adorned the center. Upon entering, Wang Yang and Tian Tian were guided to the right side of the hall, while the middle-aged attendees were directed to the left. The central buffet table served as a dividing line between the two groups. It was evident that the organizers had adapted the layout upon noticing that many affluent individuals had brought their children. The middle-aged representatives, capable of financing their families, mingled in a small circle on the left, discussing potential investment opportunities in Magic City. Meanwhile, the younger attendees were encouraged to engage freely on the right, allowing them to socialize and pursue romantic connections at their discretion. This display of adaptability by the organizers was commendable. With such acumen, they were likely to attract considerable investment. Wang Yang reflected on this and promptly led Tian Tian to the central buffet area. Having indulged in barbecued meat for lunch, they were now in search of refreshing fruits to cleanse their palates. Among the affluent youths engaged in exchanging business cards and discussing their family backgrounds to expand their networks. He harbored no desire to mingle, as he had no intention of pursuing a commercial path. However, he acknowledged that beauty was a rare commodity in any era. As they made their way toward the buffet table, many gazes instinctively fell upon him and Tian Tian, specifically drawn to her. Adorned in a stunning blue gown with golden trim, she radiated an air of opulence, embodying the essence of a noble beauty. The presence of such elegance left the surrounding affluent youths utterly astonished, with some who had never encountered Tian Tian before unable to contain their admiration. "Oh my goodness! Have any of you encountered that enchanting lady in the blue dress?" I have encountered many beautiful women, but this one, with her serene countenance and innate regal aura, is a sight I have never beheld before. Were it not for the demise of the Qing dynasty this early morning, I might have been led to believe I was in the presence of a true princess from legend. I must possess her. I am determined to possess her. Please, gather intelligence regarding the man who accompanies her. A cacophony of discussions ensued, with some individuals eyeing Tian Tian with a covetous gaze, eager to uncover details about her relationship with Wang Yang, clearly harboring inappropriate thoughts. Yet, oblivious to all this, Wang Yang and Tian Tian each held a watermelon, happily munching away, as if this grand matchmaking event among the elite bore no relevance to them. However, their desire to remain uninvolved does not equate to actual detachment from the unfolding drama. The allure of a beautiful woman has been an inescapable source of trouble throughout history. As the two indulged in their merriment, many succeeded in piecing together their identities. Upon discovering that Wang Yang was the man responsible for the confrontation that led to Qin Feng's legs being broken, nearly all the men abandoned their improper intentions toward Tian Tian, save for one exception. This individual, a man in his 30s, stood at an impressive height of 6 feet, clad in a shirt and trousers, exuding a formidable presence. His name was Qin Zijin, one of the most influential figures present, backed by the formidable Sanjin group, a family among the top 10 super-rich clans in Modu. His substantial connections surpassed even those of the Qin family, the wealthiest in Modu, especially considering the Ouyang family as support of the Qins. Were it not for this alliance, the Sanjin group, with its deep-rooted local ties, could potentially overshadow the Qins within a year. As a native of Modu, Qin Zijin found himself amidst a congregation of affluent second-generation elites, far more vibrant than any other locale. Upon realizing Qin Zijin had taken an interest in Tian Tian, information about her and Wang Yang was quickly relayed to him. Upon learning that Wang Yang was the man who had clashed with Qin Feng in the nightlife scene, resulting in the latter's broken legs, Qin's eyes reflected his surprise. Nevertheless, his gaze toward the distant Tian Tian remained rife with desire, indicating he had no intentions of relinquishing his pursuit. Come, let us approach her, Qin Zijin commanded. Pointing towards Tian Tian, his eyes brimming with an intense possessiveness, clearly consumed by lust and unable to wait even a moment longer. Observing Chen's awareness of Wang Yang's identity yet unwillingness to abandon his interest in Tian Tian, the surrounding affluent second-generation individuals displayed expressions of concern. Young Master Chen, perhaps it would be wise to consider another target. While Tian Tian is indeed stunning, many men here are captivated by her beauty today. However, upon discovering the identity of the man by her side, the mysterious figure responsible for Qin Feng's incapacitation, they have all retreated. Our circle is not lacking in beautiful women. Although they may not possess the same grace as Tian Tian, they are equally appealing when the clothes come off, and their skills may even surpass hers. It would be unwise to provoke that enigmatic figure over a single woman. A group of affluent scions incessantly endeavored to persuade Qin Zijin to forsake Tian Tian. Yet, in the face of their admonitions, Qin Zijin merely scoffed disdainfully. What is this so-called mysterious figure? Merely a fortunate wretch who has latched onto the Ouyang family. The Qin family may rely on the Ouyang clan, and with Qin Feng rendered crippled, he must accept his fate. However, my Qin family does not depend on the Ouyang family, and the Ouyang clan is rapidly approaching its decline. It will not be long before the Ouyang family faces ruin, and the elite circles of Modu will undergo a thorough reshuffling. Why should I harbor any apprehension towards a destitute underling destined to lose his support? Chapter 99. Is the Ouyang family facing ruin? The Ouyang family is shrouded in mystery, with most residents of Magic City having never heard of them. However, those who can navigate the social circles of Qin Zijin are already among the elite of Magic City. Naturally, they are aware of the Ouyang family's existence and recognize that the wealth of the city's richest man, Qin Deong, is largely due to his connection with the Ouyang family. Thus, upon hearing Qin Zijin proclaim that the Ouyang family is on the brink of collapse, how could they not be astounded? Young Master Chen, where did you hear such astonishing news? If the Ouyang family were to fall, the Qin family would undoubtedly follow suit, leading to a monumental upheaval in the commercial landscape of Magic City. When a whale falls, myriad creatures thrive. Should the Qin family falter, we would all have the opportunity to benefit from their misfortune. You must tell us, is your source reliable? Could a towering tree with a legacy spanning centuries truly be uprooted? The group gazed at Qin Zijin, their astonishment rendering them speechless. Qin Zijin, observing their reactions, merely smiled mysteriously. Whether true or false, you shall soon find out. For now, let us first acquire Tian's contact information. With that, Chen Zijin dismissed their inquiries and strode purposefully towards Wang Yang and Tian. Unfazed by their astonishment, the crowd quickly followed, knowing that if they did not align themselves with Chen Zijin now, they would miss out on future opportunities to benefit from the Qin family's downfall. Soon, they arrived before Wang Yang and Tian, who were engaged in conversation. Chen Zijin turned to Tian, his demeanor exuding confidence. "Hello, Tian. I am Chen Zijin from Sanjin Group. I have been so preoccupied with business that I failed to notice the gem that is you within our circle. May I be so fortunate as to obtain your contact information? After this banquet, I intend to host a gathering where we can all unwind and enjoy ourselves." Chen Zijin's charm was undeniable, his every word resonating with the charisma of a domineering CEO. Any ordinary woman, or even some wealthy beauties, would likely find themselves captivated by such a presence. Yet, he was met with Tian, whose gaze was solely fixed on Wang Yang, leaving no room for other men. Upon noticing Chen Zijin's request for her contact information, completely disregarding Wang Yang's presence, she felt a surge of anger. Without hesitation, she clutched Wang Yang's arm tightly, pressing herself against him as she addressed Chen Zijin. "My boyfriend does not appreciate me speaking with strangers. If you wish for my number, you should ask him." Any reasonable person would have taken the hint and retreated at such a pointed rebuff. However, Chen Zijin was not an ordinary individual. His confidence was unabated. Even in the face of Tian's implicit rejection, he remained undeterred. Chen Zijin fixed his gaze upon Wang Yang, declaring, "I am aware of your identity, a fortunate lad who unexpectedly latched onto the Yang family's influence. Although I am unclear about the manner in which you managed to secure their favor, I can assure you that I am not like Qin Feng, that useless fool. The Qin family relies on the Yang family for survival. Hence, when Qin Feng provoked you, he had no choice but to back down. More importantly, the Yang family is on the brink of collapse and will scarcely be able to protect you. It would be wise for you to hand over Tian's contact information and distance yourself from her. The Yang family is doomed." Upon hearing Chen Zijin's words, Wang Yang was taken aback. After all, he had conversed with Yang Jinhu just the previous night, during which Yang Jinhu had not hinted at any crisis befalling the family. However, his surprise was fleeting, as he had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. He had always relied solely on himself. Chen Zijin's attempt to intimidate him with news of the Yang family's impending doom proved utterly futile. With a cold smile, Wang Yang regarded Chen Zijin with disdain, saying, "Have you finished? If so, kindly leave and do not disturb our enjoyment." Chen Zijin, astonished by Wang Yang's audacity to dismiss him even in light of the Yang family's potential downfall, felt a surge of indignation. He could hardly fathom that a mere commoner like Wang Yang would dare to send him away. Nevertheless, noticing the leaders conversing with billionaires across the room, he suppressed his anger. Causing a scene would only be disrespectful to the leaders and would unwittingly create trouble for the Qin family. Patience was key. He could settle the score once the banquet concluded. With a forced smile, Chen Zijin directed a chilling gaze at Wang Yang, stating, "You are quite impressive, far bolder than I anticipated. Once the banquet is over, we shall have our fun. I hope you maintain your current bravado and do not back down too quickly, for that would render our game rather dull." Wang Yang merely scoffed at Chen Zijin's threats, disdain evident in his cold laughter. He had never been one for verbal sparring. After the banquet, if Chen Zijin chose to avoid provoking him, all would be well. However, should he foolishly persist, Wang Yang would ensure that Chen Zijin would regret it for the rest of his days. Soon, under Wang Yang's icy gaze, Chen Zijin and his entourage departed entirely. Tian, watching them leave, turned to Wang Yang with concern, saying, "Wang Yang, have I caused you trouble? Had I known the Yang family was in distress, I would not have brought you along to serve as a shield." Clearly, Tian believed that the Yang family's clout was what made Wang Yang a figure of caution among others. Wang Yang, observing Tian's anxious demeanor, replied with a faint smile, "Do you perceive me as merely a figure who relies on others for protection? Fear not, I have never depended on the Yang family. Even if the Yang family were to fall, I would remain unaffected. A mere second-generation rich kid does not possess the stature to threaten me." If one were to rank those familiar with Wang Yang, Tian would undoubtedly secure the top position. She is acutely aware that Wang Yang has never been one to boast. Thus, his recent declarations imply that he does not regard the Yang family as his sole support. He possesses other hidden advantages. Even if the Yang family were to fall from grace, Wang Yang would still hold cards against Chen Zijin. With this realization, Tian Tian instantly felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, and she joyfully resumed her indulgence in gossip alongside Wang Yang. However, Chen Zijin remained oblivious to Wang Yang's formidable nature. After distancing himself from Wang Yang and Tian Tian, he immediately turned to those around him and instructed, "Investigate who among these individuals has a good rapport with Tian Tian. Have her assist in organizing a gathering. I intend to attend this evening." Chapter 100. Just break both legs at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A group of elegantly dressed young women approached Tian Tian. "Tian Tian, it's been a while since our circle gathered like this. Let us take advantage of the numbers and have a bonfire party tonight. A night of merriment," they suggested. "The location is my family's old villa, which is rather secluded, so we can enjoy ourselves without worrying about disturbing anyone." They continued, "You can bring your boyfriend along. Many from our circle will be there, and it will surely be lively." The young women greeted Tian Tian with warmth, their enthusiasm palpable. Though Tian Tian yearned for solitude with Wang Yang, she hesitated but eventually acquiesced to their enthusiastic invitation. Once they departed, she turned to Wang Yang and remarked, "Their families are partners with my family's hotel. It would be quite impolite to decline. If you prefer not to attend such gatherings, I can go alone after the banquet." Wang Yang, disinterested in gatherings of wealthy heirs reminiscing, initially had no desire to join. However, upon hearing Tian Tian's inquiry, he decided to accompany her. Having just had a conflict with Chen Zijin, the timing of the invitation struck him as suspicious. It was coincidental enough that even someone like him, who was not well versed in conspiracies, sensed an underlying motive. "I'll accompany you. It will be enlightening to see how these wealthy heirs behave behind closed doors," Wang Yang said with a faint smile, indicating his willingness. Upon hearing his agreement, a radiant smile blossomed on Tian Tian's face. Clearly, sheltered by her family, she remained oblivious to any peculiarities surrounding the evening's gathering. Before long, 6 o'clock arrived, and the banquet concluded. The billionaires promptly began contacting their companies, evidently having identified promising projects during this internal investment conference in the metropolis. The young heirs also departed in groups, indicating the start of a second gathering. Wang Yang drove according to Tian Tian's directions toward the villa where the evening festivities would take place. The villa, situated in the suburbs, was quite distant from the hotel. Adhering strictly to traffic regulations, it took Wang Yang over 40 minutes to reach the villa. Upon arrival, he noted that various supercars filled the driveway. It was evident that this gathering primarily attracted the youth. If those present were already managing their family businesses, their vehicles would likely reflect a more subdued taste rather than these ostentatious displays of individuality. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Maybe it is merely an innocuous small circle gathering, unrelated to Chen Zijin, Wang Yang mused, somewhat surprised, yet he followed Tian Tian into the villa. Regardless of whether Chen Zijin had a hand in the evening's events, he resolved to stay by Tian Tian's side throughout the night. Should everything proceed without incident, that would be ideal. If complications arose, he would be prepared to protect her. With these thoughts in mind, the two soon entered the villa. Within the villa, the affluent offspring had already begun to revel in their festivities. A specially hired grill master was busy preparing a sumptuous barbecue in the courtyard, flamboyantly roasting 4 whole lambs simultaneously. In addition to the lamb, an array of delectable morsels was sizzling on the grill, while an assortment of refreshing cold dishes and fruits was artfully arranged for guests to enjoy. Should hunger strike, one could easily satiate their appetite. Even more enticing, a provocatively dressed DJ had been invited to the scene, her equipment set up in the center of the courtyard. As she passionately brandished her tattooed arms while engaging the crowd with her lively performance, the atmosphere, fueled by the DJ's vibrant energy, surpassed that of many nightclubs, creating a lively ambience within the villa. Upon noticing Tian Tian and Wang Yang's arrival, the villa's owner, Shen Yu, eagerly waved to Tian Tian, inviting her to join in the dance. "No, you all go ahead. I'll sit here with Wang Yang for a while." Tian Tian declined Shen Yu's invitation, leading Wang Yang to a row of lounge chairs where they settled. Her disposition leaned away from such boisterous environments. However, after merely 5 minutes of sitting, both of them involuntarily furrowed their brows. A group of 7 or 8 individuals strode in through the entrance, led by none other than Chen Zijing, the very person who had clashed with Wang Yang earlier that afternoon. Upon Chen Zijing's entrance, many of the affluent attendees wore puzzled expressions. It was indeed curious that Chen Zijing and his entourage, who had always looked down upon those of their kind who indulged solely in pleasure, would choose to join this gathering. The earlier confrontation between Chen Zijing and the man beside Tian Tian had evidently motivated their presence. Whispers of speculation circulated among the guests as they realized that Chen Zijing might be targeting Wang Yang. Excitement filled their eyes, eager to witness whether Wang Yang, the enigmatic figure of the afternoon, would once again best Chen Zijing, or whether Chen Zijing, perhaps more formidable than Qin Feng, could overpower Wang Yang. Under the watchful gaze of the intrigued crowd, Chen Zijing soon approached Wang Yang. Gazing down from his elevated stance, Chen Zijing arrogantly declared, "I didn't expect us to meet so soon. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Give me Tian's contact information and vacate this place, allowing me to take your spot. Only then can I forgive your earlier insolence." Wang Yang chuckled, bemused by Chen Zijing's overt intimidation. It was evident that, despite possessing ample means to obtain Tian's contact details, he opted to continue threatening Wang Yang, seemingly eager to flaunt his superiority before her. "And what if I still refuse?" Wang Yang retorted, his expression one of disdain as he scrutinized Chen Zijing, curious about the distinctions between the threats of these elite heirs and those of the lower classes. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Zijing's method of intimidation utterly disappointed him. Clad in refined elegance and exuding the demeanor of a domineering CEO, Chen Zijing's tactics were no different from those employed by individuals of lesser means. Gazing at Wang Yang, he unexpectedly spoke in a chilling tone, "I shall break your legs and discard you like a lifeless dog." "Ah, is this it?" Wang Yang observed Chen Zijing's menacing demeanor, which bore little distinction from that of common street thugs, and he felt disinclined to squander further words on him. Indeed, it seemed he had overestimated these affluent second-generation individuals, or perhaps humanity itself. Regardless of wealth, men are inherently imbued with a propensity for violence. No wonder a certain individual from the Rice Group would challenge a certain antivirus software mogul to a duel, or why a billionaire abroad would seek to confront a former tycoon. Wang Yang mused deeply, rising to face Chen Zijing. More precisely, he directed his attention towards Chen Zijing's legs. He had always prided himself on fairness. When Chu Lanshan sought his life in Tengchong, he had taken Chu Lanshan's life in return. Now, with Chen Zijing intent on shattering his legs, he deemed it only fair to contemplate the same fate for Chen Zijing. Chapter 101. Behind the Chen family lies a warrior under the chilling gaze of Wang Yang. Chen Zijing felt an uncontrollable wave of dread wash over him. Wang Yang's icy stare pierced through him like two sharp blades, instilling the terrifying illusion that his legs were on the verge of being severed. How could he dare? With so many people around, even if given 100 chances, Wang Yang would not have the audacity to act. Chen Zijing continually reassured himself, forcing himself to maintain eye contact with Wang Yang, unwilling to display any weakness or lose face at that moment. Yet, in the next instant, panic overtook his expression. For Wang Yang had indeed made his move. Despite the throng of followers surrounding Chen Zijing, Wang Yang acted alone, initiating the confrontation with a kick directed at Chen Zijing's knee. The sound of bones cracking echoed ominously. In an instant, both of Chen Zijing's knees were utterly shattered. By the time those around him registered the event, Chen Zijing was already helplessly kneeling before Wang Yang. My legs. My legs." With his hands pressed against the ground, Chen Zijing's face was contorted in agony. Witnessing his submission, a satisfied smile broke across Wang Yang's face. He had never enjoyed speaking with others while looking up. Even in his impoverished days, he had despised it, and now, with his newfound legacy, he found it even more distasteful. From the moment Chen Zijing approached him with a condescending gaze, his displeasure had been palpable. Now, at last, he felt a sense of relief. However, while Wang Yang reveled in his triumph, Chen Zijing's entourage stood in stunned silence. They had always been his enforcers. But Wang Yang's swift action left them paralyzed, unable to react. Now, as they regained their senses, fear gripped them, rendering them incapable of intervening. Utterly daunted by the power and speed displayed by Wang Yang, at their level of understanding, they recognized the reality of martial warriors. Wang Yang had decisively shattered Chen Zijing's knees, making it painfully clear that he was a formidable warrior. The notion of leveraging their numbers to aid Chen Zijing in vanquishing Wang Yang was utterly futile. Any attempt to step forward could easily result in sharing Chen Zijing's grim fate. Thus, they could only stand there, dumbfounded, watching Chen Zijing wail, none daring to come to his aid. Wang Yang observed their inaction with increasing disdain. It appeared that even these sycophants lacked the courage to defend their master. However, this suited him just fine, as it would spare him additional effort. With a cold smirk, Wang Yang reached out and seized Chen Zijing by the collar. Then, to the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, he hoisted Chen Zijing as one might lift a mere chick, striding towards the villa's exit. Ultimately, under the astonished stares of all, Wang Yang unceremoniously discarded Qin Zijin as one would refuse unwanted refuse, flinging him outside the villa's grand entrance. The fabric of Qin Zijin's clothing was sturdy, resilient enough to withstand the treatment, indeed, a testament to the luxury brand it bore. Wang Yang mused, making a mental note of the inconspicuous label on Qin Zijin's collar, resolving that he would purchase garments of the same brand in the future. As Wang Yang departed, Qin Zijin's entourage seemed to come alive, rushing towards him in a flurry. Some assisted Qin Zijin in sitting upright, while others dialed for an ambulance. Yet, not a single individual dared to mention retaliation against him. Clearly, Wang Yang's display of violence had utterly intimidated them. Witnessing their reaction, Qin Zijin's face was instantly suffused with profound disappointment and fury. Was it merely a few years of martial training that had rendered you all so cowardly? Look at your lack of ambition. The Ouyang family, a lineage of ancient martial arts, is on the brink of destruction. Can he still act so brazenly? Keep an eye on Wang Yang for me. Once my legs are encased in plaster, I shall return. Today, however, he has injured my legs. I will ensure his legs meet the same fate before the crowd, reclaiming my dignity in the process. With a bitter expression, Qin Zijin hastily instructed a driver to take him to the nearest hospital, unable to wait for the ambulance. As Qin Zijin departed, his followers began to murmur quietly amongst themselves. Young Master Qin actually expects us to keep watch over Wang Yang. Does he know of some formidable martial artist? Did young Master not assert that the Ouyang family is doomed? Surely, to bring down a martial arts lineage, it must be another martial family involved. Perhaps the Qin family is connected to this martial clan. Let us not overthink it. Young Master has commanded us to observe, so observe we shall. Our responsibility is merely to watch. If Wang Yang attempts to leave, we will inform young Master, without engaging him directly. The murmurs continued to resonate from these affluent youths. Though they had been thoroughly frightened by Wang Yang, they mustered their courage to return to the courtyard, albeit with greater caution. This time, they dared not approach Wang Yang too closely. Each individual maintained a considerable distance, ensuring their line of sight could still capture Wang Yang and Tian Tian. Despite their wariness, Wang Yang's acute martial instincts quickly detected their covert surveillance. Upon noticing Qin Zijin's followers stealthily returning to the courtyard, Wang Yang could only chuckle in bemusement. It seemed that Qin Zijin had not yet conceded. He still wished to reclaim his honor. In light of this, Wang Yang decided to linger, intending to partake in a roasted whole lamb and observe what further tricks Qin Zijin might unveil. Since he was unwilling to submit, Wang Yang resolved to thoroughly subdue him that evening. With a dismissive smirk, he disregarded the notion of being watched, even refraining from informing Tian Tian. Once the roasted lamb was ready, he eagerly pulled Tian Tian over to the feast, carving a generous leg for himself and indulging heartily. Post-training, everything was splendid, save for his insatiable appetite. Previously, he could scarcely manage half a leg of lamb in one sitting. Now, it took two to satiate his hunger. With great bites of meat and sips of cola, Wang Yang's demeanor exuded an unspoken gallantry and charisma. Observing Wang Yang in such a manner, many affluent young women in the courtyard found themselves inexplicably drawn to him, experiencing an irresistible urge to be in his company. Despite the fact that he was merely sipping on a cola, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a chivalrous hero from ancient times, imbibing spirits with a certain grandeur. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that he possessed commendable looks. Although his attractiveness might not rival that of some youthful darlings, his robust masculinity eclipsed all competitors. However, he had just incapacitated Qin Zijin, discarding him as if he were refuse, and it was evident that the Qin family would not let this affront go unpunished. One could only wonder if he would withstand the impending wrath of the Qin family. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, a few audacious young women boldly approached Wang Yang, intent on exchanging contact information with him. Chapter 102. Ouyang Ziniger brings reinforcements. Wang Yang, may we have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Wang Yang, my family specializes in luxury car sales. Should you ever contemplate purchasing a vehicle, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I assure you the most favorable prices. Wang Yang, your strength is impressive. Might I feel your muscles? I wish to touch them as well, Tantan interjected. We are merely curious, as good sisters, and harbor no intentions of vying for your affections. Please, do not be upset. One by one, tall, fair-skinned socialites approached Wang Yang, presenting their business cards. Some timidly flirted with words, while others boldly extended their hands, exploring his physique. A few even dared to lift his shirt, tracing the contours of his abdominal muscles. Had Tantan not been present, Wang Yang might have suspected these women would be audacious enough to venture further. With a sigh of relief, Wang Yang watched the beautiful women depart. However, Tan unexpectedly joined him, lifting his shirt to examine his abs. No wonder they are so eager to feel your muscles. Wang Yang, while those gym-goers may boast larger muscle mass, your muscles are undeniably firm. It is no surprise you were able to toss Chen Zijin aside. Tantan's excitement was palpable, as she instinctively attributed Wang Yang's strength solely to his physique. Yet, recalling Wang Yang's decisive action against Chen Zijin, her expression shifted to one of concern. But you were too impulsive. Simply driving Chen Zijin away would have sufficed. By incapacitating him entirely, the conflict remains unresolved. Once he recovers, he is bound to seek revenge. Resolving enmity, Wang Yang, amused, gently removed Tantan's hand from his person and smiled. You do not comprehend their nature. Such individuals are akin to dogs. The moment you show any weakness, they will seize the opportunity to advance further. They must be subdued, or they will continue to disrupt our peace. Upon hearing Wang Yang's perspective, Tantan relinquished her hopes for reconciliation and instead savored the leisurely moments spent with him over grilled meat. However, just as they began to indulge, an unexpected occurrence took place. Wang Yang spotted Ouyang's integer's figure at the entrance of the villa, accompanied by numerous members of the Ouyang family, at least a dozen in total. Upon noticing Wang Yang and Tantan, the group immediately set their sights on him, swiftly approaching. Ouyang's integer addressed Wang Yang directly, Divine Dr. Wang. We have received word that the warriors from the Tai family are en route to confront you on behalf of Chen Zijin. Once they arrive, you need only observe. We, the Ouyang family, shall handle the situation. You are a benefactor to the Ouyang family, and as long as they exist, the Shanghai region shall not allow you to suffer any indignity. The martial artists of the Ouyang family have come forth specifically to protect you. This revelation was utterly unexpected to Wang Yang. Although he had saved Ouyang Xiao, thereby rendering a significant favor to the Ouyang family, Wang Yang was not under the illusion that the family would forever remember this debt of gratitude. The times have changed. The era of repaying a minor kindness with a grand gesture has long since passed. In modernity, merely refraining from acts of vengeance in return for kindness is already considered virtuous. Many individuals would take advantage of their benefactors' goodwill, seeking to extract further benefits from them. However, the members of the Ouyang family are evidently different. As a clan rooted in ancient martial traditions, they still possess a sense of honor and chivalry. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched such a number of warriors to assist him in his hour of need, despite their own family facing a crisis. The Ouyang family is worthy of deep connections, as they can provide timely assistance when it truly matters. After all, having the Ouyang family handle certain trivial matters would undoubtedly ease his burdens. Wang Yang pondered, curiosity piquing his interest regarding the nature of the crisis that had led Chen Zijin to predict the demise of the Ouyang family. With a sense of reflection, he turned to Ouyang Jinhu and asked, what troubles has your family encountered that prompted Chen Zijin to declare your impending downfall? Perhaps I could offer my assistance. Upon hearing that Wang Yang wished to help the Ouyang family through their turmoil, Ouyang Jinhu's face revealed a hint of helplessness. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied, a master of external martial arts from the Tai family in Dongwu City has issued a challenge to our family patriarch, demanding a duel by the end of this month. Your uncle, Ouyang Xiao, whom you treated, has been in seclusion, preparing for this battle. Although you, Master Wang, are also a martial artist, such a master-level confrontation is beyond your reach. Youth is a formidable asset. Even a master cannot escape this truth. Our family patriarch is nearing a century in age, and his prowess has waned to the depths of mastery. No matter how he adjusts, reclaiming his former peak strength is unlikely. Under normal circumstances, our patriarch would be destined to lose, unless he possesses some extraordinary secret technique that allows him to temporarily tap into the potential of his life force. Restoring him to his prime state, defeat seems inevitable. Yet, even if our patriarch were to triumph over the Tai family's master, the toll on his body from such a technique would be catastrophic, leading to his demise post-battle. Regardless of the outcome, the Ouyang family would inevitably lose their sole master-level warrior. At that point, should others covet the wealth controlled by the Ouyang family, we would be left utterly defenseless. A master of external martial arts, you say? How fortuitous, for I can utilize him as a sharpening stone to test my own strength. Wang Yang mused inwardly, then turned to Ouyang Jinhu with a smile, saying, notify me on the day of the duel, should any unforeseen events arise during the battle. I will at least be able to provide assistance. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Ouyang Jintian nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Very well. I shall certainly inform Master Wang at the appropriate time." Beside Ouyang Zhentian, the martial artists from the Ouyang family who had come to lend their support gazed at Wang Yang with increasing admiration and goodwill upon hearing his instructions. Given their usual demeanor, as long as the Ouyang family navigated through this crisis successfully, they would not hesitate to pledge their loyalty to Wang Yang, even to the point of offering their lives without a hint of reluctance. However, they remained oblivious to the true nature of the salvation they anticipated, mistaking it for the benevolent intervention of Wang Yang, the divine healer. In reality, Wang Yang's notion of rescue involved his own decisive action to eliminate the Iron family's martial arts master, utilizing this confrontation as a means to hone his skills and ascertain his standing within the realm of masters. Chapter 103. The Iron family arrives with great fanfare. The Iron family has come, a formidable quartet of robust men, each towering at no less than 6 feet 3 inches. They possess powerful physiques, with muscles rippling across their bodies, exuding an aura of strength and might. Observing their stature, Wang Yang surmised that these individuals must have undergone rigorous training in external martial arts since childhood, perhaps supplemented by specialized elixirs and medicinal baths. Otherwise, it would be improbable for all of them to exceed such impressive heights purely through martial practice. The adage wealth and culture, strength and martial prowess rings true here, as the resources required for cultivating external martial arts exceed those of ordinary practitioners. It appears that the Iron family, pressed by financial constraints, is struggling to nurture an ever-growing number of descendants. This urgency likely compelled them to hastily challenge the Ouyang family's position rather than waiting for the slow demise of the Ouyang patriarch, which would have facilitated a more seamless ascendance. Wang Yang reflected upon this, recognizing that, while his conclusions were drawn from scant evidence, he could reasonably infer the circumstances surrounding the Iron family. Indeed, the Iron family has witnessed exponential growth over recent years, their numbers swelling to tenfold since their inception. Yet, the development of Dongwu City does not mirror the explosive expansion seen in the Magic City, resulting in a wealth accumulation that fails to meet the martial training demands of their practitioners. Consequently, the Iron family could not afford to wait for the natural passing of the Ouyang patriarch and impulsively declared war on the Ouyang clan, seeking support from the Chen family, who would handle their commercial endeavors while they provided the necessary martial backing. At present, with Chen Zijin incapacitated, the Iron family felt compelled to take action. They wheeled him into the room, his legs encased in plaster, and at his signal, their gazes immediately shifted toward Wang Yang. The Ouyang family's martial artists also appeared before the Iron family, and upon noticing the significant number of Ouyang warriors surrounding Wang Yang, the brows of the Iron practitioners furrowed with concern. In terms of sheer numbers, the Iron family was clearly at a disadvantage. They had arrived with only 4 warriors, while the Ouyang family boasted over a dozen. Realizing this disparity, one of the Iron warriors discreetly remarked to Chen Zijin, "Our numbers are vastly inferior to those of the Ouyang family. For today, we must concede defeat and wait until our master can deal with theirs before we reclaim your honor." Chen Zijin, witnessing the hesitance of the 4 Iron warriors, felt a surge of frustration. As they pushed him into the villa, the wealthy heirs inside observed the scene unfold. Their lack of retaliation, compounded by his shameful retreat, left him mortified. He feared becoming a laughingstock within his circle, even if he were to exact revenge on Wang Yang in the future. The humiliation he suffered today would remain irretrievable. In a moment of desperation, he turned to the 4 Iron warriors and implored, "Is there no way to call for reinforcements?" The Iron family has dispatched a contingent of over a dozen martial artists directly to the bustling metropolis, which is not fewer than their own numbers. Upon hearing Chen Zijin's words, the expressions of the 4 Iron family warriors turned visibly awkward. After a prolonged silence, one of them continued, "Our Iron family comprises merely over 20 martial artists, while the Ouyang clan boasts hundreds. When we call for reinforcements, they do the same, leaving us at a distinct disadvantage in terms of numbers. Only when our master from the Iron family has vanquished the master of the Ouyang clan can we address the root of our troubles with them." Listening to the Iron family warrior, Chen Zijin grasped the gravity of the situation. Until the Ouyang clan's master was subdued by the Iron family's master, he would be powerless to deal with Wang Yang. Yet, despite this realization, he was reluctant to leave in a state of defeat. "Kindly assist me in approaching him. Let me speak a few words before I depart," he implored the 4 Iron family warriors at his side, showing a degree of concession. Upon hearing his request, The four warriors acquiesced without further protest and soon maneuvered Qin Zijin before Wang Yang. The surrounding wealthy heirs observed Qin Zijin's return with palpable excitement. It appeared he had returned seeking retribution, flanked by imposing figures that looked more formidable than gorillas, undoubtedly powerful in their own right. Wang Yang's entourage, consisting of several individuals, was equally impressive, rumored to hail from the enigmatic Ouyang clan, the oldest family in the metropolis with a legacy of ancient martial arts spanning a century. Their prowess would not be inferior to that of the brawny men accompanying Qin Zijin. As whispers filled the air, all eyes were fixed on the impending confrontation between Wang Yang and Qin Zijin, eager for the unfolding drama. Under the collective gaze, Qin Zijin was swiftly brought before Wang Yang. With a grim countenance, he declared, "Wang Yang, today's incident will not go unaddressed. The Ouyang clan cannot shield you indefinitely. Once the duel between our master and the Ouyang patriarch concludes, we shall settle our accounts." Wang Yang, upon hearing Qin Zijin's threat, was momentarily rendered speechless. After a lengthy pause, he retorted with disdain, "You return with such fanfare merely to issue threats? If you seek vengeance, then do so. I am ready to receive it at any moment. But if you lack the courage to retaliate, then remove yourself from my sight and do not disturb my peace." Qin Zijin was acutely aware that his return would not culminate in a triumph over Wang Yang, which would severely tarnish his reputation. Now, as he absorbed Wang Yang's unabashed mockery, his face darkened further. However, he was left with little choice but to utter a few perfunctory words, unable to act decisively. "I hope you remain this defiant after the confrontation between the Iron Master and the Ouyang Master concludes." He shot Wang Yang a resentful glare before being guided away by the four from the Iron family. Wang Yang's biting words were too acerbic. He feared that if he lingered, he might be driven to the brink of fury. As Qin Zijin approached Wang Yang, delivering a few biting remarks before retreating in defeat, the wealthy onlookers were left utterly astonished. However, Wang Yang paid little heed to their bewilderment. Convinced that the matter had concluded without the prospect of further complications, he turned his thoughts towards the creation of his very own extraordinary weapon. After all, in preparation for the impending confrontation with the master of martial arts, possessing an additional divine-grade staff would undoubtedly enhance his chances of success. With this thought in mind, he immediately turned to Ouyang Zhenhu, inquiring, "Have you located the furnace I require?" Upon hearing Wang Yang's question, Ouyang Zhenhu promptly nodded, replying, "I have found an old furnace from a steel factory in the outskirts. It has been repaired during the day and is now fully operational. We shall ignite it this afternoon, and the temperature has already risen adequately. If you wish to utilize it, esteemed physician Wang, you may do so at your convenience." Chapter 104. The staff is complete. Xiao Xian invites for drinks the furnace of the steel mill. Upon hearing Ouyang Zhenhu's words, Wang Yang's eyes brightened with realization. The intense heat of the steel furnace is incomparable to that of a mere fire pit. This would significantly reduce the time required for him to forge his divine weapon. With an ordinary furnace reaching only a temperature of 100 or 200 degrees, Wang Yang would need 3 days to craft his long staff. However, the temperature of the steel furnace soars to a staggering 1,000 degrees. Wang Yang estimated that he could complete the forging in about 3 hours, without even affecting his evening rest. With this thought in mind, he turned to Tian beside him. "I need to forge something, since there is nothing pressing here. Let me take you home first." Upon hearing that Wang Yang had important business, Tian nodded with a smile. "You can leave directly. I'll catch up with my friends here. They'll take me home later tonight." Wang Yang, understanding her intention not to delay his important task, nodded in agreement. He then turned to Ouyang Zhenhu. "Let the others from the Ouyang family return. You and I will go home to fetch a piece of iron, and then we shall head straight to the steel furnace." Ouyang Zhenhu immediately communicated with the warriors of the Ouyang family upon hearing Wang Yang's words. Soon, the warriors nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Once they had left, Wang Yang and Ouyang Zhenhu set off, driving directly back to Wang Yang's home, where he retrieved the celestial meteorite and placed it in the car. Following Ouyang Zhenhu's directions, they made their way to the site of the steel furnace, a somewhat aged and dilapidated scrap metal recycling station. Clearly, the steel furnace was an item from this recycling center. At that moment, the recycling station was devoid of outsiders, with only a few warriors from the Ouyang family vigilantly watching. The steel furnace was deliberately positioned in an open area, where several warriors were continuously feeding coal into it, ensuring the flames within burned fiercely and maintained a high temperature. Thick, dark smoke billowed from the top of the furnace, visible from a considerable distance. Observing this scene, Wang Yang felt increasingly fortunate that he had asked Ouyang's integer to locate the furnace. After all, the current regulations in Magic City prohibit the burning of coal. Such heavy smoke would promptly draw the attention of environmental authorities, leading to the extinguishing of the furnace and the apprehension of those involved. It is only due to the Ouyang family's deep-rooted presence in Magic City that they could not only find such an obsolete steel furnace but also manage to placate environmental concerns, allowing him to use the furnace with peace of mind. Excellent. I can forge my divine staff with confidence now. Wang Yang sighed with gratitude, taking out a specially designed clamp to place the celestial meteorite into the steel furnace to begin the smelting process. Once the entire meteorite glowed a fiery red, he retrieved it, grasping the hefty hammer that the Ouyang family had prepared, and began to strike with vigor. Smelting, striking, smelting, striking. For a full 3 hours. Wang Yang hardly paused. It was only due to his formidable cultivation that he possessed ample true energy and stamina. Had he been an ordinary warrior, he would likely have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. After 3 hours of relentless labor, the results were indeed gratifying. Ultimately, Wang Yang successfully crafted 18 short rods that could be uniquely combined. In the presence of all the martial artists from the Ouyang family, he began to experiment with assembling the rods. Within mere seconds, he transformed them into 2 sets of arm guards, which he donned on his arms. He then dismantled them once more, and in just a matter of seconds, he fashioned a 2-meter-long staff. This staff, entirely jade green, resembled an exquisite piece of art rather than a formidable weapon for combat. Yet only Wang Yang understood the true power of this staff. Its elasticity and resilience were astonishing, and its hardness was extraordinary. Even if it were to collide with the legendary Sword of Heaven and Dragon Slayer, it would leave no trace. It was undoubtedly one of the rarest divine weapons of the staff variety. With its jade green hue, he decided to name it the Jade Staff. After testing the staff's elasticity, Wang Yang reassembled it into a pair of arm guards and adorned his arms with them. Although it was summer and he wore short sleeves, the jade arm guards did not appear out of place. Their beauty was undeniable. The jade green gleamed like a work of art. Exposed to view, onlookers would likely mistake them for a unique decorative piece, paying little heed to their true nature. Well, my creation is complete. It is time for me to rest. Remember to notify me promptly when the day arrives for the Ouyang family head and master to duel. Wang Yang said with a smile as he instructed Ouyang Zhenhu before making his exit. As Wang Yang departed, the members of the Ouyang family could no longer restrain their whispers, astonished by the forging skills he had displayed. As martial artists, they were acutely aware of the high level of difficulty involved in crafting the jade staff. Is it not astounding? Divine Dr. Wang is also a master forger. With his skills, if he had access to the right divine materials, he could likely forge a divine weapon. I suspect that staff has already reached the level of a divine weapon. Ordinary iron and stone could never possess such a color. Curiosity buzzed among the group as they speculated on the true caliber of Wang Yang's jade staff. Unbeknownst to him, as he left, the Ouyang family's martial artists continued their discussions. After departing, he quickly returned home and sat on his bed to meditate. The breakthrough of a bottleneck is akin to the process of water wearing away stone. Before he realized it, he had practiced until dawn. Cultivation had replaced sleep. The exhaustion from 3 hours of forging had completely dissipated, and he felt rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. It was the essence of the 8-9 mystical arts, a celestial martial practice that produced such effects. No ordinary ancient martial arts could achieve this. It is time to head to the riverside to practice the overturning river staff, which will also serve as a test for the jade staff. Wang Yang mused as he brushed his teeth and prepared to drive to the Huangpu River. Upon arriving at the Huangpu River and parking his vehicle, he assembled the jade staff and began to practice the overturning river staff technique along the riverbank. The true essence of martial arts erupted forth, with each move imbued with the spirit of the overturning river. The jade staff, with its remarkable elasticity, enabled Wang Yang to fully realize the profound essence of the revolutionary wave staff. Once, twice. The seamless integration of martial arts principles with the staff technique led Wang Yang to experience new insights with each repetition, resulting in a notable elevation of his prowess. Ultimately, he unconsciously fused the primal Bagua palm with the revolutionary wave staff. With the Bagua steps beneath his feet, his left hand wielding the primal palm, and his right hand brandishing the staff, his continuous advancement in skill caused him to lose track of time. It was not until his phone suddenly rang that he became aware of the late hour. The screen displayed Xiao Xian's number. Upon answering, Xiao Xian cheerfully announced, "I haven't treated anyone to a meal since my promotion. This evening, my colleagues are all free, so I'm inviting everyone out for drinks. You're coming too. The mention of drinks sent a wave of anxiety through Wang Yang. Having shared 2 previous drinking sessions with Xiao Xian, both of which had culminated in them sharing the same bed, he was genuinely apprehensive about the possibility of a repeat occurrence. Chapter 105. Unable to afford meat? Impossible. How could one possibly repeat the same mistake thrice? Today is merely a gathering with colleagues, and there is absolutely no chance of ending up in the same bed again. Wang Yang reassured himself with this thought and promptly inquired about Xiao Xian's location. Upon discovering that they would meet at the very barbecue stall where they had shared their first meal, he readily agreed. All right, I shall arrive punctually this evening. With a smile, he hung up the phone and drove back, his body still reeking of sweat from a day spent practicing his skills. After a refreshing shower and a change of clothes, he hurriedly set off towards the bustling eatery. By the time he arrived at the stall, it was already past 7 o'clock. Although the night had just begun to settle in, the place was nearly full. Xiao Xian and her group had already gathered. Spotting Wang Yang's arrival, she waved enthusiastically. Without hesitation, he approached the group and, noticing an empty seat beside Xiao Xian, sat down without a second thought. Wang Yang, we have already ordered. Feel free to add anything you desire. No need to hold back, Xiao Xian said with an air of generosity, embodying the spirited nature of a northeastern girl. Seeing her openness, Wang Yang decided to take her at her word and began to order. He requested lamb chops and legs, each in pairs, along with some sea cucumbers and abalone. Once the dishes were served, he indulged wholeheartedly. After a day of intense practice, his stamina was severely depleted, and he was in dire need of replenishment. Observing Wang Yang's hearty appetite, several colleagues could not help but express their astonishment. Wang Yang, how come we never knew you could eat like this back at the office? With an appetite like yours, you could be an eating influencer. You eat so much that it's hard to believe you can support yourself on such a meager salary. Now that Xiao Xian has been promoted, perhaps you should consider having her sponsor you, one teasingly suggested. Xiao Xian, weren't you always saying you'd support a pretty boy once you made some money? Now that you've achieved success, why not take Wang Yang under your wing? Though Wang Yang's complexion was not particularly fair, his robust appetite indicated good health and strength, far exceeding that of a mere pretty boy. The group continued to joke, seemingly attempting to pair Wang Yang and Xiao Xian together. It was evident that Xiao Xian had deliberately left a seat for Wang Yang, prompting her colleagues to speculate about her feelings towards him. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Listening to the playful matchmaking, their former supervisor, El Tao, wore a displeased expression. He had long harbored feelings for Xiao Xian and had previously pursued her, albeit subtly. Each attempt had been met with her rejection, as she often quipped about preferring younger men and her future aspirations. For El Tao, the idea of someone else pursuing her, especially an intern he deemed inferior, was intolerable. Even so, Xiao Xian never uttered a word of refusal, as if she genuinely harbored thoughts of being together. This entire situation left him exceedingly displeased. However, now Xiao Xian had risen to the position of supervisor, placing her on equal footing with him. Her sudden promotion signified that she was valued by the higher-ups, leaving him hesitant to confront her. Thus, he redirected his ire towards Wang Yang. Unable to chastise Xiao Xian, he thought to himself, how could I not deal with a mere university student who has yet to pass his internship? Since Xiao Xian had deliberately refrained from publicizing Wang Yang's fortunate discovery of antiques within the company, El Tao mistakenly assumed that Wang Yang was deemed unqualified during his internship and had been gently urged to resign by the HR department. Deep down, El Tao held Wang Yang in contempt, treating him as if he were a soft target. As others continued to play matchmaker for Wang Yang and Xiao Xian, he unexpectedly spoke up with a cold smirk. Wang Yang, you really ought to seize this opportunity. Since you haven't even passed your internship, I suspect you're nearly too poor to afford a meal. In fact, it seems you haven't savored meat in ages. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so gluttonous at the sight of it, eating more than a pig. The colleagues teasing Wang Yang about his appetite did so in a light-hearted manner, devoid of any disdain. In fact, some male colleagues gazed upon him with a hint of envy. As they noted, Wang Yang was not even overweight. Yet his voracious appetite indicated a robust physique. For middle-aged men, nothing is more enviable than the possession of a strong body, especially when most find themselves resorting to goji berries and thermos cups as a reflection of their reality. However, El Tao's words carried a different tone. They were laced with mockery. Instantly, Wang Yang, who had been engrossed in his meal, lifted his gaze to fixate on El Tao. Wang Yang had no fondness for him. This individual was petty, wielding trivial matters as if they were significant. During their time in the company, Tao relished ordering around interns, treating them as mere beasts of burden. Yet the challenging job market compelled everyone to endure. Wang Yang had tolerated it then, as his family's circumstances necessitated the job. But times had changed. Now, the owner of Jindong Auction House greeted him with courtesy. Tao, a mere subordinate, lacked the authority to cast disparaging remarks in such a manner. With a stern expression, Wang Yang turned to Tao and coldly threatened, "Your mouth remains as foul as ever. Back when you were my superior, your sharp tongue had some basis for its venom. Now that I'm no longer with the company, do you really believe you can slander me without consequence? Or do you think your lanky frame could overpower me outside these walls?" Wang Yang's threat left Tao momentarily dumbfounded. He glanced at his own gaunt body, which appeared as fragile as a leaf in the wind, then looked at Wang Yang, whose physique, though not exaggerated, was undeniably muscular. Suddenly, he realized the folly of his actions. Without the hierarchical relationship, he found himself bereft of any leverage over Wang Yang. However, despite having come to terms with these thoughts, the weight of so many eyes upon him rendered him incapable of conceding defeat before Wang Yang. No, he resolutely refused to bow his head at this juncture. With so many employees observing, a display of weakness now would utterly annihilate his standing as a supervisor. Thus, Tao, consumed by fury, fixed an intense gaze upon Wang Yang. "Are you threatening me? Do you believe I would cower before your intimidation? Let me make this clear. We now reside in a society governed by law. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, be prepared to face the consequences. You, an intern deemed unfit, lacking even the means to afford a meal, think you can compensate me? If you are unafraid of the possibility of imprisonment for your actions, then by all means, strike me. If I flinch, I shall no longer be worthy of the title of man." Chapter 106. The Bottle Breaks. Refusal to compensate banged the beer bottle soared high and struck Tao's head with precision and force, causing him to bleed profusely. However, as everyone turned to the owner of the bottle, they were left utterly astonished. The beer had not been thrown by Wang Yang, but rather by Chao Xian, who, in a fit of rage, had seized the bottle and smashed it over Tao's head before Wang Yang could even react. With a fierce glare directed at Tao, Chao Xian unleashed a torrent of insults. "Tao, I have shown you enough leniency. You want medical expenses? Name your price, and I will transfer the amount to you shortly." Wang Yang, witnessing Chao Xian's boldness, felt a swell of gratitude. No matter the circumstances, this fiercely loyal girl from the Northeast never wavered in her allegiance. Yet, he knew he did not need a woman to fight his battles. He reached out and firmly grasped the second beer bottle that Chao Xian held. "I can handle this myself," he stated, his voice calm yet imbued with strength, prompting Chao Xian to involuntarily release her grip. What happened next left Chao Xian in shock. For Wang Yang had taken the bottle she had let go and hurled it directly at Tao's head. Bang, 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 he launched 3 bottles in quick succession, each one striking Tao's head with unerring accuracy. After the third throw, there were no empty bottles left to toss at Tao. Wang Yang, however, refrained from discarding the full bottles of beer, deeming Tao unworthy of such a waste. Once the bottles were spent, Wang Yang disdainfully remarked, "What is the cost of a single bottle? Just give me a figure. Add Chao Xian's share as well, and I shall transfer the total immediately." Tao was taken aback. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of both Chao Xian and Wang Yang, he felt utterly bewildered. This was far removed from the scenario he had envisioned. In a fit of anger, he slammed his hand on the table and glared at Wang Yang, declaring, "Do you think compensation is all that it takes? I assure you, not only will you pay, but I will also see to it that both of you end up behind bars." With that, Tao promptly withdrew his phone, preparing to call the authorities. Witnessing this, several individuals close to Chao Xian hurriedly urged Tao to reconsider, hoping to defuse the situation and persuade him to accept a sum for medical expenses, thereby letting the matter rest. However, Tao was the very embodiment of a petty tyrant. As he listened to their entreaties, he mistakenly believed that Wang Yang and Chao Xian were intimidated, which only served to bolster his arrogance. "I will agree to forego calling the police if each of you compensates me 100,000 yuan. Furthermore, you will both kneel and apologize to me. Otherwise, once I make that call, you will both have criminal records and will never find employment in a reputable company again." With a smug expression, Tao was convinced he had Wang Yang and Chao Xian at his mercy. In his eyes, once he reported the incident, Chao Xian, who had recently been promoted to supervisor, would undoubtedly be dismissed by her company, while Wang Yang, a fresh graduate, would be condemned to a lifetime of instability in his career pursuits. In pursuit of their professional obligations, both individuals were compelled to concede to him. Offering monetary compensation and bowing an apology, nothing could be omitted. Today, he intended to make Wang Yang and Xiao Xian bear the consequences of their impulsiveness. However, in the next moment, he found himself taken aback. To his threats, Xiao Xian responded with disdain, declaring, "I've already called the police. It's merely a few days in detention at most. As a Northeasterner, I am unfazed by this." Previously, during a financial crisis, Xiao Xian might have feared his threats, concerned it would jeopardize her job and delay her earnings to support her mother. Yet now, she was financially secure. As a woman without the pressures of buying a home or a car, 5 million would suffice for a lifetime. It was absolutely inconceivable for her to humble herself to retain her job. Had there been a bottle at hand, given her disdain for El Tao, she might have hurled it at him. As for Wang Yang, he was even less inclined to heed El Tao's threats. After all, he no longer needed a diploma to secure employment. Nevertheless, despite his indifference to the threats, he wished to avoid spending even a few days in a detention center. Without delay, he dialed Ouyang Jinhu's number. "A minor conflict has arisen here at the Dilong Diner. Could you assist me in finding a lawyer to handle the matter?" Wang Yang had complete faith in the capabilities of the Ouyang family, whether it involved merely a few broken bottles or even a public altercation. He was confident that the Ouyang family could arrange for a suitable replacement to assume any blame, effectively resolving the situation for him. And indeed, that was the case. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Ouyang Jinhu chuckled. "A trivial matter. I will arrange for a lawyer to come over immediately. I will also ensure that my personnel arrive discreetly behind the lawyer. Let the lawyer handle the negotiations. You should continue to enjoy your time without letting this minor issue affect your mood." Wang Yang, upon hearing this, displayed a satisfied smile. Looking at his former colleagues who had been advising El Tao, he simply smiled and remarked, "Everyone, I've arranged for someone to resolve this. Since he refuses to offer compensation, he shall not receive a single penny. A lawyer will be here shortly to handle the negotiations. Let us continue to enjoy our time without allowing a shameless person like El Tao to dampen our spirits." Upon hearing Wang Yang, those who had been advising El Tao were momentarily stunned. However, the next moment, Xiao Xian spoke up. Understanding that Wang Yang had established connections with the auction house's owner, she recognized the strength of his social ties. Given his assurance, it was clear that he had indeed settled the matter. Thus, she dismissed any further concern for El Tao and addressed the crowd. "Since Wang Yang has assured us that everything is in order, we need not worry. Let us enjoy our time and disregard this clown." With Xiao Xian, the party directly involved, endorsing Wang Yang's assertion, the others finally ceased their attempts to persuade El Tao. Under Xiao Xian's guidance, the group swiftly resumed their revelry, completely sidelining El Tao. Wang Yang observed how Xiao Xian revitalized the atmosphere, compelling everyone to ignore the disheveled El Tao nursing his wounds. And he couldn't help but admire her talent for enlivening the scene. Indeed, the charming Northeastern girl possessed an exceptional ability to warm the crowd. Of course, this was likely also attributed to her striking beauty. Wang Yang felt a profound sense of emotion as he continued to indulge under Xiao Xian's orchestration. However, it wasn't long before he furrowed his brows. Xiao Xian possessed an extraordinary capacity for drinking. Not only did she partake herself, but she also compelled others to join her. Wang Yang had already found himself coerced into several rounds of drinking with Xiao Xian. He grew increasingly concerned that if this continued, he and Xiao Xian might once again overindulge, ultimately finding themselves in a state of confusion and sharing the same bed. Yet, there was no escape. Faced with Xiao Xian's incessant toasts, he could only raise his glass in reluctant accompaniment. Meanwhile, Lu Tao observed as Wang Yang and his companions, under Xiao Xian's command, resumed their feasting and drinking. Each face was adorned with laughter and joviality, as if the gathering were devoid of any troubles, completely oblivious to his presence. It was as if he had ceased to exist. They seemed to believe that a mere phone call from Wang Yang could resolve all issues. "Today, I refuse to be swayed. No matter who arrives shortly, I shall adhere strictly to my duties. I will not let you leave until I see fit." With a look of grievance, Lu Tao took out 2 tissues to cover the wound on his head, glaring at Wang Yang and Xiao Xian with mounting fury. Chapter 107. Once again brought home by Xiao Xian 10 minutes later, the lawyer arranged by Ouyang Jinhu arrived. When the lawyer reached the food stall and greeted Wang Yang, the table of former colleagues was left astonished. The lawyer did not come alone. He was accompanied by an entire team of 6. Each member was impeccably dressed in suits, exuding an air of authority, clearly representing elite legal professionals. The leader of the group was adorned in attire worth hundreds of thousands, complemented by a Patek Philippe watch valued at $1 million. This display alone indicated that he was among the highest echelons in the legal realm. However, at that moment, this imposing lawyer approached Wang Yang with the utmost respect. Not wishing to interrupt Wang Yang's meal, he stood quietly beside him for a minute. Once Wang Yang finished the roasted leg of lamb, the lawyer addressed him with deference, stating, "Mr. Wang, I am here on behalf of Mr. Yang to assist you. From now on, I will represent you in all dealings with that gentleman. Please continue enjoying your dinner. You need not concern yourself with matters on that side." Upon hearing these words, Wang Yang nodded in satisfaction, signaling the lawyer to proceed with the arrangements. He had no doubts regarding the lawyer sent by Yang Jinhu. With the backing of the Yang family and a legal team in tow, if they could not handle such a trivial matter, they might as well abandon their profession and sell sweet potatoes instead. LV Tao was utterly bewildered. Watching the assemblage of distinguished lawyers, he was struck with disbelief. Working at an auction house, he frequently interacted with wealthy individuals. Just by observing their attire and accessories, he could gauge their approximate financial status. The lawyers before him, based solely on their clothing and watches, were undoubtedly earning annual salaries in the millions. With a team of this caliber, the strength of their backing was beyond his comprehension. He realized that if such individuals wished to ruin him, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. This realization filled LV Tao with dread. Although he did not understand how a mere intern like Wang Yang suddenly possessed such formidable connections, he was acutely aware that if he persisted in being unreasonable and attempted to report Wang Yang, with such a formidable legal team at his disposal, Wang Yang would surely emerge unscathed. Instead, it would be he who faced repercussions, potentially even obliteration. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, a look of terror washed over LV Tao's face, and his legs nearly buckled beneath him. Without the lawyers needing to utter a word, he preemptively capitulated. "You need not say anything further. I simply had a minor misunderstanding with Mr. Wang. I will not be pursuing any police action. I will approach Mr. Wang directly to clarify and seek his forgiveness. Our issue was trivial, and there is no need for your involvement in resolving it." Seeing LV Tao relent, so quickly left the lawyers, who had come prepared to negotiate with him, momentarily speechless. In the end, the leading lawyer addressed him, stating, "We shall grant you but a minute's time. Should you fail to secure Mr. Wang Yang's forgiveness within this brief interval, we shall resort to our own methods to alleviate Mr. Wang Yang's burdens." A minute. Upon hearing the lawyer's ultimatum, El Tao felt an urgent sense of dread and hastened toward Wang Yang. "Wang Yang, I spoke in haste earlier and uttered words I ought not to have. I have abandoned the notion of reporting this to the authorities. I implore you to show mercy and forgive me this once." El Tao, visibly anxious, knelt before Wang Yang without hesitation. Fear gripped him, for he dreaded that if he could not obtain Wang Yang's pardon today, he might become yet another missing person by tomorrow. As El Tao knelt, a profound silence enveloped the dining table. All eyes turned toward Wang Yang, eager to witness how he would respond to El Tao's supplication.